Wu Tian has been reborn as Saiyan Wu Tian. You tell me there is no system? In 7 years, Majin Buu will be unsealed? My time is running short. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 4, mysterious powers. Which should I choose? Only children make choices. I want them all. At the same time, I will apprentice under Vegeta, and Krillin. Buu, what is that red form? Super Saiyan 4 Wu Tian. Let me show you the fusion of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Great demon. Super Saiyan God Wu Tian. The third eye of the demon? A wonderful thing, don't move. I'll extract it for you. Super dimensional chaos battle. Mysterious Wu Tian. Brothers, open their eyes. I, Wu Tian, shall become the strongest fusion warrior. Chapter 1. Where is its tail? In the year 770 of the AG era, the sun shines brilliantly, the sky is azure, and the vast plains are adorned with peculiar stone forests and low mountains. Though it is a plain, the creatures living here, cattle and sheep, are scarce. Instead, giant dinosaurs roam the grasslands, and soaring through the sky are magnificent pterosaurs. Could this be the Jurassic era? Just then, the scene of the plain slowly reveals a dark spot, a deep crimson Tyrannosaurus rex. Its visage is fearsome, yet curiously, it has a severed tail. It runs with incredible speed, stirring up clouds of thick smoke behind it. Rather than hunting, it seems to be fleeing. What could instill such fear in a top predator of the food chain? Stop right there. Trust me. Just a little bit, just a little, don't run. A grandmotherly voice calls out from behind the Tyrannosaurus. Chasing after it, in a comical manner, is a child with a crab-like head. His face still bears the chubby features of infancy, making it no exaggeration to call him a baby. The Tyrannosaurus, in a state of panic, turns its head back. Despite being a dinosaur, its expression clearly conveys disbelief. The child's tiny legs frantically chase after it, mumbling, "I don't want to eat a salamander or a centipede." Gradually, the crab-headed child grows weary. After all, he is still just a young child. The Tyrannosaurus, elated, even wags its already short, severed tail behind it, its arrogance reaching new heights. Observing the Tyrannosaurus's boastful demeanor, the child breaks into a sweat, a symbol forming on his forehead. As the Tyrannosaurus prepares to flee, the child anxiously shouts towards the sky, "Ni song." Just as the Tyrannosaurus revels in its triumph, it hears the child shout. Turning back, although it doesn't understand the words, it doesn't stop it from mocking. How pathetic, merely a fit of impotent rage. Upon turning back, the sunlight is obscured by a shadowy figure before it. "Oh, it's you. Long time no see." Upon hearing this voice, the Tyrannosaurus trembles, its eyes widening and pupils constricting, its mouth agape to the fullest extent in its history, and its body involuntarily quaking. It recognizes the figure, a friendly-looking 13-year-old boy clad in orange, hovering less than a meter before it, waving amicably. This boy is its lifelong nightmare. Every time it falls asleep, his image haunts its dreams. He is the one who caused it to lose its proud tail, the one who turned it into the shame of the Tyrannosaurus. As these thoughts swirl in its mind, the Tyrannosaurus sheds tears of grievance. At this moment, the panting child is finally caught up. Nisong, quickly kill it, and we can go home for a feast. Why is it crying? The orange-clad boy chuckles, recalling how he wouldn't have killed a dinosaur in his childhood. Just a little bit of tail meat would suffice. Realizing this, the boy understands why the Tyrannosaurus might be crying upon seeing him. It feels a bit awkward. "Wu Tian, this is a friend I knew from my brother's childhood. Let him go." The orange-clad boy laughs. This crab-headed child is the 3-year-old Saiyan Wu Tian, also known as Wu Tian. Indeed, he is a time traveler, or more accurately, a reincarnated soul. In his previous life, he met an untimely end while playing Dragon Ball Kakarot, just as Wufan triumphed over the lightning-infused Cell. When he awoke again, he found himself in Chi-Chi's womb, and he has been in this world for 3 years now. The orange-clad boy before him is none other than Saiyan Wufan, the strongest talent in Dragon Ball. Observing the amused expression of his brother, Wu Tian, a fan of Dragon Ball, can't help but understand. A childhood friend, and yet you covet his flesh. How base. With an innocent facade, Wu Tian playfully inquires, "Oh really? Doesn't Nisong know how this great dinosaur lost its tail?" Wufan is momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He certainly can't say, "I chopped off my friend's tail to fill my belly." The Tyrannosaurus, though unable to comprehend, looks at Wufan with the expression of a wronged wife abandoned by her husband, as Wu Tian points to its severed tail. "Speak up, you wretch. Where are you looking? Look me in the eye, you brat." Were it not for Wufan floating in the sky, the ground would awkwardly resemble a 3-room apartment. Observing Wufan's silence, Wu Qian gently touched the severed tail of the Tyrannosaurus Rex with pity, saying, "How unfortunate, how painful it must be for the dragon to have lost its tail." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan lowered his head in shame. Drip, drip, Wu Tian's sorrowful lips curled upwards, and he couldn't help but drool. "Unlike me, who would simply devour the dragon," Suen Wu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "Is this really a member of the Suen family? What kind of hellish fairy tale is this?" In the end, he let the Tyrannosaurus Rex go, as he had to maintain the dignity of being a benevolent older brother. To compensate for releasing a grand feast, Wu Fan personally caught a few wild wolves. Although the bounty left by their deceased father was considerable, for a family with 2 Saiyans, it was exceedingly meager. What does it mean to have 500,000 per meal? To help with household expenses, even 3-year-old Suen Wutian had to venture out to hunt. How pitiful and helpless. What causes the pack of wolves to howl each night? What makes the ferocious dragon weep with its tail in hand? And what drives a 3-year-old child, still weaning, to forage in the wild? Is it the distortion of humanity or the decay of morality? Tune in tonight for today's law. Wu Qian, what are you talking about? We need to head home, Wu Fan said, flying over with 4 wild wolves slung over his shoulder. Wu Tian feigned innocence, turning with an expression of naive purity. Wu Fan gazed at Wu Tian's face, reminiscent of a father's, filled with affection, thinking, "My brother is truly adorable." Fortunately, Wu Tian was unaware of Wu Fan's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have retorted, "Do I look like your father?" Wu Tian raised a small hand and shouted to the sky, "Jin Duyan!" A yellow line streaked across the heavens, and a bright yellow cloud floated before him. Wu Tian patted the Jinduyan and leaped onto it, sitting cross-legged. At this moment, Wu Tian could not compare to his future niece Xiaofang, who could already perform the dance of the void at 1 year old, while he was still unable to do so. Mainly, no one taught him. He was still too young, possessing great strength yet lacking the skill to harness it. By this era, the Dragon Balls no longer required battle power detection machines, relying solely on the perception of energy. According to Wu Fan, newborn Wu Tian was not much inferior to Uncle Vegeta of yore, with a battle power just shy of 10,000, which was not insignificant. Suen Wukong took over 20 years to become a Super Saiyan, while Suen Wufan spent 7 years training to reach that state. Only Suen Wutian, who played carefree until the age of 6, naturally transformed into a Super Saiyan, showcasing extraordinary talent. There's a theory that when Wu Tian was born, Suen Wukong had already become a Super Saiyan, and the primary factor for transforming into a Super Saiyan is the accumulation of sufficient S cells within the body. These S cells can only develop in a peaceful environment. However, pure-blooded Saiyans, engaged in daily plunder and violence, could not produce S cells, resulting in the race not witnessing the emergence of a Super Saiyan for millennia. The combination of S cells from Super Saiyans and the peaceful cells of Earthlings allowed Suen Wutian and others of the 2nd generation to naturally possess a wealth of S cells, making it easy for them to reach the Super Saiyan level. Their talent was not inferior to that of Suen Wufan. Unfortunately, in the original narrative, Wu Qian lived in excessive peace, born in a tranquil era where crises were met with his father and brother's protection, followed by decades of peace. By his 20s, he was still merely a Super Saiyan, akin to those wealthy 2nd-generation offspring who need not worry. Nevertheless, Suen Wutian could be considered the most successful among the Suen family, being the only Saiyan who actively sought a girlfriend and having had the most romantic partners. He was the hope of the village. For both Wukong and Wufan, marrying a wife was purely a matter of luck. As for why he could board the Jinduyan, he himself was uncertain. He did not consider himself a pure-hearted individual. Perhaps it was simply because he was a member of the Suen family. Who knows? As they flew, Wu Tian lay comfortably atop the Jinduyan, while Wu Fan labored beside him, carrying 4 wild wolves. What had he done? The Jinduyan couldn't carry items. He was merely a child who understood little. The sun had set, casting a golden twilight over the world. This was the beauty of this realm, with advanced technology, diverse ecology, and an excellent environment. The ecological balance constituted a significant part of this planet, and according to the gold standard sales of Vegeta, it was a planet that could fetch a good price. After flying for a while, several hemispherical houses appeared on the ground, nestled against the mountains and by the water. The scenery was picturesque, and Wu Qian piloted the Jinduyan downwards, arriving home. "Mama, we're back. I caught some wolves, and I'm starving." Wu Qian rudely flung open the door, revealing a beautiful woman with her hair styled in buns. His mother, Chi-Chi. "My Wu Tian is so wonderful. Mama will make you something to eat right away," Chi-Chi exclaimed, lifting Wu Tian and ruffling his little crab-like head. Although many in the previous life disliked this mother figure, believing she had ruined her younger brother. She was merely an ordinary woman with some martial skills. How grand could her aspirations be? All she cared about was her family. Saving the world was far beyond her reach. Furthermore, as an ordinary person, it was understandable for her to admire the strength of Wukong, yet it was also natural for her, as a child, to resent this father. Wukong could be deemed quite irresponsible towards this family. Making money was effortless for him, yet he never considered using his abilities to earn a little wealth for the family, leaving all the pressure on Chi-Chi. To the world, Wukong was undoubtedly a hero. Within a family context, he seemed rather irresponsible. Chi-Chi's household could be described as affluent, yet they had been impoverished by Wukong's gluttony. Only families like Bulma's, devoid of concern for such matters, could remain unaffected. Wu Fan cautiously brought the 4 wild wolves into the house, feeling helpless at Wu Tian's words. The wolves were caught by me, you know. Wu Fan, being an honest man, had no choice but to pamper his younger brother. At the dining table, the 2 voracious eaters feasted heartily, and Wu Fan suddenly thought of something, turning to Chi-Chi, who was savoring her meal, and asked, "Mama, Wu Tian is also 3 now. Should I take him to school?" With his mouth full of food, Wu Tian abruptly looked up, astonished at the big-eyed Sun Wu Fan. "Are you trying to mislead me?" Chapter 2. Son Wukong. Reading is an impossibility. It shall never be a pursuit of mine in this lifetime. Only through cultivation can one find satisfaction in life. 3 years have elapsed, and it is now time to commence my plan. In my infancy, my body was not yet sufficiently developed for the rigors of training. Thus I have spent this period in contemplation, with a singular goal in mind, to grow stronger. In just 4 years, the malevolent Majin Buu shall be resurrected, leaving me with scant time to prepare. Although I could rely on the future incarnations of Son Wukong and Son Gohan to address the situation, who can predict whether unforeseen circumstances may arise? Moreover, the impending threats extend beyond Majin Buu. Currently, I remain uncertain whether I exist in the realm of time or in the GT timeline. Nonetheless, regardless of the timeline, the crises awaiting me are far beyond what the original character could contend with using his meager Super Saiyan form. Gohan began his training at the tender age of 4, while Goku was transported to Earth at the age of 3, indicating that Saiyans of this age can indeed confront significant challenges. Thus, the first step of my plan is to seek the Dragon Balls. Without this initial step, all subsequent efforts would be in vain. The following day, I bid farewell to Chi-Chi, claiming I was off to play with Trunks, and set forth early, soaring on my flying Nimbus towards Bulma's residence. I have long been acquainted with Bulma and Trunks, as they visited shortly after my birth, though the proud Vegeta did not grace us with his presence. Trunks often comes to play, cheekily insisting that I call him brother. How could I? You, the most flamboyant warrior in history, Trunks. The fusion of our essences would undoubtedly be dominated by Trunks, while the obedient Goten would never dare to show disrespect. The disparity between you and the future version is as vast as the heavens and the earth. In this lifetime, I shall never fuse with Trunks. To do so would tarnish my illustrious reputation. However, the prospect of merging with the future version remains a consideration. As I soared over oceans and mountains, the bustling West City came into view, a scene of tranquility. The skies were filled with floating cars, yet I felt little curiosity as I rode my cloud. Such is the nature of a grand metropolis. I descended at the entrance of Capsule Corporation, Bulma's abode, gazing upon the expansive estate. Vast enough to house several large parks, truly an opulent marvel. Perhaps if my late father had married into Bulma's family, I would not have had to endure a life subsisting on lizards and centipedes. Wait, I did not exist then. Shaking off such thoughts, I pressed the doorbell. "Hello, this is Capsule Corporation. Who may I assist?" A mechanical voice responded. "I am Son Goten, here to see Aunt Bulma." At that moment, Bulma's voice chimed through the intercom. "Ah, Goten, here to play with Trunks. Are you?" "I'll open the door right away." The door swung open, revealing Trunks with his vibrant purple hair, a hairstyle that clearly suggests a talent for basketball. "Goten, you've come. Come, I'll show you the latest gaming console." Trunks greeted warmly, clearly delighted, as I seldom visit him. It is usually he who seeks me out. "Not today. I'm here to see Aunt Bulma. Can you take me to her?" Trunks wore a look of disappointment as he escorted Goten to Bulma's exclusive laboratory. The double doors slid open automatically, revealing a figure clad in a white lab coat. Engrossed in work that crackled with sparks, surrounded by efficient robotic assistants, exuding an air of competence, Goten, hesitant at the doorway, dared not interrupt, while Trunks, feeling disheartened, turned to leave. Once Bulma concluded her experiment and turned around, she noticed Goten, who had risen and was gazing at her. She tucked a strand of her blue hair behind her ear, her azure eyes curiously appraising Goten. He, in turn, studied her, admiring the youthful elegance of the woman who appeared far younger than her actual age. Indeed, a stark contrast to his mother, a testament to the refinement of affluent families. Have you been here long? Weren't you looking for Trunks? She inquired. No, I came to borrow the Dragon Ball radar from Aunt Bulma, Goten replied. Bulma looked intrigued. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? They are very important and should not be misused. With an innocent expression, Goten responded, I don't know much about them. It was Nissan who asked me to come and request it from Aunt Bulma, saying it was for something significant. Seeing Goten's sincerity, Bulma sensed he was not lying. The Son family was known for their honesty, unlike Gohan, who might have had his moments of deceit. I see. I'll fetch it for you right away. As she searched for the radar, Vegeta, clad in his blue battle attire, appeared at the door, wearing a disdainful expression. TCH, has Gohan fallen so low as to need the Dragon Balls to resolve his issues? His irritation was palpable upon seeing Goten. You can't take your frustrations with my father out on me, Goten retorted. At that moment, Bulma located the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Goten, attempting to mediate. Gohan must have a good reason for needing the Dragon Balls. It's not appropriate to say such things in front of Goten. The proud Saiyan prince merely huffed and turned to leave. Goten, not wishing to linger, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Bulma and swiftly departed. Although Bulma sensed something was amiss, she could not pinpoint it. Meanwhile, Goten soared through the skies on his Nimbus, racing toward the location of the first Dragon Ball. Despite being unable to unleash his full potential, he could still muster a battle power nearing 1,000. The only threats on Earth were either allies or foes long dealt with by his father and brother. In a single day, he successfully located 3 Dragon Balls, all found in desolate wilderness with ease. Though he encountered no adventures, he felt a sense of transformation akin to that of young Goku. He was only short of the golden staff. That staff had long been repurposed as a clothesline at home. Should he retrieve it? His current attire was still reminiscent of Gohan's childhood, traditional robes that were in need of change. It was now time to return home for dinner. What? Why return home if you haven't gathered all the Dragon Balls? He pondered. Is it reasonable for a 3-year-old not to go home? It is not. Today, I spent the entire day with Goten, exhausting myself. I found myself consuming more than usual. When Chi-Chi noticed a bag strapped to Goten's back, her curiosity was piqued. Goten, what is that behind you? Goten, protecting the bag as if it were a precious treasure, hesitantly replied, This is a toy that Trunks gave me. Please don't let Mom take it away. His timid demeanor softened Chi-Chi's heart, evoking a sense of pity as their family had not the means to afford even a single toy for Goten. Feeling guilty, she refrained from inspecting the contents of the bag. In her and Gohan's eyes, Goten was simply a lively, intelligent, and understanding child, undeserving of reprimand. However, unbeknownst to them, Goten wore a cunning smile. The following morning, Goten set out early once again. After collecting the 4th Dragon Ball, he discovered through the Dragon Radar that the remaining 3 were gathered in one location. Moreover, someone else was in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Goten was taken aback. This was no trivial matter. Given the timeline, there should be very few who were aware of the existence of the Dragon Balls at this juncture. The Red Ribbon Army had long been vanquished, the entire Frieza clan obliterated, and the existing androids had no reason to covet the Dragon Balls. Well, not necessarily. Android 18 had recently wed Krillin, and if finances were tight, she might indeed seek them out. However, her pace of collection was too slow. With her power, she could gather the Dragon Balls in a single day. What to do? Should he go take a look first, or seek assistance? Yet, if he were to ask Gohan for help, Gohan would surely deny him any wishes. Perhaps it would be wiser to stealthily investigate. The earthly foes posed no threat, and the cosmic adversaries would remain oblivious to his energy. Should a formidable boss reveal themselves, he would have no choice but to return to Gohan. Riding on the flying Nimbus, he approached the designated area. Upon reaching a hillside, Goten cautiously dismounted and lay low, peering over the ridge to survey the plains below. There, he observed 3 robots of varying colors swiftly traversing the terrain. From within the pink robot emanated a feminine voice. King Pilaf, splendid. I never expected we would gather 3 Dragon Balls so quickly. World domination is just around the corner. The black robot retorted with disdain, foolish. Of course, we should wish to become world billionaires. Even if we wish for world domination, our existing debts would still linger. Let us save the world domination wish for next time. The green robot chimed in, King Pilaf is wise. Listening to their conversation, Goten recognized their identities. These were none other than the Pilaf gang. They were still in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. If it were them, there was nothing to fear. However, the girl piloting the pink robot noticed something amiss on the dragon radar display. King Pilaf, something seems off. It appears all the Dragon Balls have already congregated. Pilaf immediately scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? That can't be right. It's true. What's going on? Duong, duong, duong. Pilaf gazed at the small hand that reached out from above the glass of the robot, rhythmically tapping against it. Hey, hand over the Dragon Balls. The sudden voice startled Pilaf and his companions, prompting them to swiftly open the hatch. Descending from the pink robot was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman named Xiaowu, who seemed to be the object of Trunks' affections. It was no wonder she captured his interest. She was indeed remarkable, albeit older than his mother. From the black robot emerged a diminutive figure, standing no taller than 4 feet, even shorter than the current Goten, with azure skin and pointed ears. He appeared to be called Pilaf. Despite his appearance, his technological prowess rivaled that of Bulma, and had he not been impoverished and somewhat lacking in intellect, he surely could have ruled the world. Then, from the green robot, a creature, a Shiba Inu, made its entrance. Who could possibly know the name of this Shiba Inu? What audacity! How dare you tread upon our Pilaf the Great? Get down. Oh, Goten acknowledged, performing a somersault and landing in front of Pilaf and his companions. As they beheld Goten's silhouette, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over them. When Goten turned around, their eyes widened in recognition. Son Goku. Chapter 3. 3 Goten. Son Goku. Pilaf and his companions were left utterly astounded. That face, that unmistakable crab-like hairstyle, they could not be mistaken. Xiaowu's voice trembled. Pilaf the Great. Is he truly Son Goku? Even if he hasn't aged a bit over the years, he seems even younger than before. Suddenly, Pilaf had an epiphany and pointed at Goten, shouting, You must have made a wish to the dragon Shenron to become young again, right? Curse to Son Goku. You've beaten me to it. Xiaowu and the Shiba Inu, Ashu, exchanged bewildered glances with Pilaf. So your true wish was to become young again. Pilaf's face flushed crimson under their scrutiny, and in exasperation, he retorted, Youth is priceless. Wasn't he agreed that I would be a world tycoon? Wasn't he agreed that I would rule the world? Just as the trio was on the verge of an argument, Goten interjected, I say, are you not aware that the current Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes? Really? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, that is splendid news. Goten waved his hand dismissively. But do not celebrate too quickly. I must deliver some unfortunate news, surrender the Dragon Balls, or face the consequences. The trio stood in a state of bewilderment, glancing between themselves and Goten. Finally, Ashu spoke up. It seems we are the villains here, Pilaf the Great. Xiaowu, uncertain, inquired, Are you truly Son Goku? In her recollection, while Goku was often violent, he was undeniably a good person, and Goten's demeanor seemed contrary to that. Goten remained unfazed. That's my late father you're speaking of. Remember my name, I am Son Goten. Pilaf, incensed, bellowed. How could Son Goku have such a son? Goten impatiently replied, Enough idle chatter. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Pilaf and his companions erupted into laughter. Since you're not Son Wukong, what do I have to fear? Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson, you little rascal. Pilaf the Demon God. Fusion. The 3 of us leapt onto the robot in perfect synchrony, and the 3 machines automatically merged into a colossal mech, merely a stacking of layers, with one forming the head, another the upper body and arms, and the last transforming into the lower body and legs. I shall become the tonsils. The combined robot possesses a certain charm for the boys, yet alas, Pilaf's design is rather unattractive. Taste my Pilaf missiles. The robot's hands revealed cannon ports, launching 2 missiles towards Goten. Goten, with his youthful hands, effortlessly grasped the missiles. Boom! At the moment of Goten's contact with the missiles, they detonated, causing the ground to shatter and smoke to billow. Marvelous, I'm still alive. Seeing the missile strike, Pilaf joyfully leapt in triumph, his clothes now sullied, knowing he would surely face his mother's wrath upon returning. Covered in dust, Goten brushed himself off and mockingly addressed Pilaf. Pilaf, smoke cannot kill. Pilaf's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What? He, like his father, is a monster. Having tested his physical strength, there was no need to waste further time. In an instant, Goten appeared above the Pilaf demon god and delivered a single punch that shattered the mech. Goten opened the robot as one would a can, extracting Pilaf and his companions. Still in a daze, Pilaf wondered, is this it? Goten clapped his hands. Now, may I have the Dragon Balls? With a sycophantic grin, Pilaf pointed towards a mountain behind Goten. Of course, we have hidden the Dragon Balls atop that mountain. You may retrieve them. Bang! Goten struck Pilaf on the head, causing a sizable bump to form. Do you think I am as foolish as my dim-witted father? Do you take me for mere child? Xiao Wu quietly remarked. You essentially are. Bang! The Shiba Inu, Ashu, defensively cradled his head, lamenting, it wasn't Timi who said that. She was too tall. Jumping to strike was exhausting. Now, as for the Dragon Balls, Pilaf attempted to resist, but Goten had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Son Goten, what are you doing? Brother Tian, don't. After a brief search, Goten, satisfied, departed with the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. The only one left behind was the disheveled King Pilaf, lying on the ground with tears in his eyes. Gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, Goten excitedly rubbed his hands together. After all, they're the Dragon Balls. Who wouldn't he desire them? He extended his arms towards the sky and shouted, Come forth, Shenron. Suddenly, the winds shifted, lightning crackled, and the sky darkened, though it was already black, leaving no room for further darkness. A beam of golden light burst from the 7 Dragon Balls, and a magnificent green dragon soared amidst the storm clouds. As the clouds parted, the enormous dragon emerged. Speak your wish. I can grant any desire you may have. You may make 3 wishes. The majestic voice of the dragon resonated from all directions. Goten glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Son Goku, you may make a wish now. Goten immediately protested. I am not Son Goku. I am Son Goten. How well do you know my father? By the way, dragon, where do you conceal your sound system? A rare bead of sweat appeared on the dragon's face. Very well. Son Goten, you may proceed with your wish. Goten waved his hand dismissively. Just a moment. He then clasped his hands together behind him, bowed deeply, and called out loudly. Grand Elder, Lord King Kai, Uncle Piccolo, could you please not watch? This is my little secret. Fear not. I shall not engage in any wrongdoing. Thank you. The Grand Elder, King Kai, and Uncle Piccolo were all taken aback. How does he know we are watching him? They had never observed Goten's movements closely before, only aware of his existence. It was unexpected that during this summoning of the dragon, Goten recognized them. The fear of discovery loomed large. The mere presence of the dragon could be perceived, and, as the creator of the dragon, the Grand Elder would certainly be aware. If he knew, Piccolo would as well. Ultimately, Lord King Kai, who had longed for resurrection through the Dragon Balls, would undoubtedly be watching too. In the heavenly temple, the Grand Elder and Piccolo gazed down at the realm. Piccolo, why does Goten know we are watching him? The Grand Elder inquired. I do not know. Goten is not my pupil. I am unfamiliar with him. If he wishes to avoid us, so be it. If one is caught peering into another's affairs, it is rather embarrassing. I won't look any longer, Piccolo remarked. On King Kai's planet, the king clenched his fists, his antennae twitching. What a clever boy. How does Goku's son know I'm watching him? Wasn't he supposed to wish for my resurrection? Is he deceiving me? I will continue to watch. Goten called out again. Lord King Kai, please stop watching. I promise to bring you a collection of jokes when I next visit your planet, and we can arrange for your resurrection then. King Kai burst into laughter. Haha, what a good child. You truly understand. Far more than that rascal Goku. Resurrection is a trivial matter for the next time. But do not forget the joke collection. With that, King Kai also disengaged. The Grand Elder would grant Goku some leniency, while Piccolo, if discovered, would surely find it difficult to continue observing. Only the playful King Kai would likely persist, necessitating some form of persuasion. Goten felt quite proud of his cleverness. So, Son Goten, you may now make your wish. The dragon's voice trembled slightly. Goten looked at him with disdain. Oh, dragon, how feeble you are. Seeing you like this, I won't grant you any leeway. Dragon, can you divide me perfectly into 3 individuals, each possessing identical strength, memory, and physique? The dragon appeared taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend why Goten would make such a wish. That is not possible. Why not? Are you not capable of creating physical forms? Goten challenged. When Uncle Krillin was slain by Frieza, his power level exceeded 20,000. His body was destroyed, yet you could create a new form, could you not? Goten pressed on. My current combat power is less than 10,000. Why is that unacceptable? Shenlong replied. It is unrelated to strength. I can grant you a perfect physical form, yet this body would lack a soul, rendering it little more than a living corpse. Goten suddenly recalled something. What about Tian's 4-body technique? Doesn't he possess 4 conscious forms? Shenlong patiently elucidated. In dividing his body, he also split his soul into 4 parts, resulting in a corresponding reduction in strength to 1/4 of its original. Moreover, those are merely avatars. The demise of an avatar does not affect the original. Goten stroked his chin and pondered. What if I were to divide my soul into 3 parts and infuse them into those 2 bodies? Shenlong nodded. That is feasible. But the consequence would be that you can only exert 1/3 of your physical power. Frustrated, Goten exclaimed, "What should I do?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is there something in this world that can restore soul? Indeed, there is. Goten, in a fit of urgency, asked, "Then why did you not mention it earlier?" Shenlong haughtily lifted his head. "That pertains to a different wish." Goten held his head, reluctant to delve deeper. "Were they? Can you conjure them?" Shenlong, with pride, replied, "Yes, I can create items such as the golden fruit consumed by the king of hell or the fruits of the cosmic spirit tree. Consuming these can enhance the strength of those with complete souls, while those with fragmented souls can restore their essence, with the latter being the most effective." Goten inquired, "How many do I need?" Shenlong replied, "One is sufficient." Goten was filled with excitement. "Then let us commence, Shenlong. My wish is for 2 bodies identical to mine, into which I shall divide my soul, placing 1 part in each." Shenlong emitted a flash of white light, and Goten felt as though he were being torn apart. With a cry of anguish, 2 identical beings appeared before him. Goten, weak and half kneeling on the ground, felt an unprecedented level of vulnerability. He gazed at the 2, who opened their eyes and stood up, only to buckle at the knees and half kneel again. The 3 formed a triangular formation, silently observing one another. Suddenly, Goten smiled, and the other 2 Gotens mirrored his expression. They exchanged knowing glances, signifying their success. Chapter 4. The Unity of 3. "We have succeeded," Goten weakly proclaimed. "Who are we?" "We are Goten, and we are also Goten." X3. "What is our goal?" "To become the strongest warriors in the Dragon Ball universe. To capture Android 18. X2. "Silence. You rogue. That is not me." The other 2 Gotens cast disdainful glances at him. The 3 Gotens struggled to rise, simultaneously addressing Shenlong. "What is the maximum number of cosmic spirit tree fruits you can produce?" 3. "Why only 3? X3. Shenlong shook his head. "There are but 3 cosmic spirit tree fruits remaining in this universe. To be precise, I am not conjuring them for you. I am merely transferring them before you. The essence of the spirit tree's fruit has transcended my capabilities," Goten mused while stroking his chin. "It seems that wishing for infinite Senzu beans is not a possibility. It is hardly surprising. If one could simply wish for Senzu beans, the Z-Fighters would not need to laboriously wait for Krillin to cultivate them. Thus, the second wish shall be for 3 spirit tree fruits." The Eternal Dragon acknowledged with a response. "Your wish has been granted." 3 spirit tree fruits materialized in Goten's hands, and he distributed 1 to each of his companions before indulging in the delicious treat. Upon finishing, the trio felt an overwhelming surge of power. Their previously limited combat abilities were now fully unleashed, and their strength had significantly increased, with each surpassing the threshold of 10,000 in battle power. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Alas, there were only 3 fruits. "Dragon, can you transform my physique into that of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline?" Goten inquired, pointing to one of himself. The dragon replied, "That is beyond my capability." Goten pressed on, "Then can we exchange bloodlines with an existing bearer of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline?" The dragon responded, "No, their power far exceeds mine and cannot be forcibly exchanged." Goten then asked, "So, it is possible with the deceased?" The dragon confirmed, "Indeed, provided the physical body remains relatively intact." This implied that Broly from this world was still alive. However, it remained uncertain if he was the kind-hearted Broly from another timeline, which would complicate matters. The opportunity to utilize the Eternal Dragon's powers might arise in the future. "Very well, for our 3rd wish, let our tails grow back. To defeat Majin Buu." Achieving the power to transform into a Super Saiyan 3 was essential, yet the transformation was exceedingly taxing for the living, draining stamina and causing energy leaks. Gotenks could transform, likely due to the combined stamina and energy of the 2. According to Goku, Super Saiyan 3 was fundamentally a flawed transformation. Even the living Goku struggled to maintain it for a minute. In GT, it was suggested that the primary reason for the difficulty in sustaining Super Saiyan 3 was the absence of a tail. A Saiyan with a tail could mitigate the transformation's energy leakage issues, and the tail was also a crucial tool for achieving Super Saiyan 4, making it indispensable. Suddenly, the trio felt an itch at the base of their spine, and a brown tail burst forth, tearing through their pants, wiggling their newly formed tails. They felt a bit awkward, but managed to wrap them around their waist for control. The dragon wiped his brow. "Your wishes have all been fulfilled. May I depart now?" It is unusual for someone to ask so many questions on their first wish. Goten expressed his annoyance. Go on. If any wish can be granted, why not?" Upon hearing Goten's words, the dragon soared into the sky, and the three Goten simultaneously leaped, each grasping the four-star Dragon Ball. Once they landed, they erupted into laughter. It seems our thoughts are indeed aligned, the main Goten remarked. How should we address ourselves? We cannot all be called Goten, one of the others suggested. Perhaps we can add prefixes to our names, came the reply. Another Goten expressed his agreement. Very well, let the principal Goten be X, I shall be Y, and you shall be Z. Goten had contemplated this notion long ago. Even the mightiest individual possesses limitations. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the most formidable and gifted warriors are undoubtedly those who can fuse, such as Vegeta, Gogeta, and Gotenks. Thus, he embarked on an audacious endeavor to forge himself into the most powerful fusion warrior in the history of Dragon Ball. Within Dragon Ball, there exists a plethora of training systems and branches, the divine realm of Super, the primal evolution of GT, and the ultimate form developed by the Elder Kai to unlock potential. Each possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. However, upon meticulous analysis, he discerned that these forms each embody distinct primary characteristics: body, God, and mind. Body represents the physical evolution of Super Saiyan 4, characterized by ferocious physical prowess and a unique constitution capable of absorbing energy, reflecting the innate bloodline strength of the Saiyan race. God signifies divine power, the sublimation of energy and realm, perfect control over energy and body, epitomizing the divine realm's mastery over itself. Mind embodies the transformation of spirit and psyche, discarding the tedious intricacies of transformation to engage in battle as a human, consistently unleashing one's utmost power while continuously unlocking inner potential. These three elements also symbolize the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. These powers are undeniably alluring, yet the time available to Goten is alarmingly brief. In 4 years, Majin Buu will break free from his seal. In 6 years, Beerus will descend upon Earth. In 7 years, Frieza will be resurrected, alongside the God of Destruction tournament. The Zamasu Crisis, the tournament of power, Baby, and the evil dragons. Regardless of the perilous world, he possesses but a scant amount of time. Without absolute power, he cannot hope to endure these trials. This is Dragon Ball, unlike other realms where one can retreat with loved ones at the first sign of defeat. Each crisis here threatens universal annihilation. He has those he cherishes, Gohan and his mother Chi-Chi, which compels him to seek strength. Only children make choices. He desires it all. Yet time is not on his side. What then shall he do? He shall divide himself into 3 parts, with each facet mastering a distinct system, which would suffice. This method recalls a renowned spell from a previous life, the 3 Pure Ones of One Chi. When the 3 Pure Ones achieve perfection and unite, it shall be sublime. Transcending the mundane to attain the sacred, he has already completed the first step, the transformation into the 3 Pure Ones, awaiting the ultimate unification in due course. Some may ponder, what if one were to betray the fusion or engage in self-destruction? Such a scenario is implausible. They are of the same soul, sharing a singular consciousness, negating the possibility of a split, giving rise to a new self-awareness. Their relationship is thus: you are me, I am he is you. They're all Son Goten. Moreover, they share a unified goal and purpose, fully aware that only through extreme training can they achieve the pinnacle of strength and perfection in fusion. By that time, he shall no longer be the aimless, indolent, and frivolous Son Goten who squandered his days in play and pursuit of affection. Instead, we have a most perfect and formidable fusion warrior, Super Saiyan Goten. Why Goten? What is our next course of action? X Goten, with a puzzled expression. Don't you know what I'm thinking? Z Goten, with a disdainful smirk. The crux of the matter. The crux is it will pursue the Super Saiyan 4 path. X Goten hastily interjects. I am the original. I can bear a bit of injustice. I shall take the lead. Why Goten, indignant? Spare me the nonsense. Strength is one thing, but handsomeness lasts a lifetime. Z Goten, exactly. And Super Saiyan 4 is the easiest route. Oh, you mischievous old sage, trying to vie for the master with me. X Goten, with utmost sincerity, states, why? Just think about Android 18. You could train beside her every single day. Isn't that enticing? Consider the freedom of ultimate mastery. Isn't that powerful? Can you imagine the agony of facing Vegeta's sour countenance every day? Z, think again. Although you're facing Uncle Piccolo, you only need to reach Super Saiyan 2. In the future, we will certainly upgrade you to the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline and let the old Supreme Kai unlock your potential. Wouldn't it be delightful to grow stronger while lounging about? As he spoke, Goten wiped away imaginary tears. Boo-hoo, unlike me. Not only do I have to endure Vegeta's foul temper daily, but you all know his training methods are nothing short of brutal. I might even have to write the word misery in blood on the ground every day. Z and Y stroked their chins, suddenly feeling that X's reasoning was quite compelling, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, yet sensing something amiss. Goten, having stabilized the situation, immediately declared, "All right, it's settled. I shall pursue Super Saiyan 4 and seek Uncle Vegeta. Y will take the divine path following my father's legacy. And Z, you will find Uncle Piccolo to primarily focus on mental discipline, preparing to suppress the ferocity of the legendary Super Saiyan for the future. I shall return home to explain the situation to Mother. Farewell." With that, he hopped onto the flying Nimbus and soared towards home. While seated on the Nimbus, Goten's stomach suddenly grumbled. Haha, after a long day, I'm famished. Time to eat at home. Wait, did I forget something? No matter. The most important thing is to eat. Y and Z watched Goten depart, letting out a sigh, realizing this was all they could do for now. At that moment, they seemed to grasp something. They were in a desolate wilderness. Where should they go? Moreover, they couldn't fly or find their way. The two froze momentarily, then simultaneously raised their hands, shouting, "I haven't boarded the vehicle yet. We haven't boarded the vehicle." They sprinted after Goten, waving their arms and calling out to him. Yet, it was of no avail. As they saw they could not catch up, they had no choice but to stop. "Why, Goten? Do you think he did that on purpose?" Goten adamantly denied. "No, he is simply not very bright." The two exchanged glances, suddenly falling into silence. Why was I so resolute? To scold him is to scold myself. Y Goten, seeking to ease the awkwardness, spoke first. "So what shall we do now?" Goten, "I dismantled the mechs of Pilaf and his crew. They shouldn't have gone far. Isn't it reasonable to go to their place for a meal?" Y Goten raised his thumb in approval. "It's not excessive. How could the Z fighters be accused of freeloading? That's merely borrowing." The two exchanged knowing glances, perfectly in sync. Meanwhile, a castle in the demon realm echoed with anguished cries. "No, no, who is it? That scoundrel has stolen my fruit. I shall slay him." Chapter 5, Apprenticeship with Vegeta. That evening, Chi-Chi and the others discovered Goten's newfound tail. Goten candidly admitted that it was a wish granted by the dragon. What else could he say? Claim that it sprouted on its own? After all, someone was already aware of his use of the Dragon Balls. As long as no one knew about his doppelganger, he was safe. As for the reason, he simply intended to charm them with his innocent and endearing demeanor. All he had to do was lament, "My brother told me he had a tail when he was young, but I do not. I want to be like my brother. So I wa." And as he spoke, tears began to flow. Gohan and Chi-Chi's hearts melted. It was hardly a grave matter. The younger brother merely wished to feel closer to his elder sibling. What fault lay in that? Goten's heart was already reveling in triumph. They bore no grudge against him. They merely reminded him not to take things lightly after witnessing a full moon. In any case, with Gohan's strength, Goten turning into a giant ape would pose little concern. If necessary, they could simply sever his tail later on. The following morning, Goten informed Chi-Chi and the others of his intention to train. Gohan was agreeable, but Chi-Chi was sure to object. Nonetheless, Goten's resolve was unwavering, leaving Chi-Chi with little recourse. After all, she was not as stringent with Goten as Gohan was. Gohan had initially considered teaching Goten the ways of training, but Goten had declined, prioritizing Gohan's studies instead. This made both brothers feel Goten was quite mature. Goten had told Chi-Chi that he intended to seek out Master Roshi for training, as in her mind, Master Roshi's methods were the most relaxed, providing her with a sense of reassurance. Well, not entirely reassuring. She also did not wish for her son to become akin to Master Roshi. To Gohan, he mentioned training with Piccolo, as Piccolo was the one Gohan knew best, making Goten's training there the most reliable. Meanwhile, Goten had already mounted the flying Nimbus and soared toward Bulma's residence. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, Goten noticed the Nimbus veering swiftly in another direction. Were they calling for the Nimbus? Ah yes, where had they spent the night yesterday? Surely, they wouldn't come to confront him. He hastily slipped into Bulma's home. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Trunks racing go-karts in the corridor. Such is the privilege of the wealthy. Trunks, noticing Goten, expertly drifted toward him. But Goten leapt to evade Trunks' reckless driving. At that moment, he pondered whether he should feign injury and extort a hefty sum from Trunks, enlightening him on the perils of society while conveniently supplementing the household finances. Trunks, regretting his near miss, flashed Goten a self-satisfied grin. "Goten, care for a race?" Goten internally scoffed, your flashy ride shall merely kick up dust behind my 86. Though his car appeared new, its mileage would surely astonish. No, I have come to seek Uncle Vegeta. Could you kindly escort me to him? Trunks said, his face marked by disappointment. Every time you visit, it's never to see me. Truly, Goten. Hey, Goten, why have you grown a tail? Goten feigned innocence, laughing heartily. It just sprouted this morning. Ha ha. Trunks gazed at him enviously. I wish I could grow a tail too. My father once mentioned that all Saiyans have tails. Does that mean I am the only one who hasn't? Goten replied. Then let us inquire with Uncle Vegeta right away. Please, take me there. All right, Trunks agreed. Trunks promptly led Goten to Vegeta's dedicated gravity chamber, which resembled a modified spacecraft. The chamber was circular in design, and outside, one could hear the sounds of vibrations and impacts. Glancing at the display outside the chamber, Trunks gasped at the sight of 500 times gravity. If I were to enter now, I would be crushed in a pulp. Trunks exclaimed with trepidation. Goten, I suggest we wait for my father to emerge before we ask. The last time I accidentally went in, I nearly met my end. Goten shot him an incredulous glance. You truly have a carefree spirit. Despite Trunks' lingering fear of his father, Goten remained undeterred. Uncle Vegeta, it's me, Goten. I have something to discuss with you. There was no response from within the gravity chamber. Would the proud Saiyan prince halt his training for a mere child? It was only natural that there was no reply. Trunks, feeling a bit intimidated, suggested, perhaps we should just wait for my father. Goten was not interested in Trunks' hesitations. He had no time to waste. Uncle Vegeta, I have grown a tail. I heard from my brother that you were once the prince of the Saiyans. You must know what this signifies. At this, the gravity chamber ceased its operations, and the hatch slowly opened, releasing a cloud of steam. Vegeta emerged, drenched in sweat and clad in his blue battle attire. Clearly, he was concerned about the issue of lineage, especially since Trunks had not grown a tail. Vegeta regarded Goten with his usual stern demeanor, seemingly displeased by the boy's presence. Explain the situation to me, Vegeta demanded coldly. It just sprouted this morning, Goten replied. Vegeta maintained his indifference, giving the impression that he was uninterested in the matter. Is that all? You, being the offspring of a low-class warrior, must avoid looking at the full moon, lest you transform into a great ape and lose your sanity. Trunks looked on in astonishment. Vegeta, observing Trunks' reaction, admonished him sternly. What are you so surprised about? You lack a tail, and as a member of the royal lineage, even if you were to transform into a great ape, you would retain your rationality. Goten rolled his eyes, thinking, are you flaunting your superiority before me? After saying this, Vegeta turned to re-enter the gravity chamber. Wait, Uncle Vegeta! Goten quickly interjected. Vegeta turned back, his expression one of irritation. Boy, you had better have a reason. Goten's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Uncle Vegeta, I wish to request your guidance in training. Kakarot, Vegeta responded. Vegeta perceived an unwavering determination in Goten's eyes, reminiscent of his encounters with Kakarot. However, as the proud prince of Saiyans, he could not fathom offering assistance to another. With a superficial chuckle, he remarked, Do you truly believe I would teach you? Begone, for Kakarot's sake. I shall not hold this against you. With that, he turned to leave. Uncle Vegeta, you must be quite lonely, Goten boldly asserted, causing Vegeta to halt. After my father's demise, you must have felt an immense solitude, yearning to surpass him, feeling a sense of unfulfilled ambition. Am I right? In that moment, a golden aura erupted around Vegeta, his hair transforming into a radiant gold. The formidable energy wave propelled Trunks against the wall, rendering him unconscious while Goten was thrown to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Half kneeling to support himself, Vegeta pivoted fiercely, his voice laced with fury and intent to kill, each word punctuated with weight. Do not presume that because you are Kakarot's son, I would hesitate to end your life. Yet Goten, undaunted, laughed heartily. Uncle Vegeta, you are indeed formidable. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of surprise. In that moment, he recognized a striking similarity between Goten and Kakarot. Goten continued, Uncle Vegeta, do you not desire a worthy opponent, one who can rival your strength? Teach me to train. Make me stronger than my father, and when you defeat me, it would be as though you have triumphed over Kakarot himself. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued, yet his intellect prevented him from succumbing to Goten's provocation. You are attempting to manipulate me. With a confident smile, Goten replied, Do you not wish to witness your pupil? Kakarot est son, overcoming Kakarot? Vegeta's thoughts paused. The imagery was indeed captivating. Training Kakarot's son to surpass him would be a delightful challenge. It had been years since he had encountered such an intriguing prospect. However, Pride restrained him from readily agreeing. Upon seeing the gravity chamber he had long dismissed, an idea sparked within him. Kakarot, I shall mold your son in my image. Humph. A pitiful lineage, a wretched lower-class warrior, with your meager strength. You can hardly endure 10 times gravity, let alone keep pace with my training. With that, he entered the gravity chamber to commence his training. Yet, internally he mused, is this truly Kakarot's son? Goten struggled to rise, silently making his way towards the adjacent gravity chamber. In a distant valley plain, he called out, Flying Nimbus, Flying Nimbus. Goten persistently shouted to the sky, is the Nimbus I summoned not yet arrived? Frustrated, he declared, it must be that someone is still using it. How can public transport be utilized for personal gain? Pointing in a direction, he exclaimed, look, is that not the Nimbus? With joy, Goten leaped into the air, waving his small arms. Here, over here. In the life of owning a private car, encountering a sudden inability to hail a ride from Didi can indeed be quite disheartening. As the Nimbus cloud descended before Goku, he playfully tousled it and planted a fervent kiss upon it, an action he had never contemplated before. Just as he was preparing to journey to Master Roshi's abode, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance at Pilaf and his companions. Pilaf felt a shiver under Goku's gaze and, with a cheeky grin, inquired, Lord Goku, is there anything you require? Goku chuckled mischievously, stating, it is customary to bring a small gift to Master Roshi. Do you happen to have any literature of a banana hue? Pilaf and his companions blushed deeply, as if they had stumbled upon something indecent, displaying an innocence akin to that of naive youths. Goku was taken aback, exclaiming, you are older than my father, yet you remain so naive. With a fierce expression, he seemed ready to unleash fury. Truly none? Pilaf and Asu hastily knelt in supplication, assuring him of their pure-heartedness, akin to blank slates, and that they possessed nothing of the sort. Just as Goku was about to concede defeat, Little Dance shyly raised her hand, her cheeks aflame to the point of nearly dripping with warmth. To the astonishment of the onlookers, she cautiously produced a banana-colored book from her bosom, still imbued with her delicate fragrance and warmth. Trunks was indeed fortunate. Little Dance, as head, nearly touched her chest in embarrassment, while Goku declared himself a man of propriety, eschewing any lasciviousness, and silently tucked the book away. Goku sensed something amiss, exclaiming, you're planning to keep it all to yourself. Chapter 6, Preparations complete. With aspirations of Master Roshi in his heart, Goku mounted the Nimbus cloud and set off towards the Turtle Hermit's dwelling. Pilaf and his companions wept tears of joy, relieved that this harbinger of misfortune had finally departed. Yet, casting a glance at Goku, they lamented, why must son Wukong be so prolific? In our youth, we perceived his innocence, but how has he turned into such a lecherous figure? Unbeknownst to Goku, had he understood their thoughts, he would have marveled at the strength of his mother. Chi-Chi possessed remarkable equestrian skills, without her efforts during the 7 days of the Cell Games. His very existence might have been uncertain. Goku remarked, let us delve into the matter of why you possess banana-colored comic books. Pilaf and Asu responded with excitement, yes. Indeed, Little Dance was utterly mortified. Perched upon the Nimbus cloud, Goku scrutinized the banana-colored book with a critical eye, deeming it utterly unworthy and in need of reproach. Such material must not sully the eyes of Master Wu Tian. It would be better to bear the burden alone. The Nimbus cloud seemed to question whether he truly valued its presence, threatening to cast him into the sea. Goku navigated the Nimbus cloud, skimming across the ocean's surface, splashing water on either side, a long-held dream since his childhood days watching anime. It was exhilarating. A small island gradually emerged, featuring a solitary red cottage atop its shores. Though modest in size, the island was equipped with all essentials: grassy meadows, sandy beaches, and swaying coconut trees, a veritable paradise for retirement. As Wu Tian descended upon the sandy shore, he leaped off the Nimbus cloud, bidding it farewell with a wave. Are you son Wukong? How have you shrunk so? Wu Tian, unwilling to elaborate further, decided to clarify once everyone had arrived. Turtle, could you take me to Master Wu Tian? I am a sea turtle. Wukong, you remain unchanged. The sea turtle grumbled, yet turned to call into the house, Master Wu Tian, Wukong has arrived. What? The startled exclamations echoed from within, accompanied by the clattering of sounds. 2 gleaming bald heads squeezed through the doorway. Wukong, have you been resurrected? Where is Wukong? Krillin, clad in a turtle school martial arts uniform, peered upward, finding no one. However, Master Roshi was elated, as Wu Tian's appearance mirrored that of the young Wukong perfectly. Tears began to flow unbidden as he joyfully embraced Wu Tian. Haha, it truly is Wukong. But why have you shrunk so? At that moment, the diminutive figure of Krillin finally noticed Wu Tian in Master Roshi's arms, his form, tail, and familiar crab-like head identical to when he and Wukong first entered the school. Krillin too shed tears of excitement. Is it really Wukong? Have you returned? Wu Tian, feeling elevated into the air, marveled at the depth of their bond. Perhaps this was the allure of Son Wukong. Grandpa Turtle, could you please set me down? Wu Tian softly requested, wishing to maintain the demeanor befitting his age. Master Roshi complied, and Wu Tian clasped his hands together. Hello, Uncle Krillin. Hello, Grandpa Turtle. I'm not my father. I am Son Wu Tian. Krillin felt a pang of disappointment, having thought Wukong had returned, but gazing upon the likeness of Wu Tian. Nostalgia washed over him. Wu Tian, are you close to my father? Wu Tian inquired. Of course. Your father and I are brothers in arms. You know, I have never seen him angry in my life, Krillin replied joyfully. Well, you certainly haven't seen him in his lifetime, Wu Tian remarked, while Master Roshi remained notably composed. So you're named Wu Tian? My name is Wu Tian, and you have come here for what purpose? Wu Tian paused, perhaps too transparent, for he had never pondered the origin of his name. Son Gohan was named after Wukong's grandfather, and Wu Tian might have been named after another ancestor, Wu Tian. Should one commend Son Wukong for honoring his forebears, or criticize him for his audacity? Wait, that is not right. Wu Tian was not named by Son Wukong. The Sun family truly lacks creativity in naming, Wu Tian mused. Master Wu Tian, I have come to train under you. Please accept me as your disciple. Master Roshi was exceedingly pleased, for the Turtle School was finally receiving fresh blood, and not just any, but the child of Wukong, signifying a new lineage. As Wukong's offspring, Wu Tian's path to learning would undoubtedly be far more accessible than that of his predecessor. As everyone reveled in joy, a striking figure emerged from within the house. Oh, he bears a remarkable resemblance to Son Wukong. May I eliminate him? The chilling words of Krillin's wife sent an awkward shiver through him. 18. Goten is still a child. Such morbid thoughts should not escape your lips. However, Goten seemed oblivious to Krillin's admonitions, captivated by 18's beauty. With her lustrous golden hair and a fringe that partially concealed her enchanting visage, she indeed embodied the first goddess of Dragon Ball, prompting Goten to exclaim, Sister, you are truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, 18's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, pleasantly surprised by the perceptiveness of Goku's son. Goten's innocent compliment instantly gratified her vanity, for children are untainted by deceit. Yet, Krillin remained oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Goten, 18 is my wife. You should address her as any. 18 shot him a frosty glare, her brows furrowing in irritation as she turned to re-enter the house. Goten chuckled at Krillin's misstep, remarking, Uncle Krillin, you needn't speak if you lack the words. He pondered how Krillin had the fortune to marry 18. Krillin was utterly perplexed. What had he misjudged? Had 18's temperament worsened since her pregnancy? A flash of realization struck Goten. Pregnancy? No. The snowflakes dance in the northern wind. Goten, what occupies your thoughts? A hand waved before Goten's eyes, rousing him from his reverie. Uncle Krillin, it's nothing. When shall my training with Master Wu Tian commence? The incident with 18 was merely a fleeting distraction. Prowess was the ultimate truth. Master Roshi, with his characteristic amiability, counseled Goten do not rush. Our Turtle School's philosophy is to engage in wholesome activities, diligent study, joyful play, delightful feasting, ample rest, and to lead a fulfilling and spirited life. Today we shall rest, and tomorrow Krillin will guide your training. Krillin, astonished, pointed to himself. Me? Master Wu Tian, I haven't trained in ages. Master Roshi, with a knowing glance, replied, Krillin, nurturing the next generation is a commendable form of training as well. Goten did not oppose the idea of being taught by Krillin. Although his strength was modest, he was a true practitioner of the Turtle School's martial arts, and Goten could learn numerous techniques from him. Approaching Krillin, Goten clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Master Krillin, I humbly seek your guidance henceforth. Receiving acknowledgement and respect from the younger generation reignited Krillin's confidence. Goten's purpose in coming here was not solely to rapidly enhance his strength, but to attain a deeper understanding of the heart. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Master Krillin, I came here to train on Bulma's recommendation. She bestowed upon me this, instructing me to present it to Master Wu Tian. Since you are now my mentor, I shall give it to you. With that, Goten produced a book from his bosom and handed it to Krillin. As Krillin gazed at the book in his hands, his eyes glimmered with excitement. Oh, Goten, you haven't read this, have you? Wu Tian With an innocent demeanor, remarked, "No, Aunt Bulma merely instructed me to hand it to Master Wu Tian. She never asked me to read it. I detest studying." Krillin, assuming a serious expression, responded, "Ah, Wu Tian is quite thoughtful. This is something only adults should peruse." As he spoke, he tucked the item into his embrace. Master Roshi then struck Krillin on the head, exclaiming, "You insolent disciple, put that down. You are merely delivering it on my behalf. It rightfully belongs to me." Krillin swiftly evaded, asserting, "Master Wu Tian, this is a token of gratitude from Wu Tian. Did I not present it to you in a similar manner back in the day? Besides, you already possess many volumes. Let this one be mine." Master Wu Tian's muscles tensed as he prepared to assume the turtle school stance, declaring, "Impudent. Have you forgotten who your master is after all these years of my inactivity? This is a limited edition." Krillin refused to relent, and the two elder gentlemen squabbled over a banana-colored book in front of a younger generation. Wu Tian smiled faintly, finding the unfolding events increasingly amusing. Meanwhile, Wu Tian awaited the arrival of Flying Drip with impatience, pondering, "This is taking far too long. Surely, he isn't deliberately flying slowly just to read more." Taking a bite of the roasted meat he had prepared himself, he noticed Pilaf and his companions drooling as they had exhausted their funds for food. Amused by their plight, Wu Tian encouraged, "Go ahead and eat." Pilaf and the others gazed at him in disbelief. "Really?" Wu Tian nodded affirmatively. Pilaf then lunged at the roasted meat like a famished dog, exclaiming between bites, "You are truly a kind-hearted person. Is this little bit of food what makes you a good person? You all are quite amusing." During this time, the Nimbus cloud had returned. However, Wu Tian encountered a dilemma. He seemed unaware of Piccolo's whereabouts. The elusive nature of Piccolo made him difficult to locate. Wondering if calling out his name would elicit a response, he recalled that Namekians possess an exceptional spiritual awareness, akin to the Grand Elder of Namek, who could sense the approach of others from afar. Determined to try, Wu Tian decided to call out, as the other two had already departed. He cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted into the sky, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo." After calling for some time, without any sign of Piccolo, he could only sit down in defeat, realizing he might need to return home and inquire with his brother. "Are you Wu Tian? Why are you calling me?" A voice emanated from above. With a greenish hue to his complexion, Piccolo hovered above Wu Tian, causing Pilaf and the others to drop their roasted meat in shock. "Piccolo, the great demon king, aren't you dead?" Wu Tian stood up, joyfully exclaiming, "Uncle Piccolo." Hearing himself referred to as the great demon king caused Piccolo's visage to darken further. "I have not been a king for many years. It was a phase in my youth, a fleeting moment of youthful folly. What do you want, Wu Tian? Is it about your tail?" Piccolo had encountered Goten before. Though he was merely an infant at the time, he distinctly remembered that Goten lacked a tail. Reflecting on the dragon he had seen yesterday, he began to grasp the implications of this detail. Goten chuckled innocently. "Ha, the tail was a wish I made yesterday. Look, Uncle Piccolo, isn't it just as handsome as my brother?" At the mention of Gohan, Piccolo proudly lifted his head. Gohan was now the strongest person on Earth, someone he had trained himself. "So, your wish yesterday was for this? What brings you to me?" Goten's smile faded as he adopted a serious demeanor. "Uncle Piccolo, please teach me to train. I know my brother was taught by you, and I aspire to be as powerful as him." Chapter 7. My name is Son Goten. A smile crept onto Piccolo's lips. Ever since he had trained Gohan, he had taken great pleasure in mentoring his pupil, which filled him with pride. He had nurtured a disciple who surpassed Son Goku. Unfortunately, Gohan had recently abandoned his training, which left Piccolo feeling frustrated, as he could no longer keep up with Gohan and had little left to teach him. Gohan's disinterest in training compounded this issue. However, upon hearing Goten's request, Piccolo immediately agreed, for Goten was different from Gohan. Gohan had initially trained out of necessity when Vegeta threatened to attack Earth, forcing him into rigorous training. In contrast, Goten was eager and proactive. Piccolo could see the excitement and fierce determination in Goten's eyes. Truly, he was the child most resembling Goku, not just in appearance, but also in his innocence, kindness, naivety, and vivacity, coupled with a thirst for battle. Piccolo found himself increasingly satisfied with this new disciple, envisioning a future where Goten would surpass Gohan. What could be more exhilarating than training a powerful disciple? Perhaps training an even stronger one. Very well. You shall be my disciple from this day forth. As my disciple, I shall grant you a stylish outfit. A smile that Piccolo could not suppress emerged as he pointed at Goten. In an instant, Goten's attire transformed into a striking purple martial arts uniform, identical to Piccolo's, adorned with a large character for demon on the back. This purple is quite striking, Goten remarked. Didn't we agree not to become demon kings? He clasped his hands together and bowed to Piccolo. I look forward to your guidance, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo smiled knowingly and took off into the sky, holding on to Goten's attire. Poir and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Who had they just faced? The Demon King Piccolo. Simply surviving was a victory in itself. What shall we do next? King Pilaf? Poir inquired softly. Pilaf, filled with ambition, declared, of course, we will continue our efforts to conquer the world. But how will we leave this place? Shu interjected. The trio froze in place, apprehensive of the sudden stillness in the air. I haven't boarded yet. Take us with you. In the blink of an eye, a year passed, leading them to the year 771 of the age. Throughout this year, the trio has experienced significant growth. In the interim, Wu-Tian, with the assistance of Bulma, has crafted 3 wristwatch communicators, allowing them to communicate privately. Simultaneously, they have all mastered the art of flight, rendering the use of the flying Nimbus unnecessary. Thus, they collectively decided to abandon the laborious Nimbus, a decision marked by disdain for its perceived inadequacies. Notably, Wu-Tian has seen the most substantial increase in power, boasting a combat strength of 3 million. In the gravity chamber of Vegeta, Kakarot's son is indeed a wretched low-class warrior. Unable to withstand even 300 times the normal gravity, he should refrain from claiming to be a Saiyan warrior outside. It would be a disgrace to our kind, Vegeta cruelly mocks Wu-Tian. At this moment, Wu-Tian, clad in the same Saiyan battle attire as Vegeta, a white vest over a blue bodysuit, has allowed his hair to grow considerably due to his mixed heritage and lack of a haircut. His once neat hairstyle has devolved into a messy crab head with a ponytail tied at the back. Wu-Tian, half squatting with his body bent forward, clenches his fists tightly, his teeth gritted, trembling all over with large beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression one of profound anguish. Over the past year, he has progressed from enduring 10 times the normal gravity to reaching the threshold of 100 times in Vegeta's gravity chamber, a feat that took him 6 months. His combat power has surged from 10,000 to 300,000 without acquiring any new techniques, making him perhaps the first being with such a formidable power level, yet lacking the ability to fly. Eventually, as Wu-Tian approached Vegeta during his transition from 100 to 200 times gravity, Vegeta, embarrassed by Wu-Tian's struggle, delivered a harsh beating, sending him straight into a Saiyan recovery pod, the same type that Goku had previously used. However, this turned out to be a fortunate turn of events, as it indicated that Vegeta acknowledged him and was willing to impart some knowledge. Upon emerging from the recovery pod, Wu-Tian found that his power had surged to an astonishing 5 million, marking his first explosive display of potential. In the days that followed, Wu-Tian spent most of his time either inside the recovery pod or on his way to it, leading him to suspect that Vegeta was settling personal scores. During the latter half of the year, Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, instructed him in various skills, often ridiculing him with remarks such as, "You fool. How do you not know how to use the Kamehameha? Or you imbecile. We Saiyans could fly at a much younger age." Wu-Tian could only respond with disbelief, noting that the Saiyans had a knowledge transfer device that allowed them to learn without study, a luxury he lacked, and questioned why Vegeta expected so much from someone of his age. To this day, upon reaching 3 million in combat power, Wu-Tian was met with Vegeta's unpredictable whims as he abruptly increased the gravity to 300. Under such pressure, Wu-Tian found himself unable to move even a finger. Is this all you can do? For Kakarot's son, this is utterly disgraceful. Rather than allowing you to embarrass our Saiyan name outside, it would be better for me to end you now, Vegeta berated him. Faced with such harsh treatment, Wu-Tian, though aware of Vegeta's character, felt the strain of his circumstances. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and Saiyans, known for their violence, are no exception. The voice of Vegeta incessantly echoed in Goten's ears, calling out Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot. The overwhelming sensation of having his hard-earned efforts dismissed due to his lineage incited a deep-seated fury within him. Throughout the year, Vegeta had never addressed him by name, referring to him instead as a contemptible lowly warrior or simply Kakarot's son. Kakarot, Kakarot, my blood is his, yet my struggles are unrecognized. At times, golden flames of energy erupted around Goten's body, causing his hair to stand on end, oscillating between black and gold. Vegeta's eyes gleamed momentarily, but he quickly concealed his astonishment. So be it, Kakarot's son. You are nothing compared to your brother Gohan. not even worthy of a finger of his. Depart from my presence. I wish not to taint my domain with your presence. Goten's expression hardened. Once again, Kakarot's son. Why does Gohan possess a name while I do not? A torrent of rage exploded within Goten's mind. My name is Son Goten. The golden aura erupted from Goten's being, obliterating the gravity chamber. This commotion even caught the attention of Bulma and Trunks. What is happening? Vegeta, are you destroying the house again? Bulma exclaimed, her irritation evident as she surveyed the ruins of the gravity chamber, convinced it was yet another of Vegeta's misdeeds. As the smoke cleared, a golden figure emerged. Goten. At this moment, Goten had fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, his gaze icy, with golden hair and azure eyes. Bulma and Trunks stared in disbelief at the scene. How old was Goten? Only 4 years old. A 4-year-old Super Saiyan. A barely concealed smile crept across Vegeta's lips. Goten cast a cold glance in his direction, and Vegeta perceived a fierce determination and intent to battle in Goten's eyes. In an instant, Goten appeared before Vegeta, raising his fist for a strike. Vegeta barely had time to react before Goten's punch landed squarely on his face. Stumbling backward, Vegeta regained his footing only to find Goten closing in with a swift kick aimed at him. Anticipating this, Vegeta raised his hand to block the attack while simultaneously seizing Goten's ankle. Just as Vegeta prepared to slam Goten to the ground, he was taken aback as Goten disregarded Vegeta's grip, executing a complete 360-degree spin, forcibly dislocating his own ankle. His right leg twisted grotesquely. In a quick follow-up, Goten delivered a left kick to Vegeta's neck, breaking free from Vegeta's grasp. Vegeta was astonished that such a young child could be so ruthless. Perhaps one day, he might indeed surpass Kakarot. Goten pressed the attack, unleashing a flurry of punches that forced Vegeta to retreat repeatedly. It was evident that in his normal state, he was at a disadvantage. Defeating Goten in this form was an impossibility. However, Goten did not grant him the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. His assault was relentless and meticulously coordinated. Vegeta could only attempt a desperate breakout, leveraging the impact of Goten's punch to propel himself out of the onslaught's range. How could Goten possibly have his wishes granted? The prince's combat technique unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Vegeta. Since this was Bulma's home, Vegeta chose not to deflect them, but instead absorbed them all. Vegeta! Dad! Bulma and Trunks called out anxiously, as the safety of their loved ones was paramount, overshadowing the trivialities of property damage. Today, Goten and Vegeta were truly fighting with all their might. As soon as Goten completed his prince's combat technique, he clasped his hands together behind him, gathering energy in a preparatory stance, slowly coalescing a purple energy, intermittently sparking with arcs of violet lightning. Goten murmured, "Gallic gun," as the smoke from the prince's technique dissipated. The golden Super Vegeta made his entrance. Observing Goten above, Vegeta smiled, impressed. Goten's angle for launching the Gallic gun was potent enough to obliterate the Earth, ensuring that he would not evade, but rather confront the full force of the attack. Vegeta relished such unrestrained combat. "Haha, well done, Goten. But alas, you still have much to learn." Goten thrust his hands forward, releasing a colossal beam of purple energy toward Vegeta, who retaliated with his own Gallic gun. The two waves of intense energy collided violently in the air, and Goten's initial advantage gradually waned under Vegeta's pressure. "Goten, you have a long way to go," Vegeta declared, pushing forward with one hand, his Gallic gun overpowering Goten's and engulfing him entirely. Goten closed his eyes, pondering whether the gap was still too vast. "Dad, have I brought shame to the Sun family?" A blinding white light illuminated the ground, rendering everyone unable to see. When Bulma regained her sight, she saw Vegeta descending with a battered Goten in his arms, his clothes torn and body bruised. "Is Goten all right?" Bulma asked with concern. Vegeta replied coldly, "This kid is tougher than he looks. Just toss him into the healing chamber." Bulma took Goten and rushed toward the healing pod, followed closely by a worried Trunks. Leaving Vegeta standing alone, he touched the wound on his abdomen, a smear of blood staining his glove. TCH, that kid. Chapter 8, Life on Kame House. Year 771, location, Kame House. "Goten, wake up. It's time to train." Goten, groggy and bleary-eyed, opened his eyes to find a kindly old man before him. Master Roshi? I would prefer if Android 18 were the one to wake me." With a swift strike, Master Roshi tapped Goten on the head, causing a sizable bump to form. "I thought so, you little rascal. Taking advantage daily, thinking I wouldn't notice." He struck again, leaving another mark resembling a gourd on Goten's head. Goten rubbed his head but offered no retort, sticking out his tongue. After spending some time living in Kame House, Goten's true nature had been thoroughly revealed. What is emphasized here can be distilled into two words: spontaneity. Much like Master Roshi, the martial arts master and head of the Turtle School, he never conceals his lecherous nature. After spending some time together, Krillin and Master Roshi discovered that Goten was far from the innocent child they had imagined. He was petty, lascivious, and quite mischievous. Nevertheless, he remained a kind-hearted boy. It was only in the presence of Android 18 that he appeared truly vexatious. With his innocent and charming demeanor, coupled with a delightful way of speaking, Goten successfully garnered Android 18's affection. Whenever he made her laugh, she would embrace and kiss him, even going so far as to approach Chi-Chi with the intent of adopting him as her godson. This left Master Roshi and Krillin gnashing their teeth in frustration. Additionally, it vexed the other two Goten's, who regretted their earlier choices. Initially, Goten adhered to a strict routine at Master Roshi's abode, rising at 4:30 a.m. for moral education. The lessons revolved around the purpose of martial arts: to strengthen the body, to promote justice, and to refrain from using one's prowess as a means to seduce women. In essence, it was a lesson in martial ethics. At 5 a.m., the delivery of milk commenced. However, Goten, burdened with a hefty turtle shell and accompanied by Krillin, moved with greater speed than Goku did in his youth, delivering an even larger quantity of milk. At 8 a.m., they began plowing the fields, and only after completing this task could they partake in breakfast. The time leading up to lunch was filled with lessons. For as Master Wu Tian stated, without training the mind, all physical prowess is meaningless for a martial artist. Thanks to Master Wu Tian, Goten became the only literate one among the three Goten's. Upon arriving in this world, he absorbed the language through his surroundings but was too young to learn to write. Thus, irrespective of whether it was X or Z, they remained illiterate. Albeit Goten could boast to them, "You two are mere uncultured brutes, unable to recognize a single character." After lunch, a mandatory nap until 1:30 p.m. was enforced, as Master Wu Tian advocated for a balance of work and rest. The afternoons were filled with labor, evading sharks and dinosaurs, capturing others to be stung by bees. "One day, I shall consume you all." In the evenings, the old lecher would gather with the other two lecherous ones to watch gymnastics. How delightful it was! In summary, the training of the Turtle School embodies a harmonious balance of labor, ethics, artistry, physical prowess, beauty, and diligence. This validated Master Wu Tian's assertion: engage in vigorous exercise, diligent study, joyful play, wholesome meals, and adequate rest. Life itself is a form of cultivation. What was originally intended as a year of foundational training was condensed into merely 2 months by Goten. The subsequent 4 months were overseen by Krillin, who imparted various Turtle School techniques to Goten. After 6 months, Krillin, citing Goten's voracious appetite, sent him on foot to Korin Tower and the Heavenly Palace, a journey cloaked in the guise of training. Along the way, he paid a visit to Yamcha and Tian. He triumphed over Yamcha, but was defeated by Tian. He stayed with Yamcha for half a month, mastering the Wolfang Fist and the Spirit Ball. With Tian, he remained for a month and a half, learning the four-way fist and the key cannon. Yet he still could not triumph over him. His strength was not inferior to that of a Super Saiyan. Tian Shinhan is a true martial artist. He journeyed forth, championing the weak and upholding justice, until he arrived at Korin Tower, where he encountered the Indian father and son, who likewise mistook him for Sun Wukong. He faced numerous challenges and formed connections with an ever-growing circle of individuals. Perhaps this is the essence of experience. Upon meeting Master Krillin and Yakinub, Goten did not partake in the Super Sacred Water trial, for his current prowess rendered it unnecessary. Master Krillin could hardly match his speed. He also refrained from consuming the Super Sacred Water, harboring suspicions that Goku's viral heart disease stemmed from it, given that the water was indeed toxic in nature. To prevent Yakinub from consuming the newly sprouted senza beans, Goten took 3 of them. With his golden staff still hanging at home, Goten opted to fly directly up to the temple, where he encountered Mr. Satan and Mr. Buu. To his surprise, Mr. Buu fought him to a standstill. This Mr. Buu is quite enigmatic, seemingly existing on Earth even before Piccolo's arrival. He would delve deeper into his secrets once his own strength increased. After completing this trial, he returned home, spending a month there before heading back to Master Roshi's house, where he engaged in daily sparring with Krillin. Just yesterday, he successfully defeated Krillin, who, despite appearances, now boasted a power level of 1.3 million, while Goten had reached 1.2 million. Krillin's defeat was merely a matter of Goten employing more techniques. Their sparring was lighthearted, hence Goten had not sustained any serious injuries over the past year, ironically making him the weakest among them. Goten lazily donned his attire, featuring a black long-sleeve undershirt beneath an orange martial arts uniform of the Turtle School, almost identical to his original outfit, save for the character on the back, which had changed from Heaven to Turtle. As was customary, Goten descended for breakfast and greeted Android 18, who was bustling in the kitchen, only to find Krillin feeding a baby. Indeed, it was Krillin who was feeding. Android 18 had given birth to a girl. Unbeknownst to him, he named their daughter after his former girlfriend, Marin. If I cannot have you as my wife, I shall have you as my daughter, Krillin seemed to think. Fortunate that 18 was unaware. After Goten finished his meal, Master Roshi called him to the television. Goten, you have already triumphed over Krillin, and we have little left to teach you. It is time for you to forge your own path. Goten looked at the old turtle with disbelief, muttering, Master Wu Tian, you said the same thing 6 months ago, sending me to the heavenly temple. Surely, you are not envious, wishing to rid yourself of me? Goten stubbornly declared, I shall not leave. The food here is delightful, the sleep is restful, and the lovely Android 18 is present. Is this not the very essence of our Turtle School's teachings? Upon hearing Goten's words, Android 18 chuckled softly. Master Roshi's face flushed, but he soon regained his composure. Oh, Goten, I recognize your fervent pursuit of martial arts. Yet it is imperative to understand that the essence of mastering such an art lies not in defeating others, but in conquering oneself. Should you become lost in the allure of immense power, maturity may forever elude you. Goten, having set aside his frivolous demeanor, attentively absorbed the teachings of Master Roshi, a venerable elder imparting wisdom to his junior. With a sigh, Master Roshi self-deprecatingly remarked, alas, your prowess has reached a level that warrants your independence. However, Goten, such remarkable achievements at your tender age may lead to complacency. As he lifted his gaze, it seemed he was ensnared by the tendrils of nostalgia. In the past, after your father and Uncle Krillin embarked on their journeys, I disguised myself and bested them, illustrating that there are always greater powers beyond our own. Yet, I no longer possess the strength to convey such truths to you. I can only hope you remember, regardless of how formidable you become, never underestimate the vastness of this world. Listening to Master Roshi's counsel, Goten grasped the profound wisdom embedded within. No one understands the might of this realm better than he. Be it Buu, the god of destruction, the angels, Hit, or Jiren, any one of these formidable beings could extinguish him with ease. What, then, why does he have to feel pride? Rising to his feet, Goten bowed to Master Roshi, Krillin, and Android 18, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for their care and promising to cherish their memories. Krillin, having entrusted Marin to Android 18, approached his young apprentice and affectionately ruffled Goten's hair. Goten, having you as a disciple fills me with conflicting emotions, joy and sorrow. Haha, it is a year. You have surpassed me. You Saiyans are truly extraordinary. However, Goten, I recognize your strong sense of pride. With a powerful father and brother, the pressure must be immense. Yet, I believe you will undoubtedly surpass them. After all, you are Son Goten. Regardless, you will always be my student. Typically reserved, Goten often identified himself as the son of Goku and the brother of Gohan. Yet his pride surpassed that of many. He yearned to step out from the shadows of his elders, detesting comparisons that began with, as expected of Goku's son, or as expected of Gohan's brother. Unexpectedly, his humble mentor discerned this truth. Unable to contain his emotions, Goten, having experienced a year of joy and familial care on Turtle Island, found himself reluctant to depart. The warmth of such affection was truly delightful. In a moment of vulnerability, he embraced Krillin tightly, burying his face in his shirt to conceal his emotions. Yet, how could Krillin fail to notice the dampness upon his chest? Master Roshi and Android 18 looked on with expressions of contentment. Suddenly, Goten teleported away from Krillin's embrace, leaving only traces of tears upon his shirt. Soaring swiftly through the sky, Goten's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying! Ding, ding, ding. Who sent that message? Goten glanced at the communication devices worn by the three. Z, it has been a year, everyone. Come test your strength. Join me here. Uncle Piccolo will be absent tomorrow. So let us see who has been slacking off. Why? Did you just mention me? You are acutely aware that I follow the martial arts path. Alas, I find myself at a standstill, having only ascended to Super Saiyan after a year. Surely, I cannot be the last to achieve this transformation. Ugh. You're still alive? Oh, you're still alive? X. Indeed, I am still among the living, ha ha ha. Outside the group chat, both Y and Z clench their fists, filled with the desire to vanquish him. Chapter 9. The Great XYZ Battle. Winds and sand swirled through the air, with towering mountains and forests surrounding a remarkably concealed clearing. At the heart of this clearing lay an enormous arena. In the center of the arena sat a child with a crab-like head, garbed in a purple martial arts uniform, seemingly in a state of meditation. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the boy was not in contact with the ground, but rather suspended in midair. A child clad in a form-fitting blue battle suit shattered the tranquility. "Why are you wearing such fine attire?" The purple-clad boy opened his eyes and chuckled. "Aren't you also dressed in fine attire?" As the two fell into silence, another voice echoed from the mountainside. "Hey, why are you both wearing such fine clothing? Are you seeking excitement?" Haha, it was Y Goten, while Z Goten stood on the arena and X Goten hovered above. Indeed, they were all the same individual, and their humorous remarks reflected a striking consensus. Just as the two were about to retort, they found themselves at a loss for words, as Y Goten was already adorned in the original attire of Goten. Y leaped down from the mountainside and approached the arena, with X following closely behind. "Y, the World Martial Arts Tournament arena, a true reflection of my style." X glanced at the two, one at 2 million, the other at 1. 2 million. When did I become the underdog? Z rolled his eyes. Only you are relentlessly pushing yourself. Y and I are simply training normally. Why not in agreement? Acknowledging that true strength is not solely determined by combat power. X, feeling disgruntled, thought, I have endured so many beatings, and yet I cannot indulge myself. Z Goten's year of training appeared to have yielded greater maturity than the other two. All right, we have little time to spare. What will we do if Uncle Piccolo returns? X shrugged indifferently. Whether it's a free-for-all or a one-on-one, if you find it too challenging, I can take on both of you. Y responded. Master Wu Tian once mentioned that there are always greater beings beyond us. Excessive pride can lead to downfall. Let us engage in a free-for-all, without utilizing flight techniques or transforming into Super Saiyan. Those who lose consciousness or fall from the arena will be declared defeated. X protested. Should I bind my hands and feet for you? Even without transforming into Super Saiyan, you cannot hope to match me. Z concurred, however. Since we are competing, it should be somewhat entertaining. With that, he produced a bag from behind, opening it to reveal the sound of Dragon Balls cascading to the ground. With X's own Dragon Ball, there were precisely 7. X, Dragon Balls, what did you gather these? Z replied. Aside from sparring with Uncle Piccolo each day, I spend my time meditating to concentrate my mental energy. Naturally, I have ample time. Otherwise, why do you think our mother hasn't come to find us? Z, Dragon Ball grants 3 wishes, which ideally should be divided among us, 1 for each. However, since the battle is upon us, let us amend the rules. The first one to lose will forfeit their wish, while the victor may claim 2. Agreed. I happen to possess 3 senzu beans, so rest assured I shall not perish. Ready. The 3 participants form a triangular formation on the arena, carefully scrutinizing one another. Z, I shall toss this stone into the air. The battle shall commence upon its descent. With that, he forcefully hurls the stone upwards. The 3 hold their breath, fixated on the sky, still gazing upwards, their eyes unwavering. X, exasperated, erupts in frustration. Why throw it so high? Z, it's quite difficult to control, you know. Would you prefer to throw it again? X naturally declines. He shares a similar disposition with Vegeta, lacking the finesse to moderate his strength, either too light or excessively heavy. Y, Goten, shaking his head in resignation, says, allow me to take charge. As a disciple of the Turtle School, I possess the ability to regulate my power. Y tosses the stone, and it lands successfully. At the moment of impact, all 3 spring into action, resulting in a fierce clash at the center of the arena that fractures the ground beneath them. You two have indeed formed an alliance. Initially, X Goten had intended to unleash his full power to swiftly eliminate the weakest, Y Goten, before engaging Z Goten in a one-on-one confrontation. However, he was taken aback by their immediate collaboration. In truth, Z had conspired with Y beforehand, employing a telepathic technique learned from Piccolo, a form of psychic ability requiring considerable mental fortitude, which Gohan does not possess. Why? Do you think we are foolish? It suffices to eliminate you first. Z, I have long desired to strike you. Y and Z Goten deliver rapid punches, forcing X Goten to retreat repeatedly, yet he remains unfazed, adeptly blocking each attack. Their combined efforts pose no real threat to him. X, masters, please, if you're going to scrape me, do it with some vigor. Have you not dined? Why Goten retorts with a smirk. Is that so, my dear guest? Perhaps you should try this. As Z attacks, Why Goten raises his right hand above his head, a yellow disc swiftly spinning into existence, emitting a resonant hum. X, Spirit Slash. Why Goten launches the Spirit Slash. Here comes your fruit platter, guest. X Goten swiftly braces himself, releasing his energy, which envelopes him in a protective shield, propelling Z Goten away. The Spirit Slash, emanating from a power level of 70,000, is something even Frieza would hesitate to confront. What then of this one at 1,200,000? Yet, he neglects a crucial detail. Unless there is a significant disparity in power, no one can withstand or block the Spirit Slash head-on. As the Spirit Slash nears the energy shield, it penetrates within less than a second, hurtling towards X Goten. In haste, X Goten ducks, the Spirit Slash narrowly missing him, severing several strands of his hair, and striking the cliff behind him, which crumbles in response, the cut smooth and precise. X Goten appears quite disheveled. Why Goten swiftly follows up, appearing before X Goten with a mischievous grin. Upon seeing his expression, X Goten thinks to himself, this is not good. Solar flare. Why Tian shone with the brilliance of the sun, and his bald appearance only enhanced this effect. A blinding light struck X Tian's eyes, causing him immense pain as he shielded them, nearly blinded. However, attacking him at this moment would be unwise, for he could retaliate by sensing the energy of others. Meanwhile, Z Tian was not idle. He extended his palm towards X Tian, and, as though attempting to grasp him, the surrounding mountain wall shattered. The debris rapidly converged upon X Tian, incessantly colliding with him to form a colossal stone sphere. This was not mere coincidence, but a manifestation of telekinesis, taught by Piccolo and later refined by him into the technique known as Earth Explosion Wave. Both Z Tian and Y Tian gathered their energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to X Tian. Y Tian crouched low, his hands forming a lotus shape at his waist, as blue energy coalesced around him. Turtle School. Energy Blast. Z Tian stood tall, palms outstretched, pushing forward as yellow energy gathered in his hands. Demon Flashlight. The blue and yellow energies merged, enveloping the stone sphere, which disintegrated into powder in an instant. Even the cliff behind them erupted, creating a massive cavity. Panting heavily, Z Tian and Y Tian supported themselves on their knees. Was he knocked off the stage? Tian gasped. I don't know, but there is no smoke. He has probably been sent flying, Z Tian replied. The series of attacks had drained a considerable amount of their stamina. As the debris on the arena settled, X Tian slowly rose. His white armor fractured and his garments slightly tattered. He touched his neck and twisted it. You all play quite extravagantly. You even unleashed the Earth Explosion Wave. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Suddenly, a hand appeared before Y Tian. So swift, a tremendous force struck him, akin to being hit by a train. Y Tian tumbled across the ground like a broken doll. Just as he was about to fall off the stage, he thrust his hand into the stone platform, sending rocks flying. Even with the arena's cushioning, Y Tian only halted at the edge of the stage. What terrifying power! Z Tian watched this scene, his eyes filled with dread. You're definitely not limited to a battle power of 3 million. X Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly scoffing. Did he truly believe my battle power was mere pretense? This has been painstakingly earned. Let me inform you, after becoming a Super Saiyan, I challenged Vegeta, and that was the closest I've ever come to death. I experienced another surge of potential. My current battle power stands at 4.5 million. What? How is that possible? X Tian shot a piercing gaze at Z Tian. Now it's your turn. He charged at Z Tian, executing a flying kick at a speed that was utterly unavoidable. Yet, X Tian's foot passed right through Z Tian's body. An illusion? Phantom Fist. At that moment, Z Tian appeared beside Y Tian, helping him up. The two exchanged a knowing nod, understanding each other's intentions. In an instant, countless Wuxians appeared on the arena. X Tian was consumed by rage. He simply could not bear it. Infuriating, X Tian pursued the last manifestation of Tian and unleashed a powerful punch. Only to strike nothing but air, Z Tian arrived behind him, lifting his leg to deliver a battle axe strike, causing X Tian to stagger. X Tian turned around, delivering another blow, but it was merely an afterimage. How vexing! Y Tian appeared above, fists raised high, preparing a 1,000-gene hammer. This was unbearable. X Tian attempted to execute the prince's technique on the arena, yet he still could not land a hit. The three of them remained locked in a predicament, unable to strike one another, an awkward stalemate. Zi Wutian communicated telepathically with Wei Wutian. Do you have any means to restrain him, to keep him still? I need time. Wei Wutian's eyes widened as he understood. You intend to use the magic penetrating light cannon. I do not wish to be a mere Saiyan skewer. Zi, after spending so long with Master Wutian, haven't you learned any restraining techniques? Wei Wutian pondered for a moment. Yes, but I am uncertain of its efficacy. I shall give it a try. Wutian's expression grew increasingly sinister. His mood was utterly foul, akin to having two flies that feasted on something unsavory, buzzing incessantly around him, both irritating and disgusting. You two are insufferable. Wutian transformed into a cross shape. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body, swiftly engulfing the entire arena, devouring all afterimages. The arena, already battered from numerous energy assaults, was now reduced to rubble by Wutian's outburst, leaving only a semblance of its former shape. Wutian surveyed his surroundings, failing to detect their presence. With the arena in ruins, there was no hiding amidst the stones or earth. There remained only the sky. Wutian looked up and indeed found both Wuxians hovering above. Do we not agree to refrain from using flight techniques? Upon closer inspection, he thought, could you be any more ostentatious? Using their tails as propellers. At that moment, he realized something was amiss. Wei Wutian had closed his eyes, palms pressed together, his body involuntarily trembling, golden electricity crackling at his fingertips. Wutian, that looks familiar. Suddenly, Wei Wutian opened his eyes and thrust his hands forward. The 10,000 Nations Shocking Palm. Chapter 10, Victory. The 10,000 Nations Shocking Palm. Golden lightning cascaded from above, leaving Wutian no escape, and he was struck directly. Wutian's body convulsed from the electric shock, rendering him utterly immobile. Wei Wutian was drenched in sweat. Master Wutian was right. The 10,000 Nations Shocking Palm was his ultimate technique, surpassing the Kamehameha due to its tremendous power. But it was incredibly taxing on his stamina. Hurry, I cannot hold on much longer. I know without you telling me. Zi Wutian descended to the ground, swiftly adopting a stance, fingers poised like a sword against his forehead, remaining utterly still. Upon witnessing his posture, Wutian understood his intent. Absolutely. He must not be allowed to hit. Yet, he found himself completely paralyzed, feeling as though the electric current had sealed his energy, leaving him unable to resist. How infuriating. Zi Wutian's forehead occasionally sparked with minor electric discharges, his expression growing increasingly sinister, the electricity intensifying with each passing moment. Wei Wutian was nearing his limit. Are you ready yet? Zet this gaze sharpened. Enough. The demon spear, light killing cannon. With his left hand gripping his right wrist, he thrust his right arm forward, unleashing a devastating energy beam enveloped in spiraling energy. At that moment, Wei could no longer hold on. Regained his freedom, yet escape was futile. What a shame. Defeat loomed. Golden flames erupted from his hair transforming into a radiant gold as he retaliated with a swift slap, sending the demon spear light killing cannon flying. Zi and Wei knelt on the ground, both exhausted from the expenditure of energy. Despite the missed attack, smiles crept onto their lips. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Truly impressive. Gazed at his hands, incredulous that he had been forced into Super Saiyan form by two counterparts with only half his battle power. How embarrassing. He had been so arrogant upon his arrival. Reverted to his original form and leaped down from the arena, a discontented expression on his face. I concede. I have lost. X's defeat stemmed from his arrogance and his overly simplistic combat style. His approach was singular, brute force. Unlike Y and Z, who had learned diverse martial arts techniques from their master, a god of martial arts, and a nurturing mentor who provided detailed guidance. X's training with Vegeta was solely about delivering blows. Today's lesson taught him to endure for a second longer, and tomorrow, 3 seconds more. It was merely a conditioned reflex born from relentless punishment, honing his instinct for battle. Others had a professional instructor, a gold medal lecturer, while he had merely a vocational school. Yet he possessed the advantage of his training. At least they wouldn't be operating heavy machinery. Why turn to Z? Now, it is time for us to determine the victor. Z chuckled. Are you ready? Do not forget, my energy expenditure is significantly less than yours. A man must never admit defeat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than they clashed fiercely. Their fists collided, countering each other's moves. If that was a battle, then what had transpired earlier was merely two children spitting at an adult, winning by trickery, utterly distasteful. Y maintained his distance. Engaging closely was not advantageous for him, as inflicting 500 damage while receiving 800 was hardly a fair trade. He extended both hands, concentrating energy into 2 energy blades aimed at Z. Even X dared not confront them, let alone Z. Z employed his afterimage technique to create multiple illusions, evading the onslaught. A smirk crept across Y's lips as he spread his palms wide, splitting the 2 energy blades into 4. Z had no choice but to abandon the illusionary tactics, opting instead for evasive maneuvers. With his agile form, the 4 energy blades whizzed past him. Just as he was about to relax, Y formed a sword gesture with his fingers, pulling back, causing the 4 energy blades to curve back around. The 4 energy blades, directed by Y's fingers, constantly shifted positions, leaving Z in a state of utter disarray as he desperately dodged the relentless onslaught. As such, Z Goten charged towards Y Goten with determination, once in close proximity. Even if you wielded the Chi Yuan slash, you would dare not use it recklessly, as exemplified by Frisia. Z Goten's eyes emitted a beam of light directed at Y Goten, who relinquished control over the Chi Yuan slash in favor of defending against the approaching adversary. Y Goten's steps became unsteady, creating an impression of instability. Z Goten, seizing the opportunity, launched a punch, yet Y Goten evaded it in an uncanny manner, countering with several strikes of his own. Z Goten was incredulous. After several exchanges, all his attacks were deftly dodged by Y Goten, who retaliated each time. How peculiar. Opting for tactical retreat, Z Goten observed Y Goten closely, noticing that he did not pursue, his form similarly swaying, as if intoxicated. Z Goten stared in disbelief at Y Goten. Have you also mastered drunken boxing? But surely, at your age, that old turtle wound tea let you drink. Perceiving that his ruse had been uncovered, Y Goten abandoned the inebriated demeanor, scratching his head and chuckling. Who said drunken boxing must involve alcohol? I could drink milk instead. Z Goten was utterly speechless. Is this what you call drunken milk boxing? Y Goten replied, my energy is nearly depleted. Let us settle this with one decisive strike. Z Goten concurred, realizing that the previous magic convergence cannon had exhausted much of his own energy. The two simultaneously retreated, assuming a charging stance. Turtle School Chi Technique. Magic Flash. 2 formidable energies converged upon the arena. X Goten below scoffed, so it comes to this. The 2 unleashed their energies. Wave. Light. A blue and a yellow energy wave collided in the arena, resulting in a stalemate, with the Turtle School's energy gradually being overpowered by the magic flash. Inching toward Son Goten. Y Goten fought fiercely against it, while Z Goten intensified his effort, determined to seize victory in one fell swoop. Yield. There remains a disparity between us. Y Goten gritted his teeth and retorted, dream on. From X's perspective, I am on the right. Historically, the left side has always lost. Advantage is on my side. Zgoten skoft, hektaruf. You haven't even been to King Kai's planet yet, without mastering the Kaioken. There is no possibility of augmenting your power. Surrender. Y Goten enunciated each word. Who says there, ISNT, just as he was on the brink of victory, unexpectedly. Igotens masel sadenivalv. His originally 1 meter tall stature grew to 2 meters, topped with a doll-like visage, resembling a living embodiment of a golden-haired Barbie. You call him a child? How old? 4 years old. This was indeed a 4-year-old. Y Goten's combat power surged visibly, skyrocketing to 2 million. With a forward thrust of his hands, the Turtle School's energy wave doubled in diameter, completely engulfing the magic flash energy and Z Goten. As the white light dissipated, only Y Goten remained on the arena, holding the posture of the Kamehameha, while Z Goten lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Blood trickled from Z Goten's mouth. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition, yet he continued to curse. You, old 6, with the old turtle's amplification technique, why don't you use it against X? Come save me, I'm, cough, on the brink of death. Someone else had lost too. X Goten soared before him, delivering a friendly taunt before stuffing a sins of bean into his mouth. In an instant, Z Goten was rejuvenated, springing to his feet with a fish-like leap, defiantly glaring at X Goten. How dare you speak to me like that? Observing his ragged attire, he pointed a finger to his forehead, as if preparing to teleport. However, in a moment, his purple martial arts uniform reverted to its original form. Clenching his fists, he reveled in his newfound strength. His battle power had surpassed 3 million. X Goten remarked, TSK, 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 Z, You're gradually resembling Uncle Piccolo. Z. Goten remained silent, giving a look that implied, you might want to change out of that Vegeta-inspired outfit before you continue. The two ceased their playful banter and approached Goten, astonished that the ultimate victor was Goten, the weakest among them. Could it be that the teachings of Master Roshi truly held the greatest value? The notion of the weak triumphing over the strong was far more complex than it appeared. At this moment, Goten had reverted to his normal state, no longer the image of a muscular doll, yet still maintaining the Kamehameha stance. Goten playfully slapped Goten's back. Well done, I never expected you to, hey. Goten collapsed to the ground, having already fainted. Quick, give him a Senzabine, X exclaimed, but Z intervened. No need, he's merely exhausted and not seriously injured. Let me handle it. Z. Goten placed his hand on Goten's chest, channeling energy into him, and Goten awoke. X remarked, you're incredibly useful. Perhaps you should open a clothing store or a clinic, and we'd be rich. Z. Goten ignored him, knowing his healing skills surpassed XS by far. Upon awakening, Goten wore an air of arrogance, declaring, pardon my bluntness, but all of you are trash, completely disregarding Master Roshi's counsel. Unable to tolerate this, Goten and Z. Goten seized the opportunity to unleash their fury upon him, nearly bringing him to the brink of death once more. After consuming another Senzabine, Goten reached the remarkable battle power of 3 million. Following this, the three summoned the Eternal Dragon. As Goten had lost the battle, he refrained from making a wish. His original desire had been for a self-adjusting gravity suit, but he was not in a hurry, as Bulma could develop it, albeit at a slower pace than the dragon's wishes. Z. Goten declared, Dragon, transport me to planet Yardrat in 10 days. Next glanced at Z. Are you ready to venture into Cosmos? Z responded, indeed. Uncle Piccolo's mental enhancement methods are rather monotonous. The Yardrat people should possess similar abilities, along with a plethora of peculiar powers for me to learn. Wuqian nodded and made a wish. The dragon transformed the three of us into beings capable of surviving in the cosmos. Saiyans lack the ability to exist in space. Even those at the Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God levels can only reach the stratosphere at most. Well, this wish is quite simple. For the third wish, let us learn the instant transmission of Jebit. Chapter 11, The Mischievous Trio. The dragon shook its head. I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill that wish. It exceeds my capabilities. Why? Because Jebit's instant transmission can only be acquired by those who become servants to the Supreme Kai, whose status is above mine. The three Wuxians had already surmised this, merely wishing to test the limits. They then settled for learning the instant transmission of Yardrat. As the Dragon Balls dispersed, this time the three of us managed to grasp one each, sharing knowing smiles. Z remarked, I am preparing to head to Yardrat. What are your training plans? I'm also planning to go to King Kai's planet. Perhaps I will even encounter our dear father, Son Goku. How about you, X? X responded, hey, if both of you leave, Earth will be left with just me. But it is fine. I had no intention of departing. Achieving Super Saiyan 2 requires a prolonged accumulation of foundational combat strength. However, I must emphasize, do not get lost in the cosmos. You must return in 3 years. At that time, we will enter the hyperbolic time chamber together to drastically enhance our combat prowess. The release of Majin Buu will not be far off then. Wuqian and Z Wuqian agreed to his plan. Just then, all three of their stomachs growled in unison. X Wuqian chuckled. How about we find a place to eat first? Y and Z nodded vigorously. In a bustling city characterized by its Chinese architectural style, a restaurant was overflowing with patrons. Not necessarily because of its exceptional cuisine, but rather due to the allure of the spectacle. A round dining table was laden with dishes, and waitstaff continuously brought out more food. These triplets are consuming an astonishing amount. One bystander remarked. Indeed, and they are just children. They eat so much, yet their bellies remain so small. The onlookers were astounded by the trio's appetite. The three Wuxians chose a spot far from the Z-fighters to avoid being recognized. After all, these individuals did not know them. If they saw them, so be it. The trio devoured their meals as if they had not eaten in ages. Z Wuqian casually picked up a bun and took a bite. X Wuqian, noticing Z Wuqian eating his bun, sprang up in indignation. You scoundrel! That was my bun! X exclaimed. Z and X were always at odds, inevitably becoming what they detested in one another. It had been sitting there for so long. I thought you weren't going to eat it, so I helped myself, Z retorted. X Wuqian, now fuming, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Scoundrel! That was meant to be my final bite. With that, X Wuqian seized the roasted duck Z Wuqian had ordered and stuffed it into his mouth. As Z Goten chewed, he unexpectedly spat out an entire bone. Goten looked on in disbelief at this scene. His hair transformed into a golden hue, and a golden aura erupted around him as he seized Goten by the neck, shaking him furiously. "You scoundrel! That was my roasted duck. Return it to me." Goten observed the two with incredulity. Is it really so simple to transform into a Super Saiyan over a meal? How absurd! Could it be any more reckless? At that moment, a beautiful waitress approached. "Hello, children. I sincerely apologize, but you have consumed all the food we have. Here is your bill." Goten took the bill and glanced at the staggering amount. 1,500,000. Goodness, we each ate 50,000. He handed the bill to Goten, who was still arguing with Z. Goten halted his quarrel, staring blankly at Goten. "What do you want to do with this? Did you not say we were here to eat? Pay up." Goten patted his outfit and spread his hands. "Look at this tight suit. It has no pockets." "What? You said we were eating here, and you live at Bulma's place, don't you? Why don't you have any money?" Goten shot him a sidelong glance. "I live at Bulma's, not married to her. Where'd I get money?" Goten turned his gaze to Z Goten. "What about you?" Goten pouted, mimicking Goten's gesture. "How could I possibly have money? Uncle Piccolo and I have always been roughing it. I recall you made quite a bit while training under Master Roshi," Goten remarked, his expression dull as he realized the two were conspiring. They truly appeared greedy and grotesque. "You two, you rascals." Soon after, three troublemakers with golden hair emerged from the restaurant, arms draped over each other. The one in the middle clutching a card and muttering, "It's gone, all the money is gone, 1,500,000 vanished." Meanwhile, far across the earth, familiar figures pondered. Vegeta, how did Goten become a Super Saiyan? Yet, there are three distinct auras from him. Piccolo, has Goten surpassed the Super Saiyan transformation? Even before Gohan. Truly the student I have trained, haha. Krillin, what a powerful aura. Master Roshi, did you feel that? It's Goten's energy. He has become a Super Saiyan. I have a Super Saiyan disciple. Oblivious to the commotion, Gohan remarked, "The homework is quite extensive today." Goten hasn't returned in a while. 3 years later, in the year 774 of the age, Goten, donned in a blue battlesuit, arrived at the sacred world. Dend, seeing Goten's arrival, was filled with joy. "Goten, you've come. Is there something you need?" Goten politely brought his hands together and bowed. Though trained by Vegeta, he was still a son, embodying both manners of upbringing. "Dend, I have come to request the use of the hyperbolic time chamber." Dend did not oppose and explained the specifics of the chamber to Goten. "No problem, Goten," replied Tian, "but the air inside is thin and the heat is unbearable, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. The gravity is 10 times that of normal, which makes it easy for those with weak willpower and scattered minds to experience hallucinations. Are you truly prepared for this?" "Yes." Tian nodded affirmatively. "Very well then. By the way, in the spirit time room, an individual can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, and only 2 people may enter at a time. Otherwise, the exit will vanish, leaving them trapped indefinitely." Curiously, Goten inquired, "What if 3 individuals were to enter at once?" With a serious expression, Tian responded, "Then they would never return." Goten acknowledged this with understanding. Tian, what is about to transpire may astonish you, but I implore you to keep it confidential." Tian, bewildered, pondered what could possibly astonish Goten. With his finger poised against his forehead, Goten declared, "Come forth." In a flash, 2 figures appeared beside him. One clad in a black long-sleeve jacket and a Turtle School martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for Turtle on the back, and the other dressed in attire reminiscent of the Aryan race. Remarkably, all 3 bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Tian's mouth fell agape. 3 Goten. Simultaneously, the trio greeted Tian and Mr. Bobo. Tian, "Mr. Bobo, long time no see." Goten stepped forward to elucidate, "Please keep our secret, as Earth will soon face a monumental crisis. We are all genuine Gotens, so there is no cause for concern. What we need now is to rapidly enhance our strength." With that, the 3 of them proceeded toward the spirit time room. Though Tian was still attempting to comprehend the situation, he recalled the future Trunks circumstances. At that time, he had already been brought to Earth by Goku and had met the future Trunks, albeit under mistaken assumptions. "Wait, if all 3 of you enter, you won't be able to come back." Goten turned back with a smile. "Do not worry, we have a way to exit. By the way, could you please create a mental energy field around the shrine in the coming days? We don't want our energy to be detected by others." As they entered the spirit time room, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Tian's eyes brimmed with concern. Upon entering, Goten expressed a complaint. What a dreadful environment. Although the gravity is tenfold, it is far more comfortable under King Kai's care. At least the food was decent. As Goten questioned, why didn't you choose to enter with just two? Goten shook his head. I have calculated that even if we entered as two, the maximum one could remain is 4 years due to a bug. However, I cannot guarantee that I will break through to Super Saiyan 3 within that time. So I'm willing to take a gamble. We shall all enter together, and I will break free from the spirit time room as soon as I attain that transformation. Goten inquired, what is your current strength? Goten replied, my normal battle power is 200 million. With the dragon's assistance, I was granted a mirage and have been a Super Saiyan 2 for a while now, perhaps stronger than Gohan was back in the day. Goten asked, what mirage? Goten, I have temporarily sealed my memories of the wish with the dragon, witnessing the horrific scene of Majin Buu devouring everyone, my mother, my brother, and even my teacher, Vegeta. However, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, those memories returned. I also asked the dragon for an intriguing ability. What about you all? Why Goten? While traversing the snake path to King Kai's planet, I unexpectedly encountered the snake lady that my father faced long ago. She cunningly ensnared me into hell. Goten, cunning, or rather, seduction? As Why Goten tossed a bag to Goten, he opened it to find a sack of golden apples. Why Goten? Although I was tricked into hell, my father has connections there, so I managed to return through the snake path, bringing back some local specialties. These golden fruits, favored by King Enma, are beneficial for enhancing one's soul. They should greatly aid your mental training. Goten expressed his gratitude, though it felt somewhat superfluous, as they were essentially one. Why Goten continued, when I arrived at King Kai's planet, my father had already participated in the underworld martial arts tournament and departed for the Grand Kai's planet to train, so I did not get to see him. Nonetheless, my time there was fruitful as I learned the Kaioken and spirit bomb techniques. I have just broken through to a battle power of 100 million, fully utilizing Super Saiyan's potential, and I am on the brink of becoming Super Saiyan 2. Goten concurred. I am in a similar position. However, I have mastered most of the remarkable techniques of the Yard Rats, including the skill to fuse and swiftly separate. Goten clapped his hands. Excellent. With Majin Buu's unsealing imminent, our time is limited. Once we break through to Super Saiyan 3, we shall set forth to seek Broly's whereabouts and undergo a transformation. Chapter 12, Orange Star High School. At the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Tian paced anxiously, wondering why they had not emerged yet. It has been 6 days. Bobo reassured her, do not worry. Goten is exceptionally strong. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the plaza outside the temple. Startled, Tian and Mr. Bobo rushed out to find a massive hole in the center of the square, through which they could see Goten and his companions. With a swift motion, 3 Goten emerged from the abyss, visibly matured. Each stood taller than Gohan during the Cell Saga, approximately around 1.6 meters, as Goten was now 13 years old. Most astonishingly, Goten, clad in Saiyan battle attire, had undergone a remarkable transformation. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows had vanished, and his brow was closely aligned with his eye sockets. Deep blue irises emerged within his once singular light green eyes, while his golden aura transformed into a radiant glow, now more intense than the lightning of Super Saiyan 2. Is this truly Goten? Tian was utterly mesmerized by the Goten before her. Moreover, the other 2 Gotens were also in Super Saiyan 2 form. When did attaining Super Saiyan 2 become so commonplace? The Saiyans are indeed formidable, but thankfully, they are all good-hearted individuals. Gradually, Wutian's hair retracted, returning to its normal state, although it reverted to its crab-like form. The continuous growth over the past 6 years had resulted in 3 ponytails standing erect behind him. The other 2 Wushins still maintain their Super Saiyan 2 forms. Theoretically, Super Saiyan 2 does not operate at full capacity, yet they were eager to explore the possibility of achieving maximum power. If 1's energy can be likened to the capacity of a water tank, then the normal state equates to a faucet that remains turned off. The Super Saiyan 1 form represents the faucet being turned on. While water flows steadily, the tank fills at a reasonable pace, ensuring it never runs dry. This is the essence of Super Saiyan at full power. Super Saiyan 2, on the other hand, is akin to turning the faucet to its maximum setting, leading to a surge of water that exceeds the tank's capacity, yet the flow is formidable. Super Saiyan 3 is akin to removing the faucet entirely. Water cascades forth uncontrollably, draining quickly. To achieve full power in Super Saiyan 2, one must increase the inflow of energy. Wu Tian clenched his fist in disbelief at his own strength. It was astonishing. Even in his normal state, he had reached an incredible 3 billion. His rigorous training over the past 6 years had yielded such extraordinary results. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 would grant him a staggering 30 billion. And if he were to attain Super Saiyan 3, he could reach an unfathomable 2 trillion. Unlike Sun Wukong, he would not suffer from energy leakage. He could sustain the Super Saiyan 3 form for a full minute without faltering. His current state mirrored Wukong's transformation upon his demise, sharing the same immense energy expenditure, but devoid of the risk of losing power. Even against Majin Buu, he could gather energy in a minute. It took him an entire decade to ascend to the realm of Super Saiyan 3, a feat that was no small accomplishment. This also explained why his combat prowess surpassed that of the other two Wuxians. Why Wu Tian was akin to Wu Tian, but had yet to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Wu Tian, in his normal state, possessed a slightly lower power level, approximately 5 billion, comparable to the current Vegeta. His life had been devoid of leisure, as he faced only Vegeta and the rigors of training day in and day out. Wu Tian turned to the two who still maintained their Super Saiyan 2 forms. Having spent so long on an alien planet, you must have missed mother and brother dearly. This time, you should return home. The two Wuxians sheepishly scratched their heads. Why Wu Tian remarked, actually, during my training under Lord Kai, I would often return to check in. Wu Tian added, I do the same. Instant transmission is incredibly convenient. Wu Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. He had refrained from returning home often, believing that the two Wuxians were diligently training in space, unable to return. Yet here he was, spending the least time at home despite being on Earth. No wonder Mother was never surprised upon his return. She even seemed a bit exasperated. The most frustrating part was that they had returned numerous times without seeing him even once. Ultimately, he felt betrayed. You two can leave. Go wherever you please. It was evident why these two were slightly behind him, with a normal state of only 5 billion, similar to the current Vegeta. Wu Tian went to find Piccolo. Wu Tian headed for Master Roshi's place, while Wu Tian, having not returned home for 6 years, yearned for it dearly. After years of relentless training, he decided it was time for a respite. Summoning the flying Nimbus, he soared in the direction of home. Gazing at the quaint cottage nestled by the mountains and waters of Baozi Mountain, Goten leapt down from his Nimbus and flung open the door, exclaiming, Mom, I'm back. Upon entering, he found Chi-Chi busily preparing a meal. Hearing Goten's voice, Chi-Chi set aside her tasks and turned around. Goten, you've returned. Just in time. I was getting everything ready. My, how you've grown. However, after 6 years apart, Goten did not respond to Chi-Chi's remarks, but instead enveloped her in a tight embrace. Refusing to let go, Chi-Chi, sensing that something had transpired in Goten's life, refrained from questioning him further. No matter the changes he had undergone, he remained the same boy who adored seeking solace in her arms. Gently patting his back, she tenderly remarked, I have seen the future, Trunks. So you must be the future, Goten. My child, you must have endured much in the future. Momentarily caught off guard while still relishing the warmth of Chi-Chi's embrace, Goten felt a sudden awkwardness. Mom, can we not dive into this right now? Although your reasoning is quite sound. He released her, stating, I truly am Goten. Chi-Chi, unable to believe her ears, replied, You've all grown up so much. Just a few days ago, you were still so little. Goten briefly recounted his experience in the hyperbolic time chamber. Though astonished, Chi-Chi accepted it, recalling that Gohan had also entered there during his childhood. Noticing Goten's long hair, Chi-Chi contemplated giving him a trim. However, Goten, recollecting the watermelon haircut Chi-Chi had given Gohan in his youth, promptly dismissed the idea. Furthermore, with his striking resemblance to Goku, he intentionally sought to differentiate his appearance from that of his father, opting for a ponytail rather than retaining the crab-like hairstyle. With Goten's return being a rare occasion, Chi-Chi asked him to deliver a lunchbox to Gohan. She lamented that the other two Gotens frequently returned without warning, causing him to leave mere minutes after arriving home. At that moment, Gohan was attending Orange Star High School in Satan City, his first day of school, which signified that the unsealing of Majin Buu was drawing near. With his current strength, defeating Majin Buu would not be an easy feat, and he had no desire to eliminate Fat Buu, who was not merely a killing machine, but also a supreme Kai. His existence kept Buu from being entirely malevolent. In the future, Moro could also serve as a significant ally, and it would be wise to observe the situation closely. If necessary, he might have to resort to drastic measures. As noon approached, Goten pondered how one could forget to bring such a large lunchbox. Was his brother truly so absorbed in his studies? At that moment, Goten had been ushered out by Chi-Chi, having changed from his blue martial arts uniform back into his familiar orange attire. He soared through the azure sky, clutching a lunchbox nearly half his size. He refrained from riding the Nimbus, as it would impede his speed. He suspected that his brother might be on the verge of starving. Upon reaching Satan City, Goten ceased flying to avoid drawing attention, as he had not wandered through the city in quite some time. Named after Mr. Satan, this city, while perhaps not as grand as West City, was still quite bustling. Goten held complex feelings towards the infamous Mr. Satan, a figure both celebrated and reviled. Although I find it rather irksome that he consistently appropriates the achievements of the Z-Warriors, it cannot be denied that he has indeed saved the Earth on numerous occasions. This individual, characterized by his avarice, lasciviousness, timidity, and vanity, paradoxically garners my admiration for his audacity to stand up against formidable foes time and again. For instance, he presented the head of Android 16 for Gohan, confronted Majin Buu on behalf of the Earthlings, and faced Kid Buu alone to buy time for Goku and the others. It is worth noting that without his contribution, the Spirit Bomb would never have been amassed. While some may argue that Satan's fame is derived from the accomplishments of Goku and his comrades, it is evident that Goku lacks the charisma that Satan possesses. Most importantly, Biddy Lee happens to be his future sister-in-law, so why dwell on such trivial matters? Those superficial accolades are of no use to the Sun family. They can be exchanged for monetary value, and the future Satan has certainly enriched them with considerable wealth. Goten, burdened by his disproportionately large lunchbox, arrived at the entrance of Orange Star High, following the aura of Gohan. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper barred his entry, compelling Goten to sneak in through a concealed route. Observing the vibrant students within the campus, he could not help but feel a pang of envy. They remained blissfully unaware of the myriad crises that Earth had endured. He, too, longed to experience the joys of campus life, but this world permits no such indulgence. With countless threats and powerful adversaries lurking about, he wished to indulge in the fantasy of being a Saiyan companion to the school belle. Despite lacking a school uniform, Goten's height led everyone to assume he was a student of Orange Star High, were it not for the exaggerated lunchbox he carried. He ambled toward Gohan's direction, while a pair of girls nearby curiously regarded him. One girl, with short yellow hair clad in a trendy outfit, blushed as she excitedly remarked to her companion clad in white, "Biddy Lee, have you seen that boy? He possesses immense strength, and he is so adorable, just my type." The girl in white was none other than his future sister-in-law, Biddy Lee. She observed Goten not in admiration of his appearance, but as a fellow martial artist, pondering how such a small stature could bear such a hefty lunchbox. Though she, too, could manage it, Goten's current height was comparable to hers. Indeed, he does possess some strength. Do you not find him strikingly similar to our new transfer student, Gohan? The girl with yellow hair, named Eliza, was somewhat flirtatious in nature. Before Biddy Lee could finish her thought, Eliza approached Goten. "Excuse me, what is your name? Are you moving something? Would you like my assistance?" Taken aback, Goten turned around in surprise. He never anticipated someone, particularly a girl, would initiate a conversation with him. This was a first in 13 years. He could boast about this encounter to the other two Goten for the rest of his life. Chapter 13. Cell is my brother. Goten turned to see the yellow-haired girl gazing at him with an expression of infatuation. "Isn't she the classmate of my elder brother? What was her name again?" "SSJ4 Goten." Goten politely pressed his palms together, a gesture instilled by good upbringing. "Hello, I am here to find Son Gohan. Do you know him?" Biddy Lee Pruaka, casting a dubious glance at Goten. Although the school did not mandate daily uniforms, it was expected that students bore the school emblem, which Goten lacked. Given his considerable strength, it was reasonable for Biddy Lee to suspect this unfamiliar youth of being a criminal. "What do you seek from Son Gohan? What is your relation to him?" Goten appraised Biddy Lee, his future sister-in-law, and found her quite beautiful. How could a girl so lovely emerge from the loathsome Satan? It seemed that all the goddesses of Earth were already taken, leaving none for him. "Hello, miss. I am Son Gohan's younger brother, Son Goten, here to deliver lunch to him." Eliza gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. "Ah, so you're Gohan's brother. No wonder you're so adorable." With that, Biddy Lee set aside her suspicions. Goten bore a striking resemblance to both Gohan and Goku, and she had sensed the similarity earlier. "Since you're Gohan's brother, let us escort you to him," she offered. "Thank you, ladies," Goten replied, appreciating their kindness. Biddy Lee held a favorable view of him, noting his politeness, while Eliza's fondness for cute boys amplified her affection for Goten, who was undeniably more charming than Gohan at present. Meanwhile, Gohan lay weakly across his desk in the classroom, sighing repeatedly. I'm so hungry. I can't leave school, and what if someone sees me flying home? The cafeteria, it is, though I fear my family might go bankrupt for my appetite. Just then, the classroom door swung open with a loud bang. Nissan, I brought you lunch. Gohan lifted his head weakly. Is it you, Goten? What impeccable timing. Wait, Goten, you've grown so much. Goten now stood a head shorter than Gohan, hence the astonishment. Vegeta interjected, puzzled. Aren't you brothers? Did you not notice his growth? Goten telepathically signaled to Gohan that he would explain later. Actually, I've been away studying for a year, so I've changed quite a bit. It seems my brother didn't recognize me. Gohan, not adept at lying, stammered, yes. I didn't realize you had grown so tall. Did Mom send you to bring me lunch? I am truly grateful. He reached out to ruffle Goten's hair. Goten's cheeks flushed slightly as he bashfully swatted Gohan's hand away. Nissan, I'm no longer a child. Gohan dismissed the comment, indeed. Goten is now a grown-up who helps his brother. With Mom doing so much for us, let us eat together. Thank you, Biddy for bringing my brother, Gohan added. Why not sample my mother's cooking? Biddy, intrigued and still harboring doubts about Gohan's identity as a blonde warrior, accepted the invitation. Eliza chimed in eagerly. Don't forget about me. I'm here too, but I was just asking your brother. Gohan appeared somewhat flustered by Eliza's exuberance, shyly muttering his thanks. They all made their way to the rooftop of the teaching building, a splendid venue for a lunch date, replete with the promise of camaraderie and delightful conversation. To my surprise, Goten has experienced such a Japanese school life. It suddenly makes me yearn for academic pursuits. Later, during mealtime, Goten conveyed to Gohan the words he had shared with Chi-Chi through telepathy, with only slight alterations, claiming he had heard it from Piccolo. Upon hearing Piccolo's name, Gohan felt reassured and accepted Goten's explanation. After all, he is his biological father. Eliza, not consuming much herself, could only focus on the adorable Son brothers, her eyes brimming with affection. These two siblings were simply too delightful. However, Videl was particularly astonished by Chi-Chi's culinary skills, finding them far superior to those of her family's chef. Though she remained oblivious to the ingredients used, Goten couldn't help but internally scoff at Videl's astonishment. It's delicious. Indeed, but if you knew you were eating venomous snakes, lizards, salamanders, and toads, you might be even more surprised. After indulging in a hearty meal, Eliza resumed her daily ritual of boasting about her best friend, turning to Goten and saying, Little Goten, did you know that this sister Videl here is the daughter of Mr. Satan, who defeated Cell? You're just a child. Your whole family is small, TCH. Not small at all. Goten mentally scoffed. Upon hearing that Cell was defeated by Satan, his mind hadn't fully processed it, and he instinctively blurted out, Nonsense. Cell is my brother. Gohan quickly covered Goten's mouth. Haha, Goten, you mustn't use foul language. Videl, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean Cell is your brother? Gohan awkwardly tried to explain, I used to think Cell was quite formidable and even admired him for a time, but after he was defeated by Mr. Satan, I began to idolize Mr. Satan instead. Goten, unable to speak with Gohan's hand over his mouth, could only cast disdainful glances at Gohan. Bro, being a sycophant is unacceptable. Sacrificing your conscience for your wife. If Cell heard that, he wouldn't be able to contain himself in his coffin. Videl, noticing Goten's martial arts uniform, suddenly had an epiphany. Goten, you mentioned you've been studying outside for a year. What exactly are you studying? Goten removed Gohan's hand. Of course, martial arts. Isn't it obvious that I'm the champion of the martial arts tournament? My father participated 3 times, achieving 2 runner-up positions and 1 championship. Videl and Eliza gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths, realizing that Gohan, who appeared so refined, came from a martial arts family. Videl seemed to have discovered a treasure. In that case, does your brother Gohan practice martial arts? Of course not. Goten was about to brag about his extraordinary brother when he caught Gohan's glare and quickly changed his words. No, he prefers studying. I'm the one who loves martial arts. Eliza looked disappointed. If Gohan practiced martial arts, he would surely be very handsome. But since Goten enjoys martial arts, why not ask Sister Videl to let you train at Mr. Satan's dojo? Goten scoffed. No need. I already have my own style. Our turtle school is the strongest. Videl twirled her hair, seemingly having heard of the turtle school before. Ding ding ding. As the class bell rang, Gohan entrusted Goten with the instruction to return home early before he hurried off to class alongside Videl and others. Naturally, Goten paid no heed to Gohan's words. Observing the desolate playground, he felt a twinge of boredom and promptly soared westward. He He recalled that Gohan would often visit Bulma's residence after school to create transformation devices, ensuring his heroic deeds remained a secret. Once again, Goten arrived at Capsule Corporation. The first person he encountered was Bulma, who was equally astonished by Goten's transformation. He took the opportunity to explain the workings of the hyperbolic time chamber yet again before heading directly to the gravity room. Bulma pouted in dissatisfaction, remarking, "Must you Saiyans do nothing but train every single day?" As Goten approached the entrance of the gravity room, he noted the 200 times gravity. Was that insufficient? Upon entering, he discovered Trunks was already inside. It made sense. Vegeta was undeniably indulgent toward his own son. When Goten first entered, he had faced a baseline of 300 times gravity, and that was in his normal state. Now, both Trunks and Vegeta were in their Super Saiyan forms within the gravity chamber. Ah, Trunks can transform into a Super Saiyan now, Goten mused. Trunks, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course, I could transform at 8 years old. I heard Gohan only managed it at 9. By the way, how have you grown so tall?" Goten, in his normal state, casually walked past the sweat-drenched Trunks and replied nonchalantly, "I'm 4 years old." Trunks, uninterested in competing with this training fanatic, turned to Vegeta, who had also ceased his training, to cast a displeased glance at Goten. "I detest your outfit. Change back into your battle gear. What is the meaning of this? Why have you been gone for so long? It's been a week." Goten chuckled. "I visited the hyperbolic time chamber and made a slight breakthrough." To Vegeta's surprise, he found himself more pleased with Goten than with his own son. Goten possessed remarkable talent, unwavering determination, and a willingness to strive, all while exhibiting a mindset far removed from Kakarot-esque foolishness. It was a source of satisfaction, yet he lamented that Goten was Kakarot's son, which irked him immensely. Upon hearing about Goten's minor breakthrough, Vegeta's interest was piqued. Today he had just discovered that Trunks could transform into a Super Saiyan, and he thought it the perfect opportunity to gauge their strengths. "Trunks, let us spar. If you can land a hit on me, I will take you to the amusement park." Goten echoed the sentiment, "But you must force me to unleash my Super Saiyan 2 form." Trunks, who had been resting on the ground, sprang to his feet in excitement. "Really, Dad?" Goten found it amusing that Vegeta was treating him like a child. "Uncle Vegeta, I am no longer a child." Observing Trunks' exuberance, Vegeta felt a mix of frustration and admiration. Goten seemed indifferent to such trivial matters. His daily training surpassed that of Trunks, showcasing the prowess of what others would call an exemplary child. Little did Vegeta know, Goten had once been a hardcore gamer, tirelessly dedicated, and it was this relentless spirit that had brought him to this world. Trunks did not afford Vegeta a moment's respite, charging ahead with unwavering determination. Although taken by surprise, Vegeta deftly evaded Trunks' barrage of punches, though he was inadvertently grazed on the face. Ultimately, Vegeta underestimated Trunks, despite Trunks' current lack of formidable strength. His base combat power hovered around 10 million, and transforming into a Super Saiyan far exceeded the initial 150 million. Vegeta retaliated with a powerful punch to Trunks' face, causing the young boy to burst into tears. After all, he was still just a child, not on par with Goten. Even Goten had shed tears after facing Vegeta's wrath. Vegeta could not abide the sight of a child weeping. "All right, I shall take you to the amusement park. Goten has arrived for you." At that moment, Goten found himself in a quandary. His current base combat power surpassed that of Vegeta. Not only could he transform into Super Saiyan 3, but his base power stood at 30 billion, while Vegeta's was merely 25 billion. How could he secure victory without compromising Vegeta's pride? Chapter 14. You strike rather harshly. If he triumphed over Vegeta, the latter would surely be incensed, realizing that yet another son of Kakarot had bested him. Conversely, if he were to lose, encountering Vegeta while battling Buu would be exceedingly awkward, with Vegeta likely to scornfully remark, "Are you mocking me? Why must you be so difficult, you insufferable tsundere?" Goten pondered whether it might be simpler to outright defeat him, as settling scores later would be equally uncomfortable. "Uncle Vegeta, we seem somewhat constrained here. Perhaps we should change locations?" Vegeta smirked slyly, recognizing the boy's newfound confidence. It appeared that his time in the hyperbolic time chamber had yielded significant improvement. Yet he was still too young. Prepare to be once again bested by Super Vegeta. The duo made their way to the gravity chamber's entrance, with Trunks eagerly trailing behind. Just as Goten stepped outside, a small blue figure zipped towards him. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Goten reached out, but Vegeta was quicker, swiftly embracing the approaching figure. A charming blue-haired girl emerged from Vegeta's embrace, her face marred by a look of disdain. "Why is it, Daddy? It smells terrible in your arms, all sweaty. I want to hug Goten, brother. The shock of her words left Vegeta momentarily paralyzed, as though he had sustained a grievous blow. The girl's eyes lit up upon seeing Goten, and she clung to him, playfully swaying. Goten, brother, I heard from Mommy that you've grown up. You look so handsome. Goten, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at Vegeta, realizing that the latter would soon unleash his full fury. This little girl was Bra, indeed the very Bra who, by all accounts, should have been born 4 years hence. She was Trunks' sister and Vegeta's second daughter, perhaps due to the butterfly effect of Goten's presence. Bra had arrived earlier than expected, yet she remained fundamentally unchanged from the original narrative. Though a Saiyan, she lacks a tail and has not inherited the combat prowess typical of her race. Instead, she has embraced her mother Bulma's scientific genius. At merely 4 years of age, Bra has already accomplished numerous small inventions, bearing a striking resemblance to Bulma herself. It remains uncertain whether Goten's excellence prompted Vegeta to consider another child, or if Trunks simply lacked ambition. Nonetheless, the year Goten began his training, Bra was born, and Vegeta inevitably became a devoted father to his daughter. Due to Goten's frequent visits to Bulma's household, he often brought Bra along, playfully teasing her with his tail. Perhaps it is the bond of brotherhood or Bra's prodigious intellect that leads her to find her childish brother less appealing, while she instead admires the mature and gentle Goten. This sentiment is quite common. Who does not harbor some disdain for their siblings? Goten, for instance, has always perceived Gohan as rather dull, believing his mind to be solely occupied with studies. Goten affectionately ruffled Bra's hair and said, Bra, your father and I have a matter to attend to. We will play together afterward, all right? Bra, with a charming pout, retorted, I don't believe you. You always say that, but you end up fighting with Dad. Don't you? You claim you'll come back to play, yet you end up in the healing chamber instead. Goten chuckled in disbelief. Why would I go to the healing chamber? My dear lady, you are utterly oblivious. Each time we train, you cheer me on. Can Vegeta possibly hold back? Little Trunks interjected. Do you not care for your own brother? Bra, however, seemed blind to his existence, responding, brother, do I have one? Oh, I suppose I do. Pouting, Bra placed her hands on her hips and, with a spoiled demeanor, pointed at Vegeta. Daddy, if you hurt Goten, I will never speak to you again. Vegeta stiffened and turned his head, offering Bra a smile that was more painful than tears. Do not worry, my dear. I shall exercise restraint. Right, Goten? He then flashed Goten an extraordinarily tender smile. Goten was taken aback. Vegeta smiled. He actually smiled. In Goten's memory, the last time Vegeta smiled, it had led to calamity. Bra, I genuinely thank you. You have managed to equalize a situation that was originally advantageous. Without further ado, Vegeta seized Goten by the collar and took off in a flurry of rage. Uncle Vegeta, I can manage on my own. Goten exclaimed, but it was too late. As Trunks watched the duo soar away, he pondered if anyone still remembered him. Just then, he felt a tug on his clothing and looked down to find his brilliant sister. Trunks was overwhelmed with emotion. Someone remembered him. However, Bra's expression had shifted from the innocent charm she exhibited around Goten to one of disdain towards her brother. Trunks, take me with you. Trunks sighed. If you want to call me brother, why not use the flying nimbus? Bra, visibly irritated and feeling offended, snapped back. Why are you saying so much? Will you fly or not? Trunks, feeling a sense of dejection, found himself overshadowed ever since the birth of his sister. He muttered softly, why fly if it's just going to make me angry? He hoisted Bra onto his back and soared into the sky, following Vegeta's energy signature. Vegeta, dragging Goten like a limp ragdoll, arrived at a canyon and unceremoniously tossed Goten to the ground. Goten knelt there, retching. Ugh, Uncle Vegeta, I can fly on my own. He protested between heaves. Vegeta regarded Goten with disdain. Is that so? It seems your training is still lacking. Driving yourself and being a passenger are not the same. And you're still on the path to Autumn Peak. Goten gradually acclimated to the situation, surveying his surroundings and recognizing the place where Vegeta had once battled his father. Ah, so this is where it all began. You still think of your predecessor, don't you? Unfazed by Goten's thoughts, Vegeta assumed a fighting stance, sensing Goten's energy. The Goten before him was no longer the boy he could easily toy with. This combat posture was the utmost respect he could show. Goten smirked and leaped onto the rock wall, adopting the Turtle School's starting position. Over the past 6 years, they had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber together. As Vegeta noticed Goten's stance, a knowing smile crept upon his face. Once again, he saw Kakarot's shadow in Goten. Their movements mirrored the iconic scene of Vegeta's first battle with Goku in the canyon. This is not something I taught you, Vegeta remarked. Goten replied with a cheeky grin. As long as I can defeat you, that's all that matters. Such bravado. In an instant, both fighters vanished from sight, and the surrounding cliffs erupted in explosions as the stone forest crumbled, their forms obscured. Employing an invisible speed, they engaged in battle. When they reappeared, to Vegeta's surprise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, while Goten remained composed, wearing a confident smile. Vegeta's face lit up with excitement. What a remarkable kid. That exchange just now showed me his humility. What had he experienced in the time chamber? With a surge of golden energy, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Goten quickly followed suit. The second clash commenced. Having learned his lesson, Vegeta no longer underestimated Goten. He unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful punches, roaring as he struck. Goten defended himself, but Vegeta delivered a knee strike to Goten's abdomen, forcing him to double over, followed by a heavy blow to the back of his head. With that crushing impact, Goten was sent crashing to the ground. Before he could recover, Vegeta followed up with another kick. True to his nature, Vegeta never missed an opportunity to attack. Goten narrowly dodged Vegeta's assault, but he had underestimated the situation, believing that surpassing Vegeta's power meant he could dominate the fight. Overthinking. Within the realm of Dragon Ball, when two opponents possess comparable strength, the confrontation tends to be evenly matched. However, if one possesses a slight advantage in power, it merely indicates a favorable position, without guaranteeing victory. Only when one's strength exceeds the opponent's by a third can one forsake technique and dominate the adversary. Clearly, at this moment, Goten's power does not surpass Vegeta's by that margin. Furthermore, Vegeta has battled countless foes throughout his life, accumulating combat experience that Goten cannot rival. Unless Goten transforms into Super Saiyan 3, which he currently has no intention of doing, he remains at a disadvantage. Goten has only fought Vegeta and himself the most throughout his life, and Vegeta has never exerted his full strength against him. The experience of battling a singular type of foe cannot be compared to that of facing an array of opponents, even if one were to lose every match. The knowledge and experience gained are unparalleled. Thus, Goten's slight edge in power over Vegeta can be disregarded. Goten spat out a mouthful of blood, self-deprecatingly remarking that novels are indeed deceiving. There is no such thing as overpowering an opponent merely by strength. The factors in battle are far too numerous. Goten possesses more than just this modest prowess. The true battle has only just commenced. He charged toward Vegeta, ready to counterattack. Vegeta, sensing Goten's approach, assumed a defensive stance to brace for the impending assault. To his astonishment, Goten suddenly formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers at his forehead and vanished. Instantaneous movement. Before Vegeta could react, Goten reappeared behind him, pressing both hands against Vegeta's back. A massive explosion erupted. The tremendous energy detonated behind Vegeta, propelling him violently away. A cry of agony escaped Vegeta as he was blasted into the stone wall, his clothing torn and his back charred. This was Goten's technique, a close-range energy attack that is typically difficult to land but possesses immense power. To his surprise, he had fallen victim to his own move. Goten would not miss the opportunity to strike a fallen opponent. Seizing the moment while Vegeta was still reeling, he swiftly approached, gripping the nape of Vegeta's neck to avenge his own grievances, while delivering a fierce blow to his lower back. Vegeta found himself pinned against the wall, unable to move, as excruciating pain radiated from his lower back, eliciting a cry of distress. While he approved of such ruthless tactics in battle, employing them against him was entirely unacceptable. That damn Son Goten! Vegeta's energy surged uncontrollably, and sparks of electricity flickered around him. This is bad. Realizing the imminent danger as the electricity crackled, Goten quickly released his hold and distanced himself from Vegeta. As soon as Goten stepped back, a tremendous explosion erupted centered around Vegeta, obliterating the mountain that had confined his movements into mere dust, leaving no trace behind. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta emerged, his expression stern, shimmering with electric energy, and an overwhelming force radiated from him as he levitated in the air. He had entered Super Saiyan 2. Tilting his head with a mischievous glare, Vegeta coldly remarked, "You little brat, that was quite a ruthless move." Chapter 15. Caught in the Crossfire. Vegeta, you certainly played dirty. Have you considered how long you plan to stay in the healing chamber? Goten, undeterred, chuckled. Uncle Vegeta, it seems you have transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. I have triumphed. Vegeta responded with a light-hearted laugh. Well then, once you emerge, I shall take you to the amusement park. Now, let the second round commence. In just 2 short years, you've managed to elicit my Super Saiyan 2 form. It appears your strength has significantly increased in a hyperbolic time chamber. Goten remained silent, his smile betraying a different truth. It had been 6 years, not 2. Vegeta, irritated by Goten's grin, found it reminiscent of his loathsome father, who perpetually wore a smile for no apparent reason. What is the matter? Are you pleased? Goten sighed. Alas, Uncle Vegeta, it seems we must proceed with this second round. Vegeta taunted, what is wrong? Are you already backing down? Goten regarded Vegeta with an expression of pity. You squander opportunities, it seems. The moment Vegeta caught Goten's gaze, fury welled within him. What kind of look is that? How dare you regard me with such disdain? Goten, with his fists clenched at his sides, spoke slowly. Uncle Vegeta, my time in the hyperbolic time chamber has granted me more than just this. Accompanied by Goten's furious shout, his energy surged dramatically. The ground trembled, and clouds gathered ominously in the sky, as Goten became enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Meanwhile, Trunks and Bra, en route, were puzzled by the sudden change in weather. Moments ago, all was calm, yet now rain threatened. Suddenly, Trunks jolted with realization. Such immense power. It's Goten's energy. When did he become so formidable? Bra, unaware of her brother's astonishment, felt compelled to rush. Her brother Goten might soon find himself at the mercy of their father. Far away, at opposite ends of the world, Y Goten and Z Goten simultaneously gazed towards X Goten's direction. What could have provoked X to transform into a Super Saiyan 2? Seizing the opportunity, while Piccolo and Krillin were still unaware of this newfound energy, Goten swiftly moved to a nearby mountain peak. Vegeta, overwhelmed by Goten's formidable aura, was oblivious to the presence of 2 additional Goten energies. You've arrived as well? Goten remarked. I had no choice but to come. Krillin is nearby, and I cannot explain the presence of another Goten to him. Y Goten chuckled, indeed, but Uncle Vegeta is no pushover. With our combat powers, we might not necessarily prevail against him. Z Goten nodded in agreement. Their battle strengths measured at 3 billion and 5 billion, respectively, based on combat experience. Defeating Vegeta was no certainty. At that moment, Piccolo sensed the overwhelming energy. Observing the absence of the previous Goten, he turned his attention towards X Goten. He has transcended to Super Saiyan 2. Such strength. What has transpired? Why would he break through from such a distance? And Vegeta's energy? Contemplating, Piccolo soared towards X Goten's direction. Krillin and number 18 sensed it shortly thereafter. Krillin inquired, Teacher Wu Tian, did you feel that? It's Wu Tian's energy. How formidable. He has broken through to Super Saiyan 2. But why from such a distance? Wasn't he just inside? Number 18 replied nonchalantly, I don't know. But I saw him teleport away just now. Perhaps that is the reason. The two exchanged nods and no. 18 handed the child Marin to Teacher Wu Tian before they both soared towards Wu Tian. Meanwhile, far away on Orange Star, Gohan pondered, how else can this problem be solved? Why is it that Dilly seems to be staring at me constantly today? It's rather odd. At that moment, Wu Tian had transformed, his energy now resembling a jet-like force rather than flames. His hair stood even more erect, and as he emitted energy, lightning crackled around him, his gaze sharpened. A rapidly expanding aura surrounded him, sweeping away the surrounding dust. Super Saiyan 2, Son Wu Tian has arrived. Wu Tian rolled his neck and raised his hand as if familiarizing himself with this newfound power. His demeanor had turned exceedingly proud as he glanced at Vegeta above. Uncle Vegeta, are you satisfied with this form? Let us commence our second match. Vegeta trembled, uncertain if from shock or rage. He could distinctly sense that Wu Tian's current energy exceeded his own. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta seethed, damn it. Kakarot has surpassed me. Gohan has surpassed me. Now even Kakarot's youngest son, Wu Tian, has surpassed me. What a bunch of imbeciles. Vegeta bellowed at Wu Tian. Do you think this will allow you to defeat me, Vegeta? Before he could finish, Vegeta, in a fit of impatience, launched an attack, only to have Wu Tian effortlessly evaded. A sly smile graced Wu Tian's face, indeed. The current Vegeta was not as formidable as before. In the original story, Vegeta had attained his level through Babbidi's enhancement, reaching the strength of a destroyer prince to match Goku. Vegeta continued his self-directed assault, delivering a heavy punch, but Wu Tian easily caught it. How could you have increased so much? Wu Tian gradually drew Vegeta's fist closer, as if everything were under his control, leaving Vegeta unable to break free. Uncle Vegeta, how is it that I have surpassed you in such a short time? Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Wu Tian's personality had grown somewhat arrogant and haughty. under normal circumstances. He would never have spoken to Vegeta so boldly, merely thinking it. It is no wonder that Saiyans are so brash. There's a reason for that. Suddenly, Vegeta's captured arm opened, and a purple energy sphere rapidly formed, aimed at Wu Tian's chest. You brat, let go of me. Wu Tian naturally would not allow this to succeed, flinging Vegeta's arm aside, causing the purple energy sphere to redirect towards the positions of Y Wu Tian and Z Wu Tian. What the heck? Exclaimed Wu Tian. What the heck? Echoed X Wu Tian. Bang! The mountaintop was obliterated. Both Wuxians were caught off guard by the energy blast. Y Wu Tian emerged from the rubble, covered in dirt, questioning. Do you think he did that on purpose? Z Goten, in a state of disarray, managed to rise. Is there even a need to say it? Let's change the venue for the spectacle. As Vegeta was released by Goten, he hastily increased the distance and unleashed a series of royal combat techniques. Countless energy spheres surged towards Goten, who, with a sardonic smile, chose not to evade, well aware that the royal technique is known not to be lethal. Amidst the rising smoke, Vegeta spread his arms, gathering immense energy, preparing to unleash it upon Goten concealed within the haze. Wait, something's amiss. Why is there also Goten's energy behind me? Just as he was about to execute his ultimate move, Vegeta discovered that not only was Goten's energy present in the smoke, but also faintly behind him, clearly concealed with intent. A smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. A meurtre technique? Do you think I wouldn't notice if you left a decoy behind in the smoke? I am Super Vegeta. With energy coalesced, Vegeta abruptly turned, directing his hands towards the two observing Goten. Ultimate flash. The energy sphere, enveloped in golden lightning, expanded exponentially, unleashing a formidable energy beam. X Goten and Z Goten exclaimed in disbelief. What the? They were utterly unprepared for Vegeta's unexpected assault, hastily transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to erect a barrier for defense. It was too sudden. They had no time to counter the attack. Damn it. I was hit while lying down. Z Goten cursed. Quit the chatter. We haven't even powered up. If you don't want to die, push back. I Goten's shouted. The two, caught off guard, exerted their utmost to repel Vegeta's ultimate flash. The routine should have involved a clash of powers. Yet who could have anticipated Vegeta's bizarre decision to attack the audience instead? If you want to charge a mission, just say so. There is no need to take our lives. In the midst of his excitement, Vegeta proclaimed, You scoundrel, you are far from capable. Is that so, Uncle Vegeta? What are you even aiming at? Came the voice of Goten from behind. Vegeta, astonished, turned around only to question, If you are behind me, then who is withstanding my attack? It was two innocent bystanders. Goten swiftly delivered a strike to Vegeta's neck, causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness, his energy dissipating as he plummeted towards the ground, fortunately caught by Goten. Y Goten and Z Goten knelt, gasping for breath. This was not how it was supposed to be. It resembled running. If one gradually increased their pace in a long-distance run, they could adapt and even accelerate. However, to start with an all-out sprint was simply untenable. Y Goten berated X Goten, who was cradling Vegeta as they descended. You jerk! You did that on purpose. X Goten shrugged nonchalantly. What does it matter to me? Clearly, it was your failure to conceal. Z Goten attempted to chime in with a retort, but was interrupted by X Goten, who pointed into the distance. Look, someone is approaching. If you don't leave now, how will you explain yourselves? Both sensed the presence of Trunks and Bra. You owe me your life. Otherwise, I would not have let you off so easily. In an instant, they teleported away. Trunks and Bra had also arrived. Bra observed Goten as he fidgeted, glancing left and right. Goten, are you hurt? Let me see. How could Dad have laid such a heavy hand? Goten grasped Bra's restless hand and pointed towards Vegeta, who lay motionless on the ground. Rather than concerning yourself with me, it would be wiser to check on your father. Trunks gaped in astonishment. His father had actually lost this battle. Bra was equally incredulous. Although she held a deep affection for her brother Goten, she firmly believed that her father was the strongest man in the world, and no matter how powerful Goten was, he could never surpass her father. The stark reality, however, was that Goten stood tall, while Vegeta lay defeated. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo arrived. Goten, you've achieved Super Saiyan 2. How did you make it this far? And why is Vegeta lying here? Upon seeing the unconscious Vegeta, Piccolo turned pale. Vegeta was arguably the strongest fighter on Earth, even stronger than Gohan. Yet, he had been vanquished. Trunks explained the situation, and it dawned on him that Goten was indeed the one who had triumphed over Vegeta. How astonishing. Just then, Krillin and Android 18 joined the gathering. Goodness, everyone is arriving. Now, Everyone knows that Vegeta has lost to Goten. I wonder how he will react upon waking. Chapter 16, Reckoning Your Sins. Upon learning that Goten had battled Vegeta, the tension that had gripped the group dissipated. They had feared the arrival of a formidable enemy on Earth. Krillin and Piccolo lavished praise upon Goten, declaring him the strongest on Earth, having surpassed both Vegeta and Gohan. Yet, Goten remained humble in the face of their acclaim, courteously greeting everyone before tending to the unconscious Vegeta. Krillin and Piccolo nodded approvingly. Indeed, he was not boastful nor overly proud, remaining grounded despite his newfound strength, truly a worthy disciple. However, Android 18 looked at the two with confusion, pondering their apparent pride. While she could comprehend Krillin's enthusiasm, she wondered why Piccolo seemed to agree. As the crowd dispersed, Goten carried Vegeta back to Capsule Corporation. Gradually, Vegeta regained consciousness. Rubbing his forehead and upon seeing Goten's obsequious grin, huffed in displeasure. He was clearly unprepared to accept the reality of his defeat at Goten's hands. Nevertheless, defeat was defeat, and Vegeta would not deny it. Thus, he chose silence to convey his current sentiments. After the earlier battle, Goten took a refreshing shower at Bulma's house. Emerging with damp hair, sensing a presence lurking around the bathroom corner, he smiled lightly, pretending not to notice as he stepped outside. A small blue head peeked out, little bra, her eyes sparkling with excitement, drooled as she gazed at Goten's strong, wet back. Haha, Goten, my elder brother is so handsome, with years of training. Goten's physique is not as exaggeratedly muscular as that of Vegeta or Goku. Rather, he possesses a lean and evenly proportioned build, reminiscent of the physique of a Super Saiyan God. This gives him an aesthetically pleasing and comfortable appearance. As for Bra, Goten currently harbors no particular feelings. Akin to his sister, he wonders if it is due to their Saiyan heritage that he merely admires ordinary, beautiful girls without experiencing any romantic impulses. Instead, he finds himself quite intrigued by powerful women like Android 18, though she is already married to his master, and thus, he cannot entertain any thoughts about her. It seems that Saiyans are often drawn to women who possess either a formidable character or considerable strength, much like Chi-Chi and Bulma, both of whom are known for their strong personalities. Even his grandfather, whom he has never met, claimed a woman who, while not a combat-oriented Saiyan, was nonetheless a superior warrior among them. Upon changing his attire and stepping outside, Goten encountered Gohan, clad in a rather unappealing shade of green and a brown helmet. Scrutinizing him, Trunks and Bulma were also present. Gohan noticed Goten and exclaimed, "Hey Goten, you didn't go back? Look, how dashing do I look?" He then placed his hands atop his head and squatted slightly, attempting a pose he deemed impressive. Goten was so taken aback that the towel in his hand slipped from his grasp. Suddenly, a figure swiftly darted past and caught the towel before it fell. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bulma scooped her up with delight. "It was Bra. Where have you been? I didn't see you earlier. Do you think your brother Gohan looks handsome?" Bra glanced at Gohan and playfully stuck out her tongue. "EW, Gohan, you look so silly." Gohan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him upon hearing Bra's words. Goten approached Gohan, placing his hands on his shoulders, and with a serious expression, inquired, "Nissan, who taught you that move?" Gohan, feeling quite pleased with himself, replied, "I came up with it myself. Isn't it cool?" Goten remained silent. It seemed that the influence of Jinyu had left a significant mark on his brother. "Are you a member of the Jinyu Force? Since we can't change your outfit, we might as well revise your entrance move. After all, it would be our family who would feel embarrassed. Nissan, if you wish to be a hero, perhaps you should reconsider that move. How about this instead?" Goten turned his body slightly, slowly raised his right hand, pointed his index finger upward towards Gohan, and with a fierce, cold gaze, declared, "Come forth and recount your sins." Gohan and Trunks' eyes lit up with excitement as they shouted, "Kakarot!" Bulma, holding Bra, also had stars in her eyes. "This is too cool. Goten, you are amazing. All right, I've decided. This will be my entrance move in line." Gohan was struck by Goten's performance, reflecting on how absurd his originally conceived move now seemed. With the movement issue resolved, Gohan began to ponder a name. How about calling it Super Saiyan Superman? Trunks, Goten, and Bra simultaneously shook their heads in disapproval. Not particularly impressive. "Are you not afraid of biting your tongue while introducing yourself?" Goten interrupted the emergence of more peculiar names. "Why not simply call ourselves Saiyans? It is concise and dashing. Although we are all Saiyans, we shall not compete for names. Everyone experiences a phase of youthful exuberance, yet Gohan's taste is rather lacking." At this moment, Vegeta also emerged, taken aback by Gohan's attire. "Why are you dressed like that?" Gohan, oblivious, boasted, unaware that only he possessed such a unique aesthetic. Vegeta could hardly tolerate Gohan's carefree demeanor, as Gohan was one of the few individuals he acknowledged. Gohan, your body is on the verge of rusting. Even in times of peace, one must not forsake training. Goten has already surpassed you. Gohan shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling. How could that be? Uncle Vegeta is joking. He could not fathom that Goten had indeed eclipsed him. Fully aware of the arduous journey to elevate one's strength. To him, Goten's frequent returns home did not resemble the behavior of a diligent martial artist. So how could he have surpassed him? Vegeta would not elaborate further. Should he really disclose to Gohan that Goten could defeat him, Vegeta? Absolutely not. This marked the beginning of Gohan's journey as a formidable warrior. Once a singularly powerful fighter, the first to achieve Super Saiyan 2, possessing immense talent. Nearly usurping the protagonist's role, yet now he had regressed. Goten wished to assist Gohan in his training, but Gohan's temperament was exceedingly docile. All his training stemmed from compulsion. He began training due to Vegeta's arrival on Earth, and continued because of the threats posed by Frieza, the androids, and Cell. Once peace was restored, Gohan would swiftly become complacent and cease his training voluntarily. Even if Goten insisted on training with Gohan daily, it would yield no results. Gohan was the type to only scramble for improvement at the last moment, stubbornly refusing to heed warnings until faced with adversity. After facing Majin Buu, Goten would ensure that Gohan would not abandon his training. Having acquired what he desired, Gohan took Goten home. Upon returning, he boasted to Chi-Chi. And when it was time for bed, Gohan, still clad in that unsightly green outfit, posed in front of the mirror, much to Goten's dismay. I say, Nissan, you can transform on your own. What is all the excitement about with a transformation device? You're not even as dashing as your Super Saiyan 2 form. And please, no more new poses. It's too much for anyone to remember. Time for bed. Gohan, brimming with excitement, hardly slept a wink, eager to venture out and perform heroic deeds. Goten truly wished to tell Gohan that the world had enough Saiyans. There was no need for a masked hero. Please cease your foolish antics. One fateful day, Gohan burst through the front door with vigor. Good news, Mom, Goten. Do you know? Dad is coming back to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chi-Chi, overwhelmed with joy, dropped the dish she was holding, thrilled to hear that Goku would return. Goten, did you hear? You'll finally see Dad. Son Wukong is finally poised for resurrection, which means that the evil Majin Buu won't be far behind. Gohan continued, moreover. This time the World Martial Arts Tournament has added a youth division, with a grand prize of 10 million. Since Goten is only 13 years old, he is eligible to participate in the youth competition. This is wonderful, Goten. Just as your father's inheritance is nearly exhausted, you and your brother can both compete, allowing us to potentially win 25 million. Mother, you truly have a knack for calculations, Gohan remarked. Gohan requested Goten to assist him with training the following day, to which Goten readily agreed. Now that he understands the importance of training, he knows that when a car crashes into a wall, it signifies a need for change. When stocks rise, it's time to invest. And when mistakes lead to consequences, reflection is essential. The next morning, Gohan took Goten back to the grassy plains of their past. Dressed in matching purple martial arts attire akin to Piccolo's, Gohan prepared himself. While Goten donned his signature martial arts uniform, Gohan began to loosen up. Goten, go gather some stones and throw them at your brother. Goten, not bored enough to indulge Gohan's theatrics, whispered Nissan, do you truly believe that after training outside for so long, I am merely playing? With that, he raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful energy blast towards a nearby mountain. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted, obliterating not just the mountain, but also creating a massive, semicircular crater in its place. Gohan's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had not anticipated Goten's strength to be so formidable. Suddenly, he recalled Vegeta's words about Goten surpassing him. Perhaps it was indeed true. Goten, indifferent to the destruction he had caused, smiled innocently at Gohan. Nissan, throwing stones is rather dull. How about we use ki blast instead? Gohan hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's just training. We don't need to go to such extremes. Goten, unwilling to waste time, instantly transformed his hair to a golden hue. Nissan, stop with the childish antics. Let us engage in battle. Gohan exclaimed, Nanny, Goten, can you really transform into a Super Saiyan now? Goten, following Gohan's cue, delivered a swift punch to Gohan's face. Gohan was sent flying, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Goten looked at Gohan with a cold expression. Nissan, you are far too weak. A stunned Gohan, embedded in the wall, could scarcely believe his eyes. Is this truly Goten? Chapter 17. Marry on the spot. Immediately, Goten proposed to Gohan. Now, transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan, flustered, had never seen Goten like this. Goten, are you really alright? Is that truly you? Goten, growing impatient, retorted, I say, Nissan, have you not fought in so long that your mind has become muddled? Without further ado, Goten cast Gohan aside, intent on inflicting a second wave of harm. Gohan, however, was not foolish enough to remain vulnerable. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, deftly evading Goten's assault. Yet, the mountain behind Gohan crumbled under the force of Goten's punch. Gazing at the shattered landscape, Gohan realized that Goten was indeed serious. Goten, if you continue like this, brother will become quite upset. Goten, undeterred, retorted, then let me witness the true strength of an angry brother. The two engaged in combat, both as Super Saiyans, yet Gohan found himself struggling against Goten, perpetually at a disadvantage. How could Goten, so young and inexperienced in life and death battles, possess such formidable power? Gohan lamented the fact that he had grown weaker. His prowess diminished significantly compared to when he was 10. Had he persisted in his training, he would not have been inferior to Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Gradually, Gohan discerned that Goten's attacks were astutely crafted, each one unique and purposeful, seemingly tailored specifically for him. Although Goten's strikes were challenging to withstand, they were not insurmountable. As Gohan acclimated to Goten's rhythm, it felt as though he was being fed techniques to counter. Yes, it was as if Goten was aiding him in rediscovering the essence of battle. If he relied solely on his rudimentary training methods, it would take an eternity to regain his former state. As Gohan adapted, he began to mount counterattacks, but just as he felt evenly matched with Goten, Goten would elevate his power, surpassing him once more. Was Goten truly so strong? Hadn't Uncle Piccolo proclaimed Gohan's potential to be the highest? In a surge of frustration, Gohan pushed Goten back. Goten, I am genuinely thrilled. I had no idea you had grown this strong. As your brother, I feel remiss. Now, let me see your full strength. Gohan crouched slightly, gathering energy. The earth trembled as thunder roared, energy erupting from Gohan's being, albeit at a slower pace than he desired. Goten, hovering above, quipped, Nissan, could you hurry it up? By the time you transform into Super Saiyan 2, your opponent could have taken you down 10 times over. With a resounding roar, Gohan was enveloped in lightning, his hair transforming into a striking style adorned with bangs, completing his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Goten, stroking his chin while appraising Gohan, remarked, still looking sharp but just a tad below my level. Is this truly your maximum? How disappointing. This is my strongest form. Goten, if it proves too overwhelming, I can always revert, Gohan asserted, buoyed by his transformation. Yet, Goten warned, speak less of bravado. Only victors can boast. And you are not yet among them. With that, Goten charged forth in his Super Saiyan form, delivering a flying kick. Gohan confidently raised his right hand, embodying a demeanor of ease. Ah, Goten, you remain oblivious to the formidable power that your elder brother possesses. With such an attack against me, whoa. Gohan's thoughts were far from over, his face contorted, his body spinning like a top, once again sent crashing into the mountains, unable to extricate himself. Within the mountain's confines, Gohan began to question the very essence of his existence. What on earth is happening? I have already transformed into Super Saiyan 2, yet I still cannot surpass Goten, who remains merely a Super Saiyan 1. Outside the mountain, Goten shook his head. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan could not contend with Goten. Goten's current strength was a staggering 3 billion in base form, comparable to that of the Goku from the afterlife. Even in his Super Saiyan form, his battle power soared to 150 billion. Meanwhile, Gohan, having neglected his training for years, saw his strength dwindle to around 9 million, and even as Super Saiyan 2, it barely reached 90 billion. How could he possibly compare to Goten? In the original tale, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage against Dabra, who was nearly as strong as Cell, prompting Vegeta's dismay. Such a stark regression. Do you recall the days when you defeated the lightning-fast Cell with but a single hand? In contrast, both Vegeta and Goku, in their base forms, could easily perceive the battle prowess of Super Saiyan 2. Disappointment, an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Gohan, with his right hand dangling, emerged from the mountains in a state of disarray, evidently dislocated, reminiscent of times long past. How could Goten be so powerful? Since Gohan's capabilities had been adequately assessed, there was no necessity to continue this battle. It was akin to the elderly playing with a child. No, it should be the child toying with the elder. A more humiliating scenario. Goten remarked, Nissan, Uncle Vegeta is right. You have grown rusty. You're far too weak now. Gohan's mind reeled. Struck as if by a thunderbolt. I have been scorned by my younger brother, the very brother I have always revered. Behold the power of this current tier. Goten, too, crouched down, unleashing a mighty roar that swiftly propelled him into Super Saiyan 2, his transformation occurring far more swiftly than Gohan's. Gohan's body trembled uncontrollably, his pupils constricting. What terrifying power is this? As he sensed Goten's battle power of 300 billion, Gohan instinctively took a step back. It was as though he had reverted to his childhood, facing Frieza, consumed by despair and fear, paralyzed to the point of not daring to move a finger. When he regained his composure, he realized that he had actually retreated before his own brother. He felt a profound terror. Am I truly still the Gohan who once stood against Cell? A deep sense of helplessness enveloped him. Today, he faced the overwhelming might of Goten. What if that power were directed at him as an enemy? If it were an adversary, I would lack even the strength to resist. How could I protect the Earth? My family? Lost in thought, Gohan sank to the ground. Goten descended, placing a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder. Nissan, do you feel it? Uncle Vegeta now possesses this same level of power. You have fallen behind. While learning is undeniably important, you cannot neglect your training. I have heard from Uncle Piccolo that as long as you are willing to train, your potential is unparalleled. I can assist you now. You will undoubtedly catch up with us. In truth, it may be somewhat premature to discuss such matters at this juncture. Given Gohan's temperament, should Goten surpass him, he would likely be merely astonished. His training is driven by a sense of falling behind others. For Gohan to genuinely commit to his training, he must confront a significant crisis. Mere words will not suffice to instill unwavering dedication in him. If that were possible, Goten would have accomplished it long ago. After a morning spent as Gohan's sparring partner, Goten helped him regain a modicum of his combative spirit. Yet it is but a mere fraction of what is required to return to his former prowess. At noon, the brothers, having grown hungry, made their way home, only to be greeted by the sounds of a heated dispute between two women before they even reached the door. Gohan rushed forward to intervene. Mom, we're home. Why are you arguing with Videl? Kiki was visibly upset. Is she not here to seduce you, Gohan? She mentioned wanting you to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Videl's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, Who is here to seduce Gohan? I came to learn how to fly. Goten, observing the scene, quipped, Mom, you might just scare this wealthy lady away. Gohan, ever the peacemaker, attempted to smooth over the situation. A rumbling from their stomachs shattered the tension. Goten awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he was famished. Soon after, Gohan's stomach joined the chorus. The scene swiftly transitioned to the dinner table, Videl included, as Kiki insisted. Now that you're here, we can't let you go hungry. The two Saiyans feasted heartily, leaving Videl astounded. Compared to their previous encounter on the roof, they were considerably more restrained. Suddenly, Videl, curious, inquired why Kiki assumed she was there to seduce Gohan. Logically, such an assumption seemed unfounded. One would think she was merely seeking a date with Gohan. Police, what date? I'm here to learn. Auntie, why do you think I'm here to seduce Gohan? Before Kiki could respond, Goten began to speak, somewhat incoherently. Don't let her fool you. My mom might just be more formidable than you think. After all, she ensnared my dad at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and they married right there on stage. Videl suddenly felt a twinge of admiration for Kiki. How romantic. Kiki playfully smacked Goten on the head. What do you mean by ensnared? Your father willingly agreed to marry me. Goten covered his head, though his mouth was not deterred from eating. Exactly, Mom. You're dating at a young age. He continued down the path of self-sabotage. Bang! Kiki, armed with a metal spoon, took her seat, while Goten, with a sizable bump on his head, fell silent to eat. Had he not lowered his temper to the utmost, he would have retaliated. Videl found the family's antics amusing yet heartwarming. It had been ages since she had shared a meal with Satan. After tasting Kiki's cooking, she couldn't help but exclaim, This is delicious. Better than what my chef prepares. Kiki initially believed Videl's family owned a restaurant, only to later discover that Videl's family was, in fact, affluent, possessing numerous properties. Gohan, when are you two getting married? Kiki asked. How could such a wealthy lady escape? Immediately, let's wed on the spot. Originally an invisible figure, Gohan suddenly made a jest, spitting rice all over Goten's face. Goten, speechless, wiped away the grains of rice from his face, while their mother was rather direct in her approach. What she gets frightened? A more tactful method would suffice, perhaps a little dose of persuasion, akin to the charm that once captivated their father, Goku. Once the proverbial rice has been cooked, there's no running away. After their meal, the training commenced. Before learning the art of flight, Gohan began instructing Videl on the use of ki. However, Goten found the teachings rather rudimentary. Gohan's pedagogical skills were commendable, but martial arts teaching was another matter entirely. Videl, only partially comprehending, actually possessed a fighting power that was quite respectable for an Earthling, exceeding 20. Yet she lacked the finesse in utilizing ki, reminiscent of Goku's early encounters with the impoverished monk, Nam. Goten remarked, Nissan. Perhaps it would be better if I instructed Sister Videl using Master Roshi's methods. Gohan suddenly realized the wisdom in Goten's words. Indeed, having trained under Master Roshi, Goten would surely be adept at teaching Videl to harness her ki. Videl, slightly offended, replied, Are you implying that you look down on me, Gohan? To suggest that Goten should teach me. Goten, amused rather than offended, retorted, If it weren't for your wealth, would I even consider teaching you? Gohan hastily clarified, Don't underestimate Goten. He has far more skill than I am. Videl remained skeptical. Is that true? Goten, uninterested in their exchange, wandered into a patch of grass, only to emerge moments later. All right, young Master Goten is ready to commence the lesson. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, the character on Goten's clothing had mysteriously transformed from heaven to turtle. Chapter 18. Videl's Daily Life in Turtle School. By this point, Goten had already been transformed into Y Goten, while X Goten and Z Goten had taken a side seat to observe. Sensing Goten's surge of Super Saiyan energy, they hurriedly approached. Before we begin our training, let's don our Turtle School uniforms. With that, Goten pointed at Videl, and her attire instantly morphed into the orange eye of Turtle School. Gohan and Videl were taken aback. Gohan was astonished that Goten had mastered Uncle Piccolo's ability. Videl was flabbergasted that Goten had altered her clothing. Was this magic? Such was Videl's understanding gleaned from Satan. Goten continued, speaking as if he were a teacher. Our Turtle School has its principles to remember. Engage in activities, study diligently, play joyfully, eat well, and rest adequately. Live a happy, fulfilling life. Videl listened intently, finding profound wisdom in his words, convinced that the speaker was undoubtedly a revered master. As for ki, allow me to demonstrate. Goten raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast, obliterating a mountain. Videl stood in stunned silence, astonished. Is this truly magic? Today had undeniably opened a new realm of understanding for Videl. Goten declared this is ki. Gohan wholeheartedly agreed with Goten's demonstration. Yes, precisely. Did you see that piece of land? It's time to cultivate it. Biddy looked perplexed. Cultivate? Wu Tian's expression was resolute. Indeed, we must cultivate it, but without tools. We shall dig with our bare hands. Biddy turned to Gohan, astonished. This is several hundred acres. Your brother is not joking. Gohan nodded. Although I have not undergone training in the Turtle School, I believe that's how it is. Wu Tian admonished. Stop dawdling and get started. Upon noticing Wu Tian's change in demeanor, Biddy promptly began digging with her hands. Although the training was arduous, Biddy, with her solid foundation, managed to endure. However, the faster she dug, the more something felt amiss. She turned to Wu Tian and asked, Is this truly training? Wu Tian assured her, Of course it is training. What benefit would I have in deceiving you? Then what are those seeds you're scattering? Biddy inquired, pointing at the seeds in Wu Tian's hand. Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. Oh, such a large expanse of land should not go to waste. Why have you stopped? Keep digging. Biddy perseverat. Though she harbored doubts about whether Wu Tian was merely exploiting her labor for his family's agricultural endeavors. Remarkably, Biddy completed Wu Tian's task within a few hours, covered in dirt. She wiped her face clean. Now, can I learn that flight technique? Wu Tian raised his index finger before her. No, no, no. Next, you must deliver milk. With that, Wu Tian tossed out a multi-function capsule, and with a bang, a purple turtle shell materialized before Biddy. You must wear this at all times, except when sleeping. Biddy, skeptical of Wu Tian's intentions, lifted the shell. How ugly. Why is it? It's so heavy. This shell must weigh at least 100 pounds. Do you think our school is named the Turtle School for no reason? Biddy exclaimed in astonishment. Is it because you all train while carrying such shells? No, it's because our founder was an old perverted turtle. Keep your distance from him in the future. Your school is truly peculiar. At that moment, Biddy seemed to recall something. By the way, what did you say the next step was? Delivering milk? Wu Tian nodded. Precisely. You must walk and deliver milk to every household within the Baozi Mountain area while wearing the turtle shell. Biddy looked at Gohan, who confirmed with a nod. Gohan, having less experience in this training than Wu Tian, chose to remain silent. Hours later, Biddy began to grasp the difficulty of this training. Yet Wu Tian's actions seemed more akin to mischief than genuine training. She asked again, is this really training? Wu Tian, nervously hiding his hand that counted money, stammered, of course. Why would I deceive you? You should hide the money better. Biddy Li fumed, clenching her fists. She constantly reassured herself. I came here to learn the flight technique. I must not get angry. Biddy Li forced a smile. Now, can I learn the flight technique? No, now go move bricks. Hours later, the sun had set, and Biddy Li lay exhausted on the lawn, gazing at Wu Tian not far away, who was secretly counting money while spitting. How had she never realized how insufferable this boy was? Wasn't he supposed to be her subordinate? Wu Tian, with a sense of entitlement, stuffed the money into his pocket and coughed a few times. Ahem, today's training has concluded. You may return now. Remember to wake up at 5 tomorrow to deliver the milk. As for the void technique, Wu Tian stated sternly, I will teach you when the time comes. Biddy Li Bota. Feeling wronged. When have I ever endured such indignation? I am tolerating this for the sake of the void technique. Biddy Li flew home, and Gohan approached Wu Tian. Wu Tian, don't you think you're being too harsh on Biddy Li? Wu Tian shot him a silent glance. What's the matter, Nissan? Feeling sorry for her? Gohan's face turned crimson from Wu Tian's remark. No way. Don't say such things. Wu Tian's expression turned serious. This martial arts tournament may not be as straightforward as it seems. If you don't want Biddy Li to get hurt, don't interfere with my plans. Wu Tian actually held a degree of respect for this sister-in-law. He recalled how Biddy Li was mistreated by Spobovich during the world's martial arts tournament. Wu Tian would not allow such an event to transpire again. Thus, his aim was not merely to teach Biddy Li the void technique, but to empower her to dominate Spobovich in the arena. The original work depicted Spobovich as not particularly formidable. After being demonized by Babidi, he was merely average, and Biddy Li could certainly hold her own against him. Given her talents as a human from Earth, as long as she systematically trained in martial arts, she would undoubtedly defeat Spobovich. Wu Tian couldn't help but shake his head. I've invested too much in this guy. After contemplating, he pulled out the money from his pocket to count. He had earned quite a sum today. Biddy Li was indeed a worthy candidate to be a member of the Sun family. Days passed, and, after a month of training, Gohan finally regained his former strength, while Biddy Li was nearing the end of her training. On this day, Biddy Li could no longer tolerate it. I quit. I came to learn the void technique. Not to work for you, she demanded. Teach me the void technique now, or I will immediately expose Gohan's identity as a Saiyan. Wu Tian laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Nissan. She has finally realized it. No more money for us. Let me tell you, we never intended to teach you the void technique. Seeing you in that turtle shell is just too amusing. Ha! Biddy Li finally comprehended that she had been played. How could I ever trust you again? You scoundrels. In a fit of rage, she launched a kick at Wu Tian. Bastard. Go to hell. Wu Tian merely shifted slightly, and Biddy Li's kick struck the tree behind him. With a resounding crash, the tree splintered in two. Wu Tian observed Biddy Li's cultivated strength. Oh, not bad at all. You've improved significantly in just a month. Biddy Li, astonished by her own newfound power, stammered. This is truly my strength. Wu Tian replied, now, take off the turtle shell and jump to sea. Biddy Li obediently followed suit, shedding the unsightly turtle shell she had carried daily, and leapt into the air with all her might. With a whoosh, Biddy Li soared straight towards the heavens, reaching an impressive height of at least 200 meters. Upon landing, she could hardly believe the extent of her newfound strength. In the past, not only would such a fall have resulted in serious injury, but she would have struggled to jump to such heights. Yet now, she felt absolutely unharmed. Wu Tian was thoroughly pleased with Biddy Li's progress. The truth was, she possessed a solid foundation. Her previous training had primarily focused on combat, neglecting the realm of martial arts. This recent endeavor had allowed her to unleash all the potential she had accumulated over time, boasting a combat power of no less than 120. Suddenly, Biddy Li bowed deeply to Wu Tian, saying, I apologize, Wu Tian. I once thought you were merely playing tricks on me. Thank you for helping me reach this point. Wu Tian waved dismissively. No need for such formality. We are comrades. Biddy Li felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. Despite Wu Tian's guidance throughout her training, he only appeared when it was time to collect payment, while Gohan had been by her side during the remainder of her time. And their bond had grown unspoken yet profound. Excitedly, Biddy Li asked, so, can I learn the void technique now? Wu Tian shook his head. Not yet. She refrained from pressing further, feeling disheartened but trusting Wu Tian's judgment, knowing that if he deemed it unripe, then it was undoubtedly not yet time. Wu Tian smiled. You have another step in your training. With 3 months until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I'm giving you this map. You must journey on foot to a place called Korin Tower, where you will obtain the sacred water from Master Korin. Drinking it will significantly enhance your strength. You have 2 months. Biddy listened with exhilarating anticipation. She then turned to Gohan and whispered, "Can Gohan accompany me?" Wu Tian replied firmly, "Of course not. Are you going to train, or simply go on a date?" Biddy Lee's excitement waned as she let out a soft, disappointed sigh. "Do not be disheartened. Upon your return, I will gladly teach you the void technique, as well as this." As he spoke, Wu Tian formed a lotus shape with his hands at his waist, gathering azure energy. Got me, got me. Biddy Lee was entranced by the enchanting blue light, unaware that it harbored lethal potential. With a roar, Wu Tian unleashed the blue energy in a cylindrical form, striking the nearby mountain. A tremendous explosion ensued, and a mountain vanished before Biddy Lee's eyes. Astonished, her mouth fell agape. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Soon, exhilaration replaced her shock. Wu Tian had mentioned teaching her this technique. This meant she too could harness such power. Gohan, observing Biddy Lee's excitement, felt a surge of happiness for her. "Impressive, isn't it? This is the signature technique of our turtle school, the Kamehameha." Biddy Lee snatched the map, eager to set out immediately. Suddenly, she spotted a figure soaring towards them. Was it a child? Wait, was that child carrying another child on her back? Chapter 19, Broly Goten. Bulla has come to play with you. Goten, I discovered something extraordinary. Come and see. Don't think that your brother has found something without considering you. It was Trunks and Bulla. Curiously, Videl inquired of Gohan, "Is it true that everyone you know can fly?" Gohan replied gently, "Pretty much." This made Videl even more eager to learn the art of flight. As soon as Trunks landed, Bulla leaped off his back, not approaching Goten immediately. Instead, she marched up to Videl with an assertive demeanor, fixing her adorable blue eyes on Videl. Bulla's intense gaze made Videl feel somewhat uneasy. "Why are you staring at me?" With a furrowed brow, Bulla responded, "Who are you, and why are you next to Goten?" Sensing a threat from Videl, Bulla observed her beauty and well-proportioned figure, yet she firmly believed that she would never fall short in comparison. Moreover, Bulla thought to herself that Goten would never be interested in an older woman. He should prefer someone like her, a delicate young lady. Noticing the tension, Goten quickly interjected, "This is Bulla, and she's Gohan's girlfriend." Both Videl and Gohan felt a flush of embarrassment, yet neither denied it. A charming, innocent smile spread across Bulla's face. "I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Bulla. Please take care of me." "Huh? Oh, please take care of me. I'm Videl," she stammered, taken aback by the sudden shift in demeanor. Bulla deemed it essential to cultivate a good rapport with this woman, as they would all eventually marry into the Son family. It was imperative not to sour their relationship. "I say, Goten, aren't you going to introduce me?" Trunks chimed in. Goten responded, "Oh, Trunks, you're here. Right, this is Bulla's brother, Trunks." Trunks, feigning indifference, remarked, "You might as well act as though I don't exist. I have no family." It dawned on Goten, "Oh, Trunks, what did you come here for?" Just as Trunks was about to speak, Bulla pushed him aside and eagerly exclaimed, "Goten, look, I found this in Mom's lab. It's a dragon radar. I've heard that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Let us go find them." With that, she pulled the dragon radar from her small waist pouch. Gohan reminisced, "The Dragon Balls, it has been ages since we sought them. However, Bulla, they are not to be trifled with." Goten waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. What serious wish could a child possibly make? Last year, Aunt Bulma wished to be 5 years younger." Trunks looked disappointed, as he had intended to impress Goten. "Oh, so you all know about the Dragon Balls," he said, gently ruffling Bulla's hair. He asked, "What wish do you desire, little Bulla?" Bulla's face flushed, and she hesitated, not daring to voice her true wish of becoming Goten's wife. At that moment, Videl also spoke up. "May I join you in searching for the Dragon Balls? I've never seen anything so magical." Goten pondered for a moment. "Certainly, let's treat this as a day of respite. However, you cannot fly, so let Nissan carry you." Bra jumped up as well, exclaiming, "I want to be carried too. I want Goten to carry me." Goten obliged, and the two of them each carried Bulla and Bra, activating the dragon radar and soaring into the sky. After a brief flight, Gohan pondered aloud, "Have we forgotten something?" Goten and Bulla, after a moment of contemplation, replied in unison, "No, not at all." At that moment, Bulla, perched on Gohan's back, whispered, "Did we forget about Trunks?" Far behind them, Trunks felt a pang of despair. After all, he was the one who discovered the dragon radar. Trunks soon caught up, and the 5 of them quickly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. In this era, finding the Dragon Balls faced minimal obstacles, and the crucial 4-star ball remained firmly in Goten's possession. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, a fearsome warrior lay encased in ice. Following the guidance of the dragon radar, Goten and his companions arrived at a mountain village that still clung to the archaic superstition of offering beautiful maidens as sacrifices to the mountain deity. Naturally, Bulla and Bra could not stand idly by and insisted on intervening, resulting in the priest's Dragon Ball being at stake. At this moment, Goten's mind sparked with a realization. This plot revolves around Broly. Broly is about to make an appearance. Previously, through Shinran's inquiry, Goten had learned of the legendary Super Saiyans existing in this world. He had always assumed that the legendary Super Saiyan was Broly from planet Vampa, only to discover that it was the Broly from the movie series. Although this iteration of Broly hailed from the films, his power should not be underestimated. His prowess would not pale in comparison to that of Super. Originally, it took the combined strength of 4 Super Saiyans to defeat Broly, yet 7 years later, even Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form found himself unable to match him, while Broly remained merely in his Super Saiyan form. Ultimately, it required the combined efforts of Goten in his Super Saiyan form, Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, and Goku, who had already attained Super Saiyan 3, to push him into the sun to meet his demise, rather than defeating him through sheer strength, an indication of his terrifying capabilities. The premise of Broly's character is that, even without training, he grows stronger with time, becoming even more formidable in battle, something that ordinary Saiyans cannot compare to, a visible manifestation of his increasing power. Given enough time, he could potentially reach the level of Super Broly. Goten felt uncertain about his ability to contend with him now. Aside from fan-made comic where Vegeta in Super Saiyan 3 triumphed over Broly, no one had managed to defeat him single-handedly. As the group debated how to drive away the so-called mountain deity, Gohan sensed something amiss. Observing Goten's anxious demeanor, he inquired, "Goten, I do not sense any formidable energy. It should merely be an ordinary monster." Goten replied coolly, "That is precisely what worries me." Gohan, puzzled, responded, "Huh? Is it not precisely the absence of a powerful energy that should alleviate our concerns?" Goten, having previously sensed this area, was unable to detect Broly's presence at all, despite knowing he should be nearby, leaving him feeling quite vulnerable. He could certainly seek out the slumbering Broly and deliver a fatal blow. The so-called mountain deity was merely a dinosaur. Having aided the villagers in vanquishing it, the Dragon Balls naturally came into their possession. In gratitude, the villagers organized a bonfire gathering that evening, and the feast consisted of the meat from the dinosaur they had slain. Everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Yet Goten alone bore a heavy heart. Bra approached him, carrying a sizable piece of meat, and offered it to him. "Goten, why are you eating so little today?" Goten, lost in thought about Broly, did not hear Bra's words. How should he resolve this situation? Super Saiyan 3 was not a reliable option against him, and Super Saiyan 4 was not something Goten intended to unleash on Earth. He did not consider himself the protagonist capable of overcoming the mindless fury of the great ape transformation. If he were forced to become Super Saiyan 4 to combat Broly, it was likely that Broly would not be the one to destroy the Earth. He might do so himself first. However, it seemed that Broly awakened only upon hearing his cries, so there was still time. As long as he found him before he awoke, all would be well. To be truthful, Goten felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first true adversary, and a particularly terrifying and formidable one at that. Vegeta and the others could be considered rivals, but they would never kill Goten, whereas Broly was indeed capable of ending his life. Recalling the original Broly, brutal, suffocating, and insane, Goten found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. Bra, who had been sitting beside him like a little wife, was startled when Goten suddenly stood up. His expression was grave as he said, "You all continue to have fun. I need to clear my head. Bra, do not follow me." With that, he took off into the sky. Even Videl noticed Goten's unusual demeanor, but refrained from questioning him further. Goten arrived at a secluded grove, placing his sword against his forehead. This was the wish he had made to the Eternal Dragon. The three of them could communicate telepathically, even across vast distances or different realms. "Ex-Goten, hurry here. There's a matter of great urgency." The message echoed in his mind, and in an instant, the other two Gotens teleported to his side. "Z-Goten, what is it? Why the urgency?" "Why, Goten? It's about that yoga program that's about to start." Ex-Goten's expression turned serious. The saga of Broly is unfolding. Z-Goten's excitement was palpable. That one, Ex-Goten, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The three Gotens tensed, particularly Z-Goten, who had awaited this day for many years. Ex-Goten began assigning tasks. "Right now, we cannot sense his location, but we know he is nearby, trapped in ice within a valley. Split up and search." If you find him, do not act impulsively. Communicate telepathically. I'm uncertain if Super Saiyan 3 can triumph over him. If necessary, use that technique. The two Gotens nodded in agreement. Goten provided each of them with a mask and cloak to conceal their identities, as it was not yet the time for revelation. The three individuals set out to act independently. After a moment of fruitless searching, that moment felt interminable to them, just as despair began to envelop them. Tian discovered a peculiar location. It resembled a volcano rather than a valley, though the interior had long been encased in ice. Unable to discern any details, Tian extended his mental prowess downward, plunging deep into the abyss, and finally glimpsed a silhouette. It was a fair-skinned young man, bare-chested, bearing visible wounds. They had found him, Broly. Just as Tian was observing Broly's condition, Broly seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed upward, his eyes piercing through the icy layer to behold Tian, and an infernal grin spread across his once gentle visage. Tian thought, I must alert them swiftly. Just as Tian pointed his sword at his head, a massive hand erupted from the ice, seizing Tian by the head, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Kakarot. Chapter 20. Fierce Battle. Kakarot. Tian and Tian's expressions hardened, sensing the imminent danger to Z. Both instantly utilized instant transmission, and upon their arrival at Tian's location, a figure was hurled towards them, sending the newly arrived Wushins flying. As they regained their composure, they realized that the object that struck them was Tian himself. X exclaimed, what happened? Were you not supposed to notify us? Z wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Before I could react, he awakened and took control of me. I didn't even get a chance to transform into a Super Saiyan. Y queried, what do we do now? X retorted, what else is there to say? We fight him. Agreed. X2. All three transformed simultaneously into Super Saiyan 2, realizing that facing such an adversary without exerting their full strength would be an arduous task. Broly, upon gazing at Kakarot's face, could hardly contain his malevolent smile. He yearned to shatter that face into oblivion. Kakarot, with Broly's roar, he too transformed into Super Saiyan. X remarked, incredible. He is not inferior to our Super Saiyan 2, and he is merely at Super Saiyan 1. Z calmly asserted, let's attack together. The trio surged forward, denying Broly any chance to retaliate. One by one, they engaged him as only a fool would approach it otherwise. Akin to the tale of the gored children rescuing their grandfather. All three sensed a palpable pressure emanating from Broly. It was not a mere display of strength, but rather a primal pressure stemming from their bloodlines. It was the rare and formidable suppression of legendary Saiyans over ordinary ones, leaving them unable to unleash their full potential. Damn it! The trio combined their efforts, and indeed, Broly struggled against the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Tian delivered a punch that caused blood to flow from Broly's mouth. Yet Broly appeared utterly unfazed, licking the blood from his lips, his expression transforming from anger to exhilaration. Tian followed up with a kick, which, astonishingly, left Broly unscathed. Remarked, truly, he is a terrifying monster. Broly withstood Goten's full force strike without flinching, his gaze fixed solely on Goten, who bore the visage of Goku, while the other two, obscured by masks, remained indistinguishable. Broly laughed heartily, declaring, today marks your demise, Kakarot. Despite their combined efforts, the trio proved utterly ineffective, failing to inflict any harm upon Broly, who effortlessly dispatched them, forcing them to flee in disarray. Broly was in an absolutely dominant position. Such a situation is untenable. Let us unite our strength and propel him into the sun. Goten proposed. No, that would be futile. His body could not withstand it. Let us not forget our objective. Goten countered. Nearby, Gohan, reveling in his victory, sensed four formidable auras, causing him to fumble the meat in his hands, which tumbled to the ground. Such overwhelming energy. Goten's energy. Goten is in peril. Gohan exclaimed, his fury igniting as he soared toward Goten's direction, with Trunks quickly following suit, leaving behind two grounded women who could not fly. Upon arrival, Gohan beheld a Saiyan mercilessly assaulting Goten, flanked by two enigmatic figures. What manner of monster is this? Gohan, well aware of Goten's prowess, was astounded that such a creature had managed to corner him. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he launched a kick at Broly. But Broly did not even flinch. What? Broly grinned, seizing Gohan's leg and slamming him into the ground with tremendous force. rendering Gohan unconscious and causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan 2 form. Goten rushed forward, grasping Broly's arms and delivering a powerful knee strike to his chin, momentarily loosening Broly's grip, allowing him to pull Gohan away from Broly's range of attack. Y Goten and Z Goten then sought to restrain Broly. Goten shook Gohan, who regained consciousness, astonished as he queried, "Goten, what manner of creature is this Saiyan? Why is he on Earth?" Goten, bewildered, responded, "Nissan, what are you saying? You don't recognize him?" Gohan, equally perplexed, retorted, "When have I ever encountered such a monster?" Contemplating Gohan's words, Goten realized that this universe's Gohan had never experienced the events involving Broly, indicating that this Broly had appeared out of nowhere. Noticing the wounds on Broly's body and back, evidence of Goku's Kamehameha, Goten deduced that this Broly must have battled the Z fighters before. But how did he arrive in this universe? As Goten pondered Broly's arrival in this realm, a voice echoed in his mind, pleading for assistance. "Are you ready? If so, come help us." Without further hesitation, Goten charged forward, only for Broly to unleash a green energy blast that sent both him and Gohan reeling, before seizing Goten in a crushing embrace. At that moment, Goten felt as though his bones might shatter under Broly's grip, eliciting anguished cries from Goten. "Gallic Gun! Special Beam Cannon!" Two powerful voices reverberated from behind Broly, unleashing immense energy that struck him, causing him to stagger and release Goten. Piccolo and Vegeta have arrived. Such formidable energy signatures are nearly impossible to overlook. With swift reflexes, Piccolo hastily extricated Goten from the fray. "Goten, weakened, murmured Uncle e Piccolo." Anxiously, Piccolo inquired, "Are you all right, Goten? What on earth is this creature?" Goten, realizing the truth, understood that they were oblivious to Broly's presence. As more individuals gathered, Broly suddenly erupted with rage. Upon transforming, his hair shifted to a shade of green, distinct from the typical golden of a Super Saiyan. His pupils vanished, muscles expanded dramatically, and the already towering Broly gained an additional 30 centimeters, manifesting the legendary Super Saiyan form, an exclusive state of the fabled Super Saiyan. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Merely a Super Saiyan in its third stage. How dare you present yourself? Witness how Super Vegeta handles you." Vegeta lunged towards Broly in his Super Saiyan 2 form, but Goten urgently intervened. "Uncle Vegeta, no, don't act rashly." Vegeta, however, paid no heed to Goten's warning, arrogantly unleashing a colossal explosion aimed at Broly. "How about that, you scoundrel? Do you now recognize the might of Vegeta?" As the smoke dissipated, Broly emerged unscathed, a cruel smile etched across his face. Vegeta, evidently. He too recognized Vegeta. What? Vegeta was taken aback, his fate sealed as he rapidly faced defeat. Broly charged through the smoke, seizing Vegeta with a single hand, showing no signs of restraint as he slammed Vegeta into the stone wall, debris flying in all directions. Goten, Gohan, and Piccolo rushed to aid him, but Broly merely chuckled, unleashing a green energy shield that kept the five of them at bay. Within this barrier, Broly held Vegeta's head, delivering blow after blow to his abdomen, causing Vegeta to retch, utterly devoid of resistance. Trunks, witnessing his father's relentless torment at Broly's hands, was consumed by rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan and futilely assaulting Broly's barrier. "Get away!" Piccolo had already charged his special beam cannon, prompting the others to quickly retreat. The beam struck Broly's shield, sparking upon impact, and pierced through to strike Broly's chest. Finally feeling the pain, Broly loosened his grip, causing Vegeta to plummet into the water below. Trunks anxiously searched for his father at the water's edge. Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at the two disguised Goten. Through telepathy, he communicated, "Who are these two?" Goten replied, "Friends." Uncle Piccolo, isn't the most pressing matter how to deal with him? Broly, however, wasted no time for contemplation, charging into their midst as if he were the predator among sheep. As the battle raged on, one after another fell victim to Broly's overwhelming might. Piccolo, Gohan, and Trunks were soon rendered unconscious, unable to continue the fight. Only three Tian remained steadfastly enduring, yet their situation was dire. Vegeta, though not fainted, had long lost his fighting spirit, slumped there, murmuring incessantly, "Impossible, it cannot be. We cannot defeat him." He had not escaped the fate of succumbing to despair, perhaps due to his bloodline. After all, Vegeta was a true pure-blood Saiyan royal. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed, "Sister Biddy, you are so heavy. What nonsense! Could you refrain from flying so erratically?" To his astonishment, it was Bra and Biddy. Bra was fluttering through the air, unsteadily carrying Biddy. Why had she mastered flight? Broly also noticed Bra and her companion. As if discovering new toys, he charged toward them. Bra and Biddy were blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Vegeta, catching sight of Bra, realized that Broly was already upon them, and at Vegeta's speed, he could not catch up. Broly, with a maniacal laugh, hurled a vibrant green energy sphere at the two. Bra! Vegeta screamed in a frenzy. Is that Dad's voice? Bra seemed to hear Vegeta's call, looking up only to find a massive green energy sphere looming before her. At that moment, both of their thoughts converged. It was over. The green sphere detonated, engulfing Bra and Biddy in its explosion. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon Bra, Vegeta was heartbroken. Fury coursed through him. He roared, feeling that he could be humiliated, but his family must not be harmed. With that, he unleashed an unimaginable power, his strength now rivaling even that of Super Saiyan 3 Tian. In that moment, Vegeta's rage reached its zenith. He would not spare Broly, even if facing the legendary Super Saiyan. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta surged forward, unleashing a relentless assault that forced Broly to retreat for the first time. Broly retaliated with a punch that sent Vegeta spinning through the air. Yet Vegeta refused to be driven back. Using Broly's own force, he executed a 360-degree spin, his fist transforming into hammers, and struck Broly down to the lake's depths. Vegeta pursued, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the lake's surface, sending them plummeting to the bottom. How dare you harm my Bra? Return her to me. With a final, overwhelming attack, Ultimate Flash, Vegeta sent Broly deep into the Earth's core. Exhausted, Vegeta knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, if only I were stronger. Bra would not have. Just then, a sweet, childlike voice broke through his despair. Daddy, I'm alright. Vegeta lifted his head to see Tian carrying the unconscious Biddy, with Bra nestled in his arms, waving frantically at him. Overwhelmed with joy, Vegeta wept tears of relief. Wonderful! Wonderful! Finally, he could release his burdens. Utterly spent, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 21, Ulva, Super Son Goten. At this moment, Y Goten and Z Goten had already relocated Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo to a place of safety. Bra approached Vegeta, gently shaking him, while Goten reassured her, it's all right. Uncle Vegeta is incredibly powerful. He is merely exhausted and will recover soon. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Fissures opened in the earth, and molten lava surged forth, transforming the surrounding environment into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. A green orb emerged from the molten rock. As the orb dissipated, the terrifying figure of Broly materialized. Truly a monstrosity. Such an attack had failed to vanquish him. Bra gazed at the creature with trepidation, instinctively clutching Goten. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, a figure anxiously observed the unfolding chaos. A crab-headed man incessantly shook the nearby King Kai, his voice rife with urgency. King Kai, let me return to Earth, please. This individual was none other than Son Goku, having just returned from training on North Kai's planet. Upon witnessing the peril faced by his friends and family on Earth, Goku could no longer contain himself. Naturally, King Kai could not acquiesce. No, that would violate the rules. Goku, in his desperation, exclaimed, but Goten is the only one left to fight on Earth. No matter how strong he is, he could perish. Everyone is in danger. King Kai restrained Goku, asserting, you must have faith in Goten. He is trained here, and he possesses a talent that surpasses even yours. He will prevail. Goku, having never encountered Goten, could not help but feel anxious. Back on Earth, Goten gently patted Bra's head to comfort her and addressed the other two Goten, saying, you take them to safety. I have a grasp of Broly's power now. Leave this to me. The two Goten nodded and departed with Bra and Vegeta. Broly, fixated on Goten, repeatedly shouted, Kakarot. Goten could not help but chuckle. Broly, just how much do you adore my father? Today, I shall sever this twisted bond. Remember my name. I am Son Goten. Far away on King Kai's planet, Goku was puzzled. How did this Saiyan know his name, and why did he seem to harbor resentment toward him, given that they had never even met? Goten unleashed a roar as his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. His brow lowered and his eyebrows vanished. In his once singular, light green irises, deep blue pupils emerged. The golden aura solidified and intensified, becoming denser than the lightning of Super Saiyan 2. While his golden tail swayed gracefully behind him, an aura of coldness enveloping his being. Super Saiyan 3, Son Goten, has arrived. Goku on King Kai's planet was astonished by Goten's prowess. Goten had achieved Super Saiyan 3. This child's talent was extraordinary. Now, Goten finally understood why Saiyans typically refrain from unleashing their full power immediately. First, they would probe their opponent's strength, and if they could overcome them, they would unleash their full might. If not, they would retreat, train, and return. Goten had comprehended Broly's strength quite thoroughly. It would not surpass his Super Saiyan 3 form. Clenching his fists, Goten gazed coldly at Broly. Let's commence our second round, Broly. The two locked eyes, staring at the opponent they had just effortlessly crushed. Broly held him in utter contempt. With a devilish grin, Goten launched a series of rapid strikes, initiating the encounter without granting Broly a moment to breathe. Leaping high to deliver a powerful kick aimed at his face, Broly staggered back several paces, barely managing to regain his footing. He regarded Goten with disbelief, astonished that the one he had just overpowered was now capable of dominating him. Broly roared as he unleashed energy blasts, all of which Goten easily deflected. Suddenly, Broly executed a sudden movement, appearing behind Goten, ready to ambush him, only to have Goten effortlessly thwart the attack. Each exchange of blows was effortlessly neutralized by Goten, inciting Broly's fury to reach new heights. At that moment, Goten's terrifying power in Super Saiyan 3 swiftly brought Broly crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Broly shouted Kakarot's name in rage, yet he hesitated to strike, for the first time in his life. He was faced with an opponent he could not defeat. Fear had taken hold of him. Since you will not strike, I shall not hold back, Goten declared, suddenly appearing before Broly. With a flying kick to Broly's abdomen, he forced the latter to expel bile. Seizing Broly by the hair, Goten spun rapidly, flinging Broly a great distance, where he collided with a massive mountain. Emerging from the stone debris, Broly unleashed a wave of green energy. Goten stood his ground, effortlessly swatting Broly's energy wave aside. Broly charged at him, and Goten, arms outstretched, braced himself to absorb the assault. In the face of Broly's frenzied attacks, Goten maneuvered with remarkable ease. Time was of the essence. Goten knew his Super Saiyan 3 form could not be sustained for long. Broly, your time has come. I shall finish you with one final blow. He formed his hands into a blossom shape, placing them upon his chest as a purple energy sphere gathered in his palms. Ultimate Flash. The violet energy beam surged forth, leaving a shimmering trail akin to a meteor. The ultimate flash enveloped Broly, who let out a wretched scream. As the smoke dissipated, although Broly was battered and bruised, he had not perished. His vitality was astonishingly resilient. Against the backdrop of his bloodied figure, Broly's grin grew even more terrifying. Kakarot. Goten was taken aback by Broly's ferocity. Is he truly unkillable? Allow me to bestow upon you another ultimate flash. Goten unleashed another ultimate flash, but this time, Broly astonishingly blocked it with a single hand. This is outrageous. How could he surpass me in such a brief span of time? Broly bellowed as he charged forward, propelled by the energy of the ultimate flash. With a single hand, he seized Goten's wrists, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere ragdoll and throwing him aside. The overwhelming sense of oppression was unbearable. I can't endure this any longer. This fiend surpasses even Super Saiyan 3. Quickly use. A minute later, after enduring a relentless beating, Goten had been driven out of his Super Saiyan 3 form, his consciousness slipping away. Broly was preparing to unleash a colossal energy blast for a fatal strike against Goten. King Kai, I wish to return to the realm of the living. Goten is on the brink of death. The inhabitants of Earth are in peril. King Kai found himself at a loss. Goku, Goten has already succumbed. Your presence will change nothing. In frustration, Goku struck the surface of King Kai's planet, causing it to tremble. Damn it! The energy blast surged forth, casting a green light upon the unconscious Goten's face. Goten! Goku roared helplessly at the sky. Perish, Kakarot! Ha! Broly, witnessing his enemy on the verge of annihilation, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Suddenly, the energy blast was deflected by an unknown force, soaring into the sky and igniting a tremendous explosion, bathing the earth in a radiant green light as a cloaked figure appeared before Goten. King Kai leaped with excitement. Goku! Look, someone has come to save Goten. He is not dead. Goku nodded with joy. Indeed, who is this powerful being? Goten, regaining consciousness and lying on the ground, weakly remarked, This bastard, you arrived too late, didn't you? Was it intentional? The cloaked figure did not turn, but with a chuckle, replied. I did it on purpose. Now, stand up and face me. Upon hearing the figure's words, Goten felt joy instead of anger, completely at ease, and lay back down to rest. It's up to you now. Broly sensed the might of this cloaked figure, surprisingly uttering words other than Kakarot's name. Who are you? The cloaked figure chuckled, removing the cloak to reveal his attire. A black tank top with orange-red padding, a deep blue belt, black wristbands, white billowy trousers with pleats, deep blue leg straps, and black training shoes. His hair, styled in a crab-like fashion, was black and flowed down his back, complemented by a fluffy brown tail swaying behind him. His face was partially concealed by a mask, yet a confident smile adorned his lips. Lying on the ground, Goten struggled to raise his right hand, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. He is the fused Super Goten, just as Goten prepared to point at himself with pride. He quickly withdrew his gesture. Oh, never mind. What matters is not who I am, but that you remember I am the one destined to defeat you. The two ascended into the heavens, the mightiest Saiyan, Broly, clashing against the fused warrior, Son Goten. Lasers erupted, mountains crumbled, and to everyone's astonishment, at the onset of the battle, the seemingly ordinary fused Goten found himself at a disadvantage. He let out a mighty roar, transforming into Super Saiyan form. The incoming Broly was sent flying by a single punch, yet the indomitable fused Goten retaliated with a blow of his own. Thus, the two engaged in an exchange of relentless strikes, each blow resonating with purpose, as they reveled in the thrill of combat. Fused Goten landed a punch squarely on Broly's face, and before Broly could counter, he unleashed an elbow strike followed by a powerful kick that shattered the ground beneath them. The intensity of their battle escalated, and the cataclysmic clash of their formidable energies threatened to bring the earth to the brink of destruction. With volcanoes erupting and rivers of lava flowing, the fight raged on, their powers amplifying. Broly roared, his hair turning a vivid green as he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, reaching the pinnacle of his strength. Unyielding, Fused Goten responded with a fierce shout, enveloped in crackling lightning as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A series of rapid-fire attacks left Broly momentarily defenseless. Broly resorted to a frenzied barrage of strikes, employing the prince's combat style, but Fused Goten, with cunning agility, evaded them all, tauntingly exclaiming, "You can't hit me." As they collided, Fused Goten proved superior, sending Broly hurtling away. Goten pursued relentlessly, his fists raining down upon Broly, delivering a crushing blow that left Broly's eyes widened in shock, reverting him back to his base Super Saiyan form. "It seems this is your limit," Goten remarked. Broly staggered backward, and in that moment he grasped the essence of fear. Fused Goten ascended to Super Saiyan 3, a transformation neither Z Goten nor Y Goten could achieve individually. Yet together they could, much like Gotenks, to eliminate any future threat. Fused Goten summoned all his power, hands forming a flower-like stance. "You shall have no more chances." Kamehameha. With Broly's final, anguished cry, the colossal Kamehameha pierced through him, soaring beyond the earth and into the cosmos. Fused Goten clapped his hands, declaring at last it is over. Oh, but there is one last matter to address. With his right fist raised to the heavens, he flicked his middle finger from his clenched fist and grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Hee. Goku, taken aback, recoiled in shock. Did he realize we were watching him? Was he mocking us? King Kai looked at Goku, speechless. "Goku, must you continue to gasp? You've been doing it all day." Lying defeated, Goten uttered his final words with the last of his strength. "Need, sends of beans." Chapter 22. Goku's return in the blink of an eye. 3 months had elapsed. Following the Broly incident, Vegeta intensified his training in the gravity chamber, while Piccolo urged Gohan to train with him. Gohan, too, resolved to enhance his training regimen, as everyone believed it was Goten who had vanquished Broly, and indeed, it was Goten who had done so. The only one who discerned the truth was the seemingly adult, yet intellectually limited Goku, for there was but one truth. Above a vast expanse of ocean on Earth, an aircraft glided slowly through the sky. "Oh, Goten, you must secure victory in the competition this time." 10 million for Goten, 10 million for Goku, and 5 million for Gohan. A total of 25 million. How delightful. Chi-Chi continuously urged Goten, her mind wandering to dreams of wealth. Alas, in the original tale, among the three of you, only I, the original, achieved the runner-up position, while the others faltered along the way. Ultimately, the champions were those two who had never trained, Dubra and Android 18. The aircraft was filled to capacity with familiar faces from the Dragon Ball universe. Master Roshi, Krillin. Android 18, Yamcha, Bra, Vegeta, and even Goku's family, along with Oolong and the Turtle Hermit. Yet, Tian, Kaiatsu, and Launch were absent, with Bulma at the helm of the plane. Yes, indeed, those were the attendees. Amidst the lively chatter on the airplane, Goten reveled in the warm camaraderie surrounding him. Surrounded by beloved characters from Dragon Ball, all sharing meaningful connections. However, he couldn't help but voice his concern. Nissan, are you truly going into battle dressed like that? Gohan, unfazed and believing himself to be quite dashing, had replaced his only decent helmet with a white scarf and dark sunglasses. Rather unsightly, indeed. Of course. Don't you think your brother looks handsome? Goten mused inwardly, not convinced. Suddenly, Gohan exclaimed, Goten, Uncle Vegeta, Trunks, remember. No one is allowed to use Super Saiyan in today's competition. While the group listened, it was well understood that when the time came, all would transform. Is Trunks on the plane? A small island gradually emerged from the sea, marking the venue for this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon disembarking, they spotted Piccolo coolly standing beneath a large tree. Goten and Gohan greeted him in unison, and Piccolo smiled faintly as he approached. Gohan moved in for a hug, but Piccolo expertly sidestepped him. Gohan remained frozen in his embrace, while Piccolo patted Goten on the shoulder. Not bad. You've improved quite a bit these past few months. Vegeta observed the scene with a hint of jealousy. Why was Piccolo showing such concern for my disciple? Though he would never admit it. He felt a pang of envy and subconsciously inched closer to Goten. Piccolo, puzzled, thought to himself, ISNT Vegeta, usually so aloof? Why is he leaning this way? Disregarding his curiosity, Piccolo turned to Gohan. Gohan, may I ask? Gohan's eyes lit up with excitement, eager for his uncle's praise. Why does your outfit look so atrocious? Gohan once again became stiff, pondering if love might fade away. Krillin approached, joyfully patting Goten's shoulder. Goten, you're impressive. I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Vegeta and Piccolo exchanged glances at Krillin. Is this bald-headed fool really so familiar with Goten? Does my disciple require your evaluation? Unbeknownst to him, Goten found himself encircled by Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta. Kiki could hardly contain her astonishment. Is my son Goten truly that remarkable? It is no surprise that Goku's friends exhibit such concern for him. Indeed, he is my Goten. Yet, only Goten is aware that this is a battlefield of emotions. The three of them remain oblivious to the fact that Goten has other mentors apart from themselves, primarily because he has spent considerable time with each of them. Just as Goten fretted over Krillin potentially exposing his entanglement with multiple parties, Bra squeezed her way through the trio's protective circle, arriving at Goten's side. Vegeta, beaming with joy, extended his arms, eager to embrace Bra. Bra, come here. Let Daddy hold you. Bra regarded Vegeta with a look of confusion, as if to say, when did I ever express a desire to be held by you? Vegeta faltered momentarily. Bra then took Goten's hand, her face radiating happiness. At that moment, little Marin approached, and upon seeing his daughter, Krillin also reached out, yearning to embrace Marin. Marin, do you miss Daddy? However, Marin bypassed Krillin entirely, leaving him frozen in place. In the martial arts plaza, two statues of fathers abandoned by their daughters emerged in a display of despondency. Marin approached Goten, her expression filled with hostility as she glared at Bra. With hands on her hips, she boldly pointed at Bra. Who are you? Why are you holding my Goten brother? Bra, unfacid, firmly gråsped Gotenes hand. What do you mean? Your Goten brother. He is my Goten brother. Isn't that right, Goten? Marin, undeterred, seized Goten's other hand, defiantly spitting in the air, thus commencing the contest for Goten's affection. Bra, however, was far more formidable than Marin. How can you be so fierce? You wouldn't dare scold Goten, would you? Unlike me, who can only feel pity for him. Good heavens! It seems Marin has indeed become quite dependent on Goten. Goten turned his head, seeking help from Piccolo. Piccolo, taken aback, communicated telepathically with Goten. Why are you looking at me? Don't you think I stand out like a sore thumb? I don't even have a daughter. Us Namekians have no gender. Should I lay an egg for you now? Goten stared at Piccolo in disbelief, as if to say, do you think the current situation is not chaotic enough? Kiki, Bulma, and Android 18 all covered their mouths in amusement as they observed the antics of Goten and the others, chuckling heartily. Kiki remarked to Bulma and Android 18. What should we do? It seems they all adore my Goten. Ha! My Goten is truly wonderful. Bulma encouraged Bra. You are your mother's daughter. Don't lose, okay? Android 18 also expressed interest. Go, Marin. The three mothers were merely enjoying the playful banter. What could such young ones possibly understand? Goten could only raise his head in silent desperation, silently pleading for rescue. First came the tumultuous battlefield among mentors. And now the chaotic scene of childhood affection. Who would come to his aid? Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the commotion. "Hello, everyone. It has been so long. How much you all have changed." Everyone froze, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. A tall figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before them. It was Goku. Upon seeing Goku, a wave of emotion washed over the crowd, and tears streamed down their faces. Gohan exclaimed, "Dad, Kiki could have doubt Goku." Piccolo addressed him. "So," Vegeta called Kakarot. Bulma added Son Goten. Gohan and the members of Master Roshi's faction rushed towards Goku, their longing evident. "However, Bulma, dear aunt, perhaps you should temper your gaze. My mother and your husband are still present." Trunks elbowed Goten, asking, "Is this really your father? He doesn't seem that strong." Goten remained silent, his attention fixated on Son Goku, his emotions swirling within him. He was finally face to face with the protagonist of this world, his nominal father, Son Goku. Tears brimmed in Chi-Chi's eyes as she exclaimed, "Goku, you have finally returned." Goku acknowledged her. "I missed you too, Chi-Chi." Suddenly, Goku's eyes lit up with surprise as he turned his attention to Goten. "You must be Goten. You're quite impressive." Chi-Chi urged Goten, "Come meet your father." Goten, filled with curiosity, stepped forward to observe Son Goku, and soon adopted a tearful expression of a son reuniting with his father, rushing towards Goku Dad. The audience watched this touching scene with warmth until, just as Goten reached Goku, his expression shifted abruptly, and he threw a punch directly at Goku's face. The crowd gasped in shock. Vegeta, maintaining a stoic exterior, internally cheered, "Well done, Goten. My disciple does not disappoint." He chuckled, "Kakarot, your son is already under my influence." Yet, Goku appeared unfazed, raising his hand to catch Goten's fist effortlessly. Goten's face twisted in frustration. "TCH, you noticed it, huh?" Goku maintained his cheerful demeanor, and it was no wonder Vegeta felt annoyed. It was quite infuriating. Goku released Goten's fist, feigning astonishment as he shook his hand. "Ouch. That hurt. Goten, you're incredibly strong. I almost couldn't catch that punch." Goten, indignant, retorted, "You jerk, you know how much Mom has suffered all these years." Chi-Chi quietly interjected, "It hasn't been that bad, really." Goten was quite responsible, often finding ways to earn money for the household. So Chi-Chi had managed reasonably well over the years. Goten interrupted Chi-Chi, "Mom, don't make excuses for him. Son Goku, you must come back to life after this martial arts tournament. If you refuse, I'll go to the underworld and force you to revive." Vegeta's thoughts echoed, "Yes." Goku attempted to explain, "Goten, your father has already been revived once. I cannot return again. Moreover, as long as I am alive, Earth will remain in danger." Goten shouted back, "Do you think I'm a child? Uncle Krillin has been revived twice. And I know about the Namekian Dragon Balls. And what about Broly? Don't think I'm unaware of your spying on King Kai's planet. You've been leisurely training in the underworld." Vegeta was equally incensed. "Is that true, Kakarot?" "You scoundrel." Bulma began to mediate the situation. With the registration period drawing to a close, she urged everyone to refrain from arguing and to register promptly. Goten cast a glance at Goku and declared, "This time at the martial arts tournament, I shall definitely defeat you." However, Trunks interrupted the charged atmosphere, stating, "Goten, you haven't yet turned 15. You can only participate in the junior group, not the adult category." Goten, visibly frustrated, remained silent. Bra leapt up and playfully punched Trunks on the head, exclaiming, "Is my brother a fool?" Chapter 23. The Threat of Beerus. At the registration desk of the world's premier martial arts tournament, the staff member repeatedly asked, "Are you certain you wish to use this name?" Gohan nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, I shall be known as the Masked Saiyan Superman." Goku, standing behind Gohan, found the name exceedingly peculiar. "Gohan, why would you choose such a strange name?" he inquired. Gohan, slightly irritated, retorted, "Dad, this name is really cool." The others registered under their original names, but Piccolo surprised everyone by naming himself the Demon Youth. Feeling the scrutiny from Goten and Gohan, Piccolo blushed, albeit subtly. He awkwardly explained, "If I name myself Piccolo, it might evoke memories of the Demon King Piccolo." When it came to Trunks' turn, he was informed that, having not yet reached 15, he could not compete in the adult division. Finally, it was Goten's turn. Son Goten, 15 years old. The attendant, glancing at Goten's stature, harbored no doubts. Yet Trunks protested, "Why is it only me who must compete in the junior group? He is clearly only 9 years old." The attendant eyed Goten skeptically. "Is that true?" Goten shot a glare at Trunks, placed his hand firmly on the registration desk, squinted his eyes, and cheerfully assured the attendant, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I am 15 truly." Emphasizing his statement, Goten promptly smashed the desk into a pancake. "Yes, yes. You are 15. The attendant exclaimed, astonished. "Goodness, this desk is made of steel. Even if you are indeed 9, I cannot allow you into the junior group to wreak havoc." Thus, Goten successfully infiltrated the adult division, dismissing the junior group as prize money with a simple word of Trunks. He had no interest in such trivial amounts. As Goten and the others entered the arena, 2 individuals donned in cloaks and masks approached the registration desk. Zwoyevs, Iwodias, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and their families took their seats in the audience, while the competitors made their way into the arena, which was already teeming with approximately 200 participants. Goku couldn't help but remark, "This martial arts tournament has drawn quite a crowd." "Indeed," Bulma replied. "After that last tournament featuring Satan, everyone must be eager to try their luck." The official announcer for the martial arts tournament spotted Goku and the others, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he approached them. "It's you all. I knew it was you who defeated Cell, not Mr. Satan. Without your presence, the tournament would have been dreadfully dull. But please, do not damage the arena again." Goku chuckled sheepishly in response. Bick, one of the few who found the situation amusing, replied, "I'll try my best." Goten scrutinized the host, recognizing his prowess. He was among the rare few who had survived and was aware of the formidable strength possessed by Goku and his companions. At that moment, a staff member wheeled out a machine, accompanied by Satan's boisterous laughter. Satan emerged from the inner chamber, flanked by Videl, who was adorned in the martial arts attire of the Turtle School. Krillin exclaimed, "Isn't that girl wearing our Turtle School uniform?" Goten explained, "That's Gohan's girlfriend. I taught her a few things recently, so I suppose she could be considered a novice disciple of the Turtle School." Goku was taken aback. "Gohan, you have a girlfriend? Are you planning to marry her at the martial arts tournament?" Gohan's face flushed with embarrassment. "No, Dad, it's not that fast. And who would want to marry at a martial arts tournament like you did?" Unbeknownst to Gohan, Videl was quite hopeful that he would propose to her during the tournament. Satan had mentioned that Videl's boyfriend should be even stronger than him, so she eagerly anticipated Gohan defeating her father and proposing on stage. How romantic that would be. Upon stepping out, Videl immediately spotted Goten and Gohan. She was about to greet them, but hesitated, seeing Satan nearby, and decided against it. This martial arts tournament would only select 16 competitors for the finals, and the reigning champion, Mr. Satan, would automatically qualify, thus allowing only 15 others with the highest scores to enter the competition. Everyone was encouraged to give their all, starting with Mr. Satan as a demonstration. He ostentatiously displayed his prowess, delivering a powerful blow to the punching machine. Afterward, he feigned exhaustion before casually re-entering the building. The audience erupted with excitement over Satan's score, 131. What an impressive figure. At that moment, Videl approached Gohan, her face beaming with pride, perhaps unaware that she surpassed Mr. Satan by a significant margin. The others then began to line up to strike the punching machine. To prevent Vegeta from damaging the machine and thus jeopardizing X and Y's chances, Goten devised a plan. "How about we make this a competition?" he suggested. Krillin raised an eyebrow. "Compete in what? To see who scores higher? The first person to go up might break the machine." Goten shook his head with a playful smile. "No, we'll compete to see who can score the lowest. The one whose score is closest to Satan's wins." Goku found this idea quite entertaining, while Vegeta, despite his outward disdain, secretly agreed. He certainly did not wish to lose to Kakarot, although it seemed trivial to determine who could score lower for these high-powered warriors. Controlling their strength to hit such a low score was quite a challenge. As Goten had mentioned, precision was key. Even a slight miscalculation could result in damaging the machine. Videl thought to herself, "These people are ridiculous. There's no way they could casually hit my father's score." Android 18 was the first to step up, lightly tapping the machine. 800. Krillin admonished, "Didn't we say to go easy? What if you break it?" The staff initially believed the machine was malfunctioning and recalibrated it, prompting number 18 to take another shot. This time, she struck with such finesse that it felt as if she merely brushed against the device. The crowd erupted in encouragement, exclaiming, "Well done, number 18. You're so close." However, Biddy was left speechless, perplexed by the reactions of the onlookers who praised a score of 800, yet encouraged a lower performance. Next up was Krillin, who scored 160, a commendable result. Then came Piccolo with a score of 200, much to everyone's chagrin, followed by Gohan's score of 206, which was regrettably close to victory. Goku, with a playful smirk, announced his score of 154, declaring, I win, Krillin. Just as Goku was basking in confidence, Krillin pointed at the punching machine, revealing, Goten scored 140. Goku, you've lost. Goku, undeterred, responded with admiration, as expected of Goten. Goten gave a subtle huff and stepped aside. As Vegeta prepared to approach, two cloaked figures swiftly moved ahead of him. Just as Vegeta was about to express his irritation, the cloaked individuals bowed apologetically, causing him to restrain his anger. These were Z, Goten, and Y, Goten, wary that if they did not perform well, Vegeta might destroy the machine in frustration. Y Goten stepped up and delivered a punch, scoring 131. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. This person is impressive. Their punch is as powerful as that of Satan. The Z fighters recognized the prowess of this individual. A gentle strike yielded remarkable accuracy. This martial arts tournament was shaping up to be quite intriguing. Y Goten followed suit with a commendable score of 135, leaving Biddy Lee in disbelief. What is going on? They barely touched the machine, yet surpassed my father's record. Vegeta, brimming with impatience, clenched his fists and gestured at the punching machine, hesitating to strike. Goten stifled a laugh. Knowing Vegeta's control over his strength was notoriously poor, yet he refused to be outdone by Goku, hence his indecisiveness. The spectators grew increasingly restless, urging him to act. Come on, if you're not going to hit it, step aside. Exactly, sir. If you can't do it, why not go home? The pressure intensified, causing veins to bulge on Vegeta's forehead. Reaching a breaking point from the taunts of the competitors, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch, smashing the machine against the wall. In a fit of frustration, he muttered, boring, and walked away. Goten shook his head, acknowledging the inevitable outcome. The Z fighters successfully qualified, including Biddy Lee and YZ Goten. Boredom soon led them to watch Trunks compete in the junior division, which lacked excitement as he effortlessly dominated the competition, overpowering the younger contestants. Culminating in a showdown against the previous champion, Satan. Others soon lost interest and departed, leaving only Gohan and Biddy Lee to witness the duel between Satan and Trunks. The outcome was all but predetermined, so why linger? Everyone then gathered in the dining hall to enjoy a meal, a complimentary treat exclusive to the martial arts tournament. Apart from the Saiyans, hardly anyone partakes in the feast, as opportunities to indulge in such a lavish banquet are rare. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of appetite do you Saiyans possess? Piccolo, don't you eat?" Piccolo replied coldly, "We Namekians do not require sustenance." Krillin then glanced towards another table, pondering. I can understand Goten's desire not to share a table with Goku, but why are the other two mysterious figures also consuming so much? In truth, Goten was dining with Y Goten and Z Goten, seizing the rare chance for a complimentary meal and inviting everyone along. Soon, Gohan and Videl returned, joining the feast, leaving Videl astonished at the Saiyans' voracious appetites. Look at that family of gluttons. It's not too late to run. Videl mused, contemplating whether her savings would suffice to treat Gohan and his family. After satisfying their hunger, the group made their way to the arena. Gohan remarked to Videl, "You hardly ate. Are you on a diet?" Videl smiled politely. "Watching you all eat is enough for me." Suddenly, Piccolo trembled. This was not merely the presence of a strong being, but that of a superior. He sensed a deity far more powerful than himself. As he looked up, he noticed everyone else was gazing forward at an individual with an unusual hairstyle and blue skin, accompanied by a red-skinned figure clad in identical attire. The critical detail was that this person floated in midair. Such an individual was extraordinary. All who could fly on Earth were present. This was the Supreme Kai Shin, alongside his divine attendant, Kibito. Goten sensed the Supreme Kai's energy and found it devoid of any presence. Was this what it meant to be a god? Shin squinted, appearing somewhat lecherous, and coupled with Piccolo's expression of fear, it was evident to all that this being was formidable, showcasing the extent of Shin's imposing aura. Yet, only Goten understood that this being was merely a weakling, capable of contending with Frieza at 120 million power level, while others were intimidated at the mere sight of him. He might even be outshone by his attendant, Kibito. The enigmatic Shin drifted before Goku and spoke slowly, "Greetings, Son Goku. I have long heard of your exploits and wish to propose a collaboration." Everyone held their breath, wary of making a hasty move. As tension filled the air, Goten stepped forward. "No one can flaunt their superiority in my presence. Not even a god." Goten declared coldly, "Get down here, you little imp." A gasp swept through the crowd. Only Vegeta felt a sense of satisfaction with Goten's defiance. Kibito shouted angrily, "You insolent brat. Do you even know who stands before you?" Goten reiterated indifferently, "I will only say this once. Come down. He harbored no fondness for this incompetent deity, especially considering his significant role in Buu's resurrection. Unperturbed by Goten's demand, the Supreme Kai was entirely unaware of the powers possessed by Goten and the others. Apart from Videl and Krillin, each of them could easily dispatch him. Goten raised his hand, gathering an energy sphere directed at the Supreme Kai. I said, come down. Do you think I won't eliminate you right here? I wonder how Lord Beerus would react. Xian felt the energy sphere in Goten's hand, drenched in cold sweat, astonished by the child's overwhelming strength. Although he was unaware of who Beerus was, an inner voice insisted that this individual was of paramount importance. The Kaioshin hastily descended, his demeanor shifting dramatically, bowing nervously to Goten, his face etched with anxiety. Despite having served for 5 million years, Xian remained as naive as a novice. Preparing to confront Babidi, yet possessing no knowledge of the enemy's capabilities, utterly devoid of intelligence. Jebit was taken aback, as were Goku and the others. Bewildered by Goten's astonishing feat, the transformation in Xian's attitude was striking. Only Vegeta felt a hint of familiarity with the name Beerus. Chapter 24. The World Martial Arts Tournament. What fell to the ground? Ah, it was the dignity of the Kaioshin. In the gaze of the onlookers, Xian humbly lowered himself, completely shedding the arrogance he had exhibited moments before. I admit, I spoke too loudly earlier, he conceded. Goten interjected. Here's your chance to rephrase. Your subordinates should not have encountered a novice Kaioshin. Thus the likelihood of seeking revenge against me is slim. Consider your words carefully before proceeding. In truth, Goten understood that Beerus's fate was likely intertwined with the old Kaioshin. He recalled that there were 4 Kaioshin, and only Xian remained after the others had perished. Alongside the Grand Kaioshin. Initially, Beerus was connected to the old Kaioshin, which led to the old Kaioshin being sealed within the Kaioshin sword. The prolonged absence of the old Kaioshin resulted in the appointment of a new one, which explained why the old Kaioshin entrusted his life to Goku, allowing Beerus to survive. Perhaps Beerus had ensured the existence of 4 Kaioshin for self-preservation, thinking that losing one would pose no threat, as 3 remained. However, Beerus never anticipated the sudden emergence of Majin Buu, which left him with only 1 Kaioshin. Fortunately, the old Kaioshin still served as a safeguard. Tragically, in the future universe, Xian had perished, the sword had been petrified by Dubra, and the old Kaioshin had yet to make an appearance before meeting his demise, resulting in Beerus's complete annihilation in that timeline. Upon hearing this, Xian was so frightened that he knelt, burying his head in the ground, bewildered by the boy's knowledge. How could he know everything, even the matters of the Kaioshin? His own life was trivial compared to the looming crisis of the universe. If he were to perish before subduing Majin Buu, it would be a grievous loss. Jebit then realized that this boy might indeed be a fearsome presence that even the Kaioshin would dread. Otherwise, the proud Kaioshin would not be so humbled. He promptly followed suit and knelt as well. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors were engulfed in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend Goten's words regarding the Kaioshin and the novice Kaioshin. Why did these statements terrify this mysterious figure so profoundly? Kneeling on the ground, Xian cautiously surveyed his surroundings, fearful of being overheard, and spoke timidly. I am Kaioshin Asin. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I have heard of Mr. Goku's legendary victory over Frieza and sought to collaborate with him. I know you are good-hearted, but I did not anticipate such a formidable ally by Mr. Goku's side. This matter concerns the safety of the entire universe. I implore you to assist me. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether to trust the individual who claimed to be the Supreme Kai. After all, had it not been for Goten's forceful intervention, this fellow had not initially presented himself in a benevolent manner. He had nearly frightened Piccolo out of his wits upon their first encounter. In unison, everyone turned their gaze towards Goten, seemingly the only one privy to this stranger's true nature. Goten nodded reassuringly to the others, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Goku seemed to recall something, exclaiming, I remember now. I heard Lord Kai mention the name of the Supreme Kai. He is said to govern all the Kais, including the Grand Kai. Vegeta, disregarding the Supreme Kai's identity, instead expressed keen interest in the impending crisis, suggesting that a formidable adversary was about to emerge. The Supreme Kai confirmed this, stating, indeed, this individual is known as Majin Buu, a creature conjured by an evil sorcerer named Babidi. His sole purpose is destruction and slaughter, which rendered Babidi unable to control him, ultimately leading to his sealing. After Bibidi's demise, his son, Babidi, who is also a malevolent sorcerer, is now attempting to break Buu's seal, which is why we must find him. Kill him. We must prevent him from unleashing Buu. Goku, puzzled, inquired. How are we supposed to locate him? The Supreme Kai replied with enthusiasm. He has 2 henchmen, Spopovich and Yamu, who are also contestants in the martial arts tournament. The key to unsealing Buu lies in energy, and their goal in participating in the tournament is to absorb the energy of the strong. Once they have absorbed enough energy, they will naturally lead us to Babidi. At that moment, Goku was not merely obsessed with martial arts. He was entirely earnest, fully aware that the safety of Earth was no jest, and he was eager to resolve the Majin Buu dilemma, rather than fantasizing about fighting Buu once unsealed. Vegeta, too, was not inclined towards such thoughts. The prospect of battling Majin Buu paled in comparison to the allure of confronting Kakarot. Only Gohan, with his compassionate nature, pondered the situation more deeply. Gohan naively asked, "So, who is the strong fighter to be absorbed?" Both Jebet and the Supreme Kai turned to him in unison. Gohan, dawning realization, exclaimed, "Wait, is it me?" The Supreme Kai cast a wary glance at Goten and sheepishly nodded at Gohan. "Yes, we initially intended for you to be the one absorbed." Hearing this, Videl immediately grew anxious, instinctively placing herself protectively in front of Gohan like a hen guarding her chicks. "You call yourselves gods? I see nothing but deceit in your intentions. How can you place someone else in peril?" "For the sake of Earth, I am willing," Goku stated, his face filled with reassurance while the Supreme Kai looked to Goten. Clearly, what Gohan and Goten had to say was now of little consequence. It was Goten's demeanor that truly mattered. Goten waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "He is my brother. He may proceed as he wishes. However, should any trouble arise, you two needn't concern yourselves with Earth. Just go consult King Enma." The Supreme Kai joyfully assured him, while Goten remained indifferent, confident that he would intervene if necessary. Subsequently, the group prepared for a drawing to determine their matches. In the first match, Krillin faced the invincible Masked Man. In the second, Ashin battled the Magical Boy. The third match featured Bidalai against Spopovich. The fourth saw Jebet confront the Masked Saiyan. The fifth match was between Android 18 and Satan. In the sixth, Son Goku fought Vegeta. The seventh match pitted Y Warrior against Yam. The eighth and final match had Goten face off against Z Warrior. As Krillin observed the grotesque appearance of the invincible Masked Man, he felt a sense of relief, grateful not to have encountered Goku or the others, believing that dealing with this awkwardly coordinated opponent would be quite manageable. The onlookers were astonished at how swiftly Goku and Vegeta found themselves in combat. Only Goten wore a face of disappointment and disdain as he regarded his opponent, Z Warrior. The Supreme Kai gazed at Z Warrior in astonishment, questioning the very existence of such a being that could provoke such a reaction from the formidable Goten. Goten, on the other hand, felt as though he had bitten into something unpleasant, as he was set to battle none other than Z Goten. This individual had transformed from the weakest into the strongest Goten. It turned out that during the Broly incident, Goten and his companions had secretly summoned the dragon and made wishes. The first wish was to restore Earth to its prior state, as the battle had indeed wreaked havoc upon the planet. The second wish allowed for a bloodline exchange between Z Goten and the deceased Broly. Thankfully, Z Goten's years of mental training had prevented him from losing his sanity, thus making him the strongest among the three Goten, albeit he could not yet fully harness the power of Super Saiyan. Logically, Z Goten had surpassed the original Broly, possessing a base power that rivaled Super Saiyan 3, and even having the potential to transform into Super Saiyan 3. However, the more power he gained, the more he struggled to control himself, as a violent force would assault his mind, driving him to madness. As he stood now, he could only achieve Super Saiyan 2, but his strength should not fall too short of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Therefore, Goten harbored no concerns regarding Majin Buu, only lamenting internally about the absurdity of facing such a monster. As for the third wish, he refrained from making it. By doing so, the Dragon Balls would be available again in 3 months for another wish, serving as a precaution. Krillin, noticing Piccolo's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but offer comfort, saying, "Piccolo, this isn't like you at all. Sweating so much. Are you afraid of losing to that Supreme Kai?" Piccolo's face flushed with embarrassment, having struck a nerve, and he stubbornly retorted, "Humph, even if I lose, what of it? My disciple is competing as well, and he will surely win." As he spoke, he glanced in Goten's direction. Krillin followed his gaze, noticing that the three Goten stood together, and instinctively thought that one of the mysterious individuals beside Goten must be Piccolo's disciple. Krillin, feeling quite familiar, poked Piccolo and cheerfully remarked, Piccolo, really now? You've taken on a new disciple, and didn't he even introduce him? I've also taken on a disciple who is participating in the martial arts tournament. After saying this, he proudly shot a glance at Goten, while Piccolo similarly assumed one of the mysterious individuals beside Goten was Krillin's disciple. Upon overhearing Krillin and Piccolo discussing the matter of their disciples, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He leaned closer to Piccolo and casually remarked, I too have instructed a rather inept fool over the years. He has even participated in the martial arts tournament, nearly clinching the championship. Yet, he is more than capable of defeating Kakarot. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Goten, pondering whether the other individual was indeed his disciple. Goten pales in comparison to my pupil. Goten communicated telepathically with the other Goten. I say, Uncle Piccolo is boasting about his disciple, though he has yet to uncover our secret. Goten added, they seem to be looking this way. What should we do? We might be exposed. Ex-Goten reassured, do not panic, follow my lead. 3, 2, 1, smile and wave. The three Goten simultaneously waved at their masters, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo. Vegeta crossed his arms and made a sword gesture towards Goten, while Krillin waved enthusiastically, and Piccolo maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. None of them detected anything amiss, and this display entirely concealed Goten's precarious situation of juggling three identities. However, from Goku's perspective, it appeared as though they were all focused on his youngest son, Goten. Why did it seem as though they each had their own disciple? Goku was baffled. Thus, the first match commenced, with Krillin facing off against the seemingly grotesque and clumsily moving invincible masked man. Krillin appeared confident, envisioning his victory amidst the cheers of the crowd as he charged at the invincible masked man. With a punch aimed squarely at the opponent's abdomen, he exclaimed, that struck his belly, but it fell as though I hit nothing but fabric. There's nothing beneath it. Undeterred, Krillin aimed for the masked man's face, only to have his attack evaded. Wasn't he supposed to be uncoordinated? Goten chuckled softly, finding this martial arts tournament quite amusing. Apart from Satan, there seemed to be no ordinary person in sight. Chapter 25, The Enigmatic Return of Piccolo. Krillin was perplexed by the bizarre-looking opponent and wondered how he could be so swift. Goten, stifling a laugh, was nonetheless caught by Piccolo's keen eye. Have you discovered something, Goten? Goten shook his head, though he had already discerned that the invincible masked man was none other than Trunks. To his surprise, it was solely Trunks who had taken on this guise, having knocked out the original invincible masked man to enter the adult division himself. How tall is he? Perhaps he is on stilts. That would explain why Krillin's first punch missed. Trunks retaliated, landing a punch square on Krillin's bald head, causing Krillin to crouch down in pain, cradling his head. Ouch! This guy is anything but ordinary. That hurt. Trunks then pursued him, delivering a swift kick to Krillin's backside, sending him tumbling out of the ring. My behind! That was clearly a kick, yet it felt as though I had been struck with a rod. The first match was won by Trunks. It is evident that although Trunks is still a child, his normal state boasts a battle power of 10 million, far surpassing Krillin's mere million plus. The second match featured Piccolo facing off against the god of destruction, Shin. As they took the stage, Shin, who had been subdued, finally felt liberated, encountering someone who revered divinity. It was essential to understand that he was indeed a god. This was the attitude a mere mortal ought to possess in the presence of the supreme deity. Shin reverted to his grotesque form, grinning in a particularly sinister manner. Piccolo, upon witnessing Shin's countenance, was nearly paralyzed with fear, beads of sweat streaming down his brow. This was hardly the imposing visage of the great demon King Piccolo. Just as he was on the verge of conceding, Goten's voice echoed in his mind. Uncle Piccolo, you are not merely a god. You are the great demon King Piccolo. This god of destruction is only slightly more formidable than that Frisia you mentioned. In your current state, you could easily obliterate him. Embrace your demonic essence. Although Piccolo firmly believed in his perception of divine energy, he also trusted Goten. If Goten asserted that he could do it, then he undoubtedly could. Piccolo closed his eyes and bowed his head, seeking the feelings of yesteryear. Shin, misinterpreting Piccolo's actions as surrender, squinted and remarked, do not worry. I shall gently escort you off the stage. Suddenly, Piccolo raised his head. His eyes had transformed, and a sinister grin spread across his face, making him appear as though he had crawled from the depths of the demon realm. Shin sensed something amiss. A dark aura emanated from Piccolo's body, and with an evil smile, Piccolo declared, rest assured, I shall also send you off the stage, but in my current state, whether it will be gentle is uncertain. Ha ha ha. Piccolo's arm elongated, seizing Shin's head and pulling it close, scrutinizing his face with a twisted sense of amusement. You seem rather unremarkable, don't you? Haha, I had overestimated you. Goten was right. I am not merely a god. I am the great demon king Piccolo. He then erupted into boisterous laughter. Goku, observing Piccolo on stage, was reminded of their first encounter during the World Martial Arts Tournament when Piccolo had nearly killed him. The announcer, terrified, sought refuge. Having experienced the reign of the Demon King Piccolo and witnessing his terrifying demeanor, feared that Piccolo had reverted to villainy. Shin could not fully comprehend Piccolo's words. He only felt as though his head might be crushed. Why were such monsters rampant on Earth? Just moments ago, the Namekian had regarded him with awe. Why had the oppressive demonic energy suddenly intensified? Was this god truly so easily bullied on Earth? You hail from the demon realm. Jebit, worried, attempted to assist Shin, but was held back by Goten, unable to break free despite his efforts. Piccolo did not respond to Shin's inquiries. He simply delivered a punch to Shin's abdomen, causing the god to spew forth blue blood, utterly incapable of resistance. Is this all there is to the god of destruction? After years of suppression, Piccolo finally regained his confidence from the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai proved to be rather underwhelming. Piccolo found the encounter uninteresting, considering his opponent too weak, and felt embarrassed for having been so frightened moments ago. He had never panicked like that, even in the presence of Frisia. In a fit of anger, he tossed the Supreme Kai off the arena. In the second round, Piccolo emerged victorious. Gradually, he regulated his energy, allowing the dark aura to dissipate, reverting to his original calm demeanor. In truth, after merging with Kami during the Android saga, Piccolo had forsaken his demonic essence. Yet he had forgotten that this dark energy was a part of him. Had he recognized this sooner, his current strength would have reached greater heights. Descending from the stage, Piccolo approached Goten and affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, I never imagined I would learn from you one day. Thank you, Goten. Goten, while responding outwardly, was inwardly bewildered, exclaiming, What have I taught you? I haven't done anything. What on earth happened? It was Z Goten. What had that rascal whispered to Uncle Piccolo without informing me in advance? The third match featured Videl against Spopovich. This was a battle of fate, and Spopovich needed to be vanquished by Videl. As Videl made her entrance, the audience erupted in cheers. After all, she was the daughter of Mr. Satan, incredibly popular, and a champion from the last junior tournament. A talented girl who combined beauty with strength. Chi-Chi, watching from the stands, grew increasingly pleased with Videl and could not help but boast to Bulma. Isn't she wonderful? She is Gohan's girlfriend. Bulma nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is a fine girl, quite well suited for Gohan. Receiving validation from others, Chi-Chi felt elated, and the two women began to chat about domestic matters. We must make their marriage happen. They laughed. Nearby, Yamcha marveled at how Mr. Satan had given birth to such a beautiful daughter. Master Roshi, however, noticed Videl wearing the Turtle School martial arts uniform and gazed at her with a glimmer in his eye, muttering, Goten is quite something for taking such a lovely disciple without bringing her home to meet the family. I should have the opportunity to assess her potential. His excitement grew as he spoke. Chi-Chi and Bulma simultaneously struck the old man on the head. Chi-Chi exclaimed, She is my future daughter-in-law. To which Bulma added, You old pervert, behave yourself. Oolong mocked Master Roshi, serves you right. Meanwhile, the battle commenced. Videl launched the first attack, moving with such speed that the audience could scarcely see her figure. It seemed she had made considerable progress over the past few months under the training of Krillin. At that moment, Videl was no weaker than Goku had been when facing the Demon King Piccolo. Spopovich, taken by surprise, could hardly react. Zulfust. As Spopovich caught sight of Bidalai, he had already been struck by her foot. With a swift kick, Spopovich was sent sprawling to the ground. The host erupted with excitement, exclaiming in disbelief as Bidalai swiftly dispatched Spopovich. However, before the host could finish his sentence, Spopovich was back on his feet, and the battle resumed. Yet, no matter how fiercely Spopovich attacked, he could not land a blow on Bidalai. Only Bidalai understood that his speed paled in comparison to that of the Elder Karen. Despite the magical enhancement from Babidi, he remained merely an ordinary human with slightly greater physical strength. In terms of martial arts, combat, and experience, Spopovich fell vastly short of Bidalai. Bidalai could hardly believe his own strength, astonished by how formidable he had become, and he felt immense gratitude towards Goten. Spopovich was repeatedly knocked down by Bidalai, only to rise again. In truth, Spopovich possessed greater combat power than Bidalai, which is why Bidalai struggled to defeat him. However, Spopovich was a reckless fighter, unable to overcome Bidalai, akin to a Super Saiyan third-grade battling cell in the future, no matter how much stronger he was. He could not touch her. The situation for both fighters grew increasingly awkward. Would Spavich exhaust Bidalai's stamina first, or would he succumb to her relentless assaults? Gradually, Bidalai's speed began to wane, a clear indication of her depleting energy. Seizing the opportunity, Spavich closed the distance, attempting to grasp her. But once again he missed as she deftly evaded him. Determined not to waste any more time, Bidalai unleashed the ultimate technique taught to her by Goten. Positioning her hands in a flower petal stance, a blue energy sphere coalescing in her palms. The Kamehameha wave. Goku gasped in astonishment at Bidalai's execution of the Kamehameha. Gohan, did you teach that girl the Kamehameha? He exclaimed. Gohan chuckled. I didn't teach her. It was Goten who did. In truth, Dad, Goten is a child who deeply cherishes family. Perhaps, due to his concern and your long absence, he lacks paternal affection, which is why he behaves this way. You both should take the time to connect. Goku nodded, feeling that Gohan's words held considerable merit. Meanwhile, in a concealed spot, Yamcha observed with astonishment through a device aimed at Bidalai. The energy she emitted was quite substantial. He planned to seize her energy at the right moment. However, it seemed her energy was still insufficient to provoke him into openly absorbing it. Nevertheless, he considered her as one of his potential targets. With a decisive strike, Bidalai unleashed her Kamehameha, propelling Spavich against the mountainside beneath the audience stands, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Fortunately, she had not unleashed her full power. The wall beneath the audience was blasted open, and Spavich, gravely injured, lost consciousness but did not perish. In this third round, Bidalai achieved a resounding victory, shattering the fate of being mercilessly defeated. Unlike in the original story where she was carried to the emergency room, it was Spavich who was taken away instead. After stepping down, Bidalai joyfully approached Gohan, who generously lavished her with compliments, causing her heart to bloom with happiness. Yet, she did not forget to express her gratitude towards Goten, having realized the peculiarities surrounding Spobobich. Had she not undergone Goten's rigorous training, she would have undoubtedly faced a humiliating defeat today. The fourth match was about to commence, and the plan targeting Gohan was set to unfold. Chapter 26. A startling revelation from the Supreme Kai. Everything proceeded as per the original narrative, with Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2 at Jebit's behest. Upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Gohan had become too accustomed to peace. After all these years, his power had not changed at all, which was a great embarrassment to our Saiyan lineage. Goku remained silent, having discerned that Gohan had indeed not trained over the years, and it troubled him, for he held high hopes for Gohan. Yamu was also drawn to Gohan's energy, and beside him stood the mysteriously revived Spobobich. The two charged towards Gohan, and without the Supreme Kai's intervention, Gohan stood still, as if inviting them to take their shot. Just as the nightmarish weapon was about to pierce Gohan, Goten descended from the sky, trampling Spobobich and Yamu beneath his feet. The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Goten's unexpected intervention. Disregarding their shock, Goten confronted Yamu and Spobobich, exclaiming, "Why are you two scoundrels attacking my brother?" As Yamu and Spobobich prepared to flee, Goten cried out, "Why do you emanate the sinister aura of the evil sorcerer Babidi?" A look of sheer terror crossed Goten's face. "He has come to Earth. You are his minions. No, I cannot allow you to bring him here." He advanced, intent on subduing them. Seeing the fear Goten exhibited towards Babidi, the two, who had initially considered fleeing, instantly shifted their thoughts towards seeking help. They aimed a key blast at Goten, who fell to the ground, and then they swiftly took flight. As they soared away, Goten stood up, dusting off his clothes, and regarded Gohan with an expression akin to that of a bewildered child. "Nissan, you need not sacrifice yourself to find them. Wasn't that sufficient? How could you not conceive such a simple solution? Do you wish to be drained of your vitality? What about Sister Bidalai?" Gohan, chastened by Goten's words, lowered his head, his face tinged with embarrassment, unsure whether to be ashamed of his intelligence or of being drained of his vitality. Goten then looked at the Z-Warriors. "What are you all dawdling for? Follow them." Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Gohan, Goten, and the Supreme Kai all took to the skies in pursuit. Android 18 chose to remain behind to secure the prize, while Bidalai wished to join but was firmly kept back by Goten, who placed more trust in him than in Gohan, viewing Goten as a true mentor. Meanwhile, Trunks seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, lost in his own thoughts. As Goten and the others pursued, The audience was left astonished by the sudden departure of the contestants. At this moment, Y stealthily followed suit, leaving only Trunks, number 18, Biddy Lee, Satan, and Z Goten in the arena. As for Z Goten's reluctance to join, he understood that if he participated, the reward would simply go to someone else. His presence at the martial arts tournament was driven by a purpose. As they soared through the skies, the Supreme Kai incessantly spoke of the formidable power of Majin Buu. Yet only Goten was aware that Buu's resurrection was largely due to the Supreme Kai's influence. Even without Gohan's energy, Buu would inevitably return. For as long as Goku and Vegeta engaged in battle, Babidi could absorb their abilities. However, it was the Supreme Kai who had given Gohan's entire energy to Babidi. Otherwise, Buu would not have been released so swiftly. The painful expression on Gohan's face during his energy absorption was a testament to his suffering. And Goten could not bear to see his brother endure such torment, which was a primary reason for his disdain towards the Supreme Kai. Following the energy trail, Goten and the others descended upon a mountaintop, where they indeed found Spabovich and his companion at Babidi's lair. They arrived at the entrance of a peculiar facility, and as the grand doors swung open, two figures emerged, one tall and one short. The Supreme Kai nearly collapsed in terror upon seeing the taller figure. "Is this the Supreme Kai? Must you be so dramatic?" The disdainful gazes of the others were palpable. It was the Demon Realm King, Dabura. Who would have thought he had allied with Babidi? Hope was utterly extinguished, and despair was evident in the Supreme Kai's eyes. Vegeta inquired with curiosity, "Is Dabura truly formidable?" The Supreme Kai, in a state of distress, explained, "He is the Demon Realm King, the strongest being of the Dark Demon Realm." Krillin was somewhat taken aback by the Supreme Kai's demeanor, wondering if this Demon King was indeed as terrifying as portrayed. Goten, however, dismissed the Supreme Kai's remarks succinctly, stating, "He is no stronger than my brother now." Vegeta scoffed dismissively, unimpressed by what he perceived as an insignificant threat. "Goku too lamented, ah? He has no powerful adversary at all. Gohan, do I not have any pride?" he exclaimed. Presently, Goku and Vegeta could easily overpower the lightning quick cell that time. The two were left disinterested by the exchange. The Supreme Kai, unable to comprehend, wondered why Goku and his companions appeared so disappointed. His perspective was evidently limited. Was he truly so detached from the outside world? Gohan remarked, "But Babidi doesn't seem too frightening." The Supreme Kai cautioned, "Precisely for that reason. We must exercise greater caution. He has the ability to manipulate the hearts of others, which is why Dabura serves as his subordinate. Anyone with even a hint of malice in their heart will find their darkness magnified under his control, thus becoming even more powerful." Vegeta, unimpressed, retorted, "Your words imply we have no chance at all. To me, they are merely a bunch of trash." Below, Babidi, infuriated, ordered the elimination of both individuals, exclaiming, "Fools! How could you not see through such a simple act of tracking?" In truth, Dabura had already detected Goten and the others hiding atop the mountain. He analyzed the number of individuals present and their combat capabilities. Babidi, of course, would not overlook the energy of Goten and his companions. He returned to the spaceship, intending to have Dabura lure them inside. The group found it peculiar that while Babidi entered, Dabura did not. At that moment, Dabura lunged towards the summit where the others stood. Before they could react, in a fraction of a second, Dabura had already aimed a hand at Jebbit. Without a moment's hesitation, Dabura initiated his attack, leaving Jebbit filled with despair. In the next instant, Goten swiftly kicked Dabura's hand away, causing the mountaintop behind Jebbit to explode into pieces. This insufferable fiend must not perish. Dabura remained silent, spitting out a glob of phlegm towards Goten. Goten was well aware of Dabura's nature. Regardless of how repulsive it was, being struck would lead to petrification. Goten deftly evaded. However, Dabura offered no time for response, launching another two sputum attacks at Piccolo and Krillin. It was only then that King Kai reacted, shouting loudly, "Beware of his thick phlegm. It can petrify you." But it was too late. Piccolo and Krillin could not escape. Just as the viscous phlegm was about to strike them, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared before them. Both Piccolo and Krillin simultaneously thought, "It is Piccolo's disciple. It is Krillin's disciple." Why Goten threw off his cloak, shielding Dabura's phlegm. The cloak, suspended in the air, rapidly turned to stone and shattered upon landing. Why Goten revealed himself, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, distinct from Goku's, though somewhat reminiscent of Goten's hairstyle. Wearing a mask, his true visage remained concealed, the only astonishing detail being the tail that swayed behind him. He was indeed another Saiyan, For the moment, the group chose to disregard the newfound Saiyan and prepared to confront Dabra, only to be taken aback when he turned to flee after attacking. Vegeta stared intently at Goten. "Who are you?" Krillin approached and patted Goten on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude for his timely intervention. Piccolo, relieved, remarked, "Isn't he your disciple?" At this point, Goten interjected, eager to clarify before his cover was blown. "Everyone, he is my friend. His identity is not crucial. What matters now is pursuing Babidi and Dabra." Goku nodded in agreement and was the first to fly into the spaceship, followed by the others, who, anticipating any unforeseen developments, also entered, leaving only Krillin outside. Upon entering the ship, they traversed a long tunnel, all of which had been anticipated by Babidi. Once inside the spaceship, they found it utterly devoid of anything. Suddenly, the spaceship's exit closed, indicating that the only way to escape was to eliminate Babidi. Vegeta was unconcerned, wishing he could obliterate the ship. King Kai gasped, fearing that a powerful impact might hasten the resurrection of Majin Buu. If it were that simple, Babidi would have employed such a method long ago, rather than slowly siphoning energy. The hatch suddenly swung open, revealing an extraterrestrial being entirely cloaked in white. Resembling Frisia's third form to some extent, Lord Babidi stood below. To descend, one must first defeat the formidable Pui Pui. However, it was foretold that all would perish on this level. Goku chuckled at this, finding the creature comparably weak, akin to Frisia, yet it dared to threaten them. The previously tense atmosphere was lightened by Pui Pui's antics. Goku proposed, "So who will take the lead? Let us decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors." To everyone's surprise, they began to play right before Pui Pui's eyes. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Pui Pui felt somewhat embarrassed. "I say," Vegeta bellowed, "silence. We have yet to reach a conclusion." Bang! Pui Pui exploded into fragments, prompting Goten to lower his hand as well. Goku admonished, "Goten, even if you don't participate, you cannot jump the gun." Goten retorted disdainfully, "What is there to contest against such a feeble opponent? Let us proceed to the next level." Vegeta conceded that Goten had a point. Battling such a character was akin to asking him, Prince Vegeta, to dispatch minor foes, utterly ludicrous. Though Goku felt a tinge of irritation, there was no recourse. The group ventured to the second level, leaving behind the perplexed Kaioshin and Jebbit. By the time Kaioshin and Jebbit regained their composure, Goku and the others had already descended, prompting a hurried follow. Upon arriving at the second level, Goku observed the absence of adversaries and began to shout in urgency, "Hey, is anyone there? Come out." The hatch opened, revealing a monstrous, green creature. Kaioshin was left bewildered. Could this be the legendary Majin Beasts? Chapter 27, Android 18 Trunks vs. Son Goten. Kaioshin remained as unsteady as ever. Initially, he had exuded an air of superiority, yet now, with the appearance of this individual, his expression was one of shock. Was this Kaioshin merely a jester? With such an opponent, it would be nearly impossible for Majin Buu to remain sealed. Suddenly, the creature lunged at Goku, throwing a punch that Goku effortlessly evaded. A shadow zipped past him, and his clothing was unexpectedly torn. Gohan marveled. This creature is large in stature, yet astonishingly agile. Upon hearing Gohan's assessment, Kaioshin grew anxious. "We must join forces." Gohan replied confidently, "What for? Even my father would be overqualified for this." Goten had lost interest in this game. He yearned to resolve the incident swiftly. This dungeon-crawling ordeal had already been sufficient. Prolonging it felt excessive. Goten cast a glance at Goten, who instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta and Piccolo noted Goten's transformation, astonished that this individual too could become a Super Saiyan. What was he planning? Spirit Slash. While the creature continued its struggle with Goku, it remained oblivious to the impending Spirit Slash behind it. Goku, catching sight of Goten's attack, swiftly ducked to avoid it. Upon witnessing Wukong's peculiar demeanor, Jaeger finally grasped the situation, yet it was too late. The sharp blade of the Chi Yuan Zhan cleaved through him, severing his body into two parts that fell to the ground, where he writhed in agony before succumbing to death. Wukong puffed out his cheeks and, with an imposing presence, strode up to Tian, exclaiming, "Though I do not yet know who you are, you shall not steal my opponent." Tian, however, dismissed him with a haughty snort. Turning his head away, Wukong, feeling indignant, was eager to continue their quarrel. At that moment, Tian addressed the air, declaring, "Babidi, if you do not summon a formidable opponent soon, I shall blow this ship to smithereens." Only then did Wukong turn to regard Wuqian, pondering the source of such hostility in the child. Although he bore a resemblance to Wukong, his temperament was entirely different. Wukong recalled how obedient Gohan had been in his youth. How could Wuqian's approach to conflict mirror that of Vegeta? Vegeta, meanwhile, was quite pleased, nodding approvingly at Wuqian, thinking, truly, he is my disciple, reflecting my thoughts perfectly. The mechanical sounds echoed as the hatch opened once again, revealing Dabora's sinister smile. In an instant, their surroundings morphed, no longer resembling Earth, indicating that Babidi had altered their battleground. Gohan, eager to engage, stepped forward, unable to contain his anticipation any longer. This time, however, Wuqian had no intention of intervening. Gohan had been away from combat for too long, and this encounter would reveal how much he had regained through Wuqian's intensive training. Gohan swiftly transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, causing Wukong to frown in discontent at Gohan's current power level. The climactic battle between Dabura and Gohan commenced. Meanwhile, on the other side of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Satan surveyed his remaining opponents. A stunningly beautiful woman, a grotesque cloaked figure, a diminutive cloaked man, and his own daughter. How could he possibly lose? He couldn't fathom such a defeat. Lost in thought, Satan broke into a foolish grin as he approached the host with a proposal he fancied brilliant, a free-for-all. On stage stood Trunks, Ziwu Tian, Android 18 by Dilly. In Satan, he envisioned himself triumphing over Ziwu Tian and Trunks, gently winning over Android 18's heart and earning the adoration of his beloved daughter by Dilly. Lost in his daydreams, he burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the bewildered expressions directed at him. Trunks mused, surely, this fool hasn't been rendered senseless by my previous blow. Wu Tian, well acquainted with Satan, could easily imagine the thoughts swirling in his mind. By Dilly felt a rush of embarrassment at her father's antics. Suddenly, a new worry crossed Satan's mind. What if they all gang up on me? This thought dampened his spirits momentarily, but he reassured himself that his daughter was on his side. As the match commenced, Satan anticipated an onslaught from his opponents, yet to his surprise, none paid him any heed. Trunks confronted Android 18 without delay, unaware that the Z fighter before him was Goten. Believing Android 18 to be the strongest, he initiated an assault. With Krillin being the reason Trunks had previously lost, Android 18 was driven by the desire to avenge her husband. Their battle raged fiercely, while the other three stood by, seemingly transfixed. At that moment, Videl snapped back to reality and assumed a fighting stance reminiscent of the Turtle School. Mr. Satan, witnessing this, rejoiced and hurried to Videl's side, taunting Goten, now that my daughter and I are united, you should surrender at once. Before Mr. Satan's laughter could fade, Goten teleported behind Videl and knocked her unconscious. Danger was imminent, and Videl was a significant concern. Both Android 18 and Trunks noticed the commotion, astonished by Goten's prowess. They exchanged a knowing glance, resolving to deal with Goten first. Mr. Satan was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of Goten, recalling the peculiarities of the boy. Just as he braced for the worst, Goten addressed him, "Give me 40 million, and I will handle those two for you." His intent, of course, was monetary gain. Despite possessing various means to acquire wealth, Chi-Chi's stubbornness would not allow for any dubious gains. She demanded a clear explanation for any money brought home, forbidding ill-gotten gains or handouts. Consequently, their family had never solicited funds from Bulma, though she would certainly oblige if asked. However, Chi-Chi was a person of principle. This time, Goten aimed to extort a bit more from Mr. Satan, hoping to avoid future troubles. No, this was not extortion. It was merely selling Mr. Satan a championship. After all, no one knew his true identity, and there was no shame in it. Mr. Satan deemed the price exorbitant and was hesitant to comply. Isn't that a bit too steep? He protested. Goten remained unperturbed. Consider this. They can fly. Imagine the consequences of your defeat. You would lose your title, your fans, and with them, your wealth. And without your wealth, your home would vanish, and soon enough, your beloved daughter would be lost as well. Goten's words painted a vivid picture in Mr. Satan's mind, causing his complexion to pale. All right, just go deal with them. He relented. Goten then turned his attention back to Android 18 and Trunks. You heard him. He's offered too much, so I must apologize. No sooner had he spoken than he materialized behind them, causing both Android 18 and Trunks to bristle with alarm. He was extraordinarily swift. As they attempted to retaliate, Trunks found himself unceremoniously kicked from the sky by Goten, crashing into the arena and creating a substantial crater. Goten seized Android 18's hand and flung her away effortlessly. Trunks struggled to emerge from the pit, bewildered. Why is it only me being targeted? Goten glanced at Trunks beneath his cloak, exasperated. Is this someone my master could contend with? Trunks, feeling insulted by Goten's indifference, questioned whether this was a sign of disdain towards him. In a fit of anger, he charged forward once more, with Android 18 swiftly following close behind. She was acutely aware of her inability to defeat this enigmatic figure. Together, they launched an assault, yet they were unable to even graze the hem of Goten's attire. Both summoned their formidable techniques, unleashing countless energy blasts that surged towards Goten from all directions. With a simple lift of his right hand, Goten extended it forward, creating a verdant energy shield that repelled all incoming attacks. Trunks, astonished by Goten's prowess, recognized the familiar appearance of the green barrier. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Trunks' cloak billowed dramatically as golden flames erupted from his body. This is it. Prepare for a decisive blow, he declared. Android 18, having recognized Trunks' voice, now identified him and wondered about the identity of this cloaked stranger. Yet, she dismissed her curiosity. For the sake of 10 million, defeating this opponent was imperative. Both warriors conjured immense yellow energy spheres in their hands. The two blasts hurtled forth, merging mid-flight to form a singular, colossal energy orb. With an effortless motion akin to swatting a ball, Goten sent the energy sphere flying into the ocean. The explosion generated a colossal wave, startling Dent, who nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment from the arena. Goten shook off his hand, realizing that he could no longer indulge them. He sensed Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, indicating that their arrival was imminent. Unlike the other two Goten, Z Goten, having trained under different masters, exhibited subtle variations in personality. Z Goten, resembling Piccolo, was notably mature and the most taciturn among the trio. White Goten, influenced by Master Roshi's teachings, was carefree and lived life to the fullest, embodying a humorous spirit. Meanwhile, the original X-Goten, mentored by Vegeta, was brash and impulsive, often leaping into action without much thought. In a flash, Goten appeared behind Trunks, yanking off his cloak, revealing a bewildered Trunks who was precariously balancing on stilts. Bulma, noticing Trunks' antics, stood up exclaiming, "Trunks, what are you doing?" Realizing he had been exposed, Trunks hastily fled the scene, thus forfeiting his eligibility for the match. Goten turned to Android 18, who anxiously covered her attire, appearing as though confronting an unwanted advance. Goten, preferring silence, communicated telepathically, "Withdraw now, and I shall share 10 million with you." Android 18, puzzled, contemplated why this seemingly assured victory was accompanied by an offer of monetary reward from her opponent. Indeed, it appears that my charm is simply too captivating. On the 18th, I casually adjusted my bangs. Really? Then I could easily send you down as well. The enchanting 18 gracefully descended to the arena below, and since others were willing to pay, why not seize the opportunity? In Chapter 28, titled Demonization, the arena is left with only Goten and Satan. The audience is in a frenzy, with supporters of Goten and Satan evenly divided. Bulma and Chi-Chi in the stands continuously sigh, astonished that neither of their favored competitors made it to the final match. Kiki, looking utterly disheartened, laments the loss of 1,500,000, feeling even worse knowing Goten didn't compete in the junior category, which could have netted them another 500,000. In the arena, Satan rubbed his hands together, gazing at Goten with obsequiousness. "I say, sir, isn't it time for you to step down?" I merely mentioned assisting you against those two. I never promised to concede the championship to you. Don't forget the 40 million. Eek. The sight of Satan, trembling with fear, was quite the spectacle. How could it come to this? Just when Satan prepared himself for utter defeat, Goten suddenly spoke again, pulling the desperate Satan back from the brink. "That's a different price, 60 million. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Satan nearly lost consciousness. "That is far too much," Goten replied, his tone sharp. "Are you implying that my worth is less than the combined value of those two?" Terrified, Satan frantically waved his hands. No, I will pay." With the deal struck, Goten leapt down without hesitation. He had no intention of play-acting with Satan. Seeing Goten genuinely descend, Satan's arrogance returned, and he began to wildly cheer, raising his fingers in a victory sign as the crowd erupted into a cacophony of applause. Ha ha ha. He was terrified into surrender by the invincible Satan. Goten unleashed an energy blast at the arena floor, causing Satan to collapse in fear. "I said I would let you win, but I never implied you could disrespect me." Satan sat on the ground, looking foolish and sniffling, nodding in compliance. "I will demand my money from you." If you fail to pay, even a dime short, I shall eliminate you. Suddenly, the arena trembled. Before Satan's revelry could conclude, Goku and the others appeared on the stage. Everyone had returned. Goten noticed the M emblem on Vegeta's forehead, confirming he had been controlled. Ha ha! The Demon King Piccolo has returned. The world shall once again experience my terror. Uncle Piccolo. What has happened? Piccolo radiated a dark aura, his previously calm demeanor now distorted by madness, also bearing an M emblem. Goten communicated telepathically with the ex-Goten behind him. What is happening? Why has Uncle Piccolo also been controlled? Ex-Goten rubbed his head, shaking it in annoyance. He angrily turned to Z-Goten, exclaiming, "You're so loud. Shut up. Get out of my head." A conspicuous M also appeared on ex-Wutian's head. How could ex-Wutian be under control too? Vegeta has been seized, Piccolo has succumbed, and now even ex-Wutian is ensnared. The situation has spiraled beyond control. Chi-Chi and Bulma have also noticed the odd behavior. How could the usually polite Wutian transform into this? Even Vegeta and Piccolo have grown exceedingly violent. It feels as though we have returned to the days when they wreaked havoc on Earth. Chi-Chi cried out, "Ah, my Wutian has turned into a delinquent." Z glanced at Y, relieved that he had not been ensnared. Vegeta wore a sinister smile. "Everyone else, get lost. My only target is Kakarot. Piccolo retorted. Why should you have him? Son Wukong, the pain you've inflicted upon me over the years, today you shall pay the price." Ex-Wutian shoved the two aside. "You two worthless fools, get out of my way. One is a perennial second fiddle, and the other a mere caretaker of the Sun family. How shameless can you be? Son Wukong belongs to me." Son Wukong observed the three men vying for him and pondered, "Am I truly so detestable? Why do two of them want to strike me?" Vegeta, incensed by Wutian's words, exclaimed, "You dare defy your master." Piccolo punched Vegeta, rebuking, "What nonsense! Wutian is my disciple. You have no right to insult him." Vegeta countered, "I'm disciplining my own student. Stay out of it." The three, seemingly united, were on the brink of a brawl. Babidi shouted from before the crystal ball, "What are you doing? Fight them already." Silence. They all replied in unison. Vegeta declared, "I am a noble Saiyan prince. You have no authority to command me." Piccolo added, "I am the evil Demon King Piccolo. Believe me, I could kill you." Wutian snapped, "You insignificant fish, shut your mouth. Otherwise, I'll ensure you never get the chance to unseal Majin Buu." Though all three were under a spell, their dignity remained unyielded to Babidi's control. Babidi was astonished. How had he acquired 3 disobedient subordinates? While the three were bickering amongst themselves, Z Wutian inquired of Y Wutian about the situation. It turned out that Wutian had refrained from intervening in the battle to train Gohan. Yet this provided Depura with an opportunity. The malevolent heart that should have only been found in Vegeta was unexpectedly discovered within ex-Wutian and Piccolo as well. Piccolo had concealed it well, whereas ex-Wutian's was less pronounced, but sufficient for Babidi to manipulate. Babidi had the power to amplify the darkness within others' hearts. The darkness lurking within ex-Wutian was one of destruction. You wish to kill me? I shall destroy you. You seek to obstruct me? I will obliterate you. You intend to harm me? I will annihilate you. The initial singular corruption of Vegeta had transformed into a triad. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and Gohan possessed no evil within them. Y Wutian, educated by the Turtle Hermit, harbored only innocence, devoid of malice. Even in his corrupted state, ex-Wutian remained as impulsive as ever. Such incessant prattle. Wutian charged directly at Wukong, only to be intercepted by Vegeta. The three of them became entangled once more. Babidi, unable to bear the sight, forcibly transported Wukong and Vegeta away. Wutian, furious, shouted at the heavens, "Damn Babidi, turn them back." Piccolo, enraged and humiliated, unleashed an indiscriminate attack on the battlefield. The Z fighters hurriedly intervened, while 2 Wushins had already shielded Chi-Chi and Bulma. Ex-Wutian seized Piccolo by the collar, exclaiming, "You wretched grasshopper, you nearly harmed my mother." As it seemed the two were about to clash, Babidi cast his magic again, whisking Z Wutian and ex-Wutian away. Ex-Wutian's heart was ablaze with a fierce combat spirit towards Z Wutian. Y Wutian approached Piccolo, shouting to the sky, "Babidi, don't you want us to fight? Transport me and Piccolo elsewhere." The once crowded arena was now left with only the bewildered Satan, the troubled Gohan, and the similarly perplexed Kaioshin. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the audience this time, alleviating Vegeta's future psychological burden. Kaioshin and Gohan remained in place. Gohan solemnly nodded, saying, "Father, You can fight with peace of mind. Leave Babidi to me. With that, he leaped down the spaceship's tunnel with Kaioshin and Jebit. Wukong and Vegeta were sent to the Stone Forest where they had their first battle, while Piccolo and Wei Wutian found themselves in the desert. And Zi Wutian and X Wutian were transported to the icy plains. In the frigid heights of the icy plains, two figures stood, the cold wind billowing Z's cloak. Z mocked X. Was that intentional or accidental? X smirked wickedly. It was intentional. Z Wutian nodded. I knew it. How could someone as clever as I be controlled? What mischief are you plotting? X replied. I merely wish to witness the extent of Babidi's magical enhancement. I must say, this feeling is quite exhilarating. I could easily overpower Son Goku now. Changing the subject, he continued. However, I find your presence rather displeasing at the moment. I think it's time to reclaim my body. Z remained unfazed, calmly stating, it is not yet the time. X's tone turned icy. What if I must? You cannot surpass me in your current state. How will you know without trying? Just as X Wutian's words fell, he let out a thunderous roar. His energy surging uncontrollably, causing the surrounding ice to shatter. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets. The lightning surrounding him intensified, as if a thunder god had descended. Yet, enveloping his golden aura was a layer of black energy. His once golden tail had transformed into black. Feeling the violent energy coursing through his body, X Wutian let out a moan of enjoyment. Ah, this ceaseless flow of energy. Without the burden of Super Saiyan 3's consumption. This must be the full power of Super Saiyan 3. After years of arduous training, it pales in comparison to being controlled by another. This magical transformation is simply exhilarating. At this moment, Babidi's voice echoed in X's mind, urging him to fight. Hurry up and battle. What are you waiting for? The demonically transformed Goten, exhibiting a touch of madness, pointed to his own head and addressed Z Goten. The only flaw is that it can be quite bothersome. Silence yourself, you trash. Goten did not disguise his true thoughts at all. Z Goten couldn't help but exclaim, although my demonic form looks quite impressive, isn't it a bit too insane? Meanwhile, far away, Vegeta and Goku gazed in astonishment toward Goten. Goku's face was filled with terror. That Goten's aura. If he chooses to annihilate Earth, I won't be able to stop him. Vegeta, noticing Goku's distraction while preparing to battle him, exclaimed in frustration. You're thinking about your son while fighting me? Kakarot, today I shall surely end you. And that insufferable Goten, how can he possess such immense power? I will eliminate Kakarot first, then deal with you. The demonically transformed Goten observed Z Goten with a playful glint. You think you could defeat me in this state? Z Goten shook his head. I don't believe so, but I just want to have some fun. The demonically transformed Goten dismissed him with a scoff and charged directly at Z Goten, clearly intent on taking him down. With a single punch, he sent Z Goten crashing into an iceberg. The demonically transformed Goten looked at his fist and burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, such strength. Completely beyond comparison. Chapter 29. The Resurrection of Buu. The demonically transformed Goten laughed maniacally, causing the iceberg that Z Goten occupied to collapse. A golden aura erupted continuously, revealing Z Goten in his Super Saiyan form. Z Goten cracked his neck. In my normal state, I can't handle you, but you'd better regain your senses. Or I'll have to awaken you with a beating. With astonishing speed, Z Goten appeared before the demonically transformed Goten. Perhaps due to the lineage of Super Saiyan, Z Goten stood slightly taller than the other two Goten, measuring 165 centimeters, while the others were only 160 centimeters, despite their identical age. Their eyes locked. The demonically transformed Goten, with his prominent brow and expressionless face, seemed to convey that whatever he did would be understood by his counterpart. However, it made sense. They were all the same, after all. Although their environments differed, their essence remained unchanged. The once ferocious, demonically transformed Goten now calmed himself. He wasn't foolish. Even with his full power in Super Saiyan 3 form, he knew he could not defeat Z Goten unless he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 right now. He merely sought to vent his frustrations. Everything he had done over the years was in pursuit of greater strength. Do you know why I seek such immense power? Z Goten replied nonchalantly, because you are cowardly. You are afraid. X Goten mocked himself. Indeed, I am a fool for asking such a ridiculous question. I am afraid, what am I? Just a recluse. I trained so hard and even split off parts of myself. Isn't it simply because I fear death? Sometimes I ponder the notion of simply giving up, for after all, I have Goku and Vegeta by my side. Yet, The peculiar emergence of Broly fills me with dismay. He possesses strength beyond that depicted in the original tale. I fear the unforeseen transformations of future adversaries may not align with my expectations. I find myself adrift in an ambiguous realm. Am I in the world of Super or GT? This uncertainty weighs heavily upon me. I yearn for every conceivable method to augment my strength, yet it pales in comparison to the swiftness with which you can alter your lineage. The malevolent Goten fixates intently on the visage of Z Goten. I find myself envious of my own existence. The malevolent Goten assumes a combat stance, whether it is to prove himself or to unleash pent-up frustrations. Today, as confrontation is predetermined, with the understanding that losing holds no consequence. As for Majin Buu, he poses no real threat. Goten possesses numerous strategies to defeat him, his sole objective being the Pudgy Buu or perhaps the Grand Kaishin. Even the might of Buu, be it Gohan Buu or otherwise, does not intimidate Goten. However, this serves merely as a prelude, for the foes of the future will undoubtedly surpass Buu in strength, to the extent that even fusion may prove inadequate. The arrival of these adversaries draws ever closer. Living in a perpetual state of dread is exhausting. No one can comprehend this, akin to Bardock foreseeing Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta. Knowing too much is not always a blessing. The two combatants engage in a silent clash, while on the other side, Goten and Piccolo have already commenced their own battle. The desert erupts with explosions, creating craters in its wake, while grains of yellow sand swirl in the air. The two figures disperse amidst their collisions. Golden hair glimmers under the sun's rays, while the lightning coursing through them crackles with energy. Piccolo gazes at the Saiyan before him. Though unfamiliar, he feels an eerie sense of familiarity. Boy, who are you truly? Goten, with a smirk gracing his masked visage, teases, defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity. Piccolo grins wickedly, having embraced his darker side without succumbing to foolishness. You must be Krillin's disciple. Your techniques mirror those of Goku's turtle school. Yet, it matters not. I shall tear your mask along with your skin from your face. At this moment, Goten experiences a slight headache, uncertain if it is due to Piccolo's prolonged suppression of his darker nature that has rendered him formidable. Although he has yet to attain Super Saiyan 3, he has reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 in recent months. Piccolo, through his transformation, has remarkably escalated from full-power Super Saiyan 1 to the apex of Super Saiyan 2. How repressed has Uncle Piccolo been all these years to achieve such growth? However, Babbidi's magic is quite impressive. Should the opportunity arise, it would be worthwhile to study, as it presents a means to enhance the fighting capabilities of many. Suddenly, Piccolo plunges his hand into the sand, emerging from beneath Goten to grasp his ankle, forcefully yanking him into the depths of the desert. Piccolo is indeed Piccolo. In a contest of equal strength, his martial experience rivals that of Goku. The battle among the three factions has long since commenced. Gohan, along with the Kaishin, arrived at the base of Babbidi's spacecraft, the very location where the immense egg-sealing Majin Buu resides, and they beheld the Pura and Babbidi. The Kaishin was the first to speak, declaring, "Babbidi, I shall certainly thwart your attempts to resurrect Majin Buu." Babbidi, observing the surging energy, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, perceiving the Kaishin as nothing more than a bothersome fly. However, in order to prevent damage to his ship, he employed magic to transform the environment into a vast plain, ensuring that he could eliminate the three if necessary. Following his previous encounter with Gohan, Pura harbored a misplaced confidence, believing Gohan to be no match for him, and that he could easily dispatch him. Yet the truth was that their confrontation was evenly matched. Neither could vanquish the other. Reflecting on Goku's past words, Gohan's rage intensified, leading him to believe that no one could rival him. As his emotions brewed, he transformed once more into Super Saiyan 2, though he sensed no increase in strength. Perhaps at this moment, he needed to invoke Dilly, but that was of course impossible. At that instant, the energy device began to spin wildly, startling the group as they turned their gazes toward the colossal egg of Majin Buu. Babbidi was incredulous. How could this be? In less than half a minute of their conversation, the energy that once required a vast quantity had suddenly become sufficient in an instant. In the next moment, the energy device exploded, sending its pointers flying. The energy required to unseal Majin Buu had finally been amassed, surpassing all expectations. Babbidi soared with delight. Majin Buu was about to be resurrected. The Kaishin's face was etched with despair. It was too late for anything. Gohan could hardly believe it. How much energy had Goku, and Uncle Piccolo expended in their battles to contribute to such a massive accumulation? It was no surprise, as the three battles were at least at the Super Saiyan level, generating tremendous energy. The Kaioshin lamented, never anticipating that his meticulously orchestrated plan would culminate in such a disaster. The scene shifted to Goku, who was being pummeled to the point of spitting blood, while Vegeta continued his relentless pursuit. Goku, undeterred, retaliated with a punch that struck Vegeta's face, causing him to spit blood as well. After numerous rounds of combat, the two remained evenly matched. The surrounding environment lay in utter ruin, a testament to their fierce struggle. It was no wonder that Majin Buu's energy could coalesce so rapidly. After an indeterminate number of exchanges, the two paused momentarily. Judging by their injuries, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Goku was incredulous at Vegeta's strength, while Vegeta was acutely aware that his talent paled in comparison to Goku's, and even lagged behind Gohan and Goten. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku remarked, "I can't believe how strong you've become over the years." Vegeta retorted with a cold smile, "No need to mock me, Kakarot. This is merely the effect of Babidi magic." Goku inquired, "You would willingly be controlled by Babidi just to become stronger and defeat me?" Vegeta fell silent, taken aback for several seconds. "I merely wish to revert to my former self, the cold and unfeeling warrior, to engage in a fierce battle with you, free from distractions. Over the course of these 12 years, I have gradually grown fond of this tranquil existence and never imagined that I would establish a family. I have slowly come to appreciate Earth. To reclaim my past self, this is the only recourse." Goku has finally come to comprehend Vegeta's sentiments. Suddenly, the egg of Majin Buu begins to emit steam, signaling the awakening of this monstrous entity. Babidi is filled with excitement, while Dabra exhibits a hint of fear. The Supreme Kai, witnessing this, hastily urges Gohan to flee. "Gohan, run. We stand no chance against Majin Buu." Gohan, unwilling to concede, seeks to make a final stand. With sufficient energy amassed, he believes his contribution is no longer essential. With a furious shout, a formidable power surges from Gohan's being. The Supreme Kai is taken aback, uncertain of Gohan's next move. Gohan assumes a stance and unleashes a Kamehameha wave potent enough to obliterate Cell. In a critical moment, Dabra saves Babidi from imminent peril as the Kamehameha strikes the colossal egg, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Gohan intensifies his energy and the egg suddenly ascends. Babidi, startled, watches as the egg crashes to the ground and shatters. The Supreme Kai, overtaken by fear, remains silent for several seconds, only to discover that the egg is empty. Babidi is utterly bewildered. How can this be possible? Yet, the Supreme Kai finds amusement in the situation. It appears Gohan's attack has yielded results, and Babidi, "Your demise is imminent." The Supreme Kai boasts, "Gohan, you handle Dabra. I shall deal with Babidi." He has indeed devised a clever strategy. However, Gohan trembles, for he alone senses the gathering of an immense energy, one that surpasses even the peak of Super Saiyan 2 Goten. Gazing upward, he spots a swirling mass of pink smoke coalescing, and the others suddenly realize that this represents the true form of Majin Buu. The overwhelming energy instills despair in Gohan as the smoke gradually morphs into a humanoid figure. A large, pink, rotund creature materializes before them. The battles at 3 locations come to a halt as both Goku and Vegeta turn their gazes aside. Goku exclaims, "Such formidable energy! Gohan cannot contend with this." Vegeta, with disdain, retorts, "Is that all? Kakarot, do you intend to flee?" The battle between Z Goten and the corrupted Goten has long concluded, with Z Goten carrying the unconscious form of the corrupted Goten toward Majin Buu. It appears the seal has been broken. To be safe, I shall remain vigilant. For Babidi is not yet vanquished, and it would be unwise to allow him recovery. However, I could seize Babidi's magic for our own use. Piccolo and White Goten also ceased their combat, both bloodied and battered, indicating their struggle was no less intense than that of Goku and his allies. Piccolo grits his teeth in frustration. "Dreadful. Has the fiend Majin Buu been resurrected? Only I can conquer the earth." Goten replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. It seems we cannot delay any longer." Chapter 30, The Wind of Magic. "Uncle Piccolo, it appears I can no longer amuse myself with you." "Amuse? You dare to call our battle, as Piccolo the great demon king, mere amusement." Yet, Piccolo grasped the crux of the matter. "Uncle Piccolo." Goten instinctively covered his mouth. Having forgotten, he still wore a mask after the resurrection of Majin Buu. He could not allow Uncle Piccolo to continue pondering. So Goten abruptly pointed in panic behind Piccolo. "What is that?" Piccolo spun around sharply, only to find nothing there, realizing something was amiss. That sly trickster. When Piccolo turned back, he was taken aback to discover an electric rice cooker had appeared before him without warning. Upon seeing the rice cooker, Piccolo shuddered, as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat. Meanwhile, Goten assumed a combat stance. Maki Xiao Vave. This brat intends to seal me away. Just as Piccolo contemplated fleeing, it was already too late. Maki Xiao Vave. Goten raised his hands, and the verdant whirlwind ensnared Piccolo, rendering him immobile. Under normal circumstances, Piccolo could counter the magic seal wave, but this surprise attack caught him off guard. It was a technique from many years past. Goten lifted his hands upward, and Piccolo was swept up by the wind. Seizing the moment, Goten forcefully brought his hands down, and the green whirlwind was sucked into the rice cooker. Accompanied by Piccolo's cries, he was drawn into the appliance. With a resounding clap, the lid of the rice cooker was secured, and Goten hurriedly affixed a talisman to it, ensuring everything was perfectly contained. The rice cooker transformed back into a capsule, which Goten tucked into his embrace. Ah, the power of dark transformation indeed amplifies tenfold. Uncle Piccolo. Forgive me for this indignity. Once Babidi is vanquished, you shall be released. I wonder how childhood traumas will manifest. Will they evolve into adult shadows? Both Goten had concluded their battles. Now, only Goku and Vegeta remained. Meanwhile, at Gohan's location, everyone gazed upon Buu's rotund form as he inhaled fresh air and joyfully leaped in place. Dubra inquired, Lord Babidi, is he truly Majin Buu? Babidi himself was somewhat uncertain, for Buu appeared rather unthreatening. I'm also unsure. The Supreme Kai is the only one who has encountered Buu. Gohan assumed it was a failed summoning, a defective product. At this moment, the Supreme Kai trembled, nearly choking back tears. Gohan asked, Are you certain that is Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai, voice quaking, replied, Indeed. I shall never forget that terrifying visage. However, Buu's face was hardly terrifying. It was rather endearing. Vegeta was equally terrified. Supreme Kai, perhaps we should flee. Gohan, however, disagreed. Although he sensed that Buu was formidable, he felt that he was only slightly stronger than Goten in his Super Saiyan 2 form, and thus not entirely unmanageable. Over the past few months, he had managed to exchange a few blows with Goten. Unbeknownst to Gohan, Goten had been holding back to motivate him. In reality, Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 could hardly withstand a single blow from Goten's Super Saiyan 2. Babidi, brimming with excitement, proclaimed to the self-amusing Buu, It is I who have liberated you. From this moment forth, I am your master. However, Majin Buu paid him no heed and suddenly made a grotesque face that startled Babidi, causing him to fall to the ground, much to Buu's amusement. Dabura regarded Buu's antics with disdain, thinking him a fool. Majin Buu was nothing remarkable. Buu, bounding over to Dabura, squinted at him. Dabura, unimpressed, sneered, What? Do you wish to challenge the great king of the demon realm, Dabura? Just then, Buu suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, with astonishing speed, he gouged out Dabura's eyes, followed by a kick that sent him flying. After a moment, Dabura lay motionless among the rubble. Gohan stared in disbelief at Majin Buu, who had effortlessly dispatched the formidable Dabura. At that moment, Gohan's mind was consumed by a single thought: escape. He regretted not heeding the Kai's warnings. He should have fled earlier. He was too arrogant. Grabbing the Supreme Kai and Kibito, Gohan soared toward Goku's direction, convinced that his only hope for salvation lay in seeking out Goku. Babidi, seeing the fear in the Kai's eyes, shouted in frustration, Hurry, Buu! Stop them! Kill them! The Supreme Kai attempted to reason, Don't fly. You cannot outrun Buu. Kibito can. But before he could finish, Gohan interrupted, Rest assured, I am quite confident in my speed. In the blink of an eye, Buu surpassed Gohan and landed a punch squarely on Gohan's face, sending him hurtling away. Another kick sent Kibito flying off to the side, their fates uncertain. It was clear that Buu's target was the Supreme Kai. He remembered him. The Supreme Kai, paralyzed by fear, dared not move. Buu suddenly bore a menacing grin and executed a dual ear-splitting attack, striking the Supreme Kai's head as one might swat a fly, deforming his skull. With a single kick, he drove the Supreme Kai into the ground. Just as Buu was about to deliver the fatal blow, Gohan returned with a flying kick that struck Buu's face, sending him sprawling far away. When Buu finally stood, a dent had formed in his face. With a resounding duong, Buu's indented face resembled a ping-pong ball meeting hot water, bouncing back into shape. This act of brutality, along with Buu's surge in power, caught the attention of Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta, Goku remarked, Did you not feel that? The power that just surged is not to be underestimated. It appears we have indeed encountered a worthy adversary. Vegeta, despite his ignorance, quickly discerned that the power he had just harnessed was insufficient to defeat this formidable Majin Buu. Nevertheless, he still wished to settle the score with Goku first. Goku reminded him, if we don't act soon, everyone will perish, including Bulma and Trunks. And what about Bra? She is still so young. Do you wish to witness her demise? It was evident that Vegeta had been swayed, although he had succumbed to the dark magic. It did not mean he had forsaken his loved ones entirely. This enchantment merely intensified the obsessions within him. Similar to Goten's concern for his mother's safety and Piccolo's protective instincts towards Goten. It was akin to the intoxication of alcohol, where one might act recklessly under its influence. At this moment, Goku's thoughts were far removed from battling Vegeta. He was profoundly anxious about Gohan's well-being. Their fight had concluded, and they prepared to journey together to confront Majin Buu. Since Videl had remained unharmed, Goku had no need to procure senzu beans from Krillin, leaving Vegeta with no opportunity for a surprise attack. As Goku was about to instantaneously transport himself and Vegeta, his hand froze mid-air. Gohan's energy had vanished. Vegeta was taken aback, confirming Gohan's demise. A few moments prior, Gohan had valiantly saved the Supreme Kai and Beerus from impending death. However, Gohan found himself in grave danger, staring fearfully at Majin Buu, who regarded him with disdain. Since you have dared to kick me, you shall disappear. In an instant, Majin Buu unleashed a powerful blast, seemingly destined to strike Gohan, who braced himself for his end. Yet, the formidable attack never reached him. Upon opening his eyes, Gohan beheld the unconscious face of Goten. But wait, no, it was not Goten. It was another Z fighter who had been sent away by Babidi alongside Goten. This warrior, supporting the unconscious Goten with one hand, successfully blocked Majin Buu's assault. Impressive. Gohan anxiously inquired, though I do not know who you are. Thank you. Is Goten all right? The Z fighter, resembling Goten, replied. He is fine. Supreme Kai, Jebet is not dead. Take Gohan to the Supreme Kai realm, draw the Supreme Kai sword, and leave this to me. Gohan wished to remain and assist, but the Z fighter calmly insisted. Do you wish to remain here as cannon fodder? You must leave. Your presence here would only be a burden. The Supreme Kai was utterly astonished. How could this individual be aware of their affairs? Previously, Goten had known, and now this mysterious figure seemed to possess knowledge of the Supreme Kai realm and the Supreme Kai sword. Had the Supreme Kai truly lost all their secrets? However, this might be a viable solution. Jebet, indeed alive, struggled to reach the Supreme Kai and Gohan, placing his hand upon them, realizing they intended to depart. Babidi hastily commanded Majin Buu to thwart their escape. In the next moment, another figure appeared, startling Buu with their sudden arrival, intercepting the advancing Majin Buu. It was Goten. At this moment, Jebet had already fled with Gohan and King Kai, most likely heading to King Kai's realm. Once the issue with Babidi was resolved, they could simply follow the energy trail to find them. Goten remained concerned about the safety of his mentor, Piccolo, and inquired of Goten, is Uncle Piccolo all right? Goten chuckled, he's fine, just resting in the rice cooker. He might have a bit of a psychological shadow, but it's nothing serious. Babidi's magical effects are quite impressive. Uncle Piccolo is nearly as strong as I am. This reassured Goten. Goten then caught sight of the unconscious ex-Goten and burst into laughter. This fool has drunk himself into a stupor. Did you hit him hard? Goten shook his head. He was just under too much pressure. I didn't really hit him hard. I just knocked him out. After all, he is one of us, and it feels wrong to go too hard. Goten laughed again. Only you would think that. If it were me, I would have knocked him out cold. You think you can take him on? Goten replied. Hey, don't bring up my weaknesses besides. I'm on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan 3. Just then, Babidi, fuming, exclaimed, you two scoundrels. Do you not regard my esteemed Lord Babidi? It is truly infuriating that you dare to chat in the presence of a great evil sorcerer. I am a villain. Please respect my profession. Meanwhile, Buu seemed indifferent, engrossed in his own amusement. Goten casually tossed ex-Goten to Goten and in an instant appeared before Babidi, seizing him by the head with lightning speed that even Buu could not react to. Let me see what magic you possess. I wonder if the skills from Planet Yardrats still work. Chapitre 31, Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku. Babidi's wrinkled, elderly face turned pale with fear. Truthfully, Goten found the sensation of gripping Babidi somewhat repulsive. Babidi had not anticipated Goten's strength. He was astounded to find himself captured even under Buu's protection. Beads of sweat streaming down his face. What do you intend to do? If you kill me, There will be no one left to seal Buu. Son Goten nonchalantly replied. No worries, I never intended to seal him. My goal has always been to separate good Buu from evil Buu and eliminate the latter. Sealing him would only hinder my chances of participating in the Tournament of Power in the future. Since the tournament is inevitable, why not begin cultivating my own team now? Babidi, feeling utterly helpless, began to shout, Buu, come save me. If you don't, I will seal you right now. True to form, Majin Buu was frightened and charged at Son Goten, only to be intercepted by Y Goten. While it might have been impossible for Y Goten to defeat Buu, he had no trouble holding him off for a moment, as Babidi squirmed in Son Goten's grasp like a worm. Son Goten's mental energy flowed through his palm and directly into Babidi's brain. Babidi's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. When Son Goten released him, Babidi collapsed to the ground like a lifeless fish. This is a skill learned by Tian on the planet Adralat, more accurately described as a forbidden technique that allows one to forcibly invade another's mind and extract their knowledge and memories. However, it can only be employed against those whose mental fortitude is weaker than one's own. Otherwise, one risks severe backlash. This technique is deemed forbidden due to the significant damage it inflicts upon the victim's brain, with the mildest consequence being a descent into idiocy. Consequently, Tian refrains from using it under normal circumstances. Tian's expression was one of profound astonishment. Indeed, there were numerous remarkable abilities. Yet, he lamented the necessity of magical energy. How bothersome. Such powers as altering the environment or casting enchanting spells all demanded magical energy. It was akin to having mastered driving a car, but finding it devoid of fuel and thus immobile. Upon witnessing Babidi faint, Majin Buu ceased his engagement with Tian and leapt joyfully in place. With Babidi rendered useless, the time had come to eliminate him. Tian casually launched a ki blast, obliterating Babidi in his unconscious state, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, the M symbol upon Tian's forehead vanished, and Tian fed him a senza bean, miraculously healing his injuries. Suddenly, Tian sat upright, his expression akin to that of someone recovering from a hangover. Tian remarked, Stop pretending. The senza bean is incredibly effective. Tell me, are you embarrassed? Tian lowered his head, nearly burying it into his chest. Too humiliated to speak. Reflecting on his previous melodramatic declarations and his overreaching ambitions, he wished nothing more than to vanish into a hole. Tian, are you alright? Tian looked up to see Trunks and Krillin. It turned out that Trunks had sensed Majin Buu's ominous energy and had come over, fortuitously encountering Krillin on his return flight, and they arrived together. Both Trunks and Krillin gazed at Majin Buu in terror, although Buu appeared rather adorable. The overwhelming aura he emanated was unmistakable, instilling fear despite his cute exterior. Krillin trembled, exclaiming, Is this Majin Buu? What a terrifying presence. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta appeared before Tian. Goku, unable to sense Gohan's energy, sought others and fortuitously detected Tian's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 while confronting Buu, leading him to teleport directly to the scene. Fortunately, Tian was nearby. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Wonderful, Tian, you're safe. Wait, Vegeta, Tian, your symbols are gone. Tian nodded in affirmation. With Babidi deceased, the magic had naturally dissipated. Goku and Vegeta then noticed Majin Buu, who was amusing himself, lying on the ground and reading a comic. Goku fixed a serious gaze upon Buu, demanding, Are you Majin Buu? Did you kill Gohan? Vegeta, acutely aware of Buu's formidable power, felt utterly powerless in comparison, muttering under his breath in frustration. Tian interrupted Goku, stating, Gohan is not dead. He was taken away by the Supreme Kai. With a sense of relief, Goku set his mind at ease. Although the Supreme Kai was rather unreliable, it was evident that he possessed a good heart. That was reassuring. Goku then turned his gaze towards Majin Buu, recognizing the formidable power he wielded. It appeared that the energy of Super Saiyan 3 would not suffice to vanquish him. The situation was indeed precarious. He glanced at Goten, contemplating the fact that it would be futile. Goten's strength was comparable to his own, yet he lacked the battle experience. If Goku doubted his ability to defeat Majin Buu, Goten would surely stand no chance. Suddenly, Goku addressed Majin Buu. You are indeed Majin Buu, correct? Grant us 3 days, during which you must refrain from destroying the earth, and an exceptionally powerful individual will make an appearance. Vegeta pondered who this individual could be, someone who could surpass Kakarot. Goten remained bewildered by Goku's words. In truth, Goku intended to teach Goten and Vegeta the fusion technique. His time on Earth was limited, and Goten and Vegeta, possessing similar height and strength, should be able to succeed. Yet, he was unaware that Goten was indeed capable of defeating Buu alone. Majin Buu, of course, was unwilling to oblige. Why should I agree to that? However, since he eliminated Babidi for me, I shall spare him. But I am hungry, and you all will be my meal. Buu's previously innocent eyes now glared menacingly at Goku and the others, indicating that negotiation was futile. Goku crouched down, turning to face Goten. Goten, though I am uncertain why you harbor such disdain for me, you are truly remarkable, perhaps even stronger than your brother. I am genuinely proud to have a son like you. It is unfortunate we have not fought together. I will hold off Majin Buu. You must flee. In the final moments, I will seek you out. Vegeta sensed something amiss. Kakarot, what are you planning? I apologize, Vegeta, but please do not be angry later. With that, Goku began to charge up, unleashing a powerful roar. His golden hair lengthened to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets, transforming his green eyes to a brilliant blue. The golden aura enveloped him in a radiant glow, even more intense than during Super Saiyan 2. Trunks watched in astonishment, realizing that this unassuming man was indeed stronger than his father. Vegeta was left speechless. Kakarot, how? Having completed his transformation, Goku gazed at Majin Buu with an air of arrogance. Is this what Super Saiyan 3 truly is? Even Gohan, who was with the Supreme Kai, sensed this overwhelming energy, leaving them all in disbelief. Gohan murmured in astonishment. This power has reached the sacred land. The Supreme Kai exclaimed. How can such strength exist in this world? Nevertheless, Majin Buu remained utterly unafraid, suggesting that even with this power, Super Saiyan 3 Goku would not be able to defeat him entirely. The battle was imminent. Goku seized the initiative, leaping above Buu and grasping his antenna. Majin Buu, akin to a deflated ball, was rendered incapable of retaliation. Goku then executed a grand swing, slamming Buu deep into the earth. Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. Damn Kakarot, is this truly his real strength? He didn't even exert his full power during our battle. To be precise, Goku had indeed unleashed his full Super Saiyan 2 might. In the next moment, Majin Buu surged forth from the ground, employing the prince's combat technique against Goku. With a swift motion, Goku deflected all incoming energy blasts. Suddenly, Majin Buu elongated his arm and landed a punch on Goku. Yet this blow proved utterly inconsequential to Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Majin Buu clapped his hands joyfully, exclaiming, Haha, you're amazing. You're the first to last this long against me. Just as the two were poised to continue their clash, the voice of King Kai echoed unexpectedly. Goku, your time in the living world is limited. If you continue using Super Saiyan 3, you will soon return. You still need to teach Goten and the others the fusion technique. This warning was audible only to Goku. Ignoring King Kai's admonition, Goku pressed on with his battle against Buu, both combatants exchanging blows evenly. Kamehameha. Seizing an opportunity, Goku formed his hands into a flower-like shape and unleashed the Kamehameha wave, which surged through Majin Buu's form. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, Goku won, yet in the next instant, Majin Buu's body fully restored itself. Everyone recognized Buu's terrifying regenerative abilities. If this continued, Goku might exhaust his stamina and ultimately lose. Suddenly, Buu mimicked Goku's Kamehameha stance, startling Goku. Could he have learned my technique? Indeed. Majin Buu glanced at Goku's move and immediately mastered it. As Buu's Kamehameha struck, Goku retaliated with his own, but Buu responded in kind, sending another blast back at Goku. An explosive clash ensued, creating a massive crater behind Goku that stretched for miles. Goku found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated that Buu possessed such formidable strength and regenerative prowess, along with the ability to discern and replicate others' techniques. You are quite impressive. I never expected you could see through my moves and learn them instantly. You're the most formidable opponent I have encountered in many years, Goku admitted, beginning to feel the strain of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Buu showed no signs of tiring, and upon hearing Goku's praise, he basked in his own pride. Vegeta discerned the troubling situation. It appeared that even Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot could not triumph over Buu. With unwavering resolve, Vegeta gazed at Buu. Trunks, you must take good care of your mother and sister from now on, understand? Trunks looked perplexed. What did that mean? Vegeta looked at his young son, and then at his most favored disciple, Goten. Goten, though you are Kakarot's son, you are also my finest disciple. I take great pride in having you as my student, but alas, I have yet to hear you call me master. Chapter 32. No. You have arrived at precisely the right moment. Goten understood Vegeta's intentions. Uncle Vegeta, could it be that you wish to? Vegeta sighed. You still refuse to call me master? But it matters not. Nearby, Krillin seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Vegeta claimed that his disciple Goten was his most exceptional pupil, and he even requested him to call him master? What did that make him? Presently, no one could halt Majin Buu. But perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope if I intervened. Trunks anxiously offered his assistance. Father, I can fight alongside you. Vegeta shook his head in resignation. Trunks, it's futile. Haven't you noticed that Goten hasn't uttered a word? This guy, even if we joined forces, our ordinary attacks would be utterly ineffective against him. Gradually, Vegeta's eyes softened, a tenderness he had never shown Trunks before. Trunks, it seems I have never held you since your birth. Allow me to embrace you. Trunks felt a flush of warmth from Vegeta's embrace, a sensation he had never experienced, leaving Goten feeling somewhat awkward. Goten thought to himself, perhaps this isn't the right moment. Vegeta cast a gentle glance at Goten. No, your presence is perfectly timed. He then extended his hand toward Goten, while the spectators watched Goten and Goten in the skies were nearly in fits of laughter. Goten was covered in goosebumps. Were it not for Krillin's inability to contend with Vegeta, he would have rushed over to confront him. What do you intend to do with my precious disciple? I say, Uncle Vegeta. No, Master, please refrain from such displays. I know it's rare for you to show a softer side, which is indeed admirable, but there is no need for such sentimentality, nor to sacrifice yourself. Krillin felt despondent. This kid eats my food, wears my clothes, uses my belongings, flirts with my wife, and even deceives my daughter. He is playing both sides. He can hardly be driven away from Master Roshi's house, and yet he can take Vegeta as his teacher. Are you some kind of master of time management? Vegeta was slightly irritated by Goten's words. While I find joy in you calling me master, I shall not display it openly. Moreover, I am on the verge of death. Your refusal has left me feeling humiliated. So, why must you insist on this? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. But even Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 could not defeat him. What hope do we have? Observing Vegeta's anxious demeanor, Goten couldn't help but chuckle. Vegeta was increasingly resembling a human. Originally a villain intent on destroying Earth, he was now willing to sacrifice himself for his family to save it. Truly, Vegeta embodies the essence of a noble man. Goten cautiously suggested, if one Super Saiyan is insufficient, then let us ascend together. Vegeta instinctively retorted, where would a second come from? At that moment, he seemed to recall sensing Goten's formidable energy, comparable to Kakarot's. During his battle with Kakarot, when he was transformed, the sudden reversion from his transformation had caused him to forget. Could it be that you? Goten remained silent, beginning to gather energy for his transformation, and with a fierce roar, his aura surged ever higher. As time passed, Goten's hair gradually grew longer, and his features slowly transformed into those of a Super Saiyan 3, a miniature version of Goku in his ultimate form. Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin gazed in astonishment at Goten's appearance. Goten had achieved Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta felt particularly disheartened. He had once lost to Goten in a sparring match, but since Goten was his pupil, losing did not bring shame. However, now he found himself outmatched by Kakarot, as both father and son could transform into Super Saiyan 3 while he, their master, could not. How could he face this reality? Vegeta, usually composed, lost his temper and exclaimed, "You little brat. Even you can become a Super Saiyan 3. Why didn't you join Kakarot in battle?" Goten, feeling the pressure, bore the fierce visage of a Super Saiyan 3 while appearing rather pitiful. A stark contrast indeed. He muttered, I was just waiting for Goku to finish taking a beating before I joined in. Vegeta's anger subsided somewhat upon hearing this response. He felt pleased. That rascal Kakarot had still held back a Super Saiyan transformation during their fight. He deserved to take a beating. Yet, this little rascal had kept secrets from him, which was hardly acceptable. With a haughty snort, Vegeta realized that he was still holding Trunks close, which ignited a wave of intense embarrassment. Trunks blinked his adorable eyes at Vegeta and solemnly stated, Dad, I'll take good care of Mom and my sister. You can go without worry. Vegeta, shifting from shame to fury, retorted, Why should I die when you become a Super Saiyan 3? He delivered a playful punch to Trunks' head. Trunks immediately began to cry, squatting down and looking up at Vegeta with a mix of indignation and sorrow, but Vegeta had already turned away from him. What had happened to the tenderness? So love can vanish just like that? Goten had already charged in a battle, and Goku was equally surprised to see Goten transform into Super Saiyan 3. Goten, you're incredible. Is this what you look like as a Super Saiyan 3? You resemble me quite a bit. By the way, do you still have your tail? Normally, Goten would wrap his tail around his waist, but in combat, it was better to let it loose. At this moment, Goten's tail was no longer a weakness. Although it could allow Goten to intervene, it was Goten's final trump card, which he would not reveal unless absolutely necessary. Goten did not answer Goku's question, but instead rushed forward, and Goku, understanding the cue, joined him in the assault. Indeed, a single Super Saiyan could only match Majin Buu in strength, but two Super Saiyans were more than capable of overpowering him. Krillin was ecstatic. Yes, Goten, you truly are my disciple. We can win this. Oh, and thank you for protecting me earlier. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude. He turned to Goten to convey his thanks. Vegeta overheard this and vaguely recalled that during his own transformation, Piccolo had said something similar. Could Goten be? The two of them relentlessly pressed Buu back. Goten remained oblivious to the fact that his secret was on the verge of being exposed. At this moment, Buu was battered and bruised, his form grotesquely deformed, barely resembling a coherent shape. Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash. A blue and a yellow wave of energy surged towards the villainous Majin Buu, intertwining in the air before merging into a singular force. The already amorphous Buu was struck down, reduced to a mere chunk of pink flesh. Gasps of astonishment arose from the onlookers. Had they truly succeeded? How could he remain alive after such devastation? Even Goku relaxed momentarily, exclaiming, "Goten, did you employ Vegeta's technique? Impressive." Yet, only Goten and his companions were aware that such an assault could not vanquish Majin Buu. Indeed, in no time at all, Buu transformed back from the pink mass. Everyone was left in awe of his terrifying regenerative abilities. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "Can we truly defeat him?" Goten silently quipped, "Absolutely, master. If you charge in now, Buu would be obliterated to mere dust." Though Buu had regained his original form, he was far from foolish. He realized that if the duo launched a similar attack with increased force, it would be sufficient to annihilate him. Alone, he felt invincible, but with two adversaries. Fear crept in. Having just returned to life, he had no desire to meet his end again. Suddenly, Buu transformed into a puddle of pink liquid, seeping into the debris. Vegeta attempted to intervene, unleashing countless energy blasts at the rubble, but Buu had already vanished. Fuming, Vegeta seized Goku by the collar, exclaiming, "You fool! How could you let him escape?" Goten intervened. "It's futile, Uncle Vegeta. He has depleted his energy. I cannot confront Buu alone." The very next moment, Goku reverted to his normal state. Meanwhile, the concealed Majin Buu reveled in his triumph, thinking, "What use is your strength if you cannot capture me?" Just as he was about to cause chaos, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the young warrior he had just battled. "Majin Buu, I have locked onto your energy. As long as you refrain from killing, I will not harm you." Buu, of course, had no intention of heeding Goten's words. "Why should I listen to you? I'm famished and crave countless sweets." Bibidi babidi Buu. Buu was taken aback. "Do not utter that." He was terrified. Those were the incantations that sealed him away. He would never forget them. If you wish to avoid being sealed again, you must not take any lives. If you desire sweets, seek out a man named Satan. He will fulfill all your cravings. And do not harm him. With reluctance, Buu agreed. He could defy Babidi, as he could eliminate him in an instant, but he could not bring himself to do the same to Goten. Unbeknownst to him, Goten was merely trying to frighten him. Through infiltrating Babidi's mind, he had learned the sealing incantation, but he lacked the magical power to make it effective. Magic was an innate trait of those from the demon realm, much like all living beings possess ki. Goku smiled at Vegeta, saying, "The longer I remain in Super Saiyan 3 form, the less time I can spend on Earth. Now, I can only stay for half an hour." Vegeta panicked. "What will we do about Majin Buu?" Wukong elucidated, "Fear not, Vegeta. I possess a remarkable fusion technique. As long as our physiques and power levels are comparable, we can merge. If you fuse with Goten, you shall undoubtedly vanquish Majin Buu." Vegeta, intrigued by this extraordinary technique, primarily pondered the prospect of merging with Goten rather than Wukong. Had it been a fusion with Wukong, Vegeta's expression would have resembled one who had ingested something foul. Wukong extended his palm, urging everyone to hold hands. "We shall drive Buu away. He fears the might of Goten and me, and will not return for some time. Let us first proceed to the temple, where we must master the fusion before Buu reappears." Vegeta, with a disdainful demeanor, tugged at Wukong's clothing. Yet, as everyone prepared, Goten and his companions failed to grasp Wukong's hand. Wukong inquired, "Goten, Are you still upset with your father? Cease this childish behavior. Time is of the essence. And you almost grasped me. The three Gotens responded in unison with exaggerated disdain. Who cannot teleport? In a flash, Goten initiated the process, placing his finger to his forehead and vanishing from sight. What? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, utterly surprised that his young son could bring him such delight. With Super Saiyan 3 strength, exceptional combat experience, and now the ability to teleport, Wukong joyfully clapped Vegeta and Krillin on their shoulders. Vegeta, Krillin, I'm immensely grateful for your guidance to Goten. I never imagined you could teach him so admirably. Krillin, slightly bashful from Wukong's praise, replied, "Oh, it is primarily Goten's innate talent. I cannot take much credit as his master." Vegeta, proud yet haughty, retorted with a sharp tongue, "After all these years, if he hadn't implored me, do you think I would have taught him? Kakarot, you owe me a favor." However, upon hearing this, Wukong felt something amiss. "Baldy, when did Goten allow you to instruct him? I personally train him every day." "Not so. Goten trains with me daily at Master Roshi's." "How could he ever consider you his master?" Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Aren't both of you his teachers?" "Indeed," they replied in unison, astonished to realize that Goten had simultaneously taken them both as mentors. For some reason, both felt as though someone was missing. The two Gotens, X and Y, chose silence, believing that as long as their identities remained concealed, the scoundrel would only be ex-Goten and not them. Good luck to him. At that moment, Goten approached with his entire family in tow. "Let go of Goten, brother. He favors me the most." Bulla and Marin clung tightly to Goten's arms, flanked by Android 18 and Bulma. Chi-Chi held on to Goten's head, while Tian and Yamcha grasped his tail. Like a bustling market, Goten had gathered all the participants of the martial arts tournament. "Hey, why, after just a moment's absence, have Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Krillin begun to bicker?" Bulma rushed towards Vegeta, her heart heavy with concern for him during his transformation. Yet, to her astonishment, Vegeta bypassed her entirely and approached Goten directly. "Goten, tell me, who is your master?" Krillin also reached Goten's side, urging him, "Do not fear Vegeta. He can no longer defeat you. Quickly, reveal the identity of your true master." "It must be me." Goten glanced at the two other Gotens, telepathically exclaiming, "What in the world is happening?" The two simultaneously turned their heads, one to the left and the other to the right, remaining silent. "Face me, you offspring. I Goten insisti stubbornly. This is not our fault. They discovered it themselves. Besides, you are the public Goten now, not I." Ex-Goten glanced at Z-Goten, who simply remarked, "If you find this insufficiently entertaining, I can have why release Uncle Piccolo as well." Vegeta and Krillin pressed Goten for answers. "Speak, Goten." Goten shouted in frustration. "I'll take you two fools down with me." With that, he launched himself at them. In an instant, both placed their hands to their foreheads and vanished. "I'll keep an eye on Majin Buu. Good luck to you," Goten said. Gohan should have already drawn the sword of the king. "I'm heading to the King Kai's realm," Goten added. At that moment, two hands gently rested on Goten's shoulders, and a melancholic voice echoed from behind him. "Goten, where do you think you're going, X2? Just as Goten found himself at a loss, an angel appeared. Bulma pushed Vegeta's hand away from Goten and cried, "Vegeta, do you have any idea how worried I am about you? I can't believe you ignored me and are making things difficult for Goten." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. And at that moment, he felt a kick at his feet. It was Bra. "Bad Daddy, not only do you bully Mommy, but you also pick on Goten." Vegeta was bewildered. I didn't tea." All of Vegeta's ire was instantly diverted by Bulma and Bra, leaving him flustered as he attempted to appease his wife and child. Meanwhile, Goten felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Krillin's mournful voice lingered in the air. "Goten, you don't think you can escape, do you? Hey, be gentle, my ear is about to come off." Number 18 had approached without him noticing, pinching Krillin's ear. "Can't you speak properly? Goten is such a wonderful child. Why make things difficult for him? I just earned 10 million for the family. And you don't even care?" Upon hearing 10 million, Krillin's eyes transformed into dollar signs. Ever since marrying and having children, he had come to understand the significance of money, and upon hearing that amount, his eyes lit up. "Wife, you won the championship." Number 18 replied lazily, "Not exactly. But someone promised me 10 million to withdraw, one of those who just left." Krillin gazed at Goten with stars in his eyes, excitedly grabbing his hand. Gratitude fills Goten as he reflects on the generosity of his friend. Little does he know the financial strain that his Aunt 18 has been enduring lately. At last, they can alleviate some of the burdens from the Kame house. With a cautious tone, Goten remarks, "So, I can join for a meal." Krillin's expression stiffens. Of course not. He replies, it seems that the matter of who is the master pales in comparison to Goten's desire for a meal. What nonsense are you telling the child? Aunt 18 scolds, pinching Krillin's ear and leading him away. Thus, Goten skillfully navigates the tense atmosphere between masters, thanks to the support of Bulma and Aunt 18. For safety's sake, Goku and Goten decided to escort everyone to the sacred temple, accompanied by Videl, who, concerned for Gohan's safety, insisted on joining them. Upon their arrival, they discovered that White Goten had already been there. Originally, ex-Goten had intended to teach him a lesson, but Goku's rare seriousness halted that notion. Suddenly, Goku noticed something amiss. Where is Piccolo? He hasn't perished, has he? The realization dawned upon them. They felt the absence of someone significant. Piccolo. At this moment, White Goten spoke up. I have sealed him. He is with me. With that, he produced a universal capsule, from which emerged a rice cooker enveloped in smoke. Once the seal was torn off, the lid popped open with a bang, and a green figure leaped out. It was Piccolo, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for air in sheer terror. Those familiar with him stared wide-eyed at the rice cooker. It's the Demon Seal Wave. This mysterious individual can wield the Demon Seal Wave. Piccolo slowly regained his composure, though his pallor revealed the lingering effects of that technique. Worried, Goku inquired, Piccolo, are you alright? Upon hearing Goku's voice, Piccolo snapped back to reality, gripping Goku's shoulders with fervor. Old son, has Majin Buu been unsealed? This is terrible. It's all my fault. Goku nodded affirmatively. Yes, but it's not your fault. You were also under control, and Majin Buu has already been driven away by Goten and me. Goku briefly recounted the events to Piccolo. Realizing the situation, Piccolo exclaimed, though you and Goten can defeat Majin Buu together, aren't you supposed to return to the other world soon? That's why we need your assistance. Goku quickly explained the fusion technique to Piccolo, who agreed to cooperate. However, after they performed the utterly comical dance to demonstrate the fusion, Vegeta's face and heart were clearly marked with refusal. I absolutely, positively refuse to fuse. Goten, on the other hand, had no qualms about merging with Vegeta. After all, the fusion process would not allow them to access each other's memories, instead creating a new persona that combined their traits. Furthermore, Goten was already quite adept at the fusion technique, perhaps even more so than Goku. The most pressing concern, however, was the generational shift that would occur after their fusion. What would Bulma and Bra call them? And what name would they adopt? Vegeta? Son Goten? At that moment, the fortune-telling elder arrived, perched upon her crystal orb, and softly declared, Wukong, your time has come. You must return to the underworld. Goten, Vegeta, the earth is now in your capable hands. I'm truly sorry, Goten. Your father cannot be resurrected. The earth will be safe with your protection. Take good care of your mother. Vegeta wore a serious expression, while Goten displayed disdain towards Wukong's words. You're heading back to participate in the Galactic Martial Arts Tournament of the Afterlife, aren't you? How did you know? Wukong exclaimed. You carefree cockroach. Vegeta began to chastise him. Run, fortune teller. Wukong swiftly took the elder and vanished. After Wukong's departure, Vegeta turned to Goten and said, let's practice fusion. Goten looked puzzled. Uncle Vegeta, didn't you say you were reluctant to fuse? Vegeta replied irritably, what nonsense. Come here quickly. In truth, Vegeta was not opposed to learning fusion. For Bulma and for his children, he felt it necessary. However, he was unwilling to fuse with Wukong, nor did he want Wukong to witness his fusion movements. He was open to fusing with Goten. Yet Goten shook his head. Uncle Vegeta, you could actually fuse with Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo, with his sharp hearing, overheard this, and both expressed confusion, while Vegeta's anger flared. Goten, do you not wish to fuse with me? Piccolo interjected, moreover. The power disparity between Vegeta and me is far too great for a successful fusion. Goten shook his head once more. No, it's primarily because your personalities are quite similar, and I already have a method to enhance Uncle Piccolo's strength. What? They exclaimed in unison. Uncle Piccolo. Do you recall the power you gained when you were enchanted by Babidi? Piccolo nodded. That power was truly magnificent, far surpassing even Super Saiyan 2 Gohan's strength. Babidi's magic amplified the darkness within, and after being enchanted, Piccolo possessed strength comparable to Uncle Vegeta's. It was surprising to discover such a potent darkness hidden within Piccolo's heart, causing his face to flush with embarrassment at Goten's remarks. I have acquired the same magic of Babidi's enchantment. I remember that Uncle Piccolo is skilled in magic. If you can enchant yourself and maintain control, it will be a transformation that rivals even Super Saiyan. Furthermore, whether it be Piccolo's enchanted form or Vegeta's form as the Prince of Destruction, their powers would be remarkably close, ensuring that fusion would yield tremendous results. Vegeta thoughtfully stroked his chin. Prince of Destruction. I quite like that name. Piccolo was elated. During the Cell Saga, his strength had waned, stagnating at full power of Super Saiyan. He had not anticipated another opportunity to catch up with Wukong and the others. Goten placed his hand on Piccolo's forehead, establishing a mental link to Z Goten. Bluetooth connected. Please transmit the data. Chapter 34. The Old Kaioshin. A surge of information flooded into Piccolo's mind, and his expression radiated excitement. Ah, this magic may indeed be feasible. Goten is also delighted for Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. I will join you in the hyperbolic time chamber for training. I believe you will soon master that form. Excellent. Piccolo is already eager, but Goten, standing beside him, interjects. Perhaps it would be best if I and Piccolo enter together. Currently, you're the only one on Earth capable of confronting Majin Buu. I can utilize the Mafuba technique. Even if Piccolo succumbs to his demonic transformation, I can still restrain him. After some contemplation, Goten agrees. With Z Goten in the other world and Goku return to the afterlife, if Buu were to manifest unexpectedly, only he would be able to handle it. Why Goten's strength may be slightly lacking, but it suffices to deal with Piccolo, and it provides him an opportunity to enhance his own power. Although Piccolo harbors some trepidation towards Why Goten, the Mafuba has inflicted considerable psychological damage upon him. Nonetheless, he is grateful for Why Goten's willingness to assist him. The two enter the hyperbolic time chamber, while Vegeta observes Why Goten's retreating figure, growing increasingly curious about his identity. This Saiyan appears quite youthful, aside from them. How could there be another so young? Goten, who exactly is this Saiyan lad? And the one who has already departed? Goten responds with a mysterious smile. In due time. You shall find out, master. Vegeta turns away, ensuring Goten cannot see his expression, and haughtily asserts, I have not acknowledged you as my disciple. However, he is quite pleased with the term master, as those with a proud disposition are often difficult to please, but once their desires are satisfied, they become remarkably agreeable, perhaps even reveling in hidden delight at this very moment. What Super Saiyan 3? You still must call me master. Meanwhile, on the other world, Gohan has already had his injuries treated by Kibito. Clad in the unrefined garments of the Kaioshin, he struggles to wield the Kaioshin sword. This sword is truly heavy, but I do not sense any extraordinary power from it. Gohan has been practicing with the sword for several hours, yet he feels no trace of its magical qualities. The Kaioshin, brimming with pride, confidently asserts, this sword has been passed down since ancient times. It is sure to defeat Majin Buu. Therefore, Gohan, you must learn to wield it with mastery. Gohan remains skeptical, continuously swinging the sword. Is this truly the other world? Just then, Z Goten arrives in the other world, searching for Gohan, and is caught off guard when a sword suddenly swings towards him. Although he manages to evade it, his mask is severed in two. Gohan, realizing he has struck someone, hastily retracts his attack. Upon recognizing his target, he exclaims, Goten, what brings you here? And why are you still dressed in that Z fighter attire? Goten, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replies, I was careless. Who would have thought I would be attacked right after teleporting? I'm so relieved to see you safe, Neeson. I arrived using instant transmission. As for the clothing, it's of no consequence. The Kaioshin was taken aback, astonished by the sudden appearance of Goten in this realm. The Kaioshin realm, no less. Gohan initially assumed that Goku had taught Goten the instant transmission technique, marveling at Goten's innate talent for mastering it in such a brief span of time. He then briefly recounted how they arrived at this place. Goten scrutinized the Kaioshin sword held by Gohan and deftly took it from his grasp. This sword is quite heavy, be cautious, Gohan warned. Goten, however, dismissed the concern, weighing it in his hands before effortlessly executing a flourish and slicing through the air with it, demonstrating far greater ease than Gohan. Both the Kaioshin and Kibito stood in astonishment, bewildered by Goten's effortless command of the Kaioshin sword. Goten raised the sword above his head, inspecting the blade with a smile. Ah, it is indeed quite heavy. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Goten, your display is rather embarrassing for me, you know. At that moment, the haloed figure of Goku appeared beside Gohan. Dad, what are you doing here? Goku, relieved to see Gohan unharmed, expressed his happiness. It's wonderful to see you safe, Gohan. I was on my way to the Kaioshin planet when I sensed your energy and followed it here. Oh, Goten, you're here too. Weren't you practicing the fusion technique with Vegeta? You're not here to drag me back to the afterlife, are you? Goten, still focused on the Kaioshin sword, did not respond to Goku. He was aware that Goku's sensitivity to energy would lead him here swiftly. I have no interest in that, but you will undoubtedly be revived. So do not resist, Goten remarked. Nisan, pay attention. This sword is not to be trifled with. With the divine sword held horizontally before him, Goten raised his left hand overhead, his palm forming a blade as a yellow energy blade enveloped his hand, emitting a sizzling sound that hinted at its sharpness. Observing Goten's poised stance to strike the sword, the Kaioshin felt an unsettling premonition. Mr. Goten, what do you intend to do? Casting a sidelong glance at the Kaioshin, Goten replied playfully, what do you think? To sever it, of course. No, Goten. Gohan's warning came too late. In a swift motion, Goten's energy-encased hand descended, cleaving the sword in two with a resounding crack. The severed blade struck the ground, producing a sharp sound that resonated in the otherwise quiet environment. Gohan, the Kaioshin, and Kibito stood with their mouths agape, stunned by this unfathomable spectacle, while Goku looked on in bewilderment. What just happened? After a prolonged silence, the group finally processed Goten's audacious act. The Kaioshin collapsed to his knees, cradling the broken sword, weeping bitterly. My sword, my divine sword, how can I live without you? Kibito wore a sorrowful expression, akin to a bereaved widow, lamenting, it's all over, completely over. Gohan, trembling, turned to Goten. Goten, you broke the sword? It's shattered. Goku, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend their sorrowful reaction. But it's just a sword, isn't it? Gohan. Is that sword that Goten broke very expensive? Gohan feels helpless regarding his father. Father, that divine sword, the divine sword. Do you comprehend? Goku seems to understand. Nodding at Gohan, Gohan asks, do you truly understand? Subsequently, Goku approaches the Kaioshin, bowing respectfully. I apologize. My son has damaged your sword, and I shall compensate you. The Kaioshin, tearfully exclaiming, wails, compensate? With what will you compensate? This is our last hope to defeat Buu. Goku, bewildered, touches his crab-like head. The hope to vanquish Buu? With this seemingly fragile sword? The Kaioshin, infuriated, spits blood, declaring, this is the Kaioshin's sword. It is not fragile. Observing the Kaioshin's distress, Goku anxiously turns to Goten. You, the instigator, should say something. Goten, internally scoffing, remarks, I truly do not understand your sorrow. Have you not noticed that old man over there? The crowd, startled, realizes that a rather dubious old man has appeared. Is this the caliber of the current Kaioshin? Such a disappointment, Goten thinks. If it weren't for Buu slaying the Grand Kaioshin and the other Kaioshins, this Kaioshin would not even have the chance to exist. The dubious old man explains, I am a Kaioshin from 75 million years ago, from the 15th generation. The Kaioshin Shin is taken aback. The 15th generation Kaioshin. 75 million years, how ancient. The old Kaioshin recounts slowly. Long ago, there was a villain who feared my power and resorted to despicable methods to seal me away. The Kaioshin Shin listens with excitement, thinking the ancestor must be powerful enough to defeat Majin Buu. However, in the next moment, Goten douses his enthusiasm with cold water. You were merely sealed because Beerus feared you. Be cautious in your insults, lest he obliterates you. He now has a new Kaioshin who can easily sever your life link with him. The old Kaioshin's face stiffens in fear, cold sweat beading on his brow. The Kaioshin Shin is equally astonished, pondering, who exactly is this Beerus? He managed to seal the ancestor, and Goten has mentioned him twice. Everyone realizes the old Kaioshin is boasting. Observing his nervous demeanor confirms Goten's words. Goku, having heard Beerus' name once more, curiously inquires, Goten, who is this Beerus you keep mentioning? A purple, gluttonous cat, Goten replies, envisioning a rotund, purple figure surrounded by food, resembling Krillin. The old Kaioshin, provoked by Goten's words, retaliates furiously. What do you know? Although sealed, my abilities are indeed formidable. Hey, speak politely, or I shall inform Beerus, Goten warns. The old Kaioshin, upon hearing Beerus' name, visibly crumbles. I admit my voice was raised, but I am truly powerful. Is that so? I do not believe it. My ability lies in unlocking potential. I don't believe that unless you. Before Wu Tian could finish his sentence, Wukong excitedly jumped in. Can you help Gohan unlock his potential? Wu Tian, frustrated, realized that the old man was about to reveal his secrets, and exclaimed, why are you causing such a commotion? The old Kai finally found a sense of superiority with son Wukong and began to feel triumphant. Why should I help you? Wu Tian reminded him, hey old man, but I was the one who released you. The old Kai cast a glance at Wu Tian. Did I ask you to let me out? Everyone felt that this old Kai was particularly irritating. Wu Tian's veins bulged as he rolled up his sleeves. Now I'll just put you back. Wu Tian, wait. Wukong stopped Wu Tian. With years of keen observation, Wukong instantly recognized that this old Kai was akin to Master Roshi, both being lecherous old men. Wukong confidently declared, "How about I give you a magazine with a banana cover?" "No way. How about I introduce you to some girls from Earth, so you can have a little fun?" The old Kai was tempted, but still wanted to appear stubborn. "I'm quite picky." Wukong approached Gohan with a mysterious air. "Gohan, didn't you get a girlfriend? Why not discuss it with her?" Gohan, rarely angry, retorted, "Dad, what are you talking about? She is my girlfriend." Wu Tian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Unsure if Wukong was merely innocent or had become forgetful with age. "You old geezer, help me and my brother unlock our potential. Or I'll tell Beerus about your insults." The old Kai relented. "Fine, let us get on with it. No need to be so fierce. Today us youth have no respect for their elders, but I can only help one at a time." Wu Tian pulled Gohan forward. "Then let us start with my brother." Chapter 35, Exposure. Gohan still wanted to decline. Wu Tian insisted, "You should go first. With your strength, once your potential is unlocked, you can certainly defeat Majin Buu." Wu Tian rejected the notion. "Nisan, even if I don't unlock my potential, you can't do anything to me, but I know that with your potential, once you unlock it, you will definitely be able to defeat Majin Buu." So old man began. The old Kai scoffed. All right, such a young one, always chattering. I'll introduce you to some girls." Saying that, I'm no longer tired. Gohan had no choice but to sit cross-legged. The ritual began. The old Kai started a comical dance with both hands. After a while, Wukong began to complain. "How long will this ritual take? I'm about to starve. Is there food here?" The old Kai replied, "No food. The ritual will take a whole half day." "What? Why so long? There is no food. Don't you Kaius eat?" "Clearly, Lord Kai does." Wukong. The voice of Lord Kai startled son Wukong. "Oh dear, Lord Kai, I have departed from the mortal realm, so there is no need to urge me any further. By the way, could you prepare a meal for me? Make it plentiful, as Goten and Gohan are also present." However, Lord Kai erupted in anger, exclaiming, "All you think about is eating. One Saiyan is already too much, and you bring two. A crisis has emerged. Where are you? Return swiftly. I am in the realm of the Kais. I do not care where you are. Even if you are in the realm of the Kais, you must still." The realm of the Kais? The silence that followed was palpable, and Lord Kai remained uncommunicative. Goku tentatively inquired, "Lord Kai." At that moment, Lord Kai cautiously ventured, "Is the Supreme Kai present?" Indeed, not only is the Supreme Kai here, but the old Supreme Kai is also in attendance. The next instant, a respectful voice from Lord Kai resounded, "Supreme Kai, I am the North Kai of this universe. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. It was a matter of urgency." That fool Goku did not offend you, did he? Although the Supreme Kai is somewhat inept and fears Beerus, he is undoubtedly on the same tier as Beerus. The Supreme Kai and the Kai share a name, yet the former is 2 levels above the latter. If the Kai governs a portion of the universe, then the Supreme Kai oversees the Kais. By the way, Goten is also here. This child is both considerate and polite. Quickly bring your father back. How can a grown man still not allow me peace of mind? The Supreme Kai and the old Kai exchanged glances filled with disbelief. What politeness and consideration are you referring to regarding Goten? He is nothing short of a devil. No worries, Mr. Goku has committed no offense. Rather, before the Supreme Kai could finish his sentence, Goten shot him a glare. What are you staring at? Politeness? That is irrelevant to me. Martial virtue? My master never taught me about that. Lord Kai, please remain calm. What has transpired? Is it Buu? You need not worry about that. Earth has someone capable of handling it. The anxious voice of the Kai echoed from the heavens. It is not Buu. It is the underworld. A great calamity has befallen the underworld. An unknown malevolent force has turned it upside down, and even King Yama has been sealed away. The deceased in hell have all been resurrected. What? The shocking news left everyone astounded. The situation with Buu was not yet resolved, and now this new crisis had emerged. Only Goten understood the implications. Could it be the evil spirit wave? Another theatrical version of Buu, born from the negligence of a red demon, leading to the release of accumulated cosmic malevolence. Its power surpasses even Buu. Super Saiyan 3 Goku would find himself overwhelmed. Indeed, word from Earth soon reached Goten. Hurry back to Earth. Inexplicably, the deceased have returned to life. Chaos reigns on Earth, with the resurrected villains wreaking havoc everywhere. Hurry back. Do not move. Gohan, anxious to rise, was restrained by the old Kai. Goten lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Son Wukong, you should return to the underworld first to assess the situation. The Earth is in chaos. Nisan, you can rest assured to develop your potential here. I will return to Earth to investigate, and afterwards, I will traverse the Serpent Road from King Kai's planet to assist you in the underworld. The living cannot access the underworld directly, but King Kai's planet connects to the Serpent Road leading there. Wukong nodded dejectedly, while Wu Tian still hesitated to call him father. In the next moment, Wukong vanished using instant transmission. Wu Tian approached Jebet, who was so frightened he could not utter a word. In his eyes, Wu Tian was not an easy person to deal with. Can your instant transmission take you anywhere? Yes, indeed. As long as I have seen, visited, or am aware of the location, I can go there. Teach me. That is not possible. It is not an innate skill of mine, but rather a power bestowed upon me after becoming the servant of the King Kai. Wu Tian turned to look at King Kai, who, under Wu Tian's gaze, nervously nodded. We King Kais do not possess this ability, but upon becoming our servant, one is granted this power, enabling better service and protection of the King Kai. Are there any restrictions? No. One must not harm the King Kai and is required to protect him. All right, let me become your servant. Jebet was astounded. With your strength, is it really wise to take my job? At the same time, the others present were left speechless. How could one show such a lack of respect to the King Kai and yet be willing to serve him? Wu Tian had no intention of truly becoming King Kai's servant. However, under the premise of ensuring King Kai's safety, exchanging for a flawless instant transmission and a divine technique akin to the miraculous beings was a worthy trade. Even if it did not entail genuine servitude, King Kai Xian appeared somewhat flustered, glancing anxiously at the old King Kai. The old King Kai, however, remained remarkably composed. Why not accept? Isn't it advantageous to have another powerful servant to protect you? Moreover, this young lad is far more formidable than he appears, he remarked meaningfully. Realizing that his ancestor had expressed approval, King Kai agreed, approaching Wu Tian and placing his right hand upon Wu Tian's forehead. Ha! King Kai bellowed, and a peculiar energy surged into Wu Tian's body. Wu Tian could distinctly feel a contract forming between himself and King Kai. He raised his hand once more, conjuring a green energy orb. Oh no, not again. After a moment, it became evident that Wu Tian was unable to inflict harm upon King Kai. King Kai felt a wave of relief. The pact had succeeded, and he no longer feared Wu Tian as much. However, commanding Wu Tian like Jebet was still beyond his courage. A smile crept onto Wu Tian's lips. It is settled. From now on, I shall safeguard your life. You all keep an eye on my brother. I am returning to Earth. Donning a new mask, Wu Tian vanished in the next instant. Meanwhile, on Earth, Wu Tian paced anxiously within the Temple of the Gods. Where's that rascal? The moment I returned, I heard you cursing me. The voice of Son Goten echoed from behind him. At last, you have returned. Do you know what has transpired? Son Goten nodded. It is the malevolent wave. It is that fellow. This is troublesome. Can you handle it? I can. Son Goten confidently patted his chest. Then I can indulge freely. Son Goten glanced around. Where are Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Piccolo? Uncle Vegeta is hiding in his room, practicing fusion techniques. Uncle Piccolo has entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Y, presumably to train in the art of demonic transformation. With the emergence of this transformation technique, Son Goten had already made plans, for he deemed it necessary to assist his mentor in enhancing his strength. A long-held aspiration of Piccolo. At that moment, two battered individuals emerged, supporting each other. Son Goten instinctively reached out to assist Piccolo, but restrained himself. Son Goten exclaimed joyfully, "You've come out. Did you succeed?" The two said nothing but exchanged a knowing smile. It seems they have succeeded. I truly appreciate your help. Goten, in aiding my training. Hey, Uncle Piccolo, why are we being so formal? Wait. Goten suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he stared at Piccolo. Piccolo remained silent, wearing a knowing smile as he regarded Goten. Uncle Piccolo, you've tricked us terribly. Goten immediately prostrated himself in apology. Uncle Piccolo, I was wrong. Creating three identical versions of oneself is still somewhat inhumane. It bears no difference to cloning. There's a distinction between a clone and a mere projection. They may not necessarily be accepted. Yet, Uncle Piccolo helped Goten up. Although somewhat excessive, you have cleverly utilized the four-body fist and studied under three masters. I do not hold it against you. You remain my esteemed disciple. Goten lifted his head, looking bewildered. For body fist? He glanced questioningly at Y Goten beside Piccolo. Y Goten, feeling embarrassed, looked skyward and murmured, after training together for 6 months, how could Uncle Piccolo not have noticed? This is not my fault. Due to the elevation of his strength, Piccolo was in remarkably good spirits and bore no grudge against him. Do not blame him, however. Your method of simultaneous training using the four-body fist is truly ingenious. I too have practiced with my projections. You are indeed my disciple. So, the third projection is you then? Piccolo, being the intellectual cornerstone of Dragon Ball, swiftly deduced the identity of Z Goten. Z Goten ceased his pretense and bowed respectfully to Piccolo. So, which of you three is my disciple? The masked Z Goten replied, I am the disciple. Piccolo, feeling gratified, patted Z Goten's shoulder, for he understood the capabilities of the four-body fist. Though they are projections, each possesses independent thought. Hence Piccolo did not regard Z Goten as merely a projection. Furthermore, having undertaken a similar approach himself, there was nothing surprising about it. Goten remarked, I kindly ask you, Uncle Piccolo, not to inform Uncle Vegeta. Given his temperament, he would undoubtedly become enraged. Piccolo, well aware of Vegeta's disposition, tacitly agreed. Among the three of you, who is the strongest? Piccolo inquired further. Reluctantly, Y Goten and X Goten pointed towards Z Goten. Piccolo burst into laughter, exclaiming, Splendid. It is evident that my tutelage has borne the strongest. First Gohan, and now you. Truly, you bring me pride. In the future, I shall also mentor your and Gohan's offspring. Ha ha ha. X Goten rolled his eyes at Piccolo, saying, Master, I am still but a child. What could possibly be so secretive? At that moment, Vegeta emerged from the room and overheard Goten's remark, prompting a smirk from Piccolo. Oh, it's nothing. Merely that my strength surpasses yours. He then draped an arm around the masked Z Goten. My disciple also eclipses your disciple by a minuscule margin. With that, he pinched his index finger and thumb together, leaving a barely perceptible gap between them, which might contain an entire universe. Chapter 36, Trunks Transformation. Vegeta, naturally unwilling to concede, proposed a spar, but was interrupted by Goten. Master, this is not the time for rivalry. The deceased have been resurrected. What? Both were oblivious to this news while training in their quarters. Hearing Goten address Vegeta as Master unsettled Piccolo, yet he recognized that this Goten was not of his own instruction. The immediate priority was for you and Uncle Piccolo to swiftly master fusion. The matter of the resurrected souls on Earth rests upon us three. Goten, do not forget us. Krillin emerged from within, donned in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, followed closely by Yamcha and Videl, all adorned in similar attire. Yamcha struck a dashing pose, declaring, While we may not assist with Buu's affairs, we can certainly handle the resurrection issue. Videl, also poised for action, asserted, Do not underestimate us, Goten. Observing ego tens fervor. The desire to don the Turtle School uniform immediately surged within him. Excellent. Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Piccolo, you are our hope against Buu, so you must remain unharmed. Earth will be in our care. Uncle Krillin, should you encounter an overwhelmingly strong foe, do not hesitate to call for help. Sister Videl, stay close to Uncle Krillin. This world harbors many formidable enemies unknown to you. Heed his counsel. Everyone found themselves instinctively listening to Goten's commands, momentarily forgetting that he was still a child. While Krillin looked on with pride. He is increasingly resembling Goku, so dependable. No, Goten surpasses Goku in excellence. After issuing his orders, everyone dispersed to fulfill their respective roles, setting their plans into motion. Goten stated, The enemy has emerged. How shall we proceed? Goten replied, I must consult the Elder Kai to unlock my potential. While X addresses the issue of the resurrected souls on Earth, Y Goten inquired, What is your current strength? Y Goten confidently lifted his chin. I have already attained the state of Super Saiyan 3, all thanks to Uncle Piccolo. So you shall venture to the underworld to assist Son Wukong. Y Goten's face contorted in disdain. Why must it be me who descends to hell? Because you are the most cunning. It is upon you that the task of unsealing the evil thoughts rests. Y Goten was reluctant to accept this responsibility, though entrusted with such an important mission. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were mocking him. Given the urgency of the situation, the trio exchanged no further words. Goten soared towards the heavenly palace. Y Goten instantaneously transported to King Kai's planet, while Z Goten remained on Earth, keeping a watchful eye on Buu's movements, as Gohan had yet to complete his training. Z Goten sat cross-legged, directing his spirit towards Buu's location. Far away, in the villa of Mr. Satan, I am hungry. I desire cake. Coming right up. At that moment, Mr. Satan, adorned in an apron, burst through the door, carrying a large platter of cake. Buu grabbed the cake and devoured it, leaving his hands coated in cream, while Satan stood by, simpering like a servant. As Buu munched away, he remarked, That person was correct. It is indeed more comfortable here than engaging in destruction. Satan, I crave sweets. With a face full of compliance, Satan inwardly cursed the wretch who had summoned this calamity upon him, lamenting the havoc it wrought upon his life. Observing that Satan was unharmed and that Buu's mood seemed stable, Goten felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, White Goten, en route to the underworld, passed by Krillin Tower, where he seized two newly sprouted senzu beans. Goten was now highly protective of the beans, ensuring that Yajirobe would not have the opportunity to exploit them. Upon reaching the city, he discovered that chaos reigned within. There was rampant looting, destruction. And not only the deceased, but even some scoundrels among the living were seizing the opportunity to cause trouble. Just as Goten prepared to take action, several energy blasts whizzed past him. Goten, how could you engage in such thrilling endeavors without summoning me? Brother Goten, I have come to assist you. Am I not far more useful than that, Marin? Initially, upon seeing Trunks, Goten had hoped for assistance, but upon noticing Bra, he chastised Trunks. Trunks, what have you done? You could have caused chaos on your own. Why have you brought Bra along? What if something were to happen to her? She is still so young. Trunks felt a tinge of grievance at Goten's words. I did not bring Bra with me. She insisted on accompanying me. What could I do? Goten understood that Bra had come of her own volition. She was akin to a Dragon Ball version of a mischievous child, impossible to keep at bay. However, could Goten scold her? Certainly not. Thus, he could only empathize with Trunks. Sighing, Goten gently ruffled Bra's hair. Well, you may do as you wish, but do exercise caution. This area lacks any particularly formidable energy. I entrust it to you. Trunks, take good care of Bra. Trunks, honored with such a significant responsibility, felt elated, having long awaited an opportunity to prove himself. Bra, too, vowed earnestly that she would not cause any trouble. With that, Goten took flight to other matters. Trunks commenced a thorough cleansing, each punch and kick dispatching a restless corpse. Those struck by his blows succumbed to death once more, transforming into wisps of smoke and returning to the depths of hell. Bra cheered from above, urging him on. Trunks, you must demonstrate our strength to Goten. Trunks felt a mix of exasperation and affection for his sister, despite her unwavering enthusiasm. Bra possessed no offensive capabilities beyond her aerial dance, and he held little hope for her assistance. As Trunks reveled in the thrill of battle, a ki blast surged toward him, which he deftly deflected with a single hand. Who dares? In the ranks of the fallen, most were mere mortals, with only a handful being formidable members of the Red Ribbon Army. Few could wield ki blasts. A robust bald man erupted in a laughter from a rooftop. Ha! I never anticipated that my Nappa could be revived. Vegeta, you shall pay dearly for this. Upon hearing his father's name and spotting Nappa's tail, Trunks deduced his identity as a Saiyan. You're a Saiyan. You know my father? Who are you? Nappa finally turned his gaze toward Trunks. You're Vegeta's offspring. There is a resemblance. That despicable man has a son. If I kill his child, he will surely suffer. Ha ha ha. Bra, indignant, leaped foot. You lie. My father is not like that. Trunks, strike him. Nappa's joy intensified upon seeing Bra. Vegeta has a daughter as well. Why you lack tails? Vegeta has fallen so low as to mingle with Earth women. I will slay you both, and then hunt down Vegeta. Silence. Trunks, incensed by Nappa's taunts, instantly appeared before him and unleashed a powerful punch to Nappa's abdomen, causing him to retch in agony. How is this possible? Vegeta's child is so strong. In that moment, Nappa realized the chasm between them and sought to flee. Otherwise, he would perish. Suddenly, Nappa's gaze landed on Bra behind Trunks, a cruel smile gracing his lips. You shall perish. He hurled a ki wave at Trunks, who did not even flinch. The projectile whizzed past him, eliciting laughter as he mused. How could one miss so badly? Yet he noticed a sinister grin on Nappa's face, indicating a ploy had succeeded. Bra. Turning around, Trunks discovered that the ki blast had not targeted him, but rather struck his sister Bra. Nappa cackled. As Bra screamed in terror. She felt someone embrace her in her final moments, and an explosion ensued. As the dust settled, Bra slowly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She beheld Trunks, his golden hair a radiant shield around her, his back marred by the wounds inflicted by the blast. It seemed Trunks had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the instant he shielded her from harm. Brother, you. Despite his injuries, Trunks gently reassured Bra, saying, It's all right. Brother is fine. After all, I'm a Super Saiyan. Nappa, intimidated by Trunks' demeanor, wondered how he could survive such a powerful blow. Who are you? Who are you? After briefly comforting Bra, Trunks softly instructed her, Bra, close your eyes for a moment. Obediently, Bra shut her eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of security in her brother's presence. The instant Bra closed her eyes, Trunks' aura transformed. A golden flame erupted, shooting upward like a pillar of fire. It was the first time Trunks' eyes radiated an intent to kill, a profound and palpable menace. Naba, momentarily paralyzed by Trunks' overwhelming presence, forgot about fleeing, his legs trembling in fear. You dare harm my beloved sister. You were killed by my father, weren't you? Now it's my turn. Trunks positioned his hands before his chest, swiftly assuming a stance. Fingers splayed, with his thumb and index finger touching to form the gesture for a ki blast. Ignite strike. An orange-red energy surged from Trunks' hands. It was the very technique he used in the future to vanquish Frieza. The vibrant energy engulfed Naba, who didn't even have the chance to utter a final scream before meeting his demise at the hands of the Vegeta family once more. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Goten watched with a smirk, finally catching a glimpse of the future Trunks he recognized. Yet, before Trunks could maintain his impressive demeanor for long, it shattered. Yes, I won. I defeated him. Bra, did you see that? ISNT brother cool? Bra found it hard to believe that the confident figure moment ago was indeed her brother. Surely. It must have been an illusion. This fool could not possibly be her brother. Goten, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. It was ridiculous to take pride in defeating someone like Naba, whose battle power barely reached a few thousand. If Vegeta found out, he would undoubtedly reprimand Trunks. Bra comforted Trunks as one would a child. Yes, yes, brother is very cool. However, this incident did change Bra's perception of her brother. At least now, calling him brother felt less awkward. I will face any opponent. Suddenly, a purple beam struck Trunks' chest, piercing through his body. No one had time to react. Brother. Boy, we meet again. Why have you shrunk? Chapter 37. This child has quite a sweet tongue. It was Frieza. He had returned as well. Thankfully, he hadn't T-trained and his power level remained around 12 million, which Trunks could handle. Bra hurriedly supported Trunks. Brother, are you alright? Who are you? Frieza chuckled at Bra's innocent question. Nowadays, even I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, am unrecognized. Boy, you still haven't answered me. Why have you become so small? Though Trunks had sustained a blow, he was far from incapacitated. Struggling to his feet, he indignantly retorted, What do you mean I've shrunk? I've always been this size. So, you must be the Frieza my father spoke of. Truly pathetic, attacking a mere child. Frieza regarded Trunks with utter disdain. You insolent brat, just like your useless father, lacking in manners. Indeed, the Saiyans are a barbaric race. Although perplexed by the situation, Trunks noted that Frieza's appearance and aura remained unchanged, which sufficed. I will return all the suffering I endured and held back to you. Trunks thought Frieza must be delusional. Having never encountered him before, how could he have caused any pain? I do not know you, and your suffering in hell has nothing to do with me. With that, he defiantly raised his middle finger at Frieza. The mere thought twisted Frieza's expression in agony. You cannot begin to comprehend that kind of torment. Can you endure being hung from a tree in a place filled with fresh air and the songs of birds? Camping? Swinging? Can you withstand countless little dolls surrounding you, serenading you with symphonies? Trunks, Bra, is this what you call torture? And there are countless beautiful fairy-like creatures whispering sweet nothings into your ear. Can you bear such torment? Can you? As Frieza spoke, his frustration mounted. Meanwhile, Trunks and Bra exchanged looks of confusion, surprise, and incredulity, almost burning out their CPUs with the absurdity of the situation. Do you still need people for that? I don't care about the dolls. I just want to see how sweet those fairy whispers are. Please take me along, Goten interjected from above. Frieza, observing their eager expressions, was seething with rage. You dare to belittle me. All of you shall perish. He pointed towards the sky, gathering a massive purple energy sphere at his fingertips, hurling it towards Trunks. Goten sensed its power. It could obliterate the earth, but Trunks should be able to withstand it. Regardless, he was prepared to intervene. Trunks, too, sensed the impending danger. A smirk crossed his lips. As a child, he had heard tales from his mother about Frieza's terrifying prowess, yet it seemed he had been overestimated. Transforming once more into a Super Saiyan, he brought his hands together. Gallic Gun. The purple energy forcefully repelled Frieza's planet-destroying blast, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's contemptuous grin emerged. Rather impressive. That's Vegeta's technique, but alas, still insufficient. Frieza clapped his hands, and around him, other foes began to rise. Frieza's army. Even the Ginyu force, for Ginyu was not yet dead. Little brat, I wonder if you can protect your sister. Frieza suddenly appeared behind Trunks, ensnaring him with his tail, rendering him immobile. How infuriating! Trunks struggled to break free, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Frieza's army seized the opportunity, charging towards Bra. Frieza, do not touch her. Bra was utterly terrified by the unfolding scene. If only I had power. If only I were strong as Goten and my father. She raised her hands, attempting to unleash a ki blast like Vegeta and the others, but it was futile. As Frieza's forces approached, Bra once again thrust her palms forward. Stay back. Boom! Frieza's army was obliterated in an instant by a ki blast. Bra stared in disbelief at her hands. Did I succeed? Just as she reveled in her triumph, a sudden blow struck her head. Ouch! Turning around, she was astonished to find it was Goten. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced him tightly. Goten, I was so scared. Wah! Goten gently patted Bra's head. You have no such power. Now you understand the importance of strength, right? Frieza, upon seeing Goten, widened his eyes in shock. He would never forget that detestable face. Son Goku, I never imagined you'd be so small now. How diminutive. Frieza struck two of Goten's nerves at once, calling him Son Goku and mocking his height. Goten's forehead bore several angry lines, a testament to his fury. First, my name is Son Goten. Second, I'm still growing and will get taller, while you will forever remain shorty. Frieza was rattled by Goten's retort, for his greatest insecurity was indeed his diminutive final form. A war of words. Don't forget, I still have a hostage. Goten showed no concern for Trunks. Trunks, if you don't defeat him in 5 minutes, I'll step in myself. Frieza found amusement in Goten's words. Defeating the mighty Frieza with just 2 children seemed preposterous. However, to his astonishment, Trunks was gradually prying open Frieza's grip. Do not lay a hand on him. I will kill him myself for daring to harm my sister. With a tremendous surge of energy, Trunks broke free from Frieza's restraint and sent him reeling. What? How could Trunks, who could hold his own against Android 18, possibly struggle against Frieza? It was simply that Trunks had never faced life-and-death battles, unlike the merciless Frieza. Once Trunks fully embraced the will to kill, Frieza would be no match for him. This was a vital trial for Trunks, and Goten had no intention of intervening. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, why Goten finally reached the beginning of Snake Way. Logically, this should lead to King Yama's palace. Why Goten had been here before, yet now he was surrounded by large floating candies. Where's King Yama's palace? Son Wukong, you absolute scoundrel. A voice of ire emanated from a colossal yellow candy. Who dared to utter such reproach? Quite well done. Wu Tian directed his gaze towards the candy, only to behold a green-skinned individual, remarkably resembling Piccolo, vehemently cursing at the confection. What a curious sight. The figure, with a pair of sausages dangling from his mouth, piqued Wu Tian's memory. What was his name? Something about rice? Wu Tian, without further contemplation, approached him. Excuse me, who are you, and what are you ranting about? There's no decorum in your words. The individual, dubbed Rib Rice, jumped in surprise at Wu Tian's voice. Someone's here. Rib Rice turned to look. Oh, my son Wukong. How had you shrunk so? It's the influence of the evil thought wave. Wu Tian, perplexed, noticed a grid pattern appearing atop his head. Wait, why again? I am Wu Tian, not Son Wukong. What is your name? I am Rib Rice. What is your relation to Son Wukong? Reluctantly, Wu Tian confessed, though I hesitate to admit it, he is my father. Rib Rice, upon observing Wu Tian's head, realized something amiss. Oh dear, you lack a halo. You're a living being. How did you arrive in the underworld? That is of little consequence. What were you cursing at this jelly bean? And where is Son Wukong? With such prowess, you are no match for Cell. I discovered that by cursing this seal, one can unlock the gates of Yama's palace. Oh dear, Wukong may be in danger. You must assist him. Wu Tian suddenly came to a realization. He recalled that Yama's palace had been sealed by the evil thought wave, and only profanities could liberate it. It had been so long that he had forgotten. No wonder they had summoned him to the underworld. Wait a moment. Were they mocking his sharp tongue? You must hurry. No rush. Your eloquence is too slow. Allow me. Wu Tian faced the seal and took a deep breath. I curse you. His words flowed forth like a torrent, unleashing a barrage of invectives, with a radius encompassing his ancestors and kin, all greeted with his salutation. His tongue slick with honeyed politeness, oblivious to the potential poison in his own lips. The once intact seal, as fragile as glass, shattered under his verbal onslaught, revealing the true visage of Yama's palace. What is broken? Let me see. Ah, it is your pitiful glass heart. So fragile, how can you claim to seal anything? Hardness eludes you. Practice more, for I have 3 words for you. You cannot succeed. Upon hearing those final 3 words, the seal was utterly dismantled, unveiling the entirety of Yama's palace. It's broken. It's broken. He truly breached it. The sheer power of Wu Tian's tirade left Rice utterly astonished. Is he truly the son of Son Wukong? Though Wukong has his flaws, he is merely a fool. He could not possess such verbal prowess. I have never even heard him utter a curse. Wu Tian exhaled deeply, realizing it had been quite some time since he had engaged in such banter, and his skills had somewhat waned. With the emergence of the Yama Palace, a continuous influx of souls began to surge within. If the Yama Palace remained sealed, those souls that had been cast back would once again return to the mortal realm, leading to a significant dilemma. Work concluded, I inquired about the whereabouts of Son Wukong. The Rice, still in a state of confusion, casually pointed in a direction. Much obliged. After expressing my gratitude, Wu Tian soared towards Wukong's direction. Lord Yama also emerged from the Yama Palace and spotted Rice. Although ensconced in the seal, he could hear Wu Tian's vitriol. Who would have thought Wu Tian possessed such a fierce tongue? It was quite unexpected. With such a sharp tongue, he could easily descend into the depths of the tongue-ripping hell. I remembered him to be rather polite. Soudainement, Wu Tian s'en a formidable aura. Super Saiyan 3. He had transformed. On the other side, Wukong had already assumed his Super Saiyan 3 form. He cast a cold glare at the evil aura wave. You are the second individual, apart from you, to compel me into this transformation. Facing Wukong was the first form of the evil aura wave, resembling an infantile, rotund figure cloaked in white. Upon witnessing Wukong's transformation, the creature clapped with glee as if it had found a new toy. Wukong advanced to attack, overpowering the evil aura wave effortlessly. The evil aura wave retaliated with a punch, but Wukong dodged with ease, subsequently unleashing a flurry of punches that sent the creature soaring into the sky. The beleaguered evil aura wave summoned nearby Candy to strike at Wukong. It was utterly ineffective against the Super Saiyan 3. Wukong delivered a crushing blow, sending the evil aura wave crashing to the ground, and followed up with a Kamehameha that struck with undeniable force. It was all over. Just as Wukong believed victory was assured, the layer of fat on the evil aura wave, now with a gaping hole in its abdomen, began to writhe and contract, prompting a transformation. What emerged was a ghastly entity, as if clawing its way from the depths of hell, with a crimson body and a visage twisted into a cruel, maniacal grin. The evil aura wave had entered its second form. Chapter 38. The Disappearance of the Evil Aura Wave. You appear far more formidable than in your previous form. Wukong could not help but commend. The evil aura wave offered no reply, merely eyeing Wukong with cunning and emitting a harsh screech. Suddenly, the evil aura wave launched an attack, which Wukong narrowly evaded, barely escaping the lash of its tail. Wukong took a defensive stance, crouching on one hand, and delivered a swift kick to the evil aura wave's shin. Just as the creature attempted to grasp Wukong's foot, it was met with another kick that sent it staggering. Wukong unleashed an energy sphere, but as it approached the evil aura wave, a small spatial portal materialized, causing the energy sphere to be drawn in. The portal connected to Wukong's back, sending the energy sphere crashing directly into him. Enduring the pain, Wukong harnessed the momentum to charge at the evil aura wave, delivering a ferocious knee strike to its chest. Wukong followed up with another punch, yet just as his fist was about to connect, the creature disintegrated. Its form dissolved into particles and vanished. Wukong scanned the surroundings, failing to discern the evil aura wave's whereabouts. Suddenly, a hand, infused with energy, emerged beneath Wukong's ribs. Bam! Before Wukong could react, he was struck by a purple energy orb. The malevolent energy surged forth, launching another barrage at him. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the underworld, the smoke dissipating to reveal Wukong in tattered clothing and grievously wounded. This fiend was far more troublesome than Majin Buu. The malevolent energy, eyeing Wukong like prey, casually picked up a stick from the ground and with a simple flourish transformed it into a razor-sharp crimson sword. It slashed toward Wukong, although he narrowly evaded the strike. A few strands of hair were severed. Even the spot where he had taken refuge bore the mark of a deep gash from the fierce sword energy. Wukong could not help but break into a cold sweat. Had he not dodged, he would have surely been cleaved in two. In the ensuing battle, Wukong found himself at a distinct disadvantage, continually evading the relentless strikes of the malevolent energy, which toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. Forced to hide behind a candy, Wukong felt the sharp edge of the sword slice through his left shoulder. blood spilling forth as he found himself with nowhere left to hide. Hee. The malevolent energy wore a cunning smile. With the tip of the sword pointed skyward, it prepared to deliver the final blow to Wukong. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the malevolent energy was sent flying like a rocket, crashing heavily to the ground. A flash of golden hair appeared before Wukong's eyes, clad in orange attire reminiscent of his own, yet emblazoned with the character for turtle on its back, contrasting with his own insignia. Your laughter is simply unbearable, son Wukong. How is it that in such a short time, you have become so feeble? Super Saiyan 3 Goten descended like a divine savior, rescuing Wukong from peril. Tian, your arrival is most fortuitous, Wukong exclaimed, his irritation dissipating. Replaced by surprise at seeing Goten, he had narrowly avoided death once more. In truth, he had already died, but should he perish again, he would lose his corporeal form entirely. However, in the next moment, the malevolent energy reappeared behind Goten, launching a kick toward him. Unaware, Goten raised his hand in defense, yet still received the blow. Both Wukong and Goten stumbled to their feet. It is spatial movement. He did not rely on speed to get behind me. Truly, he is the embodiment of malevolence across the universe, even more formidable than Majin Buu. Goten, he can even disband his own body, making it impossible to strike him. Goten retorted angrily, I know, but I'm also aware of his weakness. What is it? Watch closely. Goten surged upward, his fist clenched, aiming a strike at the malevolent energy. That is futile. You will not reach him. The malevolent energy sneered, remaining rooted in place, viewing Goten merely as a toy. Fool! Goten smirked, unleashing a punch accompanied by an exclamation. The malevolent energy shuddered as if struck by lightning. Goten's fist landed squarely on the malevolent energy's face, distorting it with the force of the blow. The malevolent wave spun in the air, executing a full 360-degree turn before soaring away. Wukong was utterly astonished. He hit. Indeed, it was possible. Although this entity was a conglomeration of evil thoughts, it was embodied within a red, overworked corporate drone oppressed by leadership. Insult him, berate him fiercely. If he is chastised like a grandchild, he will falter. At this point, Wukong faced a dilemma. He genuinely lacked the ability to hurl insults. He stepped forward to assist, and together, the father and son unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, catching the malevolent wave off guard. Amidst the cacophony of curses, the wave twitched as if struck by an electric current, unable to counterattack. Fool! An imbecile with underdeveloped intellect. Buffoon! Ah, can you even speak? One might mistake that for a song of turmoil. What is turmoil? Silence. Your refined insults won't make them think you are polite or cultured. Join me in cursing him. Wukong, feeling a sense of injustice, lowered his head. He now understood what turmoil was. Being scolded by his own son felt quite tumultuous indeed. At this moment, the malevolent wave was covered in wounds, purple blood oozing from its lips. Wu Tian, let us deliver the final blow. The father and son positioned themselves in a row, their hands transforming into a flower petal shape. Ga me, roar. This marked the first collaborative strike of Wu Tian and Wukong. Two waves of super-level Kamehameha merged into one, illuminating the entire underworld with a brilliant blue radiance. The colossal blue energy column surged towards the malevolent wave like a tidal wave. Initially lacking rationality, the malevolent wave suddenly sensed something, food. Though it would typically be incapable of fleeing, driven by its primal instinct to feed, it spoke. In that instant, it vanished through spatial teleportation. This Kamehameha had wreaked havoc upon a significant portion of the underworld, leaving both Wukong and Wu Tian utterly exhausted, reverting to their normal states, gasping for breath. Gazing at the destruction they had wrought, Wukong inhaled sharply. Oh no, this devastation will surely incite Lord Yinluo's wrath. Wu Tian slumped to the ground, cursing. Is that really what concerns you? Right? Where's the malevolent wave? I wonder if it has perished? Wu Tian surveyed the surroundings, noting that the floating candies remained unchanged. Through mental connection, he reached out to another Wu Tian. What is happening on Earth? Have the deceased vanished? However, he was met with a barrage of insults from ex-Wu Tian. Vanished, you say? Haven't you dealt with the malevolent wave yet? Earth is in grave trouble. The malevolent wave isn't dead. Where has it gone? Meanwhile, back on Earth, 1 hour earlier, Trunks and Frieza were locked in an evenly matched battle. One side was seasoned and cunning, the other was overwhelmingly powerful, resulting in a stalemate that made Wu Tian yawn. Ah, Trunks, have you not resolved this yet? If not, I may have to intervene. Trunks fought valiantly for the first time, but alas, he was still a child and found himself unable to contend with the cunning Frieza. It was perplexing that such a young being could possess such formidable power. Had he not endured the crushing defeats at the hands of Goku and future Trunks, he would have been vanquished long ago. Suddenly, Goten's expression shifted. This was bad. Uncle Krillin was unleashing his fury. Goten clenched his fist, conjuring a golden energy sword, and swept it across the Frieza force. The minions in the sky fell like chaff, severed midair, raining down limbs and blood, instilling terror in Bra, who instinctively shut her eyes. The gory deluge stained both Frieza and Trunks in blood. Ugh, Goten, what are you doing? This is revolting. Could you not slay them outside my vicinity? In his urgency, Goten offered a brief explanation. I've cleared the minions for you. I'm leaving Frieza to you. Uncle Krillin needs my assistance. Frieza attempted to impede Goten's exit. Do you think you can come and go as you please in the presence of Lord Frieza? Goten, however, had no time for his antics. Frieza's current strength posed little threat on Earth. He dared not obliterate the planet, having just been resurrected. He was clever enough to avoid mutual destruction, at least for now. He lacked the resolve for such recklessness. Entrusting the battle to Trunks was sufficient. Should Trunks fall victim to Frieza's schemes, it would not matter. With Frieza's overwhelming power, if he were to be killed, it could easily be rectified with the Dragon Balls. After all, in the realm of Dragon Balls, death was a trivial matter. Ignoring Frieza entirely, Goten seized Bra and instantaneously vanished. Frieza continued to hurl insults, but Trunks swiftly retaliated with a kick to his face, forcing him to regain his composure. Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What do you think you're looking? Your opponent is me, Trunks. The fierce battle between Trunks ensued as Krillin found himself in peril. With Frieza resurrected, it was not unreasonable to suspect the presence of other villains. Goten, using instant transmission, sensed Krillin's energy and hastened to his aid. What he encountered was Krillin being held aloft by a green monstrosity. Cell, you have returned as well. Cell, upon spotting Goten, tightened his grip on Krillin's throat. With a choked voice, Krillin struggled to call out for help. Goten, Cell, release him at once. Cell chuckled darkly. Goku? No, that's impossible. Goku perished alongside me. Who are you? Goten felt a sense of satisfaction at Cell's words. Finally, someone was using their wits and did not mistake him for Goku. Goten surveyed his surroundings, wondering if Yamcha should also be present. After sweeping through the weak, I finally caught a glimpse of Yamcha in a pit. He lay motionless at the bottom, devoid of life. He was dead. Goten spoke coldly. You were the one who killed him. As for Yamcha, he was too weak. He was accidentally slain by my residual energy. Now, boy, you have yet to reveal your true identity. Goten was filled with fury. This was the first time he witnessed the death of someone he had met. Although he and Yamcha were not particularly close, the murder of one of their own was undeniably infuriating. Remember my name, Son Goten. When you return to the underworld, be sure to mention me. You may cut in line. Chapter 39, Defeating the Evil Son Goten. Cell tightened his grip on Krillin's neck, applying even more pressure. What gives you the right to fight me? Are you willing to forsake Krillin's life? Krillin's face twisted in agony, yet he managed to utter, Goten, don't worry about me. I know your strength. Just focus on defeating Cell. Cell laughed maniacally. The greatest weakness of humanity is emotion, unaware that it is the most brutal of all. Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2, causing Cell to realize something was amiss. This guy was far stronger than Gohan from years past. Panic set in for Cell as he felt Goten's power. Do you not care about Krillin's life? Goten assumed the stance for the ultimate flash. No, I do care. I care about Krillin, about Marin, and even about his wife. Hearing this, the nearly defeated Krillin felt rejuvenated, shouting to Goten from Cell's grasp. My wife does not need your concern. This startled Cell. He had not anticipated Krillin possessing such resolve. Make a move, and I will take Krillin's life. Goten displayed a sinister grin. Go ahead and kill him. After all, Earth has Dragon Balls. Uncle Krillin, once you pass, I will take good care of Marin and Master Roshi. Rest assured as you depart. Cell was taken aback. Was this kid truly so formidable? A surge of yellow energy gathered in Cell's hand. Ultimate flash. The energy Goten emanated was enough to obliterate Cell. Terrified, Cell shoved Krillin in front of him as a shield. The beam struck Cell's hand, severing it and causing Krillin to tumble down. Goten reacted swiftly, rushing to Krillin's side, pulling him out of harm's way. Uncle Krillin, you should let Aunt 18 take care of herself. Well done, Tian. Goten gave a thumbs up to Tian, who was already poised in the sky, waiting for the perfect moment to strike at Cell. If Krillin were to perish again, only the Dragon Balls of Namek could resurrect him. Although Cell's hand had been severed, thanks to his Cell Jr. lineage, he quickly regenerated. Who are you truly? Krillin. previously battered, was now emboldened with Goten's support. After all, he was the son of Goku, my prized disciple. Cell spat venomously. You must be joking. How could Goku possibly have such a despicable son? Furthermore, he was clearly employing Vegeta's techniques. How could he possibly be your feeble disciple? Krillin's body stiffened. Indeed, how could you master Vegeta's moves? Goten remained unfazed. What matters is not this, master. What truly counts is how you wish to see Cell meet his demise. Such an opportunity is rare. Krillin successfully shifted the focus. Yes, Cell, how do you wish to perish? Having a formidable disciple makes all the difference. Delightful. Cell's initially furious expression gradually transformed into calm. So, Goten, do you believe victory is assured? Krillin, assuming a posture of false bravado, retorted, what else could it be? Even disregarding the fact that you cannot defeat Goten, we have the advantage in numbers, 3-1. Cell maintained his confident smile. Is that so? Suddenly, an energy blast surged from behind, and without even glancing back, Goten swatted it away effortlessly. Krillin turned to look. What? The hill behind Krillin was already teeming with people. The sky above was also crowded with figures. Frieza, King Cold, Kula, Slug, Door, Bojack. Krillin was rendered speechless by the sight before him. These were all foes once defeated by Goku and his companions. Besides them, there were also their respective legions. At the very least, there were thousands. Goten, surveying these villains, couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, you villains have banded together for warmth. How pathetic. Alas, no matter how many of you there are, you remain nothing but trash. What do you call this alliance of yours? The Avengers? Door interjected. You must be Kakarot's son. Prepare to pay for your father's sins. Frieza cackled. Do you feel fear now, boy? You shall pay for your words. King Cold asked Frieza, have you dealt with that purple-haired lad? If not, leave him to me. Kula, brimming with arrogance, declared, my foolish brother, this little brat is no match for me alone. Cell smugly showcased their alliance. Krillin, what is the score now? Goten, uninterested in Cell's prattle, had instead focused on Frieza. Frieza, what brings you here? What Trunks? Frieza sneered. I killed him, huh? Bra was overcome with grief, attempting to charge at Frieza, but Goten restrained her. You monster! You slay my brother. Goten, you must avenge him. Goten, harboring doubts, began to question whether Trunks had truly perished at Frieza's hands. Goten, do not heed his nonsense. After you departed, he barely lasted a few rounds before fleeing. Coward, indeed. Suddenly, Trunks appeared beside Goten. Goten exhaled in relief, realizing that these villains had undoubtedly conspired together, likely to confront Goku. It was surprising that their efforts were now directed at him. Goten was unperturbed, but he was still concerned for Krillin, Tian, Bra, and the others. Come and escort Bra and the others away. Understood. Just as Goten and his companions found themselves encircled by the villains, a masked figure suddenly appeared beside them. Sheru scrutinized the Goku, finding him rather unremarkable, devoid of any particularly striking traits. What difference would one more individual make? Could he truly surpass us? Goku, without any superfluous movements or words, seized the garments of Bra and the others, promptly extricating himself from the scene. Sheru was left bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. He too possessed the ability to teleport, yet he had not witnessed the individual placing a finger to his forehead. Frieza and the others had intended to intervene, but failed. Their frustration boiling over as they exclaimed, why aren't you fleeing with them? Do you truly believe you can vanquish us alone? Goku observed the long-defeated adversaries and involuntarily trembled. Frieza, witnessing this, erupted in laughter. Father, do you see? Son Goku's offspring is on the verge of losing control. Ha ha ha. King Cold and Gula shared in the mirth, reveling in the situation. Today, Goku was ensnared, without a means of escape, ha ha ha. Yet Sheru sensed something amiss. He had briefly attuned himself to the fleeing individual's energy, but he could detect nothing at all, unless they had traversed beyond the galaxy. Such a lack of perception was inconceivable. Suddenly, the minions in the sky felt their heads collide against an unseen barrier. What is this? They reached out, feeling what resembled a wall, and others soon realized they were all enveloped within a semicircular energy shield. This was the barrier left by Goku prior to his departure. While it might not contain Majin Buu, it was certainly sufficient to ensnare an enemy like Sheru. Amidst the encirclement, Goku, now isolated, finally spoke. It was not fear that gripped him, but sheer exhilaration. Having previously missed the main storyline, and thus the opportunity to defeat them, he felt a sense of loss. Little did he expect that fate would grant him a chance to engage in this side quest. Such a rare opportunity to dominate in Dragon Ball was a precious gift indeed. Frieza began to suspect Goku had lost his sanity as he rambled incoherently. Are you ready to dance? Shara was equally perplexed. Dance? Is he truly about to dance? A resounding roar erupted, amplified by the barrier's influence, making it resonate through the air. The earth trembled. Tsunamis surged. Thunder and lightning crackled around them. Energy surged skyward. Goku's power soared, overwhelming the minions, who plummeted from the skies like falling dumplings. The once defiant faces of all the villains morphed into sheer terror. The weaker Dales was so taken aback by this immense power that he collapsed to the ground, retching in fear. What is this power? Shara, too, trembled in shock. This was unequivocally not Super Saiyan 2. Absolutely not. Goku's golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, his brow pronounced, and his gaze transformed into one of icy ruthlessness, devoid of any emotion, exuding an ineffable aura of dominance. Frieza's mind was consumed by a singular thought: escape. He had to flee, otherwise death would surely follow. Initially, they had believed that upon their resurrection, Son Goku would also return, prompting them to unite. Had they heeded Shara's warnings, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. The remaining villains commenced their assault with energy blasts, yet their efforts bore no fruit. Without the formidable strength of Majin Buu, they were utterly incapable of breaching the barrier. Goten had not only achieved his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, but had also elevated his energy to its zenith. At that moment, he resembled a ferocious tiger unleashed upon a henhouse. There was no escape, nor was there enough left to serve as a mere morsel. A chilling voice resonated clearly in the ears of each villain, akin to the whisper of death itself. The hunt had commenced. Dallas, who had been positioned further back, was pierced through the abdomen by Goten's fist in the blink of an eye. Not only did Frieza and Cell fail to react, but even Dallas himself did not immediately register the pain of his injury. Amidst the terror-stricken gazes of onlookers, a wave of excruciating agony surged through his entire being. Why? Why am I the first? Goten withdrew his bloodied fist. Because I have long found your face intolerable. What right do you have to bear a visage so similar to my own handsome countenance? Dallas choked out his final words. It's not my fault for being handsome. With another strike, Dallas's head exploded like a bursting watermelon. Some of the lesser minions could no longer withstand the psychological pressure inflicted by Goten. Monster! He is a monster! Run! The minions began to frantically dig, but their efforts were in vain. Goten, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, transformed his once golden aura into a faint crimson hue, drenched in blood. He slowly turned his gaze, his blue eyes seemingly searching for the next target. Who shall be next? Cell, observing the dwindling morale among the ranks, realized they could not continue in this manner. Everyone, since escape is no longer an option, let's fight to the death. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Together, we can surely defeat Goten. Upon hearing these words, the others calmed from their panic and fear. Cell was correct. If there was no escape, they would face Goten head-on. Frieza led the charge, rallying everyone to engage in a desperate struggle against Goten. King Cold and Cooler transformed into their ultimate forms. Let us vanquish the wicked Goten. Shrag also initiated his transformation. Growing in size, down with the evil Goten, Cell amplified his energy, lightning crackling around him. Everyone together, for our ideals and freedom. Goten, taken aback, thought, aren't you the true villains? Chapter 40, Saladruk Buu. Such formidable energies could not escape the notice of Buu, who was enjoying himself at the Satan Villa. It appeared there were many intriguing individuals present. Ah, that fellow is here too. How dull. Satan, I desire mango pudding. Having been pampered by Satan to such an extent, Buu had no intention of causing destruction. This was the essence of life, utterly delightful. Satan, adorned in an apron, cheerfully entered the scene. In this moment, Babidi realized that although this individual was remarkably powerful, his thoughts were exceedingly simplistic, akin to those of a child. As long as he was provided with delicious food and drink, he would heed almost any command, ensuring that Babidi could securely maintain his champion status. Thus, his service to Buu was entirely voluntary. Here, you're pudding, Buu. Why don't you stay with me from now on? Buu scooped up a large portion of pudding and, with a childlike grin, replied, I didn't intend to leave either. Babidi thought it was best not to inquire further. Could you assist me with a small favor? Buu playfully stuck out his tongue. And what reward would I receive? What do you desire? Buu pondered while fiddling with his fingers. Can I have a puppy? Babidi beamed with a motherly smile, realizing that Buu was merely a child at heart, no longer perceiving him as a monster. No problem. Buu extended his pinky. Let's make a pinky promise. Buu felt immense gratitude towards Goten. Without him, he would never have encountered Babidi, who could be considered the first person to treat him with kindness. Unlike Babidi, who offered no food and constantly urged him to wreak havoc. All he desired was to enjoy some snacks, which were not at all what he wished to do. Babidi, exasperated yet affectionate, extended his pinky. Just as their fingers were about to touch, a tremendous explosion erupted from Babidi's villa. Ha ha, Kakarot, did you not expect my resurrection? A tail swayed in the wind, and a striking Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle was unmistakable. It was Raditz. He too had returned. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, indiscriminately assaulting the city. Ha ha, Kakarot, I shall do what you are unwilling to do. I'm truly a good brother, ha. In the midst of his destructive spree, Raditz suddenly noticed a pink energy shield emerging from the rubble of his onslaught. The shield ascended to his level and dissipated, revealing Buu, who cradled the severely injured and unconscious Babidi. Oh, there are still survivors. But it matters not. They shall be eliminated. Buu's expression twisted with rage as he gazed at Babidi, a profound anguish surging within him, steam billowing from the void atop his head. This was the only person who had shown him kindness in millions of years. He was consumed by an inexplicable fury, the most intense anger he had felt since his awakening, surpassing even the times he had been struck by Goku and Goten. You have harmed Babidi. Raditz, oblivious to the terror he faced, scoffed. Not only will I injure him, but I shall also kill him. And you grotesque pink blob. Veins throbbed on Buu's forehead, and the gaseous emanation from the void atop his head intensified. The color shifted to a menacing black. Black gas swirled in the sky, slowly coalescing into a humanoid form. Another Buu emerged. This one was a slender counterpart, entirely opposite to Fat Buu. The body was not pink, but rather a dark gray. Although Raditz could not sense energy, the innate malevolence of Fat Buu was palpable to him. This was a truly wicked creature, one even more terrifying than Vegeta had ever been. Raditz stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, while Slim Buu greedily eyed Fat Buu. Fat Buu, vigilant, kept his gaze fixed on Slim Buu, his hand resting on Satan. A surge of pink light enveloped Satan, restoring his injuries and rousing him from unconsciousness. Bewildered, Satan had no idea what had transpired. He only recalled the prior explosion. After releasing Satan, Fat Buu remained on high alert, watching Slim Buu closely. Satan, run, quickly. But Satan seemed frozen, unable to react. Suddenly, Slim Buu darted toward Fat Buu, causing Satan to recoil in terror. This creature was quite aggressive. Fat Buu retaliated with a punch to Slim Buu's face, only to receive an immediate counterattack that sent him flying 100 meters. Fat Buu found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught. Most of his strength had been siphoned away by Slim Buu. With an air of boredom, Slim Buu raised his hand towards Fat Buu. Bang, bang, bang. It was Satan firing a gun. He did not flee, but when Slim Buu glanced at him, he collapsed in fear. Yet, Slim Buu did not harm him. He merely lowered his hand. Tears streaming down his face, Satan was overwhelmed with joy. Had they succeeded? A twitch of Slim Buu's antennae sent a beam of pink light striking Fat Buu, transforming him into a piece of chocolate, which Slim Buu promptly devoured with a crunch. Unable to contain himself, Satan rushed forward, pummeling Slim Buu with fists and kicks, even as the pain in his hands intensified. Spit him out. Spit him out. Slim Buu's expression shifted, and his aura suddenly surged. Dust was whipped into the air, and the powerful energy blast sent Satan flying a considerable distance. The events unfolded too quickly for Raditz, who remained rooted in place, paralyzed by the realization of his own insignificance. As the dust settled, a revitalized Buu re-emerged, boasting robust muscles, impressive height, and the same pink skin as before. The emergence of Super Buu was upon them. Super Buu cast a fleeting glance at Satan before redirecting his attention to Raditz. It's over. He has come to settle the score with me. Raditz's heart sank. Why had he not chosen to hide away and live in peace? In an instant, Super Buu was before Raditz, raising his hand. Raditz, resigned to his fate, shut his eyes, hoping to lessen the pain of impending death. Am I destined to return to hell? What was taking so long? Had he already perished? Slowly, Raditz opened his eyes to find a long tail swaying before him, and the familiar visage of a crab-headed figure. Kakarot. Upon taking in the full sight, he realized something was amiss. Kakarot was not so short. A hexagram appeared upon Goten's head. Even if you're my uncle, I would not hesitate to send you back to hell. It is utterly absurd. I looked away for merely a few minutes, just enough time to pick someone up. and you transformed into Majin Buu. In that fleeting moment, Son Goten arrived via instant transmission, only to witness Buu attacking Raditz. Instinctively, he flew in and delivered a kick to save him. After returning to the temple and exchanging a few words, he glanced back at Buu, only to find a fat Buu being consumed by the thin Buu. What was the purpose of his prolonged watch? He had intended to eliminate the thin Buu the moment the fat Buu divided, thus turning the tide in his favor. Who would have imagined he would miss the opportunity so perfectly? It was akin to waiting an hour for a bus, only to urgently rush to the restroom and return to see the bus departing right before his eyes. His composure shattered. Satan also took note of Goten's mask. "It's you. I implore you. I will reward you handsomely. I will give you an abundance of riches. Please save Buu." Goten regarded Satan, a truly complex individual. He never expected that after such a brief time with Buu, their bond would grow so profound. "I shall give it a try. Perhaps I can expel him as I did with Cell." Satan bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Raditz attempted to flee, but Goten ensnared him with a binding technique, leaving him writhing like a caterpillar on the ground. Goten's gaze returned to the large Buu, who had also risen, surprised to see Goten. This was the one capable of sealing him. Just as Goten was about to subdue the large Buu, he transformed into liquid and burrowed underground. Damn it. Not this trick again. Eliminating Buu would be a trivial task for Son Goten. He could obliterate him without a trace. Yet if Buu truly wished to escape, he found himself powerless. Sealing was merely a ruse. He did not genuinely possess that capability. Buu swiftly traversed the underground, suddenly realizing something and accelerating madly toward a certain direction. Damn it, I can no longer sense his energy due to the influence of the malevolent wave. Events had begun to deviate from the original narrative, and the feeling of losing control was truly disheartening. X, have you resolved your situation? Buu has slipped away and transformed into large Buu. Goten exclaimed, "What? You must hurry and find him. If he absorbs anyone, it will be catastrophic. I am close to resolving my end. All the minions have perished, and only a few powerful villains persist, barely holding on. I will soon be free." What on earth? How did Buu end up on my side? From Goten's position, a pink liquid emerged from the ground, cascading over all the villains present like a tidal wave. Frieza struggled frantically. "Son Goten, what trickery are you employing?" Cell also cursed vehemently. "It is better to kill us than to humiliate us. Why resort to such schemes?" Goten raised his hand and fired a Kamehameha at Buu. Yet, the liquid was far too abundant, nearly engulfing the entire barrier. Buu even attempted to absorb Goten, but Goten would not grant him that opportunity. However, Frieza and his companions had long been severely injured by Goten, leaving them entirely incapable of resistance. In no time, all the main antagonists, Frieza's family, Cell, Bojack, and Slug, were absorbed by Buu. The pink mass swiftly gathered in the air, and the once large blob gradually diminished, giving rise to a new Buu. With pink skin adorned with Cell's distinctive spots, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back, and purple eyeliner appeared at the corners of his eyes. His shoulders transformed into Frieza's purple hue, and atop his head, aside from a singular antenna, two horns akin to King Cold's emerged. A long tail sprouted from his rear, and even orange hair inexplicably grew from the back of his head, traits reminiscent of Bojack. This was a new Buu that encapsulated the various characteristics of Bojack, Frieza, Cooler, King Cold, and Cell. It should be named Saladruck Buu. What an astonishing force indeed. Goten sensed the aura emanating from this Buu. How formidable. It surpassed even the might of Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Why Goten's voice? "How has the earth? Have the dead vanished?" Goten cursed inwardly. "Vanished, you say? We haven't even dealt with the evil spirit wave yet. There's a catastrophe unfolding on earth." Chapter 41, Arriva, Speedy Bajik. Why Goten took out a Senzu bean and tossed it into his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Goku reached out, wanting one as well. "Goten, give me one." Goten looked at Goku with disdain. "What do you, a dead man, need food for? There are hardly any left." Goku's head drooped in disappointment, yet he conceded that Goten had a point. Being dead, theoretically, he possessed infinite stamina. Eating Senzu beans was inconsequential. "Earth is in serious trouble, Dad. Son Goku, the evil spirit wave still exists. You can return to the living realm. Let us first tackle the Buu situation, and we'll address the evil spirit wave afterward. The chaos on Earth is escalating." Goku grasped the gravity of the situation and refrained from further discussing the impossibility of a dead person returning to the living realm. Goten seized Goku, placing a hand on his forehead, ready to teleport. Goku, puzzled, asked, Goten, I can teleport too. Do you know where to go? I don't, Goten replied. Then be quiet and let me handle it. Goku felt wronged. He thought Goten was being rather stern, not at all like him. Utilizing X's energy, Goten transported himself and Goku back to Earth. Upon their return, they witnessed Goten being mercilessly battered by Buu. How infuriating! How many people has Buu absorbed? Goku was left dumbfounded by Buu's appearance. Are you telling me that creature resembling both Frieza and Cell is Buu? Wait a moment. Why is Goten the one battling Buu? Two Gotens. Goten, too weary of concealment, thought it pointless to hide anything now that the situation had escalated to such proportions. No, it's three. What? Goten was on the verge of collapse. Had anyone ever witnessed a Super Saiyan 3 battered and bruised? What are you all talking about? Phew. Hurry over and lend a hand. As Wutian spoke, he was struck by a punch from Buu, leaving him utterly defenseless. This Buu possessed strength comparable to that of Wutian's transformed state. Previously, it was Broly, and now it was Saladruck Buu. Why is it always me who gets injured? With such a volatile temper, it must be Wutian's fault. Goku had no time to ponder further. The two transformed into Super Saiyan 3 once more to assist. Goku launched a punch, only to have it evaded by Buu in an extraordinarily bizarre manner. Buu's head elongated abruptly, twisting a full 360 degrees to fixate on Goku. Ha ha ha. Goku, I have finally found you. Goku felt a wave of nausea. Hey, why does your way of speaking resemble Frieza's so much? Buu released X, and the three distanced themselves from him. At that moment, Buu bore no resemblance to a child or a madman. Instead, he had transformed into a being capable of independent thought. With a confident smile that echoed Cell's demeanor, he declared, because they all reside within me. They have bestowed upon me strength, intellect, memories, and the deep-seated desire to annihilate you, Goku. Oh, how I long to kill you. Why toss the Senzu bean to X, who regained his strength instantly, yet remained wary. Buu had consumed all the resurrected villains from Earth, including the Frieza family, Cell, Bojack, and Slug. Goku almost instinctively remarked, Slug? Why haven't I noticed any traits of Slug? There was no need for Wutian to explain. As Buu elucidated, he was too weak, overshadowed. The intellect of this Cell was indeed remarkable. I recall you mentioning a formidable adversary, right? I shall eliminate you first, then seek out that individual to devour him as well. Wutian and Y Wutian engaged in a telepathic exchange. His power must have reached that of Wutian's transformed state. Should we fuse? Why? No, the fusion time is too lengthy. With Cell's intellect, Buu will not grant us the opportunity. I don't know. The connection suddenly dropped. I can't. Time. Broly has been resurrected. He is even stronger now. I brought him to another planet to prevent destruction on Earth. XY what? Broly. Both Wushins appeared bewildered, leaving Buu and Goku momentarily stunned. The two Wushins exchanged glances. It was over. The connection was severed. The situation had escalated. Buu formed a bud-like structure around his waist. Though I do not comprehend your conversation, it is clear that you are finished. Perish by your own technique, Kamehameha. A massive blue energy beam surged forth. The three unleashed their ultimate moves in a combined effort to withstand it. Yet, the energy of the three Super Saiyans proved insufficient against Buu. This form of Buu was overwhelmingly powerful. They struggled valiantly, on the verge of succumbing to Buu's Kamehameha, when suddenly, a colossal energy blade sliced through the conflict. Buu hurriedly raised his head. Who is it? The three of them returned to their normal state, exhausted and kneeling, looking up. My goodness. Piccolo, you've grown your hair. Kakarot, you truly look disheveled. It seems Piccolo and Vegeta's voices are intertwined. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no longer Piccolo. He bore Piccolo's physique, but had Vegeta's appearance and hairstyle. He donned a snug black short-sleeve top, paired with loose purple trousers, and was also adorned with the unique black vest and orange-red padding indicative of the fusion technique. Oh, and he still seems so short? Could Vegeta's genes be that formidable? Upon hearing the voices, Goku realized it was Piccolo and Vegeta. You're a fusion warrior formed from Piccolo and Vegeta. Indeed, but I should now be referred to as Vegeto. Kakarot, just watch how I defeat Majin Buu. Goku's family retreated to the sidelines as Vegeto descended. Scrutinizing Buu from head to toe, you have become increasingly loathsome to me, embodying all those I detest. However, eliminating you will surely bring me immense satisfaction. Majin Buu showed no signs of fear. Vegeta, in my memories, you are an arrogant individual, consistently on the receiving end of a beating. and this time shall be no different. I am neither Vegeta nor Piccolo. I am the one who will end your life." Vegeta gradually advanced. Despite Majin Buu's considerable height advantage, Buu laughed heartily, seemingly mocking Vegeta as stature. Vegeta acknowledged the issue. Even with the fusion, he remained relatively short. Yet when he exerted himself, the aura he emitted overshadowed Buu. Vegeta and the others have grown so powerful. That incredible strength. The two Goten nodded in agreement, nearly resembling their fused Super Goten from their battle against Broly. In an instant, Vegeta delivered a punch to Buu's face, causing him to spit out blood. The three were astonished, having failed to notice when Vegeta had struck. Majin Buu's face was visibly bruised. "You despicable fiend." Before Majin Buu could react, Vegeta landed another kick. Enduring the pain, he was filled with fury from the consecutive blows. Suddenly, when he threw a punch, it was effortlessly intercepted. "Your speed is far too slow." Vegeta's voice echoed, as he retaliated with another kick to Buu's chin. He offered no chance for Buu to recover, launching a heavy punch to his abdomen. This was the first time Majin Buu had been bloodied by a blow from Saladruk. In a flash, Vegeta delivered a kick that sent Buu flying hundreds of meters. What appeared to be simple attacks inflicted unbearable pain upon Majin Buu. Looking up at Vegeta, Buu was taken aback to find that Vegeta had already positioned himself behind him. "Fool, I am right behind you." Buu distanced himself from Vegeta, frantically enhancing his energy, his aura intensifying significantly, seemingly beginning to digest Cell and the others. Buu's body was crackling with sparks. This is Sheru's lightning Shera mode. Buu's face once again radiated with confidence. "Come, let us proceed." Vegeta, with a dismissive gesture, pointed his thumb at himself. "No matter how you transform, you shall never surpass me, or speedily surpass Vegeta." Both Goten simultaneously slapped their foreheads with a heavy thud. "It's over. He has indeed said it again." Suddenly, everyone ceased their movements. A formidable foe had arrived on Earth. This malevolent energy is the evil Contaminator. He has come to our planet. At this moment, chaos reigned on Earth, with the evil Contaminator, Broly, and Buu all present. It seems that a smooth sailing is utterly impossible. At that moment, the evil Contaminator was on the opposite side of the Earth, glancing around with his head, muttering incessantly. Food, food. Vegeta sensed it too. The intensity of his energy far inferior to that of Buu at present. Vegeta dismissed it, reasoning that as long as he dealt with Buu first, he could then handle this insignificant foe. Not formidable at all. You all take care of it. Buu is mine. Though Goten was uneasy about Vegeta's gestures and his flag raising, he still found validity in Vegeta's words. The evil Contaminator lacked rationality, and if he detonated the Earth, there would be no escape for anyone. Both Goten firmly grasped Goku's shoulders. Goku looked bewilderingly at Goten, questioning, "What are you doing?" "I still want to watch." Before Goku could finish his sentence, Goten and the others whisked him away. Vegeta was pleased with Goten's efficiency. "Now let us continue our battle." With a fierce roar, Vegeta's hair transformed into a golden hue. He entered the Super Saiyan form, or rather, it should now be referred to as the Super Namekian form. Buu, taking the initiative, extended his arm towards Vegeta to seize him. "You think only you can stretch your arms?" Vegeta's arm also elongated, and despite being 100 meters apart, their palms met. The two began to grapple, attempting to pull each other closer. Since we cannot determine a victor at this moment, Vegeta was astonished, not expecting that Buu's enhancement would allow him to match his strength. Such terrifying potential, since he refused to relent, then perish. Magic converging light cannon. With a forceful thrust, he aimed his right hand at Majin Buu, unleashing a powerful energy beam encircled by spiraling energy from two fingers. To his surprise, Vegeta managed to instantaneously unleash the magic converging light cannon. However, in a shocking turn of events, Majin Buu retaliated with his own magic converging light cannon. It must be Sheru's memory. The two beams collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion, and both of their arms were simultaneously severed. Vegeta glanced at his severed arm, while Majin Buu stared at his, and they exchanged a knowing smile as their arms regrew simultaneously. Both were warriors endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities. Thus this battle was far from over. Chapter 42, Gohan's Return. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gohan stood motionless, observing the old Supreme Kai dozing off before him. He could hardly bear it any longer. While everyone was engaged in battle against Majin Buu, he found himself idly sitting by, doing nothing. This was a torment for him. A loud shout pierced the air. Are you ready yet? Even Gohan, typically of a gentle disposition, was beginning to lose patience with the cantankerous old Kai. The old Kai, startled awake, exclaimed, "What is all this ruckus? Don't you know that the elderly require ample sleep?" Gohan gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to strike him. "But you are supposed to be unlocking my potential." The old Kai retorted with a sense of indignation. "Who says that sleeping cannot unlock potential?" Gohan, feeling helpless, recognized that this old man was utterly shameless. "How much longer will this take?" "Oh, it will be ready in half an hour," the old Kai replied nonchalantly. Infuriated, Gohan rose to his feet. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask, did you?" Gohan restrained himself from delivering a blow to the old Kai and began to sense the power within his body. With a furious shout, Gohan unleashed a torrent of formidable energy, sending the three old Kais present flying. He realized that while his appearance had not changed, his strength had surpassed even that of his father's Super Saiyan 3. No, it transcended Super Saiyan 3 altogether. I haven't changed at all? Incredible. The old Kai dusted himself off and stood up. You no longer need to transform. Those transformations are merely tricks. What the old Kai did not realize was that this form was, in essence, still a transformation. It merely lacked a visible change. Vegeta was about to send Gohan back to Earth when suddenly, Goten appeared before them, his clothes in tatters, body bruised, and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The crowd gasped, "Goten, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" "It was Buu." Goten coughed up blood. "No, it was Broly. He has been resurrected and is even stronger now, capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. However, I managed to send him to another planet. He won't return to Earth anytime soon." What he did not reveal was that he had fought Broly to a standstill, but Broly had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and Goten had refrained from transforming himself, fearing he might lose control. Nevertheless, Broly was not in a much better state. "What? That monster has been resurrected. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat him. I will go." Goten grabbed him. "What are you thinking?" Although this Broly is not as strong as the Super Broly, his Super Saiyan 2 form is only slightly weaker than the God form. "Are you planning to deliver yourself as a meal?" "No, Broly cannot return to Earth for the time being. Leave Broly to me. Old Kai, assist me in unlocking my potential. Nissan, you go to Earth. Buu is facing Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Piccolo. You should assist Dad, Son Goku. The situation on Earth is dire. There's the evil containment wave, Broly, and Buu." Gohan, in the Kaioshin realm, was unaware of the true situation on Earth, thinking Buu was the only threat. Now, he was beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Goten yanked the Patera earring from old Kai's ear, causing him to yelp in pain, and tossed it to Gohan. "To Earth, should you encounter me, please deliver it to him." Gohan failed to comprehend, but he could not afford to linger any longer. Goten accepted the guidance of the Elder Kai, while Gohan was sent to Earth by Vegeta. In the frigid lands of Earth, the delicate little red demon, to live is to be a corporate drone, and to die is still to be a corporate drone. Reincarnation is futile, for one remains a corporate drone. Baka! Why, Goten, ex-Goten, and Goku fervently cursed, their lips worn thin from the relentless barrage of expletives, becoming increasingly ineffective as time passed. Ex-Goten remarked, "His mental fortitude is improving." Why, Goten retorted, "No, his audacity is merely thickening." The malevolent energy emanated a mocking laughter, seemingly taunting Goten and the others that their profanities were in vain. Goten and his companion launched an assault on the malevolent energy, yet no matter their efforts, the targeted locations would instantly disintegrate, rendering their attacks futile. At times, they even inadvertently harmed one another. Soon, Goten and his ally were repelled by the malevolent energy, with Goku swiftly following suit. Kamehameha, the powerful attack struck, sending dust billowing into the air. Had they succeeded? Suddenly, a long, red hand seized Goku's head like a whip, forcefully slamming him into the ground. As the smoke cleared, the sharp grin of the malevolent energy was revealed. It was unexpected that the three Super Saiyans were reduced to such a sorry state. In truth, the strength of the malevolent energy was merely modest, slightly surpassing that of Super Saiyan Form 3. It could inflict harm if struck. The three Super Saiyans could undoubtedly triumph, but its spatial mobility and disintegration capabilities proved exceedingly troublesome. It bore resemblance to Obito's Kamui in Naruto, yet differed. One involves entering a different space, while the other entails molecular reorganization, which complicates matters further. They simply could not land a hit. Furthermore, the malevolent energy was not a living entity. Sensing its ki was futile, as one could only perceive its presence through the malevolence it could not conceal. The malevolent energy maintained a constant smile, conjuring two crimson swords anew. In the air, it relentlessly slashed at Goten and his companions, the intensity of the sword's aura forcing them to dodge continually, while the ice beneath them shattered into fragments, plummeting down. Ha 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 ha! The malevolent energy cackled maniacally, revealing its evident delight. With another swing, it unleashed a swift, precise, and lethal strike aimed directly at Goten. As it appeared that evasion was impossible, Goku instinctively lunged to shield Goten, and the sword struck solidly against Goku's back. Blood gushed forth, splattering in front of Goten's eyes. Goku sustained grave injuries, reverting to his normal state. Daddy, X2. Despite Goten's lingering resentment towards Goku, he had already forgiven him in his heart during the course of their battles. It was simply his pride that prevented him from fully expressing it. When faced with danger, how could Goten bear to witness his father being harmed? After all, he was his beloved character from a previous life. Goten, bearing the injured Goku, retreated from the battlefield, while Goten's eyes blazed with fury as he charged towards the malevolent energy. You scoundrel! Only I have the right to fight you. As Tian directly pierced through the body of the evil thought wave, the latter raised a leg and struck down, sending Tian crashing into the icy layer. The evil thought wave followed closely, emitting a maniacal laughter, delivering punch after punch upon Tian's form, causing him to sink deeper into the ice. After a while, silence ensued, and the evil thought wave leaped out of the deep pit, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. Ha ha ha! Meanwhile, Tian had lost consciousness. Lying in a stupor beneath the ice, his body riddled with bruises and suffering from multiple fractures, teetering on the brink of death. The evil thought wave raised the crimson sword, preparing to cleave down upon Tian within the icy cave, intending to sever him along with the ice. Was this the end for the first Tian? Accompanied by his piercing shriek, the sword swung down. Yet, midway through the strike, he discovered that the sword in his hand could not move an inch. Looking at the crimson sword, he found a hand clamped around its blade like an iron vice. You're the evil thought wave? There truly exists another Tian. Yet you have gravely injured my beloved Dodo. The originally razor-sharp crimson sword was effortlessly snapped by Gohan. Gohan then delivered a powerful kick, sending the evil thought wave flying, causing several ice mountains to collapse under the impact and plunge into the frigid sea. Gohan jumped into the ice cave, lifting the severely injured Tian. Witnessing his brother's dire condition, Gohan was engulfed in profound anger and self-recrimination. He channeled his energy into Tian, who gradually began to awaken. And Saiyan, you're back. Gohan continuously infused his energy into Tian, although it could not heal him completely. He hoped it would provide some relief. Do not speak. Yes, brother's back. You can rest now. And Saiyan, I have the sins of beans. Gohan, undeterred by Tian's blood-soaked body, frantically yet cautiously searched through Tian's embrace. After a short while, he found a pouch drenched in blood, its contents having been pulverized by the evil thought wave's onslaught. Nevertheless, Gohan poured the remnants of the sins of beans into Tian's mouth. Tian struggled to swallow. But fortunately, the effects remained. Instantly, the fractures and wounds on Tian's body healed completely. Tian sprang to his feet and leaped a couple of times, exclaiming, "Excellent! I've fully recovered." Alas, his clothes were utterly destroyed, but thankfully his indestructible pants remained intact, or else Tian would have faced utter humiliation. The other Tian had also consumed a senzu bean given by Goku, and flew over. Gohan initially expressed surprise at seeing Goku, only to be further astonished by the presence of another Tian. From his perspective, there were now 3 Tians. At that moment, Goku was in the mood for jest. So, Gohan, are you startled? There are 2 Tians. Yet, Gohan thought to himself, no, father, there are 3. Recalling Tian's instructions, Gohan retrieved the Patera earrings and handed them to one of the Tians. These are the Patera earrings. Did Z give these to you? Is that how you refer to one another? And who are you? Are you truly Tian? There is no longer any need for Goten to conceal their identities. And he chuckled, I am Y, he is X. We are both genuine Goten, the result of our combined training in the 4-body fist, allowing us to traverse more paths together. Goten remarked, I trained with Uncle Vegeta, while Goten added, I trained with Uncle Krillin. Meanwhile, Z trained alongside Uncle Piccolo. Goku suddenly realized, so that's it. No wonder they all refer to you as their disciple. Just as the discussion about Goten was about to continue, The evil energy wave erupted from the iceberg. It took quite a while to emerge, indicating that Gohan's kick had inflicted significant damage on the evil energy wave. Goten found himself in a dilemma. Should he fuse using the Patera earrings now? This world was evidently different from the main universe. If it was a realm where fusion could not be undone, fusing now would be a grave mistake. Gohan confidently declared, "Leave this battle to me. You all can rest." Goku, filled with concern, asked, "Gohan, are you sure you can handle it?" Both Goten agreed that Gohan possessed the strength to confront the evil energy wave, and if he were to falter, they could still resort to fusion. "Dad, trust in Nissan," they urged. Goku was momentarily taken aback, then astonished, and finally overjoyed. He pulled Goten close, embracing him tightly. "Goten, you finally call me Dad." Ha ha ha. The two Goten blushed deeply, pushing against Goku, yet unable to break free, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Gohan felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that a family should be joyful together. He then redirected his gaze, fixing a serious look upon the evil energy wave. "Now, it's time to settle things with you." Chapter 43, Absorption Again, the Evil Energy Wave, and Buu. The battle commenced in the blink of an eye. Gohan's transparent aura erupted as he charged forward. The evil energy wave initially dismissed him, only to be sent flying by Gohan's strike. Unable to even keep pace with Gohan's assault, the power was simply overwhelming. Goku was astonished by Gohan's strength. "Wow, Gohan hasn't even transformed, and he's this strong. Gohan, you've truly surpassed your father." Goten corrected him, saying no, to be precise, this is a form. He has discarded unnecessary transformations, unleashing the maximum potential that Nissan is capable of. It can be likened to Nissan achieving a Super Saiyan 3 form without altering his appearance or suffering side effects, enabling him to utilize his full power at all times. Goku was left speechless by Goten's explanation. Incredible. Gohan appeared behind the evil energy wave, delivering a powerful punch. Just then, the evil energy wave disassembled its body to evade the attack, allowing Gohan's fist to pass through. However, Gohan smirked, following up with another punch, this one faster and more ferocious, striking the still-forming head of the evil energy wave and distorting its face. The evil energy wave no longer wore its self-satisfied grin. Anger surged within it, followed by a thunderous roar. Two crimson longswords were gripped firmly, unleashing a myriad of sword energies towards Gohan. With a disdainful expression, Gohan merely flicked his fringe, effortlessly evading all assaults from the malevolent wave, steadily advancing closer. The two Goten exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "Nissan has fallen back into his old habit of recklessness," one observed. Goku nodded in agreement. Recalling a similar situation with Cell, Goten rolled his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Goku. "It seems you are in no position to comment, old man. Besides, didn't TU find amusement when Nissan was being pummeled by Cell? How do you know that? Is there a problem?" Goten responded, wearing a smirk of schadenfreude. "No worries. Just wish him good luck." It was no wonder Goku was grinning when Gohan faced the wrath of Broly in the future. It was poetic justice. As the malevolent wave noticed Gohan closing in, it abandoned its slicing attacks in favor of energy blasts. However, this proved futile. Gohan disregarded all energy spheres, delivering punches that were imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving the malevolent wave no chance to decompose, as countless fist imprints marred its form. These blows were avenging Goten. With another swift kick to the malevolent wave's side, a pained scream erupted. This strike was in retribution for their father. The malevolent wave's resistance was utterly ineffective. It had no opportunity to retaliate. Gohan was once again enveloped by the exhilarating sensation of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and thrashing Cell. Meanwhile, the clash between Vegeta and Buu was nearing its conclusion. Buu was now a disheveled mess, akin to a glob of squished clay. Vegeta, with arms crossed, strolled leisurely, mocking the battered Buu. "Is this all the strength you possess? If you have any hidden cards, now would be the time to reveal them, or I shall obliterate you." Buu gradually reverted to his humanoid form, though his recovery was markedly slower, indicating that his energy reserves were nearly depleted. In such moments, Buu frantically rummaged through the memories he had absorbed, seeking a glimmer of hope for salvation. Just as he was about to receive Vegeta's final blow, he discovered it. "Vegeta, is it?" Vegeta confidently dissipated his ultimate attack. "What? Do you still wish to cling to life? I'm more than eager to end you. Killing you would simultaneously vanquish Frieza, Cell, and Buu, granting me triple the delight." Buu shook his finger. "No, give me time, and I shall grow stronger." Vegeta's old character flaw reared its head once more. Oh, you believe that merely becoming stronger will enable you to defeat Super Vegeta? How utterly laughable. What? Are you afraid? Vegeta sneered at Buu. Fear me? What difference does it make if I grant you time? Even eliminating you now would be meaningless. Buu chuckled inwardly. Celeste's memories had proven truthful. This Vegeta possessed the same traits as Vegeta himself. By cleverly exploiting Vegeta's combative pride, a little baiting would certainly ensnare him. Buu would not let this opportunity slip by. Placing a hand on his forehead, he activated instant transmission. Vegeta sensed a disturbance. This fellow intends to flee. With the energy of Buu still resonating on Earth, Vegeta accelerated in pursuit of him. Meanwhile, Gohan was relentlessly overpowering the evil containment wave, which was on the verge of collapse under his absolute dominance. The wave's disintegration ability was rendered futile against Gohan's swiftness. The evil containment wave lay bloodied upon the ice, utterly immobile, while Gohan coldly observed him from an elevated position. Goku began to urge him on. Gohan, stop toying with him. Finish this quickly. Do not repeat the mistakes made against Cell. Gohan's brow furrowed at the reminder of his negligence that had cost Goku his life. Resolutely, he placed his hand at his waist in a flower-like stance. Kamehameha. A fatal strike ensued, and the evil containment wave could no longer escape through disintegration. Just as he braced for his fate, a pink energy shield suddenly enveloped him. A pink figure stood before him, intercepting Gohan's attack. The evil containment wave felt Buu's aura and widened his eyes in shock. Food. The evil containment wave had sensed the malevolent energy of Buu that drew him to Earth, with the intention of devouring him. To his astonishment, this food not only appeared before him, but also saved him. Upon hearing the words of the evil containment wave, Buu's lips curled into a grin. Food? You consider me food? How fortuitous, for I am. The evil containment wave's eyes filled with terror, realizing he had just escaped a den of wolves only to enter a lair of tigers. Buu transformed into a pink liquid and enveloped the evil containment wave entirely. He did not even have a chance to emit a final scream. As the blue glow faded, Gohan felt confident that his strike had surely claimed the life of the evil containment wave. Had he succeeded? Goten seemed to sense something amiss. Something peculiar was afoot. Indeed, the evil containment wave had vanished, replaced by the now transfigured Majin Buu. What? Gohan exclaimed. How could Majin Buu be here? Goten cursed. I knew Vegeta was unreliable. Mind your words. After all, he is my master, Goten retorted. Damn it, he has absorbed the evil containment wave. The characteristics of Frieza and others have been entirely overshadowed, now transformed into the traits of the evil containment wave. A tremendous roar erupted from Buu. Red malevolent energy surged forth from him, a powerful aura palpable even to ordinary people. Goten's expression darkened. Buu's strength likely surpassed that of Gohan by a significant margin. Not willing to remain passive, Gohan launched a punch at Buu's face. Yet, Buu's countenance remained unyielding, as he continued to revel in his newfound power. Gohan, drenched in sweat, thought this fiend has grown even stronger. Buu, having completed his assessment, noted Gohan's fist still resting against his face. Are you tickling me? With a flick of his tail, Gohan was sent flying like a rocket. Goku was in a state of panic. Why didn't Vegeta eliminate Buu? Goten's countenance was equally grim. It was evident that Uncle Vegeta had deliberately summoned Buu to absorb the evil energy wave. Goku remained silent, well aware of Vegeta's tendencies. If Vegeta had spoken, he would certainly act upon his words. Buu ceased his pursuit, instead casting his gaze towards a particular direction. Shortly thereafter, a dark figure gradually materialized. It was Vegeta. Vegeta, too, noticed Goku and Goten, yet he approached Buu without hesitation. With disdain, he remarked, "Is this the extent of a newfound power? It is hardly impressive. I should have eliminated you when I had the chance. Is that so?" Before Buu could finish his retort, he vanished, his voice echoing from behind Vegeta. Such incredible speed. No, it wasn't mere speed. It was the spatial transferability of the evil energy wave. With his already formidable self-healing capabilities, Buu, augmented by the spatial transfer and disintegration powers of the evil energy wave, became increasingly difficult to vanquish. Vegeta instinctively turned to strike, but found nothing to hit. What are you aiming at? Buu's sinister voice whispered in Vegeta's ear, driving him to frustration, akin to a bothersome fly. Like a specter, Buu glided around Vegeta, leaving him utterly defenseless. With a swift lash of his tail, Buu sent Vegeta tumbling to the ground. Goku and the others rushed to check on him. Vegeta, are you alright? Vegeta wiped the corner of his mouth and retorted, I am Vegeta. Get lost. With a ferocious roar, Vegeto's aura surged once more. Black lightning crackling around him, standing ever more formidable. An emblem appeared on his green forehead. This was the fusion of Piccolo's Dark Transformation and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. The Prince of Destruction, Vegeta. Vegeta tilted his head, casting a scornful gaze at Evil Buu. I've heard that the creature you absorbed was a collective of cosmic evil. Let us see who is truly more malevolent. Buu exhibited no fear, only a surge of insatiable hunger. To him, Vegeta appeared as a lavish ice cream cone. Drool pooled at his feet. What pure malevolence! I must consume you. Vegeta crossed his arms, dismissing Buu entirely. Consume me? Be cautious of your teeth. After a moment of furious wrath, Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Buu's face, initiating a frenzied assault. A barrage of attacks left Evil Buu unable to retaliate. Well done, Vegeta! Go, Uncle Vegeta! Only Goten observed with a contemplative expression, realizing that this battle must conclude swiftly if they continued to play around. Vegeta would be at a disadvantage. Minutes passed, and Buu had been pummeled into a twisted state by Vegeta. Yet in an instant, his body restored itself. Vegeta raised one hand, aiming at Buu, striking an unparalleled pose. In that moment, a tremendous force erupted from within Vegeta, startling even Evil Buu. At last, a flash. A colossal yellow energy beam surged directly toward Buu. This is the ultimate technique combining the ultimate flash and the magic flash. At this moment, the energy has finally been exhausted, and after absorbing this attack, Majin Buu has vanished. A flash of white light passed, and Vegeta and Piccolo disintegrated. They exchanged knowing smiles. For Majin Buu had finally been dealt with. The two descended, joining Goku and the others. Kakarot, this time it was I who resolved Buu, Piccolo remarked, delivering a playful punch to Vegeta. Don't hog all the glory. I deserve my share too, son. I've caught up to you, so don't let me surpass you. Goku joyfully clapped both of them on the shoulders, though Piccolo felt somewhat uncomfortable, and Vegeta swatted Goku's hand away in disdain. Gohan let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's all over. Right, Goten? He asked. However, Goten did not share their elation. No, something's wrong. If Buu is dead, then the evil spirit wave should be gone too. Why is Dad still on Earth? Shouldn't he have been transported back to the other world immediately? You're absolutely right, Son Goten. Among all of us, it appears you were the most astute. Chapter 44. If there are no flaws, create one. Majin Buu has perfectly merged with the abilities of the evil spirit wave. Not only does he possess cellular-level regeneration, but he can also disassemble and reassemble himself. Buu began to slowly reconstitute from head to toe, appraising the six with a playful glint. It turns out this fellow is formidable due to his fusion. It seems I must prevent you from having any chance to fuse. Goten felt a headache coming on. The fact that Buu absorbed cell was indeed a troublesome matter, his intellect remarkably sharp, quickly identifying the core issue. This situation is dire. At this moment, Buu has absorbed numerous villains, even the final evil spirit wave, placing him on par with Gohan's Buu. Even if all six of them joined forces, they would likely be unable to defeat the current Buu. Vegeta, still trying to maintain bravado, declared, Do you think we have no chance? We have six of us. For might not be enough to defeat you, but we can certainly hold you off. Goku and the others shared this sentiment. As long as they could keep you occupied, Vegeta and Piccolo could fuse once more. Buu stroked his chin as if deep in thought, then snapped his fingers. Indeed, Vegeta, you're quite right. So, suddenly, something appeared to be expelling from the tip of Buu's tail. To their astonishment, the tip of Buu's tail opened up, releasing a series of pink orbs. Goku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ugh, that's disgusting. Gohan remarked, This seems somewhat familiar. Where have I seen this before? Gradually, several pink orbs began to wriggle, and as they unfurled, they revealed themselves to be miniature evil spirit boosts. Goten exclaimed in surprise, This is Cell's technique. Goten added, Hey, Uncle Vegeta, could you say a bit more? All the little Boos gathered around the evil spirit Buu, resembling children. The evil spirit Buu absent-mindedly patted the little Boos on their heads. Now, with 6 against 6, it's quite fair. Children, go forth. The little Boos charged at the Dragon Ball warriors like wild stallions unleashed, automatically seeking its adversaries. The malevolent Buu set its sights on Gohan. Within its absorbed memories, the desire to vanquish Gohan slightly outweighed the urge to defeat Goku, compounded by the fact that Gohan is the strongest among them all. Everyone had transformed into their ultimate forms, and the recent battle with Vegeta had granted them ample time to recuperate. Goten also found himself facing a smaller version of Buu, only to be astounded to discover that each diminutive Buu possessed the strength of the original. Gohan might stand a chance against these 5 smaller Buus, yet he was preoccupied with the malevolent Buu, leaving no time to attend to others. While Goten and Goku could barely hold their ground, Vegeta and Piccolo were faltering. Both were at the peak of Super Saiyan 2, while a single small Buu surpassed the power of Super Saiyan 3. Overwhelmed, they became the subject of mockery from the smaller Buu. Gohan was also struggling to withstand the relentless assaults of the malevolent Buu. He found himself unable to defend against the attacks. Interestingly, it seemed that the villains absorbed by Buu harbored a significant animosity towards Gohan, which led the malevolent Buu to prolong his torment rather than execute him outright. Faced with the continuous onslaught from the smaller Buu, Goten and the others found no time to merge using the Patera earrings. They could only resort to their hidden trump cards. X Goten. Z. How are you holding up? We're on the brink of collapse. Z. Goten. Still in development. What about Vegeta and Piccolo? Why Goten? The fusion was undone. We couldn't defeat him and got held up. Z. Goten. Not even fusion can defeat him? I can't overpower him either, unless I transform into Super Saiyan 3. But then I might become an even more terrifying foe than Buu himself. Z. Goten pondered something. What about transforming into Super Saiyan God? Why Goten? Counting everyone here, there are only 5 Saiyans. Moreover, we don't even have time to retrieve the earrings. What chance do we have of becoming Super Saiyan gods? What about Super Saiyan 4? X Goten, no way. If I transform into Super Saiyan 4 and lose my sanity, you could perish by my hand, even destroying the earth. Malevolent Buu, oh. Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan 4? You still have forms? Who is this Z? X Goten and Y Goten exchanged astonished glances at the malevolent Buu. How did it join the group chat? Buu, noticing their gaze, continued to pummel Gohan while turning to smile at them. X Goten, I've got it. He absorbed Slug. Slug is a Namekian and can communicate telepathically. Why Goten? Why can't Uncle Piccolo join us? Z Goten, because Uncle Piccolo's power is too low, and Buu's strength far surpasses yours. Malevolent Buu. Goten is quite clever, much smarter than your brother and father, so you might as well perish. Suddenly, Buu switched targets and charged at X Goten. How infuriating! X Goten was sent crashing underground by Buu's assault. Gohan seized the opportunity to assist White Goten in defeating one small Buu before turning to aid others. Meanwhile, White Goten clutched his head, frantically contemplating. What to do? What to do? If only they had eliminated Buu as soon as he appeared. Perhaps they wouldn't be in such a predicament. One must find a way to transform into a Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4. Yet, it seems there is not a shred of opportunity in sight. Goten appeared to have an epiphany. Opportunity? If none exists, then one must create it. Since Buu possesses no weaknesses, why not fabricate a weakness for him? Goten swiftly darted to Vegeta's side, delivering a powerful kick that sent the diminutive Buu, who had been tormenting him, flying. After administering the last Senzu Bean to Vegeta, he regained consciousness. Goten leaned in closely, whispering something into Vegeta's ear, causing Vegeta's expression to resemble one who had just tasted a delightful treat. Vegeta confirmed once more, "Is this truly the way, Goten?" Goten solemnly nodded. "Uncle Vegeta, perhaps this is our only chance." At that moment, Buu emerged, severely injured Goten in his grasp, and hurled him towards Goku. After gauging Goten's strength, Buu expressed profound disappointment, deeming him weaker than the evil spirit bomb. Goten and Gohan shouted in concern, "Goten!" Yet, Vegeta suddenly stepped forward. "Huh, Majin Buu, are you not afraid of me and Piccolo fusing once more? You are nothing but a coward." Piccolo, struggling to rise, implored Vegeta, "Cease your words. If he absorbs us, hope will vanish forever." Buu clapped his hands in delight. "Indeed, if I absorb both of you, why should I waste my effort in stopping you?" Suddenly, 2 small Boos charged forward, enveloping Vegeta and Piccolo in their embrace. The two then transformed into a pink liquid, encasing Vegeta and Piccolo within. Gohan and Goku attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by the remaining 2 small Boos. The masses that enveloped Vegeta and Piccolo entered Buu's body, yet his form remained unchanged, likely due to the 2 lacking the strength of the evil spirit bomb. Evil Buu erupted in laughter. "I have grown stronger once more. I, Super Buu, am the strongest in the universe, ha ha ha." A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Goten's mouth. It seemed their plan had begun to take effect. Buu, observing the Dragon Ball warriors he toyed with, suddenly felt a sense of boredom, as if battling beings of such strength was a mere waste of time. Not fun, Not fun, you shall perish. Evil Bu raised his hand, preparing to obliterate the earth. In a sudden turn, Goten stepped forward. You find this tedious, do you? Why not release us to train? Grant us a day, and we shall engage you in a proper battle. However, Bu was not deceived. Do you think I am foolish enough to repeat Cell's mistakes? Yet Goten remained unperturbed. You fear the Super Saiyan 4, do you not? Goku and Gohan were taken aback by Goten's revelation. What? There's a Super Saiyan 4? Bu erupted into laughter once again. Ha ha ha. Do you think Super Bu fears the Super Saiyan 4? I'm already the strongest in the universe. You are afraid. Goten countered. I'm not. Bu's laughter morphed into rage. Yet Goten stood firm, relieved, as he recognized that Vegeta's temperament had indeed influenced Bu. I shall grant you half a day, and do not presume I am unaware of the existence of the time chamber. I am quite eager to witness the prowess of your so-called Super Saiyan 4 after 6 months. Bu, for reasons unknown, is inexplicably eager to observe the transformation. Even though he senses something amiss, he simply wishes to provide an opportunity to see this legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Having witnessed Super Saiyan 3, he believes that no amount of Super Saiyan 3s can rival him, so he is curious about the strength of Super Saiyan 4. Goten hastily attempts to leave with Goku and the others. Hold on, Bu interjects, I never said you could all leave. Only he may depart, pointing to the gravely injured and unconscious ex-Goten. Sensing the situation is precarious, he worries that should they leave and fuse, he would be in dire straits. Hence he intends to allow only one to return. He has tested Goten's strength and does not believe 6 months would suffice for him to surpass it. Goku inquires, why don't you just say we can't leave? Bu retorts dismissively, this is a gift from me, Super Bu. If you do not wish to leave, then none shall. Super Bu? Why do I suddenly refer to myself in such a manner? Why Goten concedes, as there are no more sins of beings available. He employs his energy to provide a rudimentary healing to ex-Goten. Once ex-Goten regains consciousness, why Goten directly instructs him to take half a day to train and return to rescue them. Through mental communication, Bu may overhear, yet ex-Goten comprehends why Goten's intentions without needing further explanation, swiftly departing without a backward glance. Bu conjures an hourglass. You have only half a day. If he does not return, you shall all perish. With that, Bu transforms into a lavish feast and begins to indulge. Curiously, he muses why he is feasting on meat when he should prefer sweets. Nevertheless, he dismisses the thought and continues to eat heartily. Goku, watching, finds himself salivating. Yet Bu does not offer him any food. Strangely, his disdain for Gohan seems to have shifted more towards Goku. Ex-Goten finally arrives at the temple, crashing heavily onto the stone floor. Everyone rushes to his side. Chi-Chi, tears streaming down her face, exclaims, how can my Goten be so injured? Videl is engulfed in despair. In her memory, Goten was even stronger than Gohan, yet he has been gravely harmed by Majin Buu. Bra and Marin cease their quarrels and embrace Goten, weeping profusely. Tenshinhan pushes everyone aside and begins to heal Goten, and in the next moment, Goten springs back to life. He leaps up without uttering a word and bolts towards the time chamber. Bu has granted him half a day, which equates to 12 hours, and having flown with his severely injured body has already consumed an hour. Time is running short. Chapter 45, Super Saiyan 4. Under Bu's control, everyone is bound. Bored. Goku inquires, say, Goten, is that Super Saiyan 4 you mentioned for real? Goten, disinterested, regarded his father with profound skepticism regarding his thought process. Dad, I said, are you truly going to pose such a question before Bu? Bu, standing nearby, gazed at them with wide, curious eyes. It's quite all right if you choose not to speak. Once I absorb you, I shall naturally possess that knowledge. Goten, disinterested in engaging in a debate with Bu, felt a sense of desolation. Having never encountered such dire circumstances before, absorbing me will be of no use. I will not change. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of my training? Bu remained indifferent. Even if Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, he could still absorb Goten's family, enhancing his strength further without falling behind. For now, the most pressing matter was nourishment. Why had his appetite suddenly increased? The individuals gathered in the grand hall of the temple were deeply concerned for Goten, who had been inside for 10 hours, entering with a troubled expression that only heightened their anxiety. Bra and Marin sat listlessly on the steps before the hyperbolic time chamber, pondering the fate of their fathers. I wonder how they are doing. Goten didn't utter a word upon his return from his severe injuries before entering, Bra mused. Indeed, I too worry for Goten. What could have transpired? Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goten, shirtless, relentlessly swung his fists, sweat cascading down his forehead. He had maintained this rigorous training regimen for 5 months, convinced that he lacked the capacity to bear the power conferred by the Great Ape transformation. His base combat power paled in comparison to that of GT, Goku, who possessed Super Saiyan 3 strength even in his normal state, while Goten had only recently attained Super Saiyan 3 himself. Thus, he had devoted himself to enhancing his base combat power through fervent training for 5 months. Even if he achieved Super Saiyan 3, it would merely be comparable to the mysterious Gohan, making it nearly impossible to defeat the malevolent Buu. Goten ceased his training and, emulating Z Goten, began to meditate, seeking to restore his body and spirit to their optimal state. Despite his current insufficient base power, he resolved to attempt transformation. Time waits for no one. Goten cast forth the artificial moon, a technique imparted to him by Vegeta. With unwavering determination, he lifted his gaze to the moon. As Goten beheld the moon, his pupils constricted. His heart raced violently, echoing a rapid rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. The moment Goten's eyes met the artificial moon, his heart began to pound with fervor. His muscles swelled, his eyes turned crimson, and fangs began to protrude, rendering him formidable and terrifying. Aya! With a series of primal roars, a formidable and terrifying aura erupted from his being. The entire space of the hyperbolic time chamber trembled, and that energy surged skyward. Before long, Goten's physique rapidly grew taller and larger. His clothes shredded, revealing his brown fur, and in mere moments, he transformed into a gigantic brown-furred ape. Roar! Goten let out a thunderous bellow, unleashing a burst of golden energy. His once brown fur transformed entirely into a resplendent gold. At this moment, Goten had completely lost his sanity, relentlessly pounding his chest with enormous fists that struck the ground repeatedly, transforming him into a frenzied beast. He dashed through the hyperbolic time chamber, yet found no escape, which only heightened his agitation. Gradually, a crimson explosive orb began to form in his mouth. With a mighty roar, the red orb was unleashed, resulting in a tremendous explosion within the confines of the chamber. Outside, the temple, steadfast for centuries, suffered a violent tremor. Bra rose to assess the situation, bewildered. What was happening? Earthquakes from the sky. Marin, a remarkably ordinary girl, fearfully clung to Bra. Bra, I am suscorded. Although Marin was born a few months before Bra, the latter had always exhibited remarkable intelligence and maturity, appearing significantly older. Fear not, I'll protect you. Kiki and Bulma also emerged. What is going on? Buu is attacking. The temple, subjected to such seismic disturbances, began to develop cracks. Kiki, overwhelmed with fear, wept. I haven't even seen Goten and Gohan get married yet. I don't want to die. At this moment, everyone congregated in the temple square. Even Ten was alarmed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since becoming a deity. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. A wave of crimson energy pierced the air, creating a vast opening in the center of the temple, from which a pair of furry, golden giant hands emerged, grasping the rift to prevent it from closing. Just as confusion enveloped everyone, a colossal gorilla head protruded from the opening. Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi were left in awe. A huge gorilla. It's Goten. But why is he golden? What? The crowd was astonished that this monstrous figure was Goten. Yet, only a select few truly understood that Saiyans could transform into great apes. Others had never witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand. The rift was torn wider by Goten. With both hands pressed against the edges, the entire gorilla leaped forth, its sheer size occupying a quarter of the temple. Kiki fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. My Goten has turned into a monster. Krillin contemplated severing Goten's tail as he had done before. Although Goten had lost his sanity, he was not foolish. He instinctively dodged. Buu also sensed the chaos. Due to his absorption of Piccolo, he could mentally reach the temple. I thought Super Saiyan 4 was a formidable transformation, but it's merely a great ape transformation. A low-blooded Saiyan like Goten has lost all rationality. This was knowledge imparted by Vegeta's memories. Hey, you must have sensed it, right? Son Goten has transformed into a great ape and is slaughtering your kin. Haha, how amusing. Goku and the others naturally felt Goten's energy, yet they were unaware that he had transformed into a great ape. Gohan, having experienced the transformation himself, understood the gravity of the situation. Goten, in a state of confusion, has transformed into a colossal ape. Nissan, who are you scolding? I am still here, he protested. What was I saying? Yes. X. Indeed, X. Goku, rarely one to exhibit maturity, spoke up. Why are you two still bickering? Right now. Chi-Chi and the others are in peril. Goten, brimming with confidence, assured, Father, trust me. I believe in myself. I am certain I can handle this. Goku fell silent, while Majin Buu watched Goten wreak havoc on the temple with keen interest. Goten, wake up, Krillin implored. But all he received in response were Goten's roars and colossal fists. Goten, how did you become a giant gorilla? Goten's younger sister trembled in fear, hiding behind their mother, terrified by the overwhelming aura of the giant ape. With a single stomp, Goten shattered a corner of the temple. My temple! Oh, the despair! Tenten lamented. Fight if you must, but spare our home. The giant ape Goten continued to demolish the temple, causing Ten's heart to bleed. Goten, I beseech you, awaken. While those who could fly sheltered those who could not, Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears, anguishing over how her Goten had become this way. Goten, please wake up. Look at me. I am your mother. It seemed Goten noticed Chi-Chi and began to lumber toward her. Yet, deep within the giant ape's heart, Goten sat curled up, seemingly trapped in slumber. Goten, voices echoed in his ears. Who's calling me? Goten's eyes gradually opened to a scene of utter devastation. The temple. Wasn't I in the hyperbolic time chamber? Mother, Chi-Chi cried, desperately trying to reach Goten, but Krillin held her back. Goten, my dear Goten. Goten shouted anxiously, Mother. Do not come near. Stay away from me. But all that escaped his lips were wild, ferocious roars. He could see everything yet could not control his own body. Damn it. The giant ape's hand slowly reached out toward Chi-Chi. Goten struggled against the urge. No, stop. Just as the hand was about to grasp Chi-Chi, a powerful energy blast struck Goten's furry hand, diverting the giant's attention. It's Android 18, she declared, holding Marin aloft with one hand. You shall not harm my husband. The giant ape charged at 18. Although its strength was formidable, its speed was lacking, rendering it an irrational beast, allowing 18 to evade its attacks. Fearful for Marin's safety, she entrusted him to Trunks, knowing she was now the strongest fighter present. Kamehameha, a tremendous force constrained Goten's movements. It's Tian. He has flown above Goten. A barrage of energy blasts struck Goten. Krillin, quickly, used the spirit slash to sever his tail. Krillin, seizing the opportunity, raised his hand to coalesce the spirit slash aimed at Goten's tail. Suddenly, Kiki embraced Krillin tightly. You shall not harm my Goten. This unexpected act hindered Krillin's movement. In a fit of rage, the golden great ape shook off Android 18 and Tian, leaping before Krillin and Chi-Chi, capturing them both in its grasp. Struggling to maintain an energy shield, Krillin strained to protect Chi-Chi from being crushed by Goten. The great ape lifted them high above its head, its gaping maw poised to consume them. Goten, wake up. It's your master. Do you remember? Recall our days on Kame House. Krillin fought desperately against the impending doom. Kiki, resigned to their fate, let tears fall slowly. Goten, do you truly not remember your mother? I do not blame you, but alas, I can no longer cook for you. Though I do not know if you can hear me, I believe you would be heartbroken to know you caused me harm. Do not grieve. I merely went to see your father. Goten, promise me you'll live well. Tears dripped into Goten's mouth. A resounding roar erupted from Goten. It seemed he was struggling, his eyes filled with confusion and turmoil. The faces of Chi-Chi and Krillin flashed before him, resonating within his heart. Miraculously, the once tumultuous storm within him began to settle, his emotions gradually calming. Moments later, the great ape let out a deafening roar, and Goten's true voice emerged. I, Son Goten, would never be defeated by you. You foul monkey. With each of Goten's powerful shouts, the ferocious aura of the golden great ape receded like a tide, replaced by a blazing red light. The body rapidly shrank, enveloping Goten in a searing glow, while Chi-Chi, cradled in his arms, felt only warmth. The radiant Goten entrusted Chi-Chi to Krillin, his tail swaying in the breeze. Thank you, Uncle Krillin. Everyone was astonished by Goten's transformation. You truly are Goten. He did not respond. As he handed Chi-Chi to Krillin, Goten shot down from the temple like a meteor. A streak of red laser traversed the earth, visible even from outer space as a straight crimson line. By the time the malevolent Majin Buu sensed the impending threat, it was too late. In less than a second, a figure wrapped in red light appeared before him, a hand poised like a sword against his forehead. Nearby, Goku and his companions felt their pink tendrils disintegrate into dust. Buu's face was a mask of terror. How could this guy be so fast? This overwhelming heat could melt me. This is the power of Super Saiyan 4. Goku, Gohan, and the others stood in stunned silence. while Goten's eyes sparkled with envy. Wow, Super Saiyan 4 looks so cool. The red light gradually dissipated, revealing Goten's true form. Her long black hair cascades down her shoulders in a voluminous manner, enhancing the three-dimensionality of her facial features. Her striking yellow eyes are breathtaking, accentuated by a ring of crimson eyeshadow that imbues her with an alluringly sinister charm. Standing at a height of slightly over 1.60 meters, her body is adorned with a fiery red fur coat, complemented by robust muscles radiating primal strength. A red tail sways confidently behind her, signaling that she is devoid of any deficiencies. Goku's eyes gleam with brilliance. This is the Super Saiyan 4. Goten gazes coldly at Buu. You scoundrel. You nearly caused me to kill my mother. Chapter 46. Not yet finished. Buu feels the searing heat emanating from the fingertip on his forehead. Damn it. I'm Super Buu. This is an utter humiliation. Before Buu can finish his sentence, a beam of light shoots from the fingertip, piercing through his head and severing his antenna. Did I permit you to speak? Buu's mouth hangs agape in terror as Goten crosses his arms, mockingly assessing him. Upon witnessing Goten's disdainful gaze, Buu is enraged. You filthy monkey. Buu unleashes a flurry of punches upon Goten's face, yet Goten remains utterly unfazed. How does it feel? Have you come to realize my strength? Buu continues to strike Goten, but something feels amiss. Each of his punches is delivered with full force. Yet Goten remains steadfast in his position. Despite enduring such relentless attacks, Goten's gaze remains filled with mockery. A smile gracing his lips as he regards Buu as one might a mere jester. Your strikes against me? Ha, they merely tickle. Buu retreats in fear, exclaiming impossible. Impossible. Goten himself is astonished by his own strength, never anticipating that Super Saiyan 4 could be this formidable. Frustrated, Buu distances himself from Goten, raising both hands to conjure a colossal pink energy sphere aimed directly at him. This is Frisia's planet destruction bomb. You wretched monkey. He bellows. If you dare evade it, the earth shall be obliterated. Ha ha ha. Goten, facing Buu's malevolent full-force attack, shows no intention of dodging, maintaining a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Goten, the energy sphere strikes him directly, causing Goku and Gohan to worry immensely, sensing that even combined, they cannot withstand such a force. Yet Goten remains unyielding. After a moment, the energy sphere shows no signs of diminishing. Buu is perplexed. What is happening? Is this truly your full power? Pathetically weak. With a single hand, Goten holds the gigantic energy sphere aloft. Buu stares in disbelief. What? Since you are so eager, I shall indulge you. Goten propels the planet destruction bomb into the sky, soaring into it himself. Goku attempts to intervene. Goten, don't do anything foolish. But Goten restrains him. The malevolent Buu is overjoyed. Ha ha ha, perish. How foolish. Like a moth to a flame, ha. But as time passes, the energy sphere has yet to explode. What is going on? Buu observed intently. Not only did the planet-destroying bomb fail to explode, it continued to shrink. Gohan excitedly urged Goku, Father, look, Goten has absorbed the energy of the bomb. Indeed, as the bomb diminished in size, Goten's crimson figure gradually emerged, standing resolutely amidst the diminishing energy. His body flickered with lightning, and a steady stream of dark energy flowed into him. Ultimately, Goten absorbed the entirety of the planet-destroying bomb. He let out a hearty burp, supporting his belly. Thank you for the treat, but your energy is rather unpalatable, he remarked while wiping the corner of his mouth. Buu's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He consumed my energy. A golden aura erupted from Goten's body, a potent force that made Buu tremble. Why did I allow him to transform into Super Saiyan 4? I shouldn't have let it go this far. You absorbed Uncle Vegeta, didn't you? Did you think it was unintentional? Buu realized that with each absorption, he was affected by the personality of the individual. After absorbing Frisia, he found himself laughing in that distinctive manner. After absorbing Cell, he had acquired Vegeta's arrogance from his memories. Wait, arrogance. Vegeta's arrogance. I'm being influenced by Vegeta, Buu stammered, ultimately managing to utter 3 words. You despicable fiend. Blaming his own foolishness on me. Goten placed his hands before his chest, gathering a formidable red energy sphere. You have lived long enough. Now it is time for you to perish. Tenfold ultimate flash. I will not allow you to succeed. Gohan cautioned Goten, be careful. A pink mass suddenly appeared behind Goten. It was Buu's severed tentacle. The pink mass rapidly expanded, enveloping Goten entirely. Gohan's warning came too late. Goku pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it, Goten has been absorbed too. The Earth is doomed. Ha ha ha. Super Saiyan 4, become my power, haha. Yet Buu sensed something amiss. Why have I not transformed? No matter. I must be too strong, ha ha ha. Now it is your turn. Buu turned to Goku and his allies, drifting towards them. Now you shall also perish, ah. My stomach hurts terribly. Buu's form began to shift. The characteristics of the evil spirit wave dissipated. He reverted back to his original form. The fat Buu. What is happening? My power. Goku's body began to fade. Gohan, Goten, I feel myself returning to the earth. Before Goku could finish his sentence, he vanished. Gohan anxiously inquired, Goten, what happened to father? Goten explained, it seems the evil spirit wave has perished. After a while, Buu's stomach convulsed with excruciating pain. His form underwent yet another transformation. As the traits of Cell faded away, gradually, he transformed into the Kurdish king, then into Gula, morphed into Frisia, and ultimately, all distinguishing features vanished. He reverted back to the original Majin Buu. At last, Buu realized something was amiss. Peering within himself, he discovered a face forming. The moment his gaze landed, he beheld Super Saiyan Goten holding Vegeta and Piccolo. It turned out that Goten had not been absorbed by Buu at all. Rather, he had intentionally entered Buu's body to rescue Vegeta and the others, simultaneously vanquishing the malevolent entity within Buu. Indeed, with the demise of the evil spirit, the resurrected villains vanished, and Buu naturally returned to his original form. Goten also spotted Buu and, with innocent delight, smiled at Buu's enormous face. Sister-in-law, Buu-chan, I'm here. You rascal. Buu exclaimed. Goten frowned. Are you insulting me? He reached out towards fat Buu. Buu nearly wet himself, his words turning into desperate pleas. Please, don't harm him. Otherwise, I shall lose myself. Goten remained unfazed. Isn't it merely reverting to the mindless, pure Buu? Rest assured, I shan't let you remain mad for long. With a swift motion, Goten disregarded fat Buu's protests and yanked him away. The moment Big Buu trembled. Meanwhile, outside, Gohan had been observing Buu for quite some time. Goten, why has he ceased moving? Shall we eliminate him now? Do you intend to eliminate him along with the X, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Piccolo inside him? Gohan quickly waved his hands. No, what about X-Goten? Why Goten appeared indifferent or perhaps slightly irritated. He will handle it himself. We need only wait. But deep down he thought, damn it, how has he become so handsome? I wish to transform into Super Saiyan 4 as well. A single misstep can lead to a lifetime of regret. Just as why Goten was lost in contemplation, steam suddenly billowed from the hole atop Buu's head, his facial expression contorting in agony. Astonishingly, Goten's voice emanated from Buu's belly. Stay back, I'm coming out. Terrified, Goten fled, with Gohan lagging slightly behind. Boom! 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 The struggling Buu erupted in a colossal explosion, bits of flesh scattering everywhere. As the smoke cleared, Super Saiyan Goten stood alongside the unconscious Vegeta and Piccolo. And there was fat Buu. Why Goten and Gohan approached Super Saiyan Goten, taking hold of the unconscious duo. Gohan exclaimed in delight, Goten, I never imagined you had grown this strong. And you defeated Buu. Why Goten interjected, Nissan, Buu is not dead yet. Not dead yet? Super Saiyan Goten nodded. Indeed, Nissan, Buu possesses another stage, but you can contend with him. Sure enough, Buu's dismembered flesh began to coalesce in midair, shortly reconstituting into a humanoid form. However, it was no longer Big Buu, but rather a smaller Buu resembling child. Little Buu, much like a child, frolicked about, emitting only incoherent sounds reminiscent of GG and somewhat akin to the malevolent energy of evil Buu. Super Saiyan 4 Goten felt a spark of realization ignite within him. Could it be that Buu's origin was akin to that of evil Buu? Buu's existence dates back to ancient times, far from a creation of Babidi, which was merely a boastful claim. Little Buu leapt around like a monkey, suddenly charging towards Goten and the others without warning. Super Saiyan 4 Goten intercepted Buu's assault and glanced back at Gohan. Nissan, perhaps you should step in. He's merely a mindless little Buu now. Gohan too sensed a significant decrease in Buu's energy, akin to the initial state of fat Buu, making him entirely manageable. Yet, he shook his head. Goten, you should resolve this quickly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Goten did not anticipate Gohan's level of awareness and thus did not refuse. With one hand, Super Saiyan 4 Goten grasped Buu's head. Big bang attack. The explosion sent Buu flying, his upper body obliterated, only for him to regenerate moments later. Goten understood the limited efficacy of such an attack. he merely sought to create distance. Final blow. Tenfold ultimate flash. A pillar of energy surged forth toward Buu, who screamed in terror. Just as he was about to be annihilated, an unknown object descended from the heavens, intercepting Goten's onslaught. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a tall figure with a bare torso emerged before the onlookers. Kakarot, Super Saiyan 4 Goten, who had managed to maintain his composure, faltered upon sighting him. Brawly, how could I have forgotten him? No, wait. Evil Buu is already dead. Why hasn't he vanished? Buu, sensing a new source of sustenance, immediately enveloped Broly. Yet, Broly exhibited no hint of resistance, maintaining a cruel smile. Upon closer inspection, a peculiar dark aura surrounded his form. Damn it! A massive pink figure materialized, heralding the birth of yet another Buu. Broly Buu. Chapter 47. The God of Super Saiyan. Kakarot. Little Buu embodies the purest essence of Buu. His mind consumed solely by destruction and slaughter. Logically, when Buu absorbs an individual, he is influenced by them, much like a piece of pure black paper that alters when painted white. However, Broly is indeed dark as well. No, at least he possesses some awareness. Kakarot. Now, two beings solely driven by destruction have fused. Goten warily observed Broly Buu. Merely a Super Saiyan 3 peak and a Super Saiyan 3 novice. What difference does fusion make? The two engaged in fierce combat, with Broly Buu launching relentless attacks, while Super Saiyan 4 Goten effortlessly defended against every strike. I thought fusion would enhance their power, but they remain within the realm of Super Saiyan 3. With confidence, Super Saiyan 4 Goten crossed his arms and delivered a powerful kick that sent Broly flying away. Broly Buu is undeniably a formidable adversary, having perfectly inherited Broly's characteristic of growing stronger with each battle, coupled with Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities. He appears entirely unscathed and charges forward once more. Even now, a mysterious dark aura continues to swirl around him. Super Saiyan 4 Goten confidently declares, "Now this is intriguing. Finally, I can conclude my warm-up." Transitioning from defense to offense, Goten begins to dominate the encounter, forcing Broly Buu into a passive stance as sonic booms erupt around them from their relentless exchanges of blows. Gohan watches in astonishment, marveling at the Saiyans' combat style. Goten appears elated. With a powerful kick, Super Saiyan 4 Goten sends Broly Buu crashing into an iceberg. What a thrill! You are far more resilient than the evil Buu. Kakarot. Broly Buu's immense energy shatters the iceberg, his veins bulging, lightning crackling around his body, muscles swelling, and his eyes turning entirely white. Super Saiyan 2, let me test your strength. Broly Buu seems to be increasingly influenced by Broly's raging power, adopting a more Broly-like demeanor. His body now pulsates with energy as he lets out a low growl and instantly appears behind Super Saiyan 4 Goten. Without even a glance, Goten delivers a light punch that sends Broly Buu flying. Following up, he kicks him downwards, shattering the ice beneath him. Super Saiyan 4 Goten presses the advantage, but he gradually realizes that each time he repels Broly Buu's charge, the latter rebounds like an indomitable pest. Have you gone berserk? Super Saiyan 4 Goten begins to feel fatigued. At that moment, it becomes evident that they are nearly evenly matched. Broly Buu transitions from a defensive to an aggressive stance, landing a punch that sends Goten crashing into the glacier. The rapidity of this growth astounds Goten. Damn it, the legendary Super Saiyan truly is a freak. Have you activated some cheat? I'm already at Super Saiyan 4, and yet you're catching up so swiftly. Super Saiyan 4 Goten realizes he cannot prolong this battle any further. Defeat is imminent. Fortunately, Broly Buu seems entirely focused on destruction and has no intention of absorbing Goten's power. Raising his hands, Super Saiyan 4 Goten proclaims, "Let this farce come to an end." 10 times ultimate flash. A terrifying red energy beam erupts, sending Broly Buu hurtling into the ocean. At last, it is over. Super Saiyan 4 Goten turns to fly towards Gohan. Suddenly, a colossal golden-green energy pillar bursts forth from the sea, creating a massive hole in the clouds. The energy within Broly Buu explodes with ferocity. The ocean churns violently, forming a gigantic whirlpool. Then, from the eye of the storm, Broly Buu emerges. His form now significantly larger. His brow protrudes, and the tendrils atop his head have grown thicker and longer. Super Saiyan 4 Goten stutters this. This can't be Super Saiyan 3, can it? As Broly let out a thunderous roar, his formidable aura left both Goten and Gohan utterly astonished. Slowly ascending into the sky, Broly unleashed a green energy blast from his wide-open mouth. Although Super Saiyan 4 Goten attempted to counter it effortlessly, he was taken aback by the immense power of the energy blast, which began to strain him as he pressed both hands against it. To his dismay, Goten found himself unable to withstand the force. In a desperate effort, he hurled it towards the heavens, only to collide with an iceberg. The corner of the iceberg was obliterated, and the energy blast detonated in mid-air, sending shockwaves that further astonished Goten. If this energy blast were to strike the surface, it would be catastrophic. He needed to resolve this quickly. Goten charged forward with a punch, yet Broly brazenly absorbed the blow without any defense. A cruel smile spreading across his face. In response, he retaliated with a punch that sent Super Saiyan 4 Goten flying. At that moment, Broly had caught up with him. Goten was propelled backward through the air by Broly's strike, sliding a considerable distance. Furrowing his brow, Goten realized that Super Saiyan 4 Goten was proving to be quite a challenge. Z, is the development complete? Not yet. It will take a few more hours. I understand. Suddenly, Goten shouted to the sky, King Kai, if you wish to prevent the destruction of the galaxy, you must find a way to bring my father back to the realm of the living. The voice of King Kai echoed from above. Goten, but no more buts. You wouldn't want your own King Kai planet to be obliterated, would you? King Kai's tone suggested he had reached a firm resolution. All right, I understand. Goten then called out to Super Saiyan 4 Goten, hold on a little longer. I'll be there shortly. Super Saiyan 4 Goten's expression was one of extreme distress. This scenario appeared all too familiar, as though it had been brought about by Broly. Hurry! Goten urged Gohan and Vegeta as they hastened back to the sacred temple. Mr. Popo, quickly, heal them. Goten wasted no time. Mr. Popo, sensing Goten's urgency, promptly commenced treatment for Vegeta and Piccolo. The two awakened. Vegeta hastily inquired, we have been revived. Goten, did you defeat Buu? Seizing the moment while Mr. Popo treated them, Goten summoned Trunks and Bra. Uncle Vegeta, there is no time to waste. Buu has absorbed Broly. Even the other me cannot contend with him. Vegeta, perplexed by Goten's words, questioned the other you. A surge of memories from Vegeta's past flooded back. There are two of you, Goten. Why are there two Goten? Upon fusion, their memories intertwine, creating a new persona. However, they do not share memories. Merely glimpsing from the perspective of Vegeta, Goten scanned his surroundings as if searching for something, mumbling, where is Dad? Why hasn't he returned yet? Uncle Vegeta, time is of the essence. You must help me ascend to Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Gohan, bewildered, asked Goten, isn't that Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta exclaimed once more, Super Saiyan 4. When Goten mentioned Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta was already absorbed and thus unaware. Uncle Vegeta, please don't be so agitated. Allow me to finish. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God are not the same transformation. Super Saiyan God is achieved when 5 Saiyans, each possessing a righteous heart, bestow their energy upon another Saiyan, elevating them to a divine state. Therefore, I implore everyone. Piccolo interjected, not to mention, we still lack 1 Saiyan. Only Goten and Gohan possess the righteous hearts required. Bulma retorted angrily, Piccolo, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that none of my family's Saiyans possess a righteous heart? Goten interrupted their quarrel. Uncle Piccolo, it's all right. Uncle Vegeta undoubtedly has a righteous heart. And now we just need Dad. In the next moment, Goku returned to the mortal realm. Goten, I'm back. I saw Broly. What do you wish to do? Goten did not hasten to commence the divine ritual. Lord King Kai, what price did you pay to return? He had given the King Kai's planet to the West Kai in exchange for 1 day of return to the mortal world. Goten nodded. Without further ado, let's begin. Please, everyone, hold hands and encircle me. Channel your energies into me. Although Goku was initially puzzled about what to do, he felt confident following Goten's instructions. He grasped Vegeta's hand, causing Vegeta momentary discomfort, but recognizing the gravity of the situation, he endured it, while the others were more at ease. Bra was delighted to assist her brother. Brother Goten, I will give my all. Goku exclaimed, Goten, what is this ritual? Is it the transformation into Super 4? Vegeta scolded, Kakarot, hurry with the energy transfer and refrain from interrupting. This is Super Saiyan God. Goku, initially excited, felt dejected after receiving a glare from Vegeta. Super Saiyan God, but you spoke as well. Trunks did not elaborate further. Go for it, Goten. Gohan looked at Goten with pride. The earth depends on you, Goten. Everyone closed their eyes, wholeheartedly channeling their energy to Goten. Goten felt a warm current flowing into his being. This energy was comforting and tranquil. The collective strength of his friends. The golden aura surrounding him gradually flowed into his body, and Goten began to levitate as a layer of energy, akin to the flames of the sun, enveloped him. Slowly, Goten became leaner, his hair and eyebrows transforming into a brilliant red, compared to the transformation into Super 4. This Super Saiyan God transformation felt particularly calm and natural. Goten gently descended, and everyone gazed at the transformed Goten. Upon opening his eyes, his crimson pupils gave the impression of an amiable neighbor rather than a warrior. Bra and Marin's eyes sparkled with hearts. Brother Goten, you have become even cuter and appear so gentle. Vegeta scrutinized Goten. Is this the Super Saiyan God? It seems rather unimpressive. However, Goku interjected with a serious tone. Vegeta, do you not sense anything? Vegeta, perplexed, replied, No, I feel nothing. That is precisely the issue. We cannot perceive even a trace of Goten's aura. Vegeta suddenly realized, indeed, there was nothing to feel. Only Tian and Piccolo were drenched in cold sweat. Piccolo stammered, Goten has truly become a god. Chapter 48, Super Saiyan Crimson. The transcendent Goten wasted no time. He was acutely aware that the duration of his Super Saiyan God form was limited, and he could not afford to squander any moments. This was the flaw of the Super Saiyan God transformation, its poor endurance. Even in the Super Saiyan Blue state, sustaining the godly transformation remained a challenge. In contrast, the Super Saiyan 4 could maintain its form indefinitely as long as its energy consumption did not exceed its recovery, even remaining in that state while unconscious. Everyone, grasp my hand. Please, lend me your full strength to hold off Broly and Buu. I need time. All present resolutely placed their hands upon the transcendent Gotens, united in their purpose to protect the Earth with unwavering dedication. Trunks felt a surge of excitement. At last, he could showcase his prowess. Bra, too, was overjoyed to fight alongside her brother, akin to heroic partners, giggling with delight. Trunks and Bra, you must not go. Goten's voice shattered their dreams. The siblings' expressions instantly fell. Why? Goten remained silent, casting them a look that conveyed their utter lack of awareness. Trunks attempted to plead with Vegeta, only to receive a sharp glare in return. In the next moment, everyone vanished from the scene, while the family members at the temple began to pray for their victory in battle. They once again found themselves at the icy expanse, witnessing Broly and Buu engaging Super Saiyan 4 Goten. Goten's face was swollen. He had not anticipated enduring for this long. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and, alongside Gohan, launched a combined assault that sent Broly and Buu flying. With Goku's arrival, the fire was successfully drawn away, granting Super Saiyan 4 Goten a much-needed respite as he approached his transcendent counterpart. Vegeta observed Broly and Buu, a contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oomph. Broly and Buu, you are not the only ones capable of fusion. Piccolo, let us merge. As Vegeta spoke, he cast a pointed glare at Super Saiyan 4 Goten, his eyes conveying that this matter was far from resolved. The two once again fused, giving birth to Vegeta, who seized the opportunity to turn the tide. Vegeta charged forth with an air of invincibility, only to be swiftly repelled, disbelief etched across his face. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1, he lunged forward again, managing to hold his ground for a mere 2 seconds. Vegeta, undeterred by adversity, unleashed the evil containment wave upon Buu, previously unstoppable. Believing there was no reason to falter here, skipping Super Saiyan 2, he ascended to the Destroyer Prince form, finally regaining his confidence. Ready to exchange blows with Broly and Buu. How could the fusion of two Super Saiyans possibly compete against Broly and Majin Buu? Unless one of them possesses a power greater than Super Saiyan 3, or if they utilize the Patera earrings for fusion, there may be a chance. However, stalling them is sufficient. Super Saiyan 4 Goten gazed at Super Saiyan God Goten with a playful grin, remarking, Big Pot, your transformation is not as impressive as mine. Super Saiyan God Goten furrowed his brow in irritation. I should let you break Frieza's record of 1 hour. Super Saiyan 4 Goten's smile faded. Just kidding. What does it feel like to be a Super Saiyan God? I can't sense your energy at all. Can you even defeat Majin Buu? Super Saiyan God Goten shook his head. Super Saiyan 4 Goten felt dejected. If you can't defeat him, what good are we together? Let us fuse, he proposed. We could defeat this lunatic once and for all. With Broly still alive, someone must be pulling the strings. Super Saiyan 4 Goten nodded, eager to witness the remarkable changes that might arise from the fusion of Super Saiyan 4 and a Super Saiyan God. Goku was nearing his limit against Broly, shouting frantically, Hurry up! If we keep talking, I'm going back to the afterlife. The two Goten exchanged knowing smiles, and in an instant, they distanced themselves, striking a peculiar pose. Fusion. They approached each other sideways, like crabs, their fingertips meeting. In that moment, a crimson whirlwind enveloped them. A brilliant red light illuminated the arena, halting all battles as everyone turned to witness the tempest. Gohan exclaimed in delight, "This is Goten's fusion." Vegeta sensed the powerful yet ethereal energy, feeling it was elusive yet omnipresent. Has Goten grown this strong? As the whirlwind gradually dissipated, a completely new form of Goten emerged. His body was covered in red fur. The robust muscles of Super Saiyan 4 toned down to a leaner physique. Even his once black hair transformed into a vibrant red, his red eyes accented by shadow, rendering him irresistibly charming. His previously sharp facial features became even more refined. The jet-like aura surrounding him morphed into flames, and the unchanging fusion vest remained. This was not merely a breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. It was a transformation into a Super Saiyan God based on Super Saiyan 4. Or should it be called Super Saiyan God of the Fourth? Broly and Majin Buu shouted in panic, marking the first words he uttered apart from Kakarot. "Who are you?" Goten suddenly shifted his demeanor, sitting cross-legged in the air, pondering. "Good question. Of course, I am Son Goten, but what should this form be called? Let me think. Super Saiyan God of the Fourth? Or perhaps Super Saiyan Fourth God?" Ignoring the bewildered gazes of those around him, Goten admired his new appearance, declaring, "I look really cool." This form combines the physical strength of Super Saiyan 4 with the divine realm of Super Saiyan God. Goten snapped his fingers. "I've got it. How about calling it Super Saiyan Deep Crimson?" Broly and Majin Buu were momentarily perplexed, wondering whether to respond or not. "Wait, I came here to fight. You bastard." Broly Buu, in a fit of frustration, hurled an energy orb towards Goten. "Why aren't you answering me?" he demanded. Goten's crimson eyes shifted, and with a sudden punch, the energy orb made a sharp 180-degree turn, soaring back towards Broly Buu. Utilizing his unique physical attributes, Broly Buu retracted his head just in time to evade the assault. Goten smiled slightly, marveling at the intriguing nature of this newfound power, which was indeed addictive. Such a simple punch had already caused Broly Buu to break into a cold sweat. Feeling apprehensive, Broly Buu attempted to strike first, only to be met with Goten's foot crashing into his face without any use of hands. "Oh dear, our little lowly, looks like little Buu is bleeding." Broly Buu's forehead steamed with rage, quite literally. "Don't be angry now. Let Uncle help you with that nose," Goten said, following up with another punch to Broly Buu's nose, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Seizing Broly Buu's leg, Goten spun him 30 times before slamming him into the icy surface, unleashing a flurry of frost. Observers gasped at the sheer brutality of the display. Gohan's mouth remained agape, astonished at Goten's overwhelming strength. Who would have thought that after merging, he would possess such ferocity? Goten extended a hand, summoning a beam of light that pierced Broly Buu, embedding itself into him. With a nonchalant flick, Goten discarded Broly Buu as if he were mere refuse. With just this casual strike, Broly Buu found himself in tatters, the earlier arrogance completely extinguished. Gradually regaining his composure, Broly Buu fumed, smoke billowing from his head, enveloping him in a growing haze. "You think I can't see you just because you hide?" Goten remarked, bemused. "The era of relying solely on sight is long over." He sauntered into the mist, and soon, anguished cries echoed from within. As the smoke dissipated, the battered visage of Broly Buu was revealed, bruised and battered. Goten tugged at Buu's antennae, bending low with a grotesque expression, and said, "Thank your brother Goten for wiping your nose." In a fit of desperation, Buu severed his own antennae, breaking free from Goten's grasp. "Oh, a lizard. Isn't it rather similar?" Goten conjured flames in his hand, incinerating Buu's antennae to ashes, sending a chill down Buu's spine. This opponent could very well end his life. Flight was the only thought racing through Broly Buu's mind. He turned and fled, ignoring Gohan and Goku entirely, focused solely on escape. Yet could he truly evade? In an instant, Goten appeared before him, delivering a punch to Broly Buu's abdomen that forced forth a torrent of purple liquid, sending Buu into spasms. "It is time to conclude your existence. You have lived long enough." Though Broly Buu yearned to flee, the pain rendered him immobile. Ultimate Kamehameha. Vanish, Majin Buu. The Crimson Kamehameha struck Broly with ferocity, leaving him wide-mouthed and unable to utter a single scream, succumbing to the terror at the hands of the deep red Goten. It took Goku and the others a moment to comprehend the situation. Goten had emerged victorious. Majin Buu was truly defeated. The Earth was saved. Hooray! Goten has won. Well done. Goten, truly worthy of being my disciple. Do not take too much pride. Goten is also my disciple. It seems Goten is my son after all. Silence. X2. Everyone gathered before Goten, gazing at him with relief. Finally, it was over. Yet Goten did not look at them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on a distant point in the sky. In the vastness of space beyond Earth, a voluptuous and stunning woman observed the group. Is that Goten? How could this universe's Goten be so powerful? Nonetheless, I shall remember him. What is the significance of remembrance? I desire a more profound connection with you. The woman, sweating profusely, swung her staff behind her, but it proved futile as Goten effortlessly intercepted it with a single finger. Astonished, the woman exclaimed, Goten, aren't you on Earth? Goten scrutinized the woman, suddenly realizing her identity. It's you. The woman, puzzled, wondered how Goten could recognize her. Indeed, Goten had identified her as Tawa, the alluring sister of the demon realm King Dabura and a time destroyer in the Dragon Ball universe. One of the enemies of the Kaioshin of time, a woman of immense cunning. No wonder Broly had not vanished. It was her machinations that brought him into this universe. You are quite different from the other Goten in various universes. In truth, aside from appearances, there is nothing the same. This Goten was actually Z Goten, who had developed his potential in the Kaioshin realm and had just completed his training moments ago when he detected the woman's surveillance. With an enchanting smile, Tawa said, Now that you have discovered me, what do you intend to do? Goten pondered for a moment, a foolish expression crossing his face. I want you. How about you just die? Goten's expression shifted, and he unleashed a green energy blast, a beautiful yet deadly force akin to a rose, though it may sting. It is but a minor irritation. However, not everything adorned in red is a rose. It could also be a black widow. Tawa, taken aback by Goten's sudden attack, swiftly activated her protective shield, which shattered almost instantly. With a wave of her staff, a portal to another time and space appeared, allowing her to escape on the momentum of Goten's energy blast. Goten, we shall meet again. As the portal closed, Tawa vanished as if she had never existed. Goten stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his face. The Kaioshin of time, Tawa, the demon realm. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 49. Is it not over yet? Oh, what to do? I am completely out of money. On the summit of Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi let out a wretched and mournful cry. Before Chi-Chi, the table was laden with an abundance of food. 3 Goten, Gohan, and Goku, along with 5 Saiyans, were indulging in a frenzy of eating. It had been a week since the defeat of Majin Buu. The sinister energy wave caused a catastrophic resurrection of the dead, bringing severe devastation to Earth. In response, Goten summoned the Eternal Dragon and used the last wish of the year to restore those who perished due to this malevolent incident. The first 2 wishes involved granting Z Goten a new bloodline and repairing the Earth, which had been ravaged by Broly. Goku's presence here was attributed to the resurrection by the old Kai. Following Buu's defeat, Goku and Vegeta eagerly inquired about the transformations into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Goten, feeling exhausted, initially deferred but advised Goku to focus on living first. Subsequently, Goku urgently requested Vegeta and Gohan to resurrect him. Yet the Dragon Balls were dedicated to reviving those who had died on Earth, leaving no chance for Goku's revival. His impatience was palpable. However, Goten was pleased at the prospect of Goku's return, so he took Goku to the Kai's realm, exchanging 100 volumes of beautiful magazines annually for Goku's life. The old Kai expressed gratitude. As for deities like them, death was akin to mere slumber. Much like the Grand Kai, with Goten's revelation, the 3 Goten no longer needed to conceal themselves and return home together. Initially, Chi-Chi was astonished, but having encountered future Trunks, she quickly acclimated to the idea of having 2 additional sons and felt a surge of joy, especially since Bulma had previously boasted about having 2 sons. For her, 3 Goten meant triple the happiness. With Goku resurrected, her joy multiplied. Yet within 3 days, Chi-Chi identified a grave issue. The sudden addition of 3 Saiyans had more than doubled the household expenses, exacerbating their already precarious financial situation. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's anguished cries, the 5 Saiyans simultaneously raised their heads, yet their chewing and movements remained uninterrupted, fearful that their pace would falter. Gohan inquired, "What's wrong, Mom? Did Dad upset you?" Goku replied, "Not at all. Is it because we didn't wait for you to eat?" The 3 Goten, now clarified as Body Goten, Divine Goten, and Heart Goten, had each found their distinct pathways. Body Goten remarked, "You two are enough already. It's because Dad's resurrection has increased our household's financial burden." Goku retorted defiantly, "It's clearly your division into three that caused this." Divine Goten pondered, while Heart Goten suddenly recalled something, becoming animated as he addressed Goku. "We haven't added to the burden. Mr. Satan owes me $1 billion. Chi-Chi, momentarily disheartened, suddenly regained her spirit, pushing past Goku to approach Divine Goten. "Is what you said true, Goten?" "Certainly, Mother. Do you recall the masked individual who confronted Mr. Satan? That was I. I did not permit him to win. Thus, we can confidently accept this money." Kiki affectionately kissed the three Goten on their cheeks, declaring that our Goten is indeed the most sensible among us. However, Gohan quietly interjected, "But he is the father of Videl." Goten interrupted his speech, stating, "Nissan, that assertion is erroneous. Given our family circumstances, how could you possibly marry her? Do you not require a house? A car? Money?" Kiki felt a sense of relief, for there was finally a man in the household who understood the significance of money. Gohan murmured, "But using her family's wealth to wed her feels somewhat inappropriate. Do you possess any wealth?" "No." "Then what is there to discuss? Furthermore, Mr. Satan is unaware of my identity, so do not worry." Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. "Goten, do you remember I promised to take you to the amusement park? It was Vegeta. And Goten, come along to have some fun." "Goten brother, I'm here too." "Hey, there are 3 Goten brothers." Trunks and Bra had also arrived. Vegeta did not allow Goten a moment to speak. "Bulma is outside. Let's go." Goten glanced at the other 2 Goten. The Heart Goten remarked, "Ah, it is nearly time to collect debts. You go and enjoy." The God Goten added, "Ah, I just remembered that Uncle Krillin is looking for me." "You go ahead." Bra whispered, "Which of you is the Goten who plays with me every day?" Both Heart Goten and God Goten pointed at the physical Goten. "Him," they exclaimed in unison. With that, the 2 slipped away. Traitor. He could easily discern that Vegeta was referring to Super Saiyan 4 as an excuse to visit the amusement park. In recent days, Vegeta had been incessantly coming over, consumed by thoughts of Super Saiyan 4, and Goten had managed to evade him under the pretext of recovery post-battle. To his surprise, Vegeta had used this as a reason to drag him out. Goten attempted to seize the opportunity to escape, but was hoisted up by the nape of his neck by Vegeta. "Where do you think you're going, Goten?" "Nowhere." Vegeta did not grant Goten the chance to respond, promptly tossing him into the aircraft. "Ah, good morning, Goten." Bulma turned to greet him. Goten chuckled, "Good morning, Aunt Bulma." Trunks wore a mischievous grin, while Bra eagerly rubbed her hands together. Thus commenced their excursion to the amusement park. Meanwhile, in Mr. Satan's villa, he lounged on an opulent sofa, indulging in a cigar, with the gluttonous Majin Buu devouring cake beside him, reveling in the pleasures of life. Mr. Satan exhaled a smoke ring, relishing, "This is the essence of living." "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself," someone remarked. Mr. Satan dismissed it nonchalantly. "Indeed, wait. What does that sound?" Upon turning, he was startled to find a masked Heart Goten before him, causing him to slump down in fear. "It's you. Buu, quickly. Protect me." Buu cast a glance at Goten, the very Son Goten, and resumed his meal. "I cannot defeat him, and it was he who sent me to seek you." "What?" Goten replied with a playful smile. "Saying so, how useful is Buu? Should I perhaps demand a bit more compensation?" Satan quickly stood up, bowing and scraping, too intimidated to speak, his face a mask of flattery. "I shall refrain from unnecessary words. I am here to collect my payment, 100 million. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Satan was momentarily at a loss for words. He feared Goten, yet hesitated to part with such a sum, for to him, 100 million was no trifling amount. Goten was aware of Satan's thoughts, recognizing the man's thick skin, which would do him no good in this instance. Just as Goten was preparing to issue a subtle threat, the door to Satan's office swung open. A lecherous-looking man in a green suit entered, his demeanor unmistakably that of a sycophant. "Greetings, Mr. Satan. Mr. Bada wishes to challenge you. Please accept the challenge letter." Satan appeared to have found a glimmer of hope, but maintained a haughty demeanor, stating, "Those wishing to challenge me queue all the way to the West City." What caliber is he to think he can contend with me? The lecherous man remained unfazed by Satan's arrogance. "Mr. Satan, you need not accept, but we shall have to leak the story of your bedwetting at the age of 6. Satan nearly soiled himself. How do you know about that? Reputation was of utmost importance to him. Reluctantly, Satan agreed, secretly relieved, for he preferred facing an opponent over Goten. He turned back with a cheeky grin and said, "Mr. Z Fighter, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps you could come another time." Goten smiled knowingly. "No worries. I shall accompany you." Suddenly, Goten remembered. This was from another Broly movie, featuring a clone of Broly. If he could recruit him, it would add a formidable ally to the tournament. Thus, Goten resolved to investigate. Satan, feeling despondent, had no choice but to bring Goten along. He led Goten and Buu to his vehicle. The lecherous man transported the trio to an island, which had been extensively developed, exuding a strong industrial atmosphere. Upon entering the factory, they discovered a massive combat arena, indicating that their adversary genuinely valued this contest. At the center of the arena stood several colorful, muscle-bound giants, bald and hairless, their muscles appearing to stretch their skin to its limits. Goten scrutinized these figures. Were these the bio-warriors created for Broly's genes? They seemed rather unimpressive, akin to Yamcha. Is this what the legendary Saiyan genes could produce? They were inferior to the androids created by Dr. Gero. Yet, the cloning technology was indeed remarkable, managing to replicate a new Broly in such a short span. They had defeated Broly less than 4 months ago. Satan sensed something amiss. However, with Buu by his side, he felt unafraid. This was the facade of Satan, bolstered by Buu's presence. Upon arriving at the center of the arena, the trio found themselves encircled by a throng of bioengineered warriors. Under the spotlight, a short man sporting a mustache emerged. To Satan's astonishment, he exclaimed, Who are you?" This outburst infuriated Bada. "You insufferable fool. I am Bada. It is your fault that I was denied the path of martial arts. Now, I shall command my bio-warriors to defeat you." Satan, of course, recognized him, but he merely sought to provoke Bada. This fellow was a rich heir whom Satan had bullied out of jealousy during their childhood. "Huh, you pitiful wretches dare challenge me? First, defeat my disciple." With that, he shoved Buu to the forefront. Bada, in a fit of rage, unleashed all his bio-warriors, yet they were no match for Buu, who swiftly dispatched them with ease. Bada insisted he possessed stronger bio-warriors, leading them to the factory's laboratory. There, numerous incubation chambers and instruments housed an array of vividly colored bio-warriors. Should these be completed, they would pose a significant threat to Earth, and they were controllable, alas. Such cloning technology was far from humane. Goten's mental prowess scanned the area and soon detected a humanoid figure with a tail. As Goten directed his gaze, one of the beings in the incubation chamber seemed to respond, opening its eyes, void of emotion, and staring blankly at Goten. "Ah, this is never-ending. Broly, why are you so difficult to eliminate?" Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted as an incubation chamber exploded, revealing a fully naked Broly with a mane of golden hair. The explosion startled both Satan and Bada. Upon seeing the golden-haired warrior, Satan's heart sank. Not another golden-haired fighter. There are already too many of them. However, this clone Broly appeared somewhat different from the original. At least, upon seeing Goten, he did not unleash a frenzied cry of Kakarot. It seemed he had not inherited Broly's memories. The residual shockwave from the explosion damaged adjacent instruments, spilling purple chemical liquid. Bada frantically shouted, "Quick, contain him! Activate the safety system!" His scientists swiftly operated the computers, erecting wall after wall to isolate the hazardous liquid while simultaneously containing Broly. Goten communicated with Broly through mental connection, discovering the chaos within Broly's mind. Even the original Broly, despite his madness, would utter his demonic identity. Yet this clone's thoughts were nothing but jumbled destruction. Reflecting back, Goten considered the peculiar circumstances surrounding Broly's initial emergence. Goku and the others had no prior knowledge of him, suggesting he was likely brought into this timeline by Tawa. Upon the emergence of the cloned Broly from the incubation chamber, Goten observed with dismay that the cells of this creation were in a state of continual collapse. Regardless of his indifference towards this Broly, it was doomed to perish. In essence, it was a failure, possessing the traits of Broly, yet internally ravaged and compromised. With a powerful punch, chemical liquid erupted from the walls. Broly ripped through the wall, emerging as a grotesque entity, his body drenched in biochemical fluids. Satan, terrified, cowered behind Buu, exclaiming, "Why do I always encounter such monstrosities? Buu, you must protect me." Goten turned his gaze towards Bada. "Hey, from where did you acquire this guy's genes?" Bada, too anxious to contain himself, replied, "A high priest sold them to me. Through the blood samples he provided, we discovered this fellow's genes are terrifyingly potent. However, he is far too violent for us to control, so we have no choice but to keep him in a state of perpetual dormancy." Suddenly realizing the gravity of his words, Bada stammered, "Why am I telling you all this? What does it matter to you?" Goten raised an eyebrow. "What does it matter to me?" "This matters." He released the tail, coiling around his waist. A cold sweat broke out on Bada's brow as he trembled. Why, you're of his kind? Goten sneered. Now you understand. If our prince were to learn that you cloned our genes, you would already be dead. Although this creature is our adversary, he is still one of the few remaining of our kind. Goten then focused his attention on Broly. However, today, I must decisively resolve this matter. As for attempting to extort 18 million from Satan, he dismissed the thought. With Buu guarding him, there would be no opportunity. Sensing the energy, he concluded that this clone Broly was weaker than the one from the past. Even Super Saiyan 2 would suffice to defeat him. In an instant, Goten appeared before Broly and delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling through the air. Goten had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. Since the mysterious state developed by the old Kai, even he was unaware of his own strength. Previously, he had not been inferior to a Super Saiyan God in his Super Saiyan 2 form, and now, having further enhanced his abilities, he was certainly on par with Super Broly. As long as he maintained this mysterious state, he could wield his full power, including the legendary strength, without succumbing to the chaos of energy overflow. Moreover, his unique trait allowed him to grow stronger even while at rest, providing a continuous sensation of empowerment, which was utterly exhilarating. At present, only Super Blue Vegeta or Super 4 Vegeta might pose a challenge to him. He doubted that Gogeta could prevail. Goten grimaced, shaking off the chemical liquid from his shoes. Ugh, how disgusting. I've stepped in it. Buu, why don't you handle him? Before Buu could respond, Satan interjected. Let Buu take action? That will cost 100 million. Satan was audaciously calculating right in front of Goten. Oh, is that so? It seems Buu is uncomfortable with your presence. How about I introduce you to a wealthier patron? Satan felt a chill in his heart. If Buu were to depart, he would be left with nothing. However, Buu shook his head. I do not wish to leave. I enjoy staying by Satan's side. This sentiment deeply moved Satan. Goten was somewhat astonished as well, surprised by the depth of their bond. Was this the unique charm of Satan? Broly rose to his feet, his aura surging once more. Yet, Goten observed that his cells were also deteriorating rapidly. As Broly continued to grow stronger, his cells could not withstand the overwhelming energy, and he would eventually explode. Broly charged forward, but Goten raised a single hand, sending Broly flying through the air. It was simply too disgusting. Goten had no desire to touch him. The repulsion rendered him incapable of doing so. In an instant, Goten teleported beneath Broly, declaring, "You, a defective creation, should not exist in this world." He concentrated energy in his hands. With a flash of dark magic, golden energy enveloped Broly, propelling him skyward amidst his agonized screams, until he was reduced to ashes. Satan blinked in disbelief, his expression one of shock. Is this truly the end? Barda knelt, weeping bitterly. My factory, my bio-warriors, all gone. Although the battle had concluded, the surroundings were still perilous, with explosions occurring everywhere, threatening total destruction. Buu, please take us out of here. Buu responded with an "oh," scooping up Satan and soaring into the sky. There were still many innocent workers in the factory. Goten concentrated, and all the workers began to levitate. One by one, he sent them out of the factory, indifferent to their fate once they reached the mainland. Upon exiting the factory, he witnessed purple chemical liquids flowing into the sea. This place could no longer be inhabited. With a powerful energy blast, he created a deep chasm where the island once stood, the ocean rushing in. Barda and the island were obliterated by Goten. While this fellow was not truly evil, his cloning technology was terrifying. If he were to clone the genes of the Z-Warriors, it would pose an enormous threat. Thus, it was best to eliminate him. Goten turned to Satan. Well, the task is complete. Now, where's the payment? Satan hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Goten raise his hand, an island had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. He hastily retrieved a checkbook from his pocket, scribbled 100 million, and handed it over to Goten. After receiving the check, Satan dashed away. With the money in hand, Goten had no intention of pursuing him. Goten, where are the enemies? Where are they? Is it Trunks? Goten, I sense Broly's energy. Where is he? Vegeta had also arrived, with a lethargic Goten trailing behind him. Goten, are there more enemies? Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo were also present, indicating that everyone was quite alert to potential threats. However, Goten had resolved the situation too swiftly, leaving no opportunity for them to intervene. Greetings, Goten, I have arrived as well. Krillin and Android 18 have also made their appearance, along with the divine Goten. It is the first time so many have gathered together. I have completely eradicated Broly's clone. Goku's expression is one of disappointment. I haven't yet had the chance to battle Broly. Why didn't you leave him for me, Goten? Goten furrows his brow. Father, You cannot be thinking of engaging formidable foes without considering the safety of Earth, can you? Observing Goten's frown, Goku feels a twinge of fear, inexplicably intimidated by his younger son. Of course, I would never disregard the safety of our planet. However, if ever you were to prioritize battling a powerful adversary over Earth security, I would be the first to confront you. Goten grows increasingly anxious that Goku may become consumed by the desire to fight, akin to Super Saiyan Goku. While the tournament of power is inevitable, Goten firmly believes that Goku should not be the one to face such malevolence. The three Goten exchange glances and nod in agreement. They ascend into the air. Now that everyone is present, it is indeed time to enhance our collective strength. Vegeta and Goku are filled with excitement. Goten, are you finally going to teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 4? That would be splendid. Please, Goten, you must teach me how to become that legendary Super Saiyan God. Piccolo expresses his surprise. Is there still hope for me to elevate my abilities? Krillin inquires, perplexed. What about me? Android 18 adds. The three Goten confidently nod. Indeed, everyone can improve. Furthermore, I have something significant to share with you all. The group buzzes with anticipation. Who wouldn't desire to grow stronger? Goten swiftly transports everyone to the sacred temple, startling Mr. Popo, who wonders how so many have suddenly appeared. Mr. Popo, we need to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber once again. We appreciate your assistance. Divine Goten approaches Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, please join us inside as I require your guidance in my training. All enter the time chamber, and the three Gotens face the assembled group. To aid in distinguishing themselves, they don their respective battle attire. The physical Goten dons a blue bodysuit resembling a Saiyan battle outfit, while the Divine Goten wears a black long-sleeve shirt paired with the orange martial arts uniform of the Turtle School. Meanwhile, the mental Goten is clad in Piccolo's purple martial arts attire. The physical Goten speaks. Since everyone is present, there is something I must disclose. In 4 years' time, a formidable being will arrive on Earth, potentially presenting the greatest crisis our world has ever faced. What? Goku exclaims in astonishment. Are you saying that even your Super Saiyan Deep Crimson form cannot withstand him? Goten shakes his head. He doubts that even the fusion of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God could triumph over Beerus. Beerus is akin to a bug in a video game. No matter how powerful you become, just as you feel you're nearing him, he will update and grow even stronger. Perhaps it is only after their amalgamation that they can confront the challenge. His name is Beerus. Beerus? I recall you mentioning it before the Supreme Kai. Indeed, and I find the name Beerus exceedingly familiar. Yes, he is none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Chapter 51, Development Path. Indeed, the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta's brows furrowed in realization. I remember now, the god of destruction, Beerus. He visited planet Vegeta and is an exceedingly formidable being. Goten nodded, affirming Vegeta's words. Uncle Vegeta is right. He possesses an exceptionally malevolent disposition. It would be inaccurate to label him purely as a villain or a hero. Rather, he is a deity governed solely by his whims. A god of destruction whose duty is to bring ruin to the universe. Should he be displeased, he would not hesitate to annihilate Earth. Moreover, he shall awaken in 4 years to seek out the Super Saiyan God. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that you, Goten? Goten nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is I. But the Super Saiyan God is merely a divine state of being for all Saiyans, not exclusively me. Every Saiyan is capable of achieving it. Vegeta, puzzled, inquired, Goten, how did you come by this knowledge? Goten wore a resigned expression. During my travels across the universe, I encountered an individual named Zuno. He possesses knowledge of all cosmic affairs and allows inquiries of 3 questions. I learned about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God from him. As for the final question, I asked about the greatest crisis Earth would face. Goku, filled with excitement, pressed. And what did he say? He stated that it is neither Broly nor Majin Buu, but the arrival of Beerus in 4 years. The expressions of the gathered company began to darken. They had scarcely resolved the Majin Buu incident and had yet to relish a life of peace, only to discover that another crisis looms on the horizon. Krillin, in a voice raised with urgency, asked, Goten, do you have a solution? Krillin was particularly anxious. He possessed a beautiful wife, an adorable daughter, and the strongest of friends, creating a life of profound happiness. Yet, with continuous threats to his bliss, how could he not be apprehensive? Regrettably, his strength was insufficient to effect any change. Goten offered a reassuring smile to the group. Hence, I aim to assist everyone in enhancing their strength to navigate this perilous ordeal. Furthermore, we need not engage him in battle, Merely providing him with sumptuous food and drink would suffice, for he is an exceedingly gluttonous cat. And confronting him should be regarded as a last resort. Goten turned his gaze towards Goku and Vegeta. Father, Uncle Vegeta, allow me to first elucidate the distinctions between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, so that you may decide on the most advantageous path forward. Super Saiyan 4 represents the primal and ferocious form of a Saiyan, inclined towards physical development and raw power. With sheer physical strength, one could lift an entire city. And this is not the limit of its potential. The body can endure the temperature of the sun, radiating considerable heat. Its most remarkable feature is the ability to absorb the energy of others for personal use. Energy can essentially be utilized in its normal state without the need for light. Even if one were to be knocked unconscious, they would not revert from the Super Saiyan 4 form. The transformation requires the presence of a tail. Goten passionately spoke of Vegeta, expressing that regardless of how divine the Super Saiyan may be, he yearns to revert to Super Saiyan 4, which he believes is the rightful path for the Saiyan race. Goten, please help me transform into Super Saiyan 4. There's no rush. Uncle Vegeta, allow me to finish. The Super Saiyan God represents the divine realm of the Saiyans. To put it simply, it signifies that a Saiyan has ascended to godhood. Although the Super Saiyan God does not significantly enhance one's power, it transforms our energy into a divine essence, allowing us to inflict additional damage upon formidable deities. Furthermore, after attaining godhood, mortals can no longer perceive this energy, a fact that I believe everyone has noticed. The mastery of energy in the divine form is exceptionally refined, enabling one to contend equally with individuals like Master Roshi, while also being able to engage in a fair exchange with powerful deities. Perhaps this form is my father's favorite. Goku nodded as he relished the opportunity to test his opponents. This form, for him, could be deemed perfect. But does that not place him at a disadvantage compared to Super Saiyan 4? Goten shook his head. No. While Super Saiyan May 4th indeed surpassed the Super Saiyan God realm, the latter, from a certain perspective, is merely a common state of divinity. Mastering the powers of the Super Saiyan God allows one to transform into a Super Saiyan under its premise. This form could be called Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, thus surpassing Super Saiyan 4. The transformation requires 5 righteous Saiyans to channel their heart energy to another Saiyan. By this criterion, any Saiyan can transform, provided they possess a kind heart. Goku reiterated, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. I bit my tongue. Is there no simpler name, Goten? Goten replied, that depends on the color of your hair post-transformation. Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, does that mean I would be weaker than Kakarot? Goten chuckled and shook his head. Not all, Uncle Vegeta. As long as you continuously enhance your strength, you can achieve the full power of Super Saiyan 4, or even surpass its limits. That is splendid. Goten continued. In essence, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God are transformations of the same tier, differing only in their developmental focus. One emphasizes the physical body, while the other prioritizes energy. It ultimately comes down to your choice. Vegeta boldly declared, I choose Super Saiyan 4. Goku chimed in, I choose Super Saiyan God. Goten and the others exchanged knowing smiles. This is precisely the choice I hoped for. If you two were to fuse, you could also attain that deep crimson state. Vegeta grimaced. I refuse to fuse with that guy. No, I will never engage in that ridiculous fusion again. Goku, unfazed, chuckled, come now, Vegeta, don't say that. At that moment, Gohan asked, Goten, what about me? Which path should I take? Goten thoughtfully responded, Nissan, I suggest you follow your own path. You mean the potential that the Elder Kai unlocked for me? Goten nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my brother, I have embarked upon this very path. You may perceive it as a mere norm, yet I have discovered it to be a transformation of sorts, which I refer to as the mystical form. It relinquishes all your previous transformations, allowing you to harness the fullest potential of your power. For instance, while Father S Super Saiyan 3 can only be sustained for a minute, you, upon unlocking your complete potential, are capable of manifesting the full might of Super Saiyan 3 without any time constraints, as long as your energy lasts. The more you diligently train and grow stronger, the greater your power will become. Your current strength already surpasses that of Father and Uncle Vegeta with dedicated practice. Your mystical state in the future will rival even that of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Gohan clenched his fists in excitement. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. However, you must understand that if we cease our training, we may regress. Should you fall to a certain level of power, even the mystical form could vanish, said Goten, causing Gohan to shudder. Having finally surpassed Father and the others, he was unwilling to let his power diminish again, particularly with the looming threat of Beerus, ensuring that Gohan would not abandon his training. Goten smiled mysteriously. Brother, let me let you in on a secret. Once we reach a certain level of potential, we can even attain a new form, the Beast form, which is more potent than both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. According to official lore, Beast Gohan possesses power on par with that of Ultra Instinct, and his speed exceeds that of Ultra Instinct Goku's evasion, representing an immensely powerful state on the brink of energy overload, yet under control. Gohan was brimming with excitement. Trunks suddenly jumped in front of Goten, exclaiming, Goten, Goten, I want to transform into Super Saiyan 4 too. Goten rolled his eyes. Transform? You must be joking. While Super Saiyan 4 does not necessarily require mastery of Super Saiyan 3, you must at least achieve Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, you cannot venture out until you reach the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. What? How can this be? I am merely at Super Saiyan 1. Trunks, lacking exposure to genuine danger, exhibited a woefully low sense of crisis. If only he could visit the future. Perhaps he could rescue them. After all, the future timeline was destined for destruction. Goten gazed at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, it's your turn. Piccolo, filled with excitement, asked, Goten, can I truly grow stronger? Since mastering the Demon King form, he had come exceedingly close to Goku and the others. Yet he found himself lost regarding the path ahead, surprised that Goten could offer him an opportunity for further advancement. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, but I do not possess such power myself. It requires the dragon to assist you. Piccolo looked puzzled. Does the dragon have such abilities? As the creator of the dragon, how could I not be aware? Perhaps it is ineffective for others, but will certainly work for you. Do you recall how, upon taking over your divine position on Earth, the dragon was upgraded? From granting 1 wish to 3 wishes. As long as you allow the dragon to be upgraded once more, it can unlock your potential and grant you a new form that will not be inferior to Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. Perhaps even stronger. Is that true? Goten, how do you know about our Namekian matters? Goten awkwardly cleared his throat twice, and as expected, Piccolo quickly identified the crux of the matter. Ahem, of course. It was Zuno who informed me. He found me quite handsome and generously offered me an additional question. Is that true? Indeed it is. Uncle e Piccolo. There is no need for further inquiry. The pressing task at hand is to wholeheartedly enhance your foundational combat strength. Besides, you have yet to fully master your Demon King form, and we are all here to assist you. Piccolo nodded in agreement, acknowledging Goten's reasoning. The divine Goten then turned his gaze to Krillin, who exclaimed with excitement, Is it finally my turn? Do I have a transformation as well? Goten doused his enthusiasm with cold water, stating no, you do not. Krillin's expression immediately shifted to one of disappointment. Huh? Then how can I grow stronger? Goten murmured. Uncle Krillin, I will share with you methods for your enhancement, but whether you choose to pursue them is entirely up to you. Please consider it carefully. Is it really that serious? Krillin felt a twinge of hesitation. In this year, I will devote myself to enhancing your abilities and teach you the Kaioken technique. Krillin looked disheartened. Ah, so your method to make me stronger is the Kaioken? Goten solemnly shook his head. That is not the crux of the matter. Uncle Krillin, are you willing to become an android? Everyone turned their attention to the divine Goten, surprised that this was the method he proposed to strengthen Krillin. I object. Number 18 was the first to voice her dissent, stepping forward to confront Goten, grasping his collar. Goten, after all we've done for you, I can't believe you would utter such words. Do you not realize that Krillin is your mentor? Do you understand that once he becomes an android, he will no longer be human? But An 18 is genuinely a good person. Number 18 paused momentarily. Perhaps only the androids do not consider themselves human. To the Z fighters, as long as their hearts are inclined towards goodness, are they not living beings? Goten offered some comfort to 18. Please, everyone, calm down and listen to me. Uncle Krillin, the human body's potential is ultimately limited. And 18 is an android. She will not age. But you are human and will inevitably grow old and pass away. Do you wish for her to remain alone in this world? Krillin was taken aback. He had never contemplated this issue. He had always regarded 18 as human and had never considered the aspect of lifespan. Moreover, Uncle Krillin, this is the only method I could conceive to enhance your strength. Aunt Lazuli, an ordinary human transformed into an android, possesses power surpassing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. As a martial artist, combined with Aunt Bulma's technology, you may become even stronger as an android. Perhaps you could surpass Super Saiyan 2. With the android's infinite stamina, utilizing the Kaioken would be significantly easier. If you can activate the 20-fold Kaioken, surpassing Super Saiyan 3 would not be an issue. Number 18 felt a pang in her heart, but no tears fell. It had been a long time since she had heard her human name. Goten sighed amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Having concluded his words, Wu Tian left the decision to his master. As soon as he finished speaking, Krillin raised his hand. No need to say more, Wu Tian. I am willing to transform into an artificial being. Number 18 attempted to intervene, but was embraced tightly by Krillin. I apologize, Number 18. I was too self-absorbed in the past to recognize the severity of the situation. I always believed that with Goku and the others, I did not need to enhance my strength. However, I have come to realize my error. I am not just a human. I am a martial artist, a father, and a husband. I need to grow stronger to protect you and our family. My transformation into an artificial being is not solely for the sake of Earth, but also for you, for our home. Lazuli, you will no longer be alone. Perhaps after the demise of Number 16 and the departure of Number 17, she had truly been left solitary, the only artificial being living among humans. Krillin suddenly shouted, For Number 18, I shall renounce my humanity. The uplifting atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Dio, no way. In light of your words, I must acquire the instant transmission technique for you. I shall deliver you a bulldozer. Wu Tian merely unveiled their future realms and the development of parallel worlds, thereby saving considerable time and avoiding unnecessary detours. Thus, everyone commenced their training. The three Wuxians, along with Trunks and Gohan, initiated the ritual for Goku to attain Super Saiyan God status. Vegeta? It would be more challenging for him to enhance Goku's strength than to eliminate him. He had me and Piccolo assisting him in removing his tail. Wu Tian, I am so excited. Is it really possible to become a Super Saiyan God this way? Wu Tian, exasperated, replied, Of course. Have you not seen me transform before? A distant scream echoed, Ah, you damn grasshopper, ease up. That hurts. Did you think I wanted to see your backside? Shut up. Goku trembled in fear. Is transforming into Super Saiyan 4 this painful? Thank goodness I didn't choose that. Wu Tian glanced at Goku. Dad, just a reminder, once you become a Super Saiyan God, truly embrace the divine aura. Otherwise, reverting back will hinder your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Upon completion of the ritual, a youthful version of Goku with red hair emerged, engulfed in a fiery aura, curiously examining his own form. Is this the Super Saiyan God? It doesn't feel particularly special, though I do feel slimmer. Moments later, Vegeta returned, grumbling, It hurts so much. Why does Kakarot not need to remove his tail? Observing Vegeta's state, Wu Tian chuckled. After all, the tail is a condition for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. However, having a tail has its advantages. It enhances the endurance of Super Saiyan transformations, including Super Saiyan 3. With a tail, Super Saiyan 3 won't suffer from energy depletion. Uncle Vegeta should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 with a bit of training. Goku exclaimed in delight, Really, Wu Tian? It is no wonder that upon my revival, I struggled to gather energy for the Super Saiyan 3 form. The absence of a tail was indeed the culprit. Yet Vegeta, standing behind Goku, produced a large iron clamp and playfully pinched twice. You should also remove your tail, Kakarot. Goku, covering his rear in terror, gazed at Vegeta with wide eyes, knowing that even Vegeta's proud demeanor would be brought to tears by such pain. He adamantly refused. Goten intervened to halt their antics. All right, Uncle Vegeta, prepare to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing that he could soon achieve this form, Vegeta ceased his mischief. Uncle Vegeta, I will throw out an artificial moon. Once you transform into a great ape, you must regain your sanity, or you will not be able to ascend to Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta confidently replied, Do not dare compare my royal bloodline to that of you common Saiyans. A symbol appeared above Goten's head. Vegeta's words were indeed infuriating. Goten launched the artificial moon. Here it goes. Vegeta trembled at the sight of the moon. The sound of his heartbeat reverberated throughout the space, and soon after, his body swelled, tearing through his clothing while leaving his Saiyan battle suit intact. A golden great ape clad in Saiyan battle attire manifested before everyone. Goku couldn't help but reminisce. It has been ages since I last witnessed Vegeta in this form. While Goku was lost in thought, Vegeta's desire to strike him down remained unchanged. Indeed, even transformed into a great ape, the person Vegeta most wished to pummel was still Goku. Goten shouted, Everyone be cautious. Upon becoming a great ape, he will lose his sanity. We must continually call out Uncle Vegeta's name to awaken his consciousness. Goku engaged Vegeta, who seemed to have truly lost his mind, transforming into a mindless gorilla, relentlessly swinging his arms to attack Goku. Vegeta, wake up! Uncle Vegeta, please come to your senses. Dad, look at me. It's Trunks. Everyone continued to call out Vegeta's name, yet their efforts proved futile. Goku, enveloped in a fiery aura, surged forward, crashing into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's gorilla visage broke into a sinister smile, remaining entirely unscathed. With a swift motion, he captured Goku in his grip. A cruel smile spread across Vegeta's face as he tightened his hold, causing Goku to emit cries of agony. Krillin, in a panic, exclaimed, "Goten, perhaps we should cut off his tail. Goku can hardly endure much longer." Observing Vegeta's fixation on Goku, it was evident that he had already regained his sanity. "Uncle Vegeta, please stop playing. I know you have come back to your senses." Vegeta paused, turning to smile at Goten. "Indeed, Goten understands me well, but this is rather dull. I have not yet had my fill of the game." The gorilla's face was filled with mockery. "Kakarot, do you think I'm like you lowly warriors? I am the proud prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta." A brilliant light flickered, gradually transforming into a crimson glow, the intense radiance blinding all. As the gorilla's form slowly diminished, reverting to its human shape, dressed in blue jeans and adorned with a vibrant red mane, the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta made his entrance, though his M-shaped hairline remained as pronounced as ever. Goten had long been curious about the origin of Super Saiyan 4's trousers, pondering how they had not been torn asunder by the transformation into a colossal ape. Vegeta clenched his fists, savoring the strength coursing through his body. Compared to the tranquility of Super Saiyan God, the energy of Super Saiyan 4 was wildly exuberant. This overwhelming power enveloping him was simply exhilarating. "Kakarot, let's engage in battle." Goku, understanding the unspoken intent, assumed a combat stance. Indeed, the two were enveloped in a swirling tempest of crimson energy, colliding with one another, igniting a fiery blaze. One radiated a luminous red, while the other crackled with electric fervor. For a moment, their clash was evenly matched. The intense heat radiated, causing discomfort to Piccolo and the others. Piccolo gazed enviously at Goku and Vegeta. Was this the power of Super Saiyan 4 contrasted with that of Super Saiyan God? He longed to transform into the form Goten described, envisioning the formidable strength he would possess, rivaling that of Goku and his companions. The fierce battle captivated all onlookers, igniting their spirits. Was this the realm Goten had spoken of? A state they could all aspire to achieve. This further fueled their determination to train. As the two exchanged blows, the powerful energy waves caused the hyperbolic time chamber to tremble violently, fissures tearing through the surrounding space. "Ha ha, this is incredible. Kakarot, I've only unleashed 60% of my power." Goku chuckled. "I'm merely operating at 70%. Vegeta retorted, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Let us go again." Another punch collided with a resounding impact, intensifying the energy waves and exacerbating the spatial fractures, the fabric of reality shattering like glass, revealing glimpses of the outside world in the time chamber. Krillin gazed around in horror, realizing the magnitude of power that Goku and Vegeta wielded. The time chamber felt on the brink of destruction. In this exchange, Goku found himself slightly outmatched, yet this only ignited his fighting spirit. Overcoming the odds was his forte. The two warriors, lost in the thrill of combat, remained oblivious to their surroundings and the havoc they were wreaking. Once more Vegeta, they prepared to clash anew, and if their energies collided yet again, the time chamber would surely be obliterated. "Ah, take this, Vegeta. That line should be mine, Kakarot." Both warriors launched their fists toward one another, destined for another impactful collision. "Enough, you two." Their strikes were intercepted. It was Super Saiyan 4 Goten and Super Saiyan God Goten. Both stepped in simultaneously, halting Goku and Vegeta's fists, preventing the catastrophic collision that would have shattered the time chamber. Chapter 53, The New Android Krillin. Goten spoke earnestly. "You two need to be cautious. Thankfully, we are in a different dimension. Had this been on Earth or in the universe, your uncontrolled fighting could obliterate everything in mere moments." Super Saiyan God Goten added, "It's fortunate we are within the time chamber. Otherwise, in the universe, Beerus might awaken prematurely." Vegeta, unfazed, remained as arrogant as ever. "He has awakened. It is best to let him know the might of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. This is the perfect opportunity to avenge the humiliation suffered that day." Goten's eyes were rolling in exasperation as Vegeta floated about, and with every new breakthrough, he would hastily lie down, proving he had little memory of past lessons. "Uncle Vegeta, I cannot even match Super Saiyan Red. let alone Super Saiyan 4. At most, I could manage 2 moves, depending on Beerus's mood. Vegeta couldn't help but wonder, is Beerus truly that formidable? Now we shall train in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year, Uncle Vegeta, Goten declared. You must solidify your Super Saiyan 4 state, elevate your foundational strength, and strive for full power in Super Saiyan 4. With that, Goten released Goku's hand. Father, I too wish to soon unlock the realm of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Goten turned to Piccolo, Krillin, and Trunks. During this year, I will devote myself to enhancing everyone's strength. Upon our return, we shall all follow my methods for improvement. Goten approached Bubbles with respect, hands clasped together in a bow. Mr. Bubbles, please teach me your methods of training. Bubbles looked puzzled. Goten, you are already so strong. What could I possibly teach you? Goten replied respectfully. Please impart to me that state of effortless training you taught my father in his youth. Goku then recalled how Bubbles had taught him to perceive energy while blindfolded, enabling him to sense movements. Thus, warriors training on Earth could fight effectively even without sight. Even formidable foes like Majin Buu and Frieza would struggle to engage once deprived of their vision. Bubbles possessed a state of effortlessness that made him difficult to strike. Avoiding unnecessary movements, even if adorned with bells, they would remain silent. Goten felt this was the essence of the Ultra Instinct, akin to the faux Ultra Instinct employed by Master Roshi. Aside from Goku, only they two, the elder warriors on Earth, could achieve such a state. Mr. Bubbles, older than even the ancient Piccolo, had served 3 generations of gods. What Goten sought to learn was the state of effortlessness, or rather, a semblance of it. Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct was no mere coincidence, but an inevitability. Not only the teachings of Master Roshi, but also those of Krillin, Bubbles, the Supreme, Kai, and King Kai all bore traces of Ultra Instinct's influence. Wait a moment. It seems those who taught Goku were either deities or celestial beings. No wonder he could master such a divine technique. Mr. Bubbles nodded, expressing his willingness to assist Goten in cultivating this state of effortlessness. While enhancing strength may be beyond Bubbles, this state was a method of combat, independent of combat power. No problem, Goten, I'm willing to teach you. Thank you, Mr. Bubbles. Goten reflected. Though I have learned from many martial artists on Earth, my true understanding of martial arts pales in comparison to Goku's. I have far too many extraneous movements. Goten murmured to himself, too many extraneous movements. Indeed, during defense, one must remain as tranquil as the sky. In the throes of offense, one must strike with swiftness surpassing that of lightning, judiciously harnessing one's own strength. Suddenly, Bobo gestured towards Goten, indicating for him to advance. Vegeta was taken aback. He had never interacted with Bobo and could not fathom how such a seemingly feeble individual dared to confront Goten's onslaught. Goten, understanding the unspoken command, restrained his power to a mere 1,000 battle points and charged at Mr. Bobo. Yet, Mr. Bobo remained unperturbed, observing Goten's approach with calm composure. As Goten unleashed a merciless punch, Mr. Bobo still made no move. In an instant, Goten vanished. Mr. Bobo's hand then shifted, slowly elevating to the right. Goten reappeared, only to have his fist caught by Mr. Bobo, who countered with a punch of his own. Ah, is this where you are? In truth, Bobo had not even discerned Goten's location. His body acted instinctively. This was the essence of the unfettered ultimate technique. Discarding the confines of thought, he acted directly. How impressive. Vegeta's jaw dropped in astonishment. Was he capable of foreseeing the future? Even with Goten's diminished strength, his physical form remained unyielding, not something just anyone could withstand. Much like an elephant exerting minimal force, a mere insect could not obstruct it. How could he possibly intercept Goten's punch and simultaneously retaliate? Goten stood, brushing off his attire, his face adorned with a smile despite being struck. Indeed, this is it. Please, Mr. Bobo, teach me. Mr. Bobo handed Goten a blindfold. Your eyes can influence your state of mind. Perceive the fluctuations of energy, sense the currents of air. Do not allow your mind to govern your body. Let your body act autonomously. When you truly achieve this, you may remove the blindfold. Thus commence the training for all, each individual invigorated and eager to hone their skills. A day later, on the plaza of the temple, an energy wave erupted, creating a gaping void in the space. Startled, Tian rushed from indoors, exclaiming, "Can't you all simply use the door? The hyperbolic time chamber will eventually be ruined by your antics." Emerging from the rift, Goten and the others, covered in dust and debris, laughed. Sorry, Tian. There are too many of us. The entrance has long since vanished. Each person exhibited a notable transformation in demeanor. their faces radiating confidence, though none bore unscathed garments, save for number 18. Goten and Vegeta, while not yet achieving the full power of Super Saiyan 4, had significantly augmented their foundational combat abilities, enabling them to wield the power of Super Saiyan 4 flawlessly. Son Goten and Goku had also mastered the state of Super Saiyan God, with diminished energy expenditure, yet still unable to unlock the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. It seemed they would have to await the arrival of Whis and the others. Goten successfully learned the Heartless transformation, albeit only in form, capable of regular use, but lacking the monstrous capabilities of the unfettered ultimate technique. However, he had no trouble emulating Master Roshi's prowess. As for Shin Goten, that rascal could grow stronger even while sleeping. Moreover, he was particularly diligent. Who knows just how powerful he has become now? Once they all besieged him together, only to be met with his counterattack. Over the course of a year, Gohan diligently honed his combat prowess, matching the strength of a Super Saiyan God. Piccolo mastered the brutal state of his Demon King form, gaining the ability to control his energy freely, rivaling the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Under his own efforts and the encouragement of others, Krillin also broke through the 100 million power level and learned the Kaioken technique. He even studied the pseudo-ultra instinct technique alongside Goten, although he had yet to reach Goten's level. Trunks, while not experiencing significant growth, achieved the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Even Android 18 began her training, as the power of androids is not fixed and can indeed be enhanced through practice, reaching a level comparable to that of the lightning fast cell. In summary, everyone made considerable progress. Heartfelt Goten gifted everyone new attire. After a brief respite, they resolved to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Since the last wish, the Dragon Balls had not dispersed and remained in their stone state. Heartfelt Goten addressed Piccolo, stating, Uncle Piccolo, let us first procure the Dragon Balls, and then I shall enhance your strength. Piccolo nodded enthusiastically. Heartfelt Goten then turned to Krillin and Android 18, saying, let's seek out Aunt Bulma now. The group split up, with Heartfelt Goten and Krillin heading to find Bulma, while the other Goten collected the petrified Dragon Balls. Daily watched the still stone Dragon Balls with a frown. Goten, the Dragon Balls have yet to recover. What do you intend to do? Heartfelt Goten held the Dragon Balls in his hand and opened the door to the room of spirit and time, exclaiming, I'll toss them in. All right, come back tomorrow to retrieve them. It's time to eat. Daily's eyes widened in astonishment at Goten's actions. The dragon can exploit bugs like this? In the room of spirit and time, there was no gourmet food available. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened the door with an expression of fury. What is the meaning of this? You left and did not return, abandoning me and Bra. Upon noticing Goten, she softened. Oh, Goten? HM, Krillin and 18 are here too? Goten explained the situation, and while Bulma initially professed her principles as a scientist, Goten eventually revealed her vulnerabilities during her research on time machines, causing her defenses to crumble. Ultimately, under Krillin's impassioned plea for love, Bulma reluctantly agreed. Bulma led Krillin into the laboratory, where he gave Android 18 a reassuring glance as she anxiously awaited her husband's return. A day later, smoke billowed from the laboratory as Krillin emerged. Goten was taken aback by the scene before him. Who are you, handsome? Krillin retained his original face, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence, his physique robust, and even his height had significantly increased. Well, he still lacks a nose. What about that short, bald guy? Aunt Bulma, you possess height enhancement technology. Krillin assessed his body, feeling a bit out of sorts. As number 18 gazed at Krillin's new appearance, she momentarily found herself entranced, a blush creeping across her cheeks. He looked so handsome that she hardly realized she had uttered those words. Goten, with a playful grin, nudged her with his elbow, teasing, what are you staring at? Have you forgotten your own husband? It was only then that number 18 snapped back to reality, her embarrassment deepening. Goten, feeling the atmosphere, was completely oblivious to Krillin's aura. Without hesitation, he dragged Krillin out for a sparring match. Even in a normal state, Krillin boasted an astounding battle power of at least 30 billion. The android's physique allowed him to effortlessly tap into a 20-fold Kaioken. If one were to disregard physical limitations, attaining 50 or even 100 times was not out of the question. Upon their arrival at the temple, everyone was astonished by Krillin's transformation. Even Vegeta felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering that had Goten not taught him the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he might have been surpassed by this little bald warrior today. Krillin had indeed undergone a metamorphosis, and now it was time to focus on Piccolo. Every day, he brought forth the dragon statue, pouring in an unknown liquid. A flash of white light ensued, signaling the dragon's upgrade. Arise, dragon. Unleash Uncle Piccolo's potential. The dragon's eyes gleamed brightly, and an orange aura enveloped Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo's physique expanded dramatically, growing taller, his green skin transforming into a vibrant orange, and his features taking on a more rugged appearance. Piccolo marveled at his new form, exclaiming, "Is this my new transformation? Incredible. Truly incredible." "Ha ha." Goku, intrigued, inquired, "What shall we call him now?" With a slight smile, Piccolo replied, "I believe we should call him Orange Piccolo." Goten approached Piccolo and suggested, "Uncle Piccolo, your previous form was known as Evil Piccolo, so I propose we name this form Divine Piccolo." Everyone nodded in agreement. Divine Piccolo sounded far more appealing than Orange Piccolo. All had completed their transformations, yet the dragon trembled. Its voice strained. Are the remaining 2 wishes still to be granted?" It dawned on everyone that 2 wishes remained. Observing her expression, number 18 appeared tempted. Yet Goten acted swiftly. "If that is the case, let one wish be for Lord King Kai to be revived, and the other to grant him a larger and sturdier King Kai's planet." A tremendous sound echoed through the sky. "I adore you, Goten. If I could come to Earth, I would surely kiss you." Goten politely declined with a wave of his hand, stating, "There's no need for that, Lord King Kai." Everyone received what they desired. Goku with Super Saiyan God strength, Vegeta with Super Saiyan 4 power, the enigmatic Gohan, and Divine Piccolo matching Super Saiyan God prowess, and the newly transformed Krillin possessing strength beyond Super Saiyan 3. Alongside them were the 3 strongest Goten. How could they possibly lose at the power tournament? With a triumphant gaze upon his creations, Goten felt an immense sense of pride. And what a Trunks! Oh, he had yet to emerge. Goten had raised the bar for him, suggesting he break through to Super Saiyan 3 before reappearing. Chapter 54, Love at First Sight. On the peaks of Baozi Mountain, within the abode of Wukong, the young warriors gathered in a circle. Heartfelt, Wu Tian rested his chin in his hand, languidly pondering the next course of action. What should we do next? How many more participants are needed for the power tournament? Body Wu Tian began a tally on his fingers. Super Saiyan God Wukong, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the enigmatic Gohan, the formidable Piccolo, the new Krillin, Android 18 Buu. If we include the 3 of us, it would suffice. However, if by that time we have merged, we would still require 2 more fighters. Wu Tian had devised a method to enhance Android 18's capabilities, which involved merging with Android 17. 2 17s would transform into Super 17, rivaling Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, Wu Tian recalled that there had been an official depiction of Super 18. Perhaps 17 and 18 could also fuse, but that would necessitate Bulma's expertise. Regarding Trunks, what of him? And what about Broly? Judging by the reaction of the old Kaishin, there seems to be a presence akin to Beerus, so Broly should also be available, inquired Divine Wu Tian. Heartfelt Wu Tian shook his head. Trunks is out of the question. He hasn't emerged yet and lacks the warrior spirit, though future Trunks might be an option. As for Broly, we could seek him out. Suddenly, Body Wu Tian stood up, a spark of realization igniting within him. Right? The future, while Beerus remains asleep. We can venture into the future. We might even bring back future Gohan and future Trunks. And let us not forget Grandpa Bardock and Grandma Jine. Divine Wu Tian nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. Even if Buu falls into slumber again and cannot participate, our numbers would still be ample. Heartfelt Wu Tian was equally exhilarated, envisioning a powerful team in his mind. Then it's settled. I will seek out Broly. Before Divine Wu Tian could raise his hand to indicate his intention to journey to the future, Body Wu Tian preempted him. I shall go to the future. Do not steal my chance. You 2 have already ventured beyond Earth. It's my turn now. With no choice left, Heartfelt Wu Tian resigned himself to remaining on Earth. The trio arrived at Bulma's residence, with Body Wu Tian scanning the surroundings. Hey, where's Bra? That little shadow, always trailing behind her, is absent. It feels a bit off. Bulma chuckled lightly. She went to find Trunks. The 2 kids have been getting along much better lately, huh? Is there something you all need? Wu Tian candidly expressed his intentions. Aunt Bulma, I would like to borrow the time machine and a spaceship. Bulma's expression shifted. A spaceship was trivial, but the time machine was a significant matter. What are you planning, Wu Tian? I need to travel to the past and future to rescue those powerful warriors. Bulma hesitated, still inclined to refuse. Aunt Bulma, rest assured, this temporal expedition will not disrupt the flow of time. I am more likely to traverse parallel worlds. Bulma held her head, feeling perplexed. For some reason, each time there were matters she wished to avoid, Wu Tian's reasoning prevailed, much like with Krillin previously. All right. But the time machine that Cell used still requires some repairs and isn't operational yet. You'll have to wait a while. Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. No waities. Aunt Bulma, I can find someone to assist with the repairs. Who? As the essence of Tian show pressed upon his head, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Bulma, wearing an expression of bewilderment, questioned his whereabouts. Wu Tian exchanged a knowing smile with Shen Wu Tian, indicating he had gone to seek another eminent scientist on Earth. Moments latte. Wu Tian returned, accompanied by 3 children. Let go of me! Let go of me! Why are you here again, son Wu Tian? A small dog and a little girl tugged at the clothing of the blue-skinned child, pulling him insistently. Quick, release the king. They were none other than the Pilaf gang, albeit considerably smaller in stature, with Xiao Wu appearing slightly older, around 15 or 16 years of age. 2 years prior, Wu Tian had utilized the Dragon Balls to grant them a wish, feeling a tinge of guilt for frequently stealing their Dragon Balls. Without granting Pilaf an opportunity to speak, Xiao Wu shouted, "Let's return to our youth by 30 years. Instantly, she reverted to the age of 13, while Pilaf and the dog, Ashio, transformed, one into a young child, the other into a puppy, albeit having matured slightly over the years. Bulma gazed at the trio in astonishment. Wu Tian, are these the helpers you mentioned? Indeed, let them demonstrate their worth, Wu Tian replied. Bulma led them before the time machine, prompting Pilaf to exclaim, Son Wu Tian, what exactly have you brought us here for? Do you think you can fix that machine? His eyes brightened at the sight of the time machine, marveling at its intricate mechanics and advanced technology. Although Pilaf yearned to study the device, Wu Tian's demeanor dissuaded him from offering assistance. Why should I help you? Wu Tian pointed to Bulma. You know her, right? She is now an immensely wealthy individual, responsible for your daily meals. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with hope. King Pilaf, you should agree to this. Transformed into children, they found it increasingly challenging to secure employment. The prospect of 3 meals a day was immensely enticing, especially when they often went hungry for days. Pilaf hesitated, contemplating the offer. And cake for dessert in the afternoon? Ashio clung to Pilaf, gazing up at him with the puppy's characteristic pleading eyes, urging him to acquiesce. Pilaf was on the verge of capitulation. An ice cream after every meal? Deal. Pilaf grasped Wu Tian's hand firmly, fearing he might renege on the agreement. Then let us commence work. Pilaf picked up a wrench, bowing respectfully to Wu Tian. Yes, boss. I am not your boss. She is, Wu Tian indicated Bulma with a thumb. Pilaf hastily approached Bulma, bowing deeply. Good day, boss. I shall begin my work now. Pilaf, salivating, began to explore the time machine, poking and prodding at its various components. Wu Tian, perplexed, observed, while Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pilaf was indeed a rare talent, having even constructed his own dragon radar. Such scientific prowess was beyond their capabilities, and Bulma eventually ushered him away. Wu Tian, accustomed to retrieving snacks and beverages from the refrigerator, resumed his previous activities. The other 2 Goten were given their share, while Xiao Wu and Ashu fixated intently on the snacks in Goten's hand. It had been quite a while since they had last eaten. Would you like some? Goten inquired, but Xiao Wu responded with a disdainful glare. Her dislike stemmed from Goten's striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, which she found irksome, as well as the memories of how Goten had once caused her considerable embarrassment. With a haughty toss of her long black hair, she declared, I wouldn't want any. Although she turned her face away, her eyes remained glued to the snacks. Goten found it amusing. Despite her feigned indifference, her longing for the treats was palpable. Ultimately, Goten tossed the snacks to them, but, predictably, no words of thanks were exchanged. Suddenly, the door swung open. Mom, we're back. Did you miss us? A girl with blue hair, clad in red and sporting a ponytail, appeared at the threshold. You are Bral, Goten exclaimed. Upon seeing Goten, Bra instinctively moved to embrace him, but halted when she noticed the 2 other Gotens, sizing them up. Which one of you is my Goten? The Goten standing before Bra raised his hand and gestured toward her head. It's me. Bra, you've grown so much. Finally, without hesitation, Bra embraced Goten and began to weep. Goten, I miss you so much. Goten gently soothed her. What has happened? Bra, still sobbing, began to explain. It turned out that Bra had gone searching for Trunks, inexplicably motivated to train. Perhaps it was Frisia's taunts that spurred her on. Upon learning that Trunks was at a place suitable for training, she inquired with Bulma, who, unaware of her daughter's intentions, directed Bra to the temple. Once at the temple, Bra rushed straight to the hyperbolic time chamber, where she implored Trunks to teach her. However, when she sought to leave, she found herself unable to do so. The next day, while attempting to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Trunks had attempted to sneak out, but Goten had placed a seal on the door of the chamber, allowing entry but prohibiting exit. The only way out was for Trunks to transform into Super Saiyan 3 to shatter the space. Of course, if a week passed without Trunks emerging, Goten would go to retrieve him. Bra ended up spending 5 years there, while Trunks remained for 7. Fortunately, Bra's company kept Trunks from losing his sanity. Wiping her tears, Bra began to boast to Goten. Goten, let me tell you, I am incredibly strong now. That Frieza can no longer bully me. Goten was genuinely surprised. He anticipated that Frieza would ignite Bra's desire to train. In that case, she must be 10 years old now. And your brother? Goten asked. Finally remembered me. Huh? You've put me through quite a bit. You should now call me Big Brother. Trunks, with a stylish middle parting, leaned coolly against the doorframe. Having not cut his hair in 7 years, it was even longer than future Trunks. With his eyes closed and without glancing at Goten, he remarked, Goten, I'm taller than you now. Hurry and call me Big Brother. Trunks remained troubled by Goten's reluctance to address him as brother. Now at the age of 15, Trunks was on the cusp of Saiyan adolescence, towering over the 13-year-old Goten, who was still in his youth. Goten's only response to this was a dismissive gesture. Slowly, Trunks opened his eyes and elegantly tossed his hair. Goten, I am. Goten wondered why Trunks had suddenly fallen silent. Hadn't he been boasting just moments ago? When Goten looked over, he found Trunks staring blankly, his eyes wide as he fixated on something behind him. What could it be? Following Trunks' gaze, Goten discovered it was Mai, seated on the sofa. At that moment, whether it was an illusion or not, Trunks seemed to hear a melody, as the world around him transformed into a rosy hue. Summer, quietly slips away, leaving little secrets buried deep within, secrets that cannot be revealed. The evening breeze warms my heart, and I think of you. How sweet it is, how sweet it is. How can I forget? Everyone since the atmosphere had turned decidedly flirtatious, with both Goten and Trunks' hearts fixated on Mai. The sunflower seeds in their hands suddenly more delectable. Trunks, transfixed by Mai, appeared somewhat flustered. Goten, please stop singing, he shouted, his face flushed with embarrassment, prompting Goten to reluctantly set down the microphone. I merely thought it added to the ambience. Chapter 55, Jinne. Trunks, seething with embarrassment, exclaimed. There is no need for that. Bulma then approached Trunks, playfully nudging his shoulder. Brother, you've fallen in love? Hee. Trunks recognized that look all too well. It mirrored the expression she wore when gazing at Goten. My under Trunks' gaze began to feel a bit awkward. Is there something you need? Trunks' heart raced. She spoke to me. What should I say? Trembling, he extended his hand. Why you hello? I'm Trunks. Mai ignored him, thinking he was just a little kid. Goten, spitting out his sunflower seeds, interjected, just a reminder, he happens to be the son of your current boss. Instantly, Mai sprang to her feet, clasping Trunks' hand with both of hers. Hello, young master. Her demeanor was one of utmost respect. Trunks' face turned crimson, nearly rivaling that of Jebbet. His mind raced with the thought. Her hand is so soft. She's holding my hand. The 3 Gotens sat in a row, rhythmically repeating the motions of placing, biting, and spitting, completing the sequence seamlessly. The sunflower seeds were indeed delightful, albeit exhausting for Bulma's cleaning robot. The 3 Gotens shook their heads. Trunks' composure was lacking. Despite the rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not amassed sufficient experience. It seemed that certain pivotal events required Trunks' participation. Noting Trunks' dazed expression, flushed face, and sweaty palms, Mai began to worry that he might be unwell. After all, he was the son of the benefactor. She took a piece of candy from her snacks and placed it in Trunks' hand. You don't seem well. Have a piece of candy. After speaking, he exited, presumably to fetch some medicine. Meanwhile, Trunks gazed dreamily at the candy in his hand, his face alight with excitement. Goten, look, this is the token of her affection. Goten and the others erupted in laughter, their drinks spewing forth. Who would have thought that Trunks was such a romantic? I wonder if I should tell him that Xiaowu is actually older than his mother. A week later, the time machine was finally complete, and nearly all the Z fighters gathered in Bulma's yard. Goku exclaimed, Goten, who is this powerful warrior you speak of? Are they truly formidable? Vegeta, too, was curious about Goten's time-traveling intentions, but he knew Goten would not embark on a frivolous endeavor. The physical Goten entered the time machine and waved goodbye to everyone, while his spiritual counterpart began their journey through the cosmos. As for why they didn't simply use instant transmission to reach planet Wampa, it was to savor the beauty along the way. After years of relentless training, Goten had scarcely appreciated the scenery, and this journey was a rare opportunity. Moreover, with his Saiyan bloodline, he would grow stronger every moment without the need for deliberate training. He merely needed to manage his power effectively. Farewell, everyone. Both ascended simultaneously, with the spiritual Goten soaring into the universe while the physical Goten vanished through time. Everyone turned to the forlorn figure of the divine Goten, clearly wondering why he remained behind. The divine Goten defiantly raised his chin. The most crucial person must stay to lead. A chorus of boos erupted around him. Inside the time machine, the physical Goten gazed out at the swiftly moving, colorful light walls. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the time machine emerged in the midst of the cosmos, revealing a colossal orange planet. Have we arrived? In the year 737 of the Age of the Dragon. At the coordinates of planet Vegeta, Goten stepped out of the time machine with a thud, which then transformed back into a capsule, tucked away by Goten. It appeared that planet Vegeta had yet to meet its demise. Goten soared toward the planet, the atmosphere generating friction against his body, slowly enveloping him in flames. Saiyans cannot survive in space, only reaching the stratosphere. However, Goten had wished for the ability to endure in the presence of the dragon. As he broke through the atmosphere, Goten gradually slowed his descent, surveying everything on planet Vegeta. The greenery was sparse. In Goten's eyes, it hardly qualified as a good planet. The gravity was 10 times that of Earth, and many Saiyans soared through the skies, yet they remained oblivious to Goten's presence. In mere moments, he was encircled by a group of Saiyans with tails. It seemed they had detected him with their equipment. Though there were few Saiyan scientists, they had acquired a fair amount of advanced technology, so such detection was not surprising. One Saiyan, whose hair resembled Raditz, spoke cautiously. A child? Who are you? All the Saiyans raised their palms, ready to launch an attack at the slightest movement from Goten. Goten waved his hand. Don't be anxious. I'm also a Saiyan, see? He loosened the tail wrapped around his waist, which eased the tension among the Saiyans. A few exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, he was a Saiyan, and his appearance was quite similar to that of most lower-class warriors, making it unmistakable. This remark left Goten somewhat bewildered. What did they mean by resembling a lower-class warrior? Did that imply he had a common face? He believed his visage was quite handsome, especially as it was recognized by Bulma, who had a penchant for beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Goku's face was indeed the common face of planet Vegeta. Dales had mentioned that their lower-class warriors bore a striking resemblance to one another, which explained why Dales looked similar to Goku. As several Saiyans lowered their hands, they seemed to be completely at ease, perhaps even recalled. Recalled? Was it Frisia who summoned you? Goten asked excitedly. Of course, didn't you know? One replied. Goten laughed. My battle detector is broken, so I didn't receive the message. But I just happened to return. What is your name? One of them inquired. Goten was momentarily taken aback. Son Goten was not a typical Saiyan name. He needed to adopt a name befitting Saiyan. Goku was named Kakarot, so as Goku's son, he needed to choose something related. I shall call myself Trock. While Goku's name, Kakarot, translates a carrot in English, Goten's self-chosen name, Trock, signifies white radish. Never heard of that Saiyan? Perhaps he is too weak, one Saiyan remarked. Which planet were you dispatched to? Goten pondered for a moment before replying, Earth. The other Saiyans burst into laughter. No wonder we've never heard of it. It's so big. They mercilessly mocked Goten. One even checked Goten's battle power with a detector, exclaiming, only 420? In their eyes? Earth has no one exceeding 400 in battle power. Go to such a useless planet, it's no wonder you're weak. With that, the crowd dispersed, dismissing Goten as someone incapable of achieving anything noteworthy. Finally, Goten could explore planet Vegeta. Although the Saiyans had seized considerable advanced technology, the common folk lived much like those in primitive societies, with some even wearing animal skins. It seemed that only the Saiyan royalty enjoyed the benefits of advanced technology. Goten sensed the overall energy of the planet. The highest battle power was just over 10,000, and very few surpassed that threshold. At this time, the Saiyans appeared rather feeble. Goten approached one Saiyan and inquired, Do you know where Bardock is? The Saiyan glanced at Goten and scoffed. Why should I tell you, Shorty? Goten seized the Saiyan by the neck, thinking, How dare you call me short? It appears that employing the Saiyan method may be the most effective way to extract information. Speak, where is Bardock? Or else death. Why is this Saiyan child so formidable? I am a superior warrior, yet I find myself utterly powerless against him. The Saiyan responded with great difficulty. He is still on his way back. Where does he reside? Over there. The individual pointed in a direction. Goten casually tossed him to the ground. Such behavior was commonplace on planet Vegeta, where might makes right, and the notions of capture or assistance are non-existent. Onlookers merely indulged in the spectacle, showcasing the merciless nature of the Saiyans. Had this been Earth, someone would have already called the authorities, or a compassionate soul like Videl would have intervened. Goten soared towards the location indicated by the man, having memorized his energy signature. Should he dare deceive him, he would not need Frisia. Goten would personally escort him to the afterlife. Rescue planet Vegeta? Forget it. The previous Saiyans could be deemed a blight upon the universe. Truly despicable. This journey was solely to bring Bardock and Jain along. After flying for a while, Goten finally spotted a small town and descended. It bore little difference from some quaint towns on Earth. After wandering for quite some time without finding anyone, he realized he did not recognize Jain's energy, rendering his search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. His stomach grumbled, prompting him to prioritize nourishment. Fortunately, the town boasted several butcher shops, and the Saiyan staple foods delighted Goten immensely. He randomly chose one shop, primarily due to the appealing figure of the shopkeeper. "Hello, how much for your meat?" The female Saiyan did not turn around, engrossed in her task, her voice melodious and crisp. "1 cosmic coin for 100 pounds. Cosmic coin? What is that? Oh no, it seems I have no money." Noticing Goten's prolonged silence, the female Saiyan finally turned to face him. "Are you going to buy or not? You don't have money, do you? Oh, you look just like my son." Goten was taken aback. This pink battle suit and her features. Wasn't she's grandmother Jain? "Hey, why aren't you speaking? You really don't have money, do you?" Goten awkwardly nodded. Jain sighed. "Sigh, you're so young, and, judging by your appearance, you must be a lower-class warrior. You resemble my son so much. I'll treat you this time." A nearby hefty woman scoffed at Jain's actions, deeming her foolish. "Jain is such an idiot. She doesn't resemble a true Saiyan at all. If this boy had come to my stall, his legs would have been broken. Such a waste of space deserves to be eradicated." Yet, the overweight woman only dared to mutter under her breath. Despite Jain's demeanor, she was indeed a superior warrior with a battle power in the thousands. Her personality simply did not align with combat, leading her to be assigned to logistics. Truly, Jain was a rare beacon of kindness among the Saiyans. "Jain, who is he?